Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to Anglesey for this summer festival for the Brscc, incorporating the next two rounds of the SuperCup Endurance Championship UK. We've got two 3-hour thrillers to come your way today around the spectacularly scenic Anglesey Coastal Circuit, a venue that over the years has produced some absolute top quality racing across not just the SuperCup Championship, but plenty of other series as well. We've got a whole host of Brscc championships here as well this weekend. They will actually be using a different circuit layout to the SuperCup. They'll be using the full circuit, the GP circuit here at Anglesey, but for the SuperCup it's the shorter Anglesey Coastal Circuit, which does include the infamous corkscrew. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box to talk you through the action. I'll be joined a bit later on by Richard John Neal upstairs, and downstairs by Jamie Peters-Ennis, who is our regular roaming pit lane reporter for the SuperCup Endurance Championship. He'll be digging out all of the stories during the two 3-hour races, and plenty of stories there should be. If you've tuned in for some of the races earlier on this season, you'll know that it's been as eventful as always. Croft last time out was an absolute thriller, and we're expecting the same again here from the Anglesey Coastal Circuit, which registers at 2.1 miles, almost exactly the same length actually as the Croft circuit that we visited last time, but a very different kind of challenge. It's tight, it's twisty, it's technical, it's very undulating, unlike Croft. 52.5 feet of elevation change across the circuit. A circuit that was opened in 1989, but it didn't look anything like this back then. It went through a complete reprofiling. They built basically an entirely new racetrack a couple of decades ago. That is the Anglesey Circuit that we've come to know and love since then. The other thing that we've come to know and perhaps not love so much about Anglesey is the weather, and it is changeable always, and today is no exception. We had heavy rain overnight and into the morning. The track has now dried, it's warm, it's sunny. The wind is not too strong, but it's still bringing in some rather ominous clouds. The forecast we've got on our screen says it's raining. It isn't, but in 10 minutes' time that could well prove to be true. There is a chance of some scattered showers, I think, throughout the rest of the day, and that is going to keep the teams and drivers on their toes, most definitely. And that's where we're based, on the top of the Anglesey Tower, with a brilliant view around the circuit, and the commentary for the live stream also going out onto the PA system around the track as well this weekend. So those of you trackside will be hearing our dulcet tones throughout the day, and we have a great view out of the window, but also fantastic pictures provided as always by the Alpha Live crew, who are doing a top job, as they always do, to bring live coverage to every round of the SuperCup Endurance Championship for the first time in the championship's history, and we're very, very happy. About time, really, that this championship got the recognition that it deserves. Well, I'm very much looking forward to this first of two races. 3-hour races, the pair of them, both in the same day. So the first one is coming up shortly. That will be the first race of the day. But then we've also got race number 2 to come, and that is technically not an into the night race. Julian Floyd, the race director, clerk of the course for SuperCup, was very adamant of that in his driver's briefing earlier on. It is not a night race because we're finishing an hour earlier than we normally would. Normally we're here till 11 o'clock at night with that night race. This one finishing an hour earlier, so it's an into the dusk race, I think we can say. The sun not due to set until 11 o'clock, but we're racing into the twilight, and that is always exciting, especially if it is a nice sunny evening. It's got a real party atmosphere about it, this event, and that is what makes it really as special as it is. And as you can see, the Anglesey Coastal Circuit looking brilliant in this summer sunshine, although I'm reluctant really to use the word summer. It hasn't felt like much of a summer so far, and you can see actually that wind really has picked up from this morning. I was out in the paddock only 20 minutes or so ago and it didn't feel very windy, but as you can see out at the banking there, that's the second corner on the circuit, the wind most definitely blowing across the track, and as tends to be the case, it's blowing in across the Irish Sea and sort of across the length of the circuit, so it's a headwind up the back straight towards Rocket, and that is the part of the circuit where the slipstream always is effective, but into a headwind even more so, and that makes it a prime opportunity for overtaking up into that Rocket complex up at the top of the hill, and it's part of the reason really why SuperCup racing in particular is always so exciting around here. Beautiful scenic views over the Irish Sea, the Welsh Mountains in the distance. It's a perfect location to go motor racing, and it's that's the reason it's been on the Fun Cup schedule basically ever since Fun Cup began, which was an awfully long time ago. It became a championship in 2011, but it's been running in the UK now for over 2 decades, and to my knowledge has basically always visited Anglesey, usually with this 3-hour double-header format that we've got once again in 2024. And it's a format that's proven popular with the drivers, although it does sort of put the pressure on them, because, and on the teams as well, because you do have 2 races, very short turnaround between the 2. Of course, it was a double header last time at Croft as well. We had 2 races, but there, the first race was a 1-hour sprint race. The second race was the full 3-hour sort of feature race, if you like. And we had 2 different winners across those 2 races. MJ Tech Racing won their second race on the bounce. They'd won the season opener at Alton Park, and they won again at Croft in the sprint race, and they almost won the feature race as well. They led until 3 laps from the end when Morpheus Racing managed to find a way past, and the 195 car driven by the very rapid youngster Ted Bradbury managed to come storming through and claim the race victory, and did so in very spectacular, typically aggressive fashion, but he's a fair driver, is Ted, and he proved again there his racecraft is second to none. So that was their first victory of the season. Morpheus Racing, they had a bit of an iffy start to the season, in Neil Burrows' words, and are now sort of on the back foot, really. They've kind of used their 1 drop score, and as we move into the middle part of the season now, very much anxious to pick up some more good points. There you can see some of the, well, I was going to say activity in the pit lane. It's actually a very relaxed pit lane for the time being. We're in the middle of our lunch break here at Anglesey, so the on-track action this morning has all been about qualifying, and we now look forward to the races, but the first race not due to start for a little while longer, I believe, and the first race will be for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and it will be kicking off at 12:20, so about 20 minutes time we'll have cars out onto the track, but they're in no real hurry to head to the assembly area, are they? So not quite time to check in with Jamie Peters-Ennis down in the assembly area, but as and when we get some drivers down there, we will hopefully be able to hear from 1 or 2 of them, and we'll definitely hear from Jamie during the race. There is Martin Gibson getting, not about to get into car 257, because that's not his car, but he is... but it is, isn't he? Sorry, he is in 257 now, not 97. So used to seeing him in the 97 GT radial car, but Martin Gibson in the 251 now. Aaron Cook there, ready to go as well. So lots of drivers just milling around, getting themselves in the zone and ready to go racing. Well, I promised you a Richard John Neal at some point. I'm happy to say I can deliver on that promise now. Richard's made his way into the commentary box. Richard, we're back again. Another double-header Fun Cup bonanza. If it's half as exciting as the last one at Croft was, I think we're in for a treat.
Yeah, if it's half as exciting, then it means the other one would have been twice as exciting as this one.
Something like that, yes.
Is that how it works out? I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, really looking forward to it. And, you know, not only because we've got 2 3-hour races and a late bedtime, so I don't get to stay up late very often. They don't let me out late, and got dispensation from the home. And
not from home.
The home.
Yes, I think we'll allow it this once though, right? Because it's worth staying up for that. Like I said, not quite into the night race this time, but into the dusk. There's something special about racing into those twilight hours, isn't there? And what a weekend to be doing it as well. There is another quite well-known endurance race going on this weekend over in France. Yeah, apparently so. I've heard rumblings around the paddock. Everyone tuning into this instead, of course, but a special weekend, and I really hope we get the weather to match.
It's a great shot, isn't it, on screen at the moment? Either folk that are here can't see the screen, unless they're on the live stream as well, which isn't a bad thing to be able to do, watch the racing and sort of pick up. But what a picture postcard shot we've got there. And yeah, great to have the later race. I think we're in, was it summer solstice yesterday? So we're in, it's the perfect weekend, isn't it, to have the race. I wasn't out in me white pyjamas doing druid stuff or anything like that, but were you?
I don't know what you're talking about, really. I can assure you.
But yeah, so I think it's the longest. Next week it'll be, the nights are drawing in, aren't they?
It feels a bit like that. Anyway, I was quite shocked actually to hear you say that. I hadn't realised it had been the summer solstice. It doesn't really feel like summer, does it?
What summer's that then?
Yeah, exactly.
Although apparently it's been the warmest spring on record or something. So.
Oh, I missed that. Yeah, well, never mind. Well, the one thing I will say is if we get a bit of mixed up weather today that could spice things up on track, and quite a few drivers actually hoping for a little bit of rain today. The surface here at Anglesey is very abrasive. It's a unique kind of surface, and a lot of the drivers I've spoken to today have said that actually when it's wet, or damp anyway, not properly wet, but a bit damp and greasy, it feels like it's got more grip than it does in the dry. So it's a really strange one, and that makes setting the car up a challenge, particularly over a 3-hour race, as we will be seeing twice today. Knowing how to set that car up, knowing that it could be changeable conditions, is a definite challenge. I know I spoke to Neil Plimmer and Ben Pitch of PLR Racing earlier on. Neil was doing a rain dance and Ben was not, and they're sharing the same car.
Was that before they drew pole?
Yes, well, before Neil drew pole.
Okay.
Because Neil Plimmer was asked, it was very funny actually, I was in the morning to watch the grid draw. It's a random grid draw. They don't qualify to set the grid if you're new to FunCup. It's all drawn at random in the driver's briefing. They put a load of ping pong balls with numbers on them into a helmet, and they pick a driver at random to come up and do the draw, and Neil Plimmer was picked today. So up he trudges, and he's picking numbers out one by one, and 146 hasn't appeared yet, and it was the last ball that he picked out, which meant he starts from pole position.
Wow, you couldn't write that script.
Could not have scripted it, no, definitely not. He was very embarrassed by it all, but everyone else definitely seeing the funny side. But yeah, Neil Plimmer, his car will be starting from pole position anyway, with Ben Pitch on board. Right, I think we are getting cars now trickling down into the assembly area, so let's welcome the third member of our team, Jamie Peters-Ennis. Jamie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon from down here from a rather windy assembly area here at Anglesey, and as you see behind me, the cars are slowly coming in to line up on their random grid position. As Andy said, it was a rather large cheer in the awning when Neil pulled out the pole position for the Team PLR Racing car. What we'll do now is we'll have a chat with a few of our drivers. We've got Scott Jeffs, he's lining up P2 on the grid, double winner already this year. And Scott, great start for the day, isn't it? Front row.
Yeah, it was very lucky. This is our first actual random grid draw of the year. We got front row, so hoping to get out in the lead quite soon. Hopefully get a little bit of a gap, but we'll see. It could be a few safety cars, so you never know what's going to happen. You can't really plan for the race.
Obviously, as we know, great scrap with Morpheus at Croft. They've got to start last, as we know. Are you going to be mindful in that first stint of how quickly they're going to be trying to make their way through?
I think they're going to make their way through regardless, whether they make it through at the beginning, at the end. I think it's going to come down to the last stint, really. We just got to make sure we're there. We know they're going to be there. I think there could definitely be a few other cars there this weekend. So yeah, we've got to keep it tidy. And we've got to be there at the end to win it if we're going to be in it.
Have you got the pace to win it?
Oh yeah, of course we do.
Excellent stuff, thanks a lot. That's Scott Jess from MJ Tech. Third on the grid is Simon Coles, who's part of the Vape Club by EDF Motorsport crew. You're getting used to this front end starts now, isn't it?
I quite like a bit more of it, actually, to be honest. You say get used to it, but it's only been kind of 1 from 2 or something. But yeah, fingers crossed. We started third in Croft. That worked out quite well. So we're starting third again here. Some quick cars ahead of us. So fingers crossed it gives us sort of a clean race, and maybe even we get to make a bit of a break. We'll see.
And you had great pace at Croft as well. I mean, you led it for quite a while in the sprint race, and then just got caught right at the end.
That was, yeah, absolutely true. But we kind of broke the car a little bit at Croft, so it cost us a second. This car's been going mega all weekend, so if we could keep it clean and we've got reasonable pace. We've been working quite hard on our pit stops as well. So, mate, fingers crossed.
Excellent. We'll see you out there. That's Simon Coles from Vape Club by EDF Motorsport. Let's have a word with John Ratcliffe, who, if I'm led to believe, is it your first ever start in one of these?
It is, yeah. I've never done a race start in a car before, Jamie, so this could be quite interesting.
Has the old man been giving you some tips?
A few, yeah, but he's a bit old and senile, so I don't think I can trust anything he says anymore. But David's been giving me some tips as well, which has been really good.
Yeah. P5, obviously it's your first time here in a FunCup because you weren't at this equivalent round last year due to other commitments, someone's birthday. You excited? Pace is good, isn't it?
Super excited. What a circuit this is. It's so much fun. And sort of, yeah, being up near the sharp end of the grid should be good. Try and keep out of trouble. Try and stick in the toe because it's looking strong up that back straight.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, John. That's John Ratcliffe from the team Ratters Racing. Right, let's have a quick word with our pole sitters. If I can ask Mr. Farkini to open the door for me, that would be lovely. Have a quick word with Ben. This is quite handy being on pole, isn't it? Thanks to your good old captain.
Yeah, I don't know quite how he managed that. The normal bribery didn't work for him. It was just because he was picking it himself.
And the cheer in the awning when you pulled out the pole, it was like being at a football match. It was fantastic.
Yeah, as it was approaching, there was a kind of almost a drum roll in my head as to whether it was going to pop out on pole. But yeah, I mean, it's a good position, but in Fun Cup, it kind of doesn't really mean very much because you've got 3 hours ahead of you. You've got driver changes. Well, the weather's going to play a factor. There's some very quick cars around. So yeah, we just need to keep it clean at the start and try and get a good break from the rest of the pack.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Ben. That's Ben Pitch, who will be starting the Team PLR car on pole position. Let's see who else we can find. Let's have a word with Jack Noller, because he's been drafted in very, very quickly this weekend, because poor Christian Rose sadly has been taken ill, and of course we will wish Christian all the best. Your quiet weekend has suddenly got very busy, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's like jumping in and out of race cars backwards and forwards as quickly as I can at the moment. So, yeah, looking forward to the start. Going to try and keep it clean the best I can. Quite high up, to be fair. Let's see how it goes in the dry, because what could possibly go wrong? I think it'll be make sure it stays clean. Really, thanks to Christian for reaching out and giving it, and wishing him all the best, because he's having a real rough time. But maybe see him a bit later and hopefully see him about. But yeah, really looking forward to getting back in these cars after Alton Park.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Jack. That's Jack Noller, who's joining the JPR Team GT car for the 4th and 5th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Hopefully I'll have time to have a quick word with one more driver, and then we'll throw to Andy, who will go through the grid. Chris Devell's just getting ready in the Olympian GRD car, starting P10 on the random grid draw, and your aim for this stint, Chris, is literally stay out of trouble.
Absolutely. Can certainly lose the race in this first stint. Certainly can't win it. Keep the car clean, make sure that it's all in one piece for the latter stints, and stay in the mix. That's our strategy for this first stint.
And it's back to the usual 3 hours, but we've got to do it twice, so it's a lot of strain on the car. It's a lot of strain on the three of you as well. Like you say, it's going to be consistency and just staying off those curbs as and when you need to.
Well, that's the name of the game, and you know that's Team Olympian. Always try and do the consistent part of it. We're never there at the beginning of the race, but we're normally there at the end, there or thereabouts, and that's what we aim to do in both the races today.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the race. That's Chris Devell from the Olympian GRD Racing. Hopefully, if I've got time for one more driver, yep. Let's see who else we can find. Paul Turner from Team Greenheath and Gary Bate we haven't spoken to so far this season, and it's been going all right so far, hasn't it, this year?
Yeah, it's been all right. The car's performing well. We're working well as a team, so yeah, it's good.
And Gary, as we said to Chris, this event, because it's twice the amount you've got to do than you would normally do, it is literally staying out of trouble, isn't it?
It is. You know, we've got two 3-hour races. I think it could be dry, which is positive. I think we're a bit concerned this morning. Fingers crossed. Yeah, do you know what? We need the stars to align a little bit, and we'll have a good day today. We love this place. Who doesn't love it? Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, good luck, guys. That's Paul Turner and Gary Bate for Team Greenheath. Right, we've got one more driver to speak to. Let's go and see our mad American Victor Cara, because we've missed Victor. He's had to miss a couple of rounds due to other commitment, but you're back.
I beg your pardon?
You're back, and it's so great to have you back.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Jamie. It's telling you, it's worth the flight back from the US every time. Always good fun out here.
And how's it been like getting back in the car? Because it has been a while, isn't it?
Yeah, it takes a little bit of getting used to. We had a good shakedown session yesterday, mate. So it's like riding a bicycle, right? So a little bit of getting used to, but good sessions yesterday. So we're looking to do good today. So.
And you got Dave with you. We'll bring Dave in.
Ringer, man.
Yeah, your dad's given you a day off, isn't he?
He has, yeah. He's thought I'd let me come out and play. Let me do it a few times last season, so I'm allowed to come out and play today. So yeah, it was nice and fun.
And how have you found driving these? Because you don't drive them all the time. And you're sort of in and out of other different cars as well. they do take a bit of getting used to, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, once you're in them and you know how they're going to react, you can jump in them within a lap or so. You're pretty up to space with them. I drive a lot of saloon cars as well, so they're all rear-wheel drive. I do some front-wheel drive stuff, but they all got their own same characteristics. But these are just great. They're nimble. If you like a bit of oversteer and fun driving, jump in one. So yeah, you can be up to pace quite quick in them.
Fantastic. We'll see you out there. Hopefully I've got time for one more. I know I keep saying this, but I'm trying to keep an eye on the clock. Right, Neil Burrows, him and Ted Bradbury from Morphers Motorsport won the last round. He's just making sure everything's okay. How are we feeling?
Up for it. Up for it big time.
Yeah. Mission to get to the front as quickly as you can.
Say that again.
Mission to get to the front as quickly as you can.
I'll do my best, that's for sure.
Excellent, thanks a lot. That's Neil Burrows from Morphers Motorsport, who were the winners of the last round at Croft. So what we'll do now is we'll hand back to Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal, who will take you through the grid of the first of our 2 3-hour epic thrillers. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Jamie. Top job, as always, down in the assembly area. We'll hear more from Jamie when we go racing in a little while. In fact, it's not that far away. I don't think cars should be released from the assembly area within the next few minutes in that random order that, as I said, was decided during the driver's briefing earlier on, that saw PLR Racing starting from the front row of the grid, indeed from pole position on the grid. And as we heard, it will be Ben Pitch starting the PLR Racing car. Alongside them, though, ominously, MJ Tech Racing, who have done a lot of the winning and a lot of the leading so far this season. Car 249 started by Scott Jeffs. Row number 2 then for the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports 246. That car started by Simon Coles. With Axiometrics number 103 next, that is Chris Wetherall at the wheel. Team Ratters Racing start 5th in car 155. That car piloted by John Ratcliffe for the opening stint. And then number 99, JPR Team ACR, one of the guest cars, Aaron Cook, doing the opening half hour of the race. Another JPR hire car is next for 257. That one isn't on my list, so I can't tell you who's starting. Then it's 207, which is started by Jason Minshaw. He should be rapid. Then Seed Data, number 214, is next. That will be Matt Hogg at the wheel. And Olympian GRD, car number 1, started by Chris Devell. We heard from him just there. They're playing the long game, as they always do. Be interesting to see how he goes in the opening part of the race. Morpheus Racing are next then, number 109. So Chris Hart and Steve Walton, returning Chris Hart and Steve Walton. Chris Hart doing the first part of the race with Green Heat's number 14 car alongside them on row number 6. That car started by Paul Turner. 7th row is where we will find Team 3 Motorsport. That's number 98 car of John Herrett, with Team Summers, number 158 next. That's Gary Summers at the wheel. Another JPR hire car, number 97, is next. That is on the grid sheet there, just called 97 Team JPR for hire, but on our sheet, Fun Cup Tifosi, which I think sounds much better, so that's what we'll be going with. Adam Fawcett and Andrew Isherwood, both in their first ever car race, starting from 15th alongside number 104, EDF Motorsports for hire. That car started by Victor Cara. Signature RVs number 49 is next. That is Steve Ruston with Team Uvio Hoffman's Lotus, only 18 for the multiple former Anglesey winners, number 225. It is Fabulous Randaccio doing the opening stint of the race. Back row of the grid then for number 22, School Club Racing. Jack Constable, former TCR UK race winner, is starting that car. And as Fun Cup rules dictate, Morpheus Racing number 195, because they won our most recent race at Croft, have to start from the back of the grid. They are going for a bit of a funky strategy, I think. They've got Neil Burrows in for the first stint. Ted Bradbury will do stint 2. They'll swap again in stint 3, but then for the second half of the race, they're double stinting. So Neil Burrows doing stints 3 and 4, and Ted Bradbury double stinting at the end of the race, as they did so effectively at Croft. And it meant that Ted Bradbury got the lion's share of the driving in the second half of the race and really brought that car into contention, stealing the lead, as we remember, very exciting fashion with about 3 laps to go to claim the race victory. But then, Richard, the sun's shining, the grid is nicely jumbled up as you'd expect. We've got a lot of the quick cars coming from further down the order, but a really interesting front row, I think. They're PLR Racing. We know they always tend to go well here at Anglesey, with MJ Tech alongside, arguably the dominant team of the season. How do you think this one is going to go?
Before we go there, for 257, read 251 on your sheet.
Was that me?
No, I did exactly the same
right.
as you. Exactly the same as you when I was IDing the cars. So it's Jack Nolly.
It is Jack Nolly, yes. And I've just had a message confirming that to me.
Oh, right,
Thank you,
cool.
Richard. Your eyesight's
That's all
better
right.
than mine.
No. I had more time, to be fair, to actually go through it and work out what was going on. So yeah, look at that fantastic grid. This is for me, with the blue skies, the blue sea, and these colourful cars on track, just the best scene to start our racing here on an Anglesey Saturday. It looks absolutely brilliant. To answer your question, who do I think is going to do well? It's got to be 249. I don't think Scott Jeffs is going to waste an opportunity being that far ahead of the likes of Ted Bradbury and Neil Burrows away at the back. So the draw's been very kind to him in this one.
It has, certainly, and that is quite literally the look of the draw, isn't it? You could end up anywhere on the grid. It just so happens that we often have a lot of the quick cars starting from deep in the field, but today there are a couple at the front, there are a couple at the back, and there are quite a few in the middle that should be quite quick. Yes, you saw where I was going with that one. The cars at the moment are going on their green flag lap then, so we're not that far away from getting the race started. A quick note on strategy then. Pit stops, as always, a big factor. There will be 5 mandatory pit stops. You don't have to change driver during each of those pit stops, but you do have to visit the pit lane during the 10-minute window, and those 10-minute windows occur every half an hour. So you've got pit stops more or less every half an hour. There is a bit more to it than that, which we'll get into when we get to pit stops later on. But it is a short lap, this one, Richard. So it's quite common, if we go safety car free for a while anyway, it's quite common to see a number of cars slip a lap down. So because it's a shorter circuit, really important that you try and avoid that happening in the first part of the race, and that is the big benefit, really, more than just track position. That's the big benefit to starting up front.
Yeah, absolutely. What's the decision on using the coastal circuit rather than the international? Do we know?
I think the drivers just prefer it, to be honest.
I can see why. The corkscrew is the key difference, isn't it? And I guess less heavy on brakes going up the Tom Price straight into the chicane, into the hairpin, and then back down to the last corner as well. So either configuration for me does it, but a lot for the club to organise, because they've got to switch about, switch marshalling and move cones and everything else.
Yeah, indeed so, but it's not the hardest of circuits in which to do that, and certainly I think it's worth it. Like you said, the Fun Cup drivers enjoy it. Strangely, really, because you think of endurance racing, they'd prefer the longer layout, but no, that corkscrew, it really adds a lot to it. They're about to head towards that part of the circuit now on the green flag lap, and you'll see what we mean. If you've never tuned into a race at Anglesey before, it really is a spectacular piece of racetrack. Such elevation change around the whole lap, really, but much of that elevation change coming in the second half of it. Right then, cars making their way around to the grid. Well, not to the grid, I should say, because it's a rolling start, of course, for Fun Cup. And the cars will run 2 by 2 down through that corkscrew section across the line. And when those red lights go out, we're away and racing for 3 hours in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, the first of 2 races, round 4 of the 2024 Championship. PLR Racing versus MJ Tech on the front row of the grid. Who will get the jump into the first corner at target? We're about to find out. The lights go out, we're away and racing here at Anglesey, and it's a pretty even launch, as you'd expect at the front of the field. A bit of 3 wide stuff further back, but as they round the first corner, it looks to me like they're still side by side for the lead, heading towards the banking. On the inside line, though, is the MJ Tech car of Scott Jeffs, and the former Euro NASCAR driver will get the lead as they go through the right-hander at turn number 2. Ben Pitch slots into second, EDF are there in third, and Team Ratters Racing in 4th position as they now head towards the quick right-hander at Church Corner. Almost flat out, maybe not quite on cold tyres, then off onto the back straight, and this is the first opportunity to see how powerful that slipstream will be today as the cars all start closing in on each other, heading towards Rocket, Richard.
Yeah, this is a worrying moment for me coming up to Rocket. I mean, these guys know they've got a 3-hour race in front of them. Are they going to have a big sort out here? Yeah, a few positions being gained as they go into the Rocket complex for the first time.
3 abreast.
Yeah, 3 wide, and yeah, always that wonderful view. That not that they'll be focusing on that either, all the mountains in the background, but yeah, decent enough start, and I think everybody is through the first complex of corners. First lap worries out of the way thus far.
Car 103 on the move here. That is Chris Wetherill in the 103 Axiometrics car going around the outside of Ratters Racing. That was for 4th position, and bringing with him who is that? That's 99, I think, isn't it? That's Aaron Cook coming with them. Uvio getting their elbows out. I think that was Uvio versus Morpheus. Now that's an interesting battle. They're going to appear in shot almost side by side at the back of screen. There you can see Morpheus just getting the better of the black and gold Uvio car, but they are two of our expected race-winning contenders already doing battle, and I suspect, Richard, trading a little bit of paint through the corkscrew.
They'll do that. I mean, getting in front in the early stages is going to be as key as possible because the cars are closer together, so the obvious answer is to make up as many spaces as you can, as the Uvio car has a quick look down the inside here and should make up another place.
Yeah, let's see then what happens. They're going through Church, and yes, he has got ahead of the Morpheus car. So Morpheus started by Neil Burrows with Ted Bradbury to come in the second stint. Side by side further up the order, this is Team Ratters Racing, just continuing to lose a few spots. That's 6th position they're losing, and now 7th as well, because up the inside comes Morpheus Motorsport, Chris Hart, one of 2 Morpheus Motorsports cars, not to be confused with the 195 car we were just referring to. And Chris Hart, it's like he's never been away. That was a lovely aggressive move, under braking into Rocket, and he steals that 7th place away from the 155 car that, remember, was started by John Ratcliffe. But great to have Chris Hart and Steve Walton back in the car. Chris Hart said that he was watching at Alton Park from the pit wall and just didn't enjoy it. He said he had to get back in the car. He's been doing some GT racing elsewhere, Ginettas, and then off racing in Brick Car, I think. And he is very, very happy to be back in the Fun Cup Championship and getting stuck in straight away, Richard.
Yeah, good to I think Chris will be here with his son in a couple of weeks because
yes,
we've got Ginetta Festival here. So if you're watching on the banks, come and treat yourself in a fortnight time as well.
I did actually. I interviewed Chris earlier on. We might see this interview later on in the day, but I asked him when his son was going to be jumping into a Fun Cup car, and he said that he's got a feeling Paul Rose might be losing some money at Alton Park at the end of the year. So I think there is a plan maybe to get young Charlie behind the wheel before too much longer. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, and of course we've seen with, obviously Ted Bradbury didn't come through the Ginetta Junior route, but
yeah,
you know, youngster coming into Mazdas, and there's a big feeling that some youngsters could nick that bounty. I've been peddling it to a lot of different drivers, and it's a lot of people kind of aren't aware. They're aware of Fun Cup, they weren't aware of the bounty there, and it is opening up as I spread the word, spread the gospel according to the roses. People wanting to have a look and thinking about coming in and have gone back and enjoyed the streams, enjoyed watching the racing.
And you can see why, because every time they arrive up at Rocket, there is a lunge to be had. That was Fabulous Randaccio, I think, wasn't it? Storming up the inside, and also the number 1 Team Olympian GRD car. So that's Chris Doval at the wheel. He was actually getting his elbows out too and trying to gain a few positions. The leading pack descends upon the corkscrew at the end of another lap, and MJ Tech Racing, as we sort of expected them to do, they are starting to stretch away at the head of the field ever so slightly. They've got the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 20.522, and they are nearly 2 seconds out the road from PLR Racing, who are holding their own in second. Third is the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car, and this then, Richard, is the fight for 4th position. Axiometrics and JPR Team ACR absolutely nose to tail then as they headed through the banking.
How much of... Oh, well, we've got our first stoppage.
Oh, no, 104. That's Victor Cara, was Morpheus, I think that was on the grass. Now, where is Victor Cara? He is exit of Rocket, we think, so he has pulled off, I think, rather than gone off.
I'd say that was Jamie's fault for interviewing him, but to be fair to Jamie, he did interview a lot more than one person, didn't he? So
yes, let's hope he's not put the curse on everybody, otherwise this could be a slightly interesting race. But my main concern is that that car is not in too dangerous a position, because if it is, then that could lead to a safety car. It's not unheard of to have safety cars here at Anglesey. I'll pull up a stat on that in a moment if we get the chance, but hey, there is every likelihood, I think, if that car is stuck trackside and can't move, then we're going to get a safety car, and it's almost, Richard, like I know what I'm talking about, because the safety car does indeed make an appearance for the first time, and that only took us 3 laps.
Is that a record? It's going to be a record for Anglesey, isn't it?
I'll find out.
Unless you all piled into Rocket one time and took each other out, so that's a thing. So thinking caps go on for everybody in the very early stages as the leaders go through and past us here. Again, I just can't get over how picturesque this place is on a grey day. When we think it was horrible when I got here, you couldn't see a thing.
Yes,
the sky looked grey and now it's blue. You just want to go for a dip, don't you?
The seat does look inviting, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd say after the racing, but 10 o'clock night is probably not a good idea.
Maybe not, no. Although you do have an opportunity to jump in the sea if you want to at the Race of Remembrance, which happens here at the end of every year. Now, it's very rarely this sort of weather in November, but if you are slightly mad, then you are more than welcome to take part in the little, I forget what they call it now, that little thing where they all go running in fancy dress into the sea. But anyway, it's supposedly good fun. I can't speak from experience. What I can tell you is that this is not the earliest we've had a safety car here at Anglesey. In 2018, we had one on lap 2.
Goodness me.
Which I don't remember. I think it might have been when Paul Turner had his nasty accident at the exit of the banking. That was early in the race, I seem to recall. Paul back on the grid again this weekend as well, but I think that's when that was. Lap 2 and then on lap number 4 in 2016. So early safety cars can sometimes happen here because it is a technical circuit. It's not the widest of circuits, and so the early drama is not unheard of. So, deep breath. That was 6 minutes, the 3 hours, and plenty to talk about already. Big losers here, really, Richard. The race leaders, MJ Tech Racing, they were doing basically what you predicted they'd do. I think they got the lead early, they started to stretch the margin, and now that margin disappears again. Now, okay, they won't be too concerned about losing the lead immediately after the restart, but they want to build as big of a lead as they can because they know they could come under threat in the second half of the race. That's what Scott Jeffs was alluding to with Jamie earlier on. He knows that some of the other teams will be on their tail in that final hour.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got to build what you can, haven't you? And if a safety car does come into play, then it's just tough, isn't it? Part and parcel of racing. So the question now they'll be looking at as they go around is how quickly is it being dealt with? The answer is, of course, very efficiently via rescue crews and marshals. Big thank you to them. First shout out of the weekend to say thank you to all our marshals, medics, volunteers. Can't go racing without you, really do. Very much appreciate what you do. But as I said, the drivers will be looking at how that's getting cleared up. Just having a wee look out of the comms box. We're doubling up, for those of you on the stream, as circuit com as well as live stream commentator this weekend. So you'll forgive us for the odd look out of the box away from the screen. Again, can't quite see whether we are nearly there. I've got to say, the shots as well that Alpha Live are giving us absolutely superb. Again, look at this one here from the hairpin, which is very slightly banked, so you can give you a bit of an outside line in the wet conditions should we get any later on. I was hearing that we were going to have a thunderstorm. Some of the drivers in the Fun Cup had it. There's going to be a thunderstorm at the start of the way, but there wasn't thus far, and hopefully we don't.
No, I second that opinion, most definitely. So too, I'm sure, will Jamie, because Jamie's the one that's actually out there sort of being battered by the Welsh elements, and he'll definitely be hoping that we don't get a thunderstorm at any point today, because he'll have to run for cover, which Jamie doesn't like to do. He likes to stay on duty as long as he can, and he's doing that right now, because I believe he's catching up with one of the drivers down in the pit lane.
Yeah, and if it does rain, the shorts will be turning into trousers, I think, because there's the heavy rain that we had this morning is anything to go by. It won't be light. But I've bumped into Martin Gibson, who's making a welcome return back to the Fun Cup Endurance Championship for Team GT Tyres. Nice to be back, isn't it?
Oh, it's brilliant, and it's sunny, but I don't want it to be too sunny. I want a dry one at the start, and we'll have a wet one this afternoon. Keep it interesting.
I mean, you've not driven one for a good sort of 18 months, did you? And because you've been off doing other things. Did you have to sort of take a few laps yesterday to get your head around it again?
Not really. Just got into it. They don't really change much over the years, so just got in and enjoyed it, basically.
Okay, let's just move away from the speaker a little bit because we got some feedback in the pit lane. Apologies for that. Yeah, so you said it took a couple of laps to get your head around it, as you said.
Yeah, some of the fancy cars now have got this power steering nonsense. We're not running that. We don't need that stuff.
All right, thanks a lot. That's Martin Gibson from Team GT Tyres. As we go, green flag is back to Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal.
Thank you, Jamie. Your timing impeccable as always, because the race has just restarted. A very brief safety car interlude there, and immediately, Richard, this battle for fourth is launching back into life. Axiometrics and Team JPR Team ACR. This is Chris Wetherill in the orange and grey 103 car, and Aaron Cook in the number 99. And these two have been at each other since the drop of the green flag.
Yeah, they're going to carry on, aren't they? I suppose the good thing about getting an early safety car is it does sort of put everybody back in. We've got a car in pit lane as well. 104.
Cover off.
Yep.
And their teammate car on the move, Richard. Sorry, that's the 246 up the inside of PLR Racing. So PLR, who were holding their own nicely in second place, they will not have enjoyed seeing that safety car.
No, for sure. That has changed things around, and they're heading down towards Peel. I'm sure I've told the story about John Peel many times, haven't I?
Possibly, but remind me.
John Peel did his his national service here. That's topical again, isn't it now, national service?
Yes, I believe so.
Other parties are available. Too many of them. But that's why Richard Peacock named that corner.
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't know that. There is the 104 car there. That's bursting back into life. That's
Do you know who John Peel is, by the way? Or was?
Again, remind me.
DJ. Liverpool-based DJ, did all the independent kind of records that were really weird back in the day. That nearly sounded a little bit like it.
I did think he said Liverpool, but I must have been mistaken. Thank you for the education.
He wasn't too scoused, to be fair.
Wasn't he?
No.
That's your excuse. Okay. Well, you could tell me that and I wouldn't have a clue if you're telling the truth.
Nobody knows who John Peel is these days.
Anyway, into church goes this battle with, which now a third, I think, isn't it? JPR Team ACR have got past the Axiometrics at last, and they've now gone past PLR Racing as well, and bringing with them perhaps the Axiometrics, although Ben Pitch comes back now at Aaron Cook, and may well reclaim third place with that notoriously powerful slipstream up the back straight. He's got the inside line into Rocket Corner, and does he slip through, forces Cook over the exit curve onto the grass, but Aaron Cook stands his ground and keeps the inside line for the right element of the Rocket complex, and I think might have got the place back. So 3 positional changes in one corner really there for third place, and it is that 99 car that's moving forward. PLR in danger here, aren't they, of just slipping back into the midfield.
Yeah, I don't want to get engrossed in all that. Again, another great shot. Look at this. Really gives you the feel. If you haven't had a chance to walk the circuit, I mean, first of all, the first thing is come here to the track, be a visitor and enjoy some great racing here. But the second thing is to do a track walk. Third thing is to get yourself on track via a track day, and you'll see why these guys wanted to come back and race on the coastal circuit here.
Yeah, such a great layout, and that final sector in particular, a real roller coaster ride. Someone did once tell me how many stories, stories of elevation change that was. I've forgotten the exact number now. I'll try and find out, but it was a lot more than I realised, that's for sure. Right, Uvio Hoffman's Lotus have now got the fastest lap of the race, and no surprise really, they've marched their way through into 7th position now. There is Fabulous Randaccio putting in a pretty fabulous stint so far. He's on the tail of his old sparring partner Chris Hart now as they head up towards the Rocket complex once again. And is he going to make a move? This lap number 9 of the race. Yes, he is going to make a move, and Fabulous Randaccio almost gets 2 for the price of 1 there. He was briefly alongside the Axiometrics car as well, but settles in the end just for the 1 position gained. But Uvio, who started this race, let me remind myself, Uvio started in 18th on the grid, and they are now up into 6th place. Not bad going from Fabulous.
No, it's really good, isn't it? And I was looking at the scores for the team. You know, 4th in the championship, with 3rd and 4th in the 3 races that we've had so far. So very consistent point scoring. Might have expected to see them grab a win. Maybe that's going to come today. Certainly the pace coming through from the starting position looking very good at the moment. But it's all about this championship. The races are all about endurance and keeping it going and being at the sharp end of things when you get to the end of the race. Same championship-wise as well. Yeah. 3rd, 4th. No big issue, is it? No wins, but it doesn't matter. Really good solid points, solid 4th place in the table.
Exactly. I mean, MJ Tech have had 2 race wins and a 3rd place and 2nd place, excuse me. So they've been very consistent. But yeah, teams like Uvio, they've been up there. They haven't yet won a race, which is strange for them. I'm not sure what the longest winless streak they've had in the last few years has been, but it looks like Fabulous Randaccio is in the mood to try and end that streak today, because he's certainly being pretty feisty in the early stint of the race. He's into the top 5 now, having just got at the inside of the Axiometrics car into his favourite overtaking place up at Rocket, and now he latches onto the rear bodywork. In fact, he's already at the inside of the PLR car. This car is on the move, Richard.
Yeah, certainly going, isn't it? One of my favourite liveries is the black and gold. That's my age. We were talking with Luke from Alpha earlier on about JPS memorabilia and stuff like that. For me, it's just that iconic livery that got people of my age into racing and excited about race liveries, and to see it driven quickly as well. You see a lot of copies that aren't quick. That one is.
Indeed so. Not an exact replica of that livery, I must stress. There are a few choice changes that they've made to some of the branding on that car, and we won't dwell on that any longer. But if you get a chance to see it up close in the pit box at some point, you will know what I'm talking about. Anyway, they're up into the top 4 now, but they've got a bit of a gap to bridge now, nearly 3 seconds up to the JPR Team ACR car.
Safety car.
They could do with another safety car, couldn't they? And they may get their wish, because it is, as I've said, a track where safety cars can occur, and that's the kind of behaviour that will bring about a safety car if you're not too careful. That was the 207 car, I think, the Wave 9 car, just drifting a bit wide onto the grass on the exit of Church Corner. You see now the problem really for Fabulous is that he's got to the front of this queue, but now he's punching the hole in the air, he's creating the slipstream for everybody else to follow in, and he's not dropping them perhaps quite as quickly as he caught them.
No, he'll do a little bit of towing along, won't he, now? So thankfully not too many areas, because we haven't got the long run up the international circuit into the hairpin and back, so those two sort of towing opportunities are gone. But nonetheless, I guess the main one, he's coming down out of the chicane around Church and up towards the Rocket Complex. That's the longest straight as the race leaders clear another lap, and I was going to say very nearly into our, we've done our first quarter of an hour, haven't we? In fact, that's already done. So each time pit stops, half an hour?
Yes. Yes, they are. So the board will go out, the pit lane open board will be held aloft over the pit wall at, well, I'll tell you precisely, at 12:51. So in 14 minutes or so probably, and then it will remain open for 10 minutes. You have to pass the pit window open board once before you're allowed to pit, so you can't anticipate the pit window opening, you have to pass that board, but likewise at the end of the stint you are permitted to pass the pit lane closed board once before pitting. So essentially the pit window is open for 10 minutes, you can extend that to about 12 minutes or so, which is almost halfway through the next stint of the race. So you can get some stints that are very long, some stints that are very short, and the teams of course will try and maximise their driving time for their quicker drivers. Some good side-by-side action here meanwhile up at the top of the circuit, which involved amongst others the 257 JPR for hire car, and they've got C Data up the inside, and that was a nice move that just about was kept clean, going through that awkward off-cambered right-hander up a Peel corner.
Yeah, Martin was telling me again about the the lack of, it's interesting that he told Jamie about the lack of power steering on the car, and considering he said he's not worried about it, he's told everybody about it. Martin's away, by the way, he's doing Enduros tomorrow on his motorbike. He's racing classic motorbikes at the moment and racing in Enduros tomorrow in Northampton. Yeah. So he's got a long trip and a busy racing weekend, but nice to see Martin Gibson. Remember him truck racing very successfully, one of those drivers that, or sportsmen that can adapt to anything, whether it's bikes, trucks, cars, and he's quick in whatever he does. So he said that car's a bit of a barn find, probably the wrong word, but it's been tucked away for a while, hence it doesn't have the latest gizmos in terms of the power steering. You're looking statty at the moment.
I'm trying to. I'm battling away with a new tablet that I've just bought. I'm afraid I can't use it, so I will dig out the stat I was looking for in a moment or two. See Data, meanwhile, at the inside of the 109 car and making a nice move up at Rocket Corner. This all looks very lively, doesn't it, this battle? What are they fighting over? It's about 8th place-ish, I think. I say ish because it's changing by the corner. The 109 car, in fact, it must be 7th because the 109 car, Morpheus, Chris Hart, is in this battle. But it's the 214C Data car that I think, Richard, has gained 2 places on this lap. So 214 Matt Hogg is marching his way now to the front of that little group and into, I reckon, about 7th place.
Yeah, if they can maintain that, would be a first top 10 finish of the season. If I've got my notes right, I did write them up at the start of the weekend. Like you, having problems with IT, because I sorted some columns that I didn't mean to sort and vice versa, and had to start again with it. It's a pain, isn't it, IT? Better handwriting it. You've probably noticed the swathes of handwritten nonsense in my notebook, which we do. But yeah, C Data making really good progress at the moment. Morpheus behind them. What was it you were looking for?
I'm trying to find out what the lap record is, and I'm going to have to do it manually, I think, is the only solution, unless somebody from the FunCup family happens to know, but only because we've got sort of perfect conditions, really, for quick lap times, haven't we, at the moment? It's not too hot, it's not too windy, it's nice and dry, and we've got some quick cars in clean air who are putting some good lap times together. These cars aren't in clean air. That's a big lunge at the inside, up and over the curb, and 2 places gained in very robust fashion, and that must be that Team GT Tyres car of Jack Noller. Well, that was a Mazda MX-5 move if ever I saw one.
It was, wasn't it? Plus.
Yes.
Goodness me, Jack Noller.
That was exciting. That was the last of the late race.
Is he on pole as well for Mazdas?
Yes, by half a second as well. So he's got himself tuned into this track. But that's such a difficult thing to do because an hour ago he was out in the MX-5 and stuck that car on pole position. He wasn't even supposed to be driving this car until this morning, when it was decided that Christian Rose unfortunately wasn't well enough to get in the car. So Jack Noller, the super sub, has been drafted in at the very last minute, and here he is driving like a veteran of Fun Cup racing. That is very impressive to see. Now, speaking of veterans, Fabulous Randaccio has done a Fun Cup race or two, and he's up the inside of the Vape Club with EDF car through Church Corner, Richard. That is a brave place to make a move, but make a move he has done.
Yeah, nice stuff. Good respect as well from the Vape Club car as well, who's going to, I think, have a look back as they head up the hill. Looks to the outside out of Church. That's the inside run up into the complex, but no, it's game over for this moment. So Fabulous gets the position, and will now, having got a couple of wheels on the podium, look to try and move up towards the second place car, the JPR 99 car. It's really good progress being made at the moment. So fascinating, as these races always are, right the way through. You'll get a little bit of settling of parts of the field over the course of the 3 hours, but racing will crack on. So our race leader will tick off another lap. Good lead at the moment. Second position, JPR Team ACR car goes across the line. Rob Croydon. What's happened to Gracie? Do we know? Gracie Mitchell was
Not
with
sure.
Rob Croydon, wasn't she, the previous one?
Yeah.
There was talk of her racing in, I think she's had a go in a Ginetta in Brit car maybe.
Okay.
So maybe
not
going
sure.
off there, but not here, so we won't talk about her. I'll draw a line under that. Rob Croydon switching cars, that's what I'm getting around to saying.
Yes, he is, but drivers do sometimes dip in and out, come and go, and then later decide to come back to Fun Cup and give it a proper go. So, such as Ted Bradbury, for example, he did a couple of races last year and then decided, actually, no, this is really good fun. I'm going to do a bit more of that next year, which he did. So we might have Gracie back again in the relatively near future. That would be good to see. Christian Rose. Glad to hear that you're okay enough to be messaging me, Chris. Well, he's just sent me a list of lap records, which is very helpful. Once I get it to open, I'll let you know. But shame that Christian's not out there. We wish you the very best, Chris.
Is he here?
He was here this morning. I think he was planning. No, Jamie's shaking his head at us from the pit wall, so he's not here yet. Watching perhaps from a hotel somewhere. But we wish him the very best.
Yeah, we do.
And we look forward to having him back out on track before too much longer, we hope.
Yeah, fingers crossed. That'll be good to see. Blue flags now a territory for some of the back markers. I think the first car that picks that up is the 158 Team Summers car. Gary Summers, Julie Wood, Stephen Parker. And the 158 car being started by Gary Summers. So that's one of the 3-car entries. But yeah, nicely negotiated and kept well clear of the race leader. So that can add, of course, to race leads and place changes when we get into lapping territory. I hate using the term back markers because that's to me it's a derogatory one, and rightly I think can cause offence. But I think we just say that if you get into lapping technology, maybe slower traffic might have a problem, or otherwise Marshall's picking up on those drivers very quickly. And of course, very often it's not necessarily a slower driver, but just the pace of the race leaders, which we've got at the moment. The gap 3.452 seconds, MJ Tech Racing to JPR Team ACR, and then a further 4 seconds back to the car we're looking at now, the Hoffman's Lotus car. I think trying to close in, we'll get a little bit of traffic to have to deal with. Oh no, 4 seconds is actually the gap, isn't it, from the leader? So actually right up with now the second position car. So we may well see a change before we get to a pit window, and of course pit windows may affect any battles going out on track as well.
They may well do, so we are ticking towards that very much now. Uvio on the charge, on the tail of the second placed man. Right, we've got there at the end. Lap record, 1 minute 20. 0.486, but Chris now tells me it might not have been updated for Anglesey. I think it was Marcus Clutton in 2018, I think, was the lap record. This is going well, isn't it? We do know what we're talking about, I promise you. I think it was a 119.257, which sounds a bit more like it. So I think we are still a couple of tenths away from that. Well, anyway, change for second place on track, and Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus slipping up the inside of Team ACR. And this car, I would argue, Richard, looks a bit pacier, the Uvio car, than it has done for the last couple of rounds. They've been there or thereabouts, but I feel like we haven't seen this kind of attacking, driving, charging through the field. They look every bit as quick as MJ Tech. Indeed, they've set a faster lap so far, and I think they could well be on course for maybe their first win of the year this weekend.
Yeah, you're right. I can't comment on Alton. I wasn't there in the flesh, but certainly the race we had at Croft looking a lot sharper. So, yeah, position-wise, very much there, and looking good to try and close down on the leaders, and of course a great pair of drivers in that car. The driving force for me with Fun Cup seems to get stronger every year. Say it about a lot of championships, but genuinely a lot of very good, and that shouldn't put off rookies coming in either, to my mind. You know, if you're looking at this, watching the stream, thinking about having a look at Fun Cup, it is a sort of specialised formula, but then they all are. Every formula will have its quirks. I was talking to one of the Mazda SuperCup driver dads earlier on in the day, and he was saying that I won't say which team it was, but they were saying, you know, they've come into other formulas and won. And every so often, if you do try and change your mind, you will find some that suit you, some that don't. So as a newcomer, don't let that put you off coming into Fun Cup. It's a great environment, superb cars, great people, fantastic atmosphere. Give it a go. Come and have a go and enjoy yourself and entertain us here at the track and on the stream.
Indeed so, and great racing should continue hopefully through the 3 hours, because as Richard said, the strength in depth we've got this year means it's unlikely that one team is going to pull away and dominate. Skull Club there trying to sneak into the top 10. That is the Jack Constable driven car, into 11th place at the moment on the tail of the JPR for hire number 257, which has itself been making some moves in the early part of the race. But the Skull Club car, I'm surprised actually, it seems to be taking a bit longer to get through the order than I expected, really. And the other one is Olympian GRD. I know it's Chris Doval in the car for this opening stint, but he's sort of down in 14th at the moment. I know that he was saying they like to play the long game, but you don't want to get trapped that far back for too much of the race if you can help it. Through the right-hander at the bank and goes this little group. This is actually 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th places. Greenheath, Morpheus' 109 car, the Chris Hart car, JPR's number 251, excuse me, and the Skull Club car, all running in a line as they head out of Church Corner, battling for a position inside the top 10.
Yeah, the number 1 car losing a couple of places on starting position. Nothing major to panic about at the moment, because obviously if you've got for example, a well-drilled pit routine, that can bring things back into the mix very quickly indeed. I said at Croft last time out that I've been trying to persuade drivers, or just sort of dangling, you know, the carrot of the 10 grand bounty at various people in other formula to try and come in, and it's been of interest to a lot of different drivers. You know, youngsters maybe looking to move out of juniors, established drivers in other formulas who've got a little bit fed up with racing what they're doing and looking at other things. So and when you get to have that call, because inevitably people always ask questions, what about this, what about that, and they like the fact that there are races of different lengths, like we had the sprint race at Croft, and you have 3-hour races, 4-hour races, and that continues to the end of the season. They also like the quirks of the fact that, you know, you can do it with 2 drivers or 3 drivers, and a lot of people saying actually it'd be better if we had 2 quick drivers than 3, because it takes the potentially slower driver out of the equation. Well, it does if you take the right driver out of the equation, doesn't it? But then I said, okay, so if you're going to go in, have a look at this, go for the 10 grand bounty, you're going to have to put some serious time into the cars, getting used to them, and things like pit strategy and getting the drivers in and out, and show them some YouTube footage of drivers being yanked out and thrown on the floor. It's a real physical thing, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I was chatting to Ted Bradbury's dad actually yesterday, this morning, and they said that through qualifying, that's all they did really, was pit stop practice. And I asked what time they've got it down to, and he said about 14 seconds, which is a quick pit stop. That's about as quick as you see a driver change only pit stop, but it's taken them a good number of races to get to that point. You know, they were losing maybe 5 or 6 seconds a pit stop. That all adds up. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a lot in the grand scheme of things. Races have been won and lost on pit stops that have been a few seconds off the pace before, so a lot of work has to go into that.
One of the drivers I was talking to had a back injury. He's recovered from it, but he's been advised not to race what he was racing again because of you're aggravating it. And as soon as we said about, you know, driver changes and getting yanked out, he said, that's not, I can't do that. He said, I will still come and have a go.
Yeah.
He wants to have a go, but the physical side of being pulled about is not for him.
Yes, exactly. I mean, you can overcome slower pit stops. It's not the be-all and end-all,
Yeah.
but and the great thing about Fun Cup is you don't have to be winning races to be having fun. That is sort of the point.
They wanted the 10 grand though, that's what.
I see.
But that shouldn't be the main motivator. It should be about coming and enjoying your racing, which everybody will.
They will, absolutely. Right, the pit window is open, so we are now into our first of the 5 mandatory pit stop windows. MJ Tech Racing still leading the way. Scott Jeffs, I suspect, will stay out for as long as he can because he's obviously in a nice little groove and is running well. That is Jack Constable getting his elbows out and battling with Chris Hart, who will give as good as he gets and is giving as good as he gets. There he eases Jack Constable out wide through the second part of Rocket and picks up another position, or defends the position, I should say. This is all the battle over a spot in the top 10, so Jack Constable still trying to get into the top 10 and hasn't yet managed to crack it. Who, though, I wonder, is going to be the first to blink and come into the pit lane? My eyes are immediately drawn to Olympian GRD because I think Chris Doval will want to try and hand over the number 1 car to the very rapid Simon Rudd as soon as he can. And indeed, that is the first car coming into the pit lane. That's twice I've been right today. This is a new record. Into the pit lane he comes, car number 1 then, and Simon Rudd is ready and waiting, Richard.
You're not married, are you?
No.
That's why you're right twice a day. Other halves scupper things like that, believe you me.
I'll enjoy it while I can then, shall I? Out gets a very tired looking Chris Doval there. He was sort of stretching his back out there. That had been maybe a slightly uncomfortable stint, but Simon Rudd bolted in, and that looked like a pretty quick pit stop. I didn't see any fuel going in. This is one of the easier tracks on fuel mileage. You can go a bit longer on fuel here than some other circuits because you're not flat out for an awful lot of it. So fuel mileage is better, and that means we will often see 2, maybe 3 stints go by without any fuel being added to the cars. Meanwhile, out on track, this is Ben Pitch defending 6th position from the 2-on-4 of Matt Hogg. Matt Hogg made some good early progress in the race, and he's now trying to continue that progress, catching up to the car which started on pole position. The exit peel comes steeply downhill. Spectacular view of the Irish Sea off in the distance. Then they fling the cars through the left, the right and the left of the corkscrew. A lock up there from Axiometrics, that must have been, as they dropped down the hill. No, it wasn't. It was Seed Data, excuse me. Seed Data have got ahead of PLR Racing. It wasn't the 2-1-4 PLR we're battling with. It was the 1-4, number 14 of Greenheath. As another car heads for the pits. That's the JPR Team GT Tyres car. That's going to keep catching me out, that, isn't it? The 251 car, which is pitting from 9th position, and they are also not refuelling. So out gets Jack Noller, and in will get Martin Gibson. Those two sharing driving duties in that car then. Fires up. And a bit of a delay getting going. That's not normally a good sign. There we go, now he gets going, but definitely a few seconds lost. Maybe just getting the belts properly tightened up before he was released back into the race. So through Rocket comes PLR Racing, still battling away with Greenheath. So actually I said it was 2-on-4, it's number 14, which means it's actually Paul Turner trying to find a way up past the 146 machine. Lead gap, by the way, under 3 seconds now for the first time in a while. So they're just coming across the line now. Let's see what it is, 2.6. So by 2/10 or so a lap, Fabulous Randaccio is just eating in to that Scott Jeffs advantage. Now, you can count on the fingers of one hand, Richard, the drivers who have been quicker than Scott Jeffs so far this year. This is a really good performance from Uvio.
Yeah, this is what we were kind of hoping to see, not wanting to diss or wish anybody any bad luck, but you want to see a race, don't you? And this is exactly what we wanted. Spot on stuff.
Yep, so that gap down to 2.6, and Uvio are bringing with them, really, the JPR Team ACR car. They're still within slipstreaming range, just about, less than a second between them. So Aaron Cook putting in a very handy performance so far in this race. So there's top 3 some distance ahead of the rest of the field, and this is the danger, isn't it? Like I said, a short lap, you can end up a long way away from the leaders very quickly if you're not too careful. So the highest placed car to have pitted is Olympian GRD. They are in 15th position. They've now plugged in Simon Rudd. That car should now start to go quickly. And Richard, they've come out, I believe, in some really nice clean air, have Olympian GRD. And that is going to serve them well moving into this second stint of the race.
a good endurance tactician will try and take that into account. I'm not sure if it's feasible here or if there's anyone in the paddock that is able to plan that out.
I wouldn't put it past them. There's some very, very clever minds on that pit wall in Fun Cup. An element of the timing of their pit stop would have been that they know that Simon's a bit quicker than Chris. They wanted to get Simon in as quickly as possible. But if they can drop into some clean air, that's a bonus, isn't it? And I would not be at all surprised to hear that that is a factor at times when it comes to the timing of these pit stops. What's this? That's the 97. So that was the first ever racing stint successfully completed by Adam Fawcett. Andrew Isherwood's first ever racing stint starts slightly unceremoniously as he stalled the car, but he has now got going again. Novice cross on the back of their car because this is their first ever motor race in anything, and they've decided to come and race in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship for the first time, and I spoke to them both earlier on. They are absolutely loving it. They said it's a brilliant paddock, a brilliant championship to be part of. That isn't brilliant though. That's Greenheat's car already struggling to get fired up. That's something we will typically see, Richard, at some of the later pit stops.
Yeah, that happened at Croft as well, didn't it? Is Isherwood related to the karting issues, do we know?
Not that I know of. Not that I know.
Unusual surname.
It is. He didn't mention anything about that, but said all his only motor racing background was a couple of track days, so I think maybe a coincidence, but yeah, good to have some new names, new faces in the Fun Cup paddock, that's for sure. So, lead gap, stable at 2.6 seconds. So that time around, Scott Jeffs responding slightly. This battle's still ongoing between Skull Club and Morpheus, so Constable is now inside the top 10 then, that's good news for him. Axiometrics are in, and that's going to be a dry stop for them, I'm seeing out of the window, so no fuel. Chris Weatherall handing over to Jonathan Railton, but no great sense of urgency among most of the grid to get into pit lane. Here's the Richard. I think a lot of them have put a driver in for the first stint that they are confident they can keep in right to the end of the stint.
Yeah, it's almost like it's settling into the, I was going to say the weekend, this is a day event, isn't it? So the garage and everything getting freed up tomorrow. I wonder if any of the drivers staying for our extra race tomorrow. I think there might be a couple of Fun Cup drivers staying
possibly,
for the
I'm not actually sure.
summer special race that we've got at the end of the day. And yes, to juggle going to different windows again. Let's have a look at the entry.
I will find out. I have to confess, I'm not actually 100% sure about Fun Cup drivers. I think a few other drivers from other series are. We'll pull up the entry list momentarily, but yeah, that's a special 40-minute race that's coming up tomorrow afternoon really, which is our summer celebration race for the Brscc. And let's have a little look. So yeah, we've got some MX-5s and Mazdas, no Fun Cuppers as far as I can see, but a good mix of MX-5 and Fiesta drivers that are going to be taken to the grid in the Anglesey summer celebration race. That is a 40-minute pit stop race for tomorrow afternoon. Right, Axiometrics have rejoined the circuit now, so this is not a battle for position. They pitted, well, it might be a battle for position, but the 104 car yet to make its first of the 5 mandatory pit stops. See Data are in and completing their first stop. Oh, now, big story here. That's damage on the Uvio car. They've been off the road somewhere because, look, they've dropped back into the clutches of JPR Team ACR. So Fabulous Randaccio, I'm afraid, has made an error somewhere. He's been off the road, he's damaged the front splitter, and he's dropped a good couple of seconds there, Richard.
Now, was it me or was that Camber looking a bit iffy as well?
Oh, no. Why did we say all those nice things about Fabulous in this
nice
first...
Nice while it lasted, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it? But it hasn't lasted, unfortunately, all that long. Yeah, you can see the damage to the left front corner, but is there further damage? Oh, yes, the left rear's had a knock. It's had contact with another car, I fear, hasn't it, rather than just a grassy excursion.
Yeah, I think you're right. That should mean an earlier pit stop, I would have thought.
Yeah. Well, he's not come in yet. He's carrying on for now, but this head-on shot will show us a little bit more about the body language of the car. Might be all right. At least this side looks all right, but it's the left-hand side, I suppose, that's more of a concern. Let's see as it heads away from her. There's a bit dragging underneath, but might be all right. I suppose the truth really will be within the lap times, won't it? We'll have to monitor the lap times over the next couple of laps. There it goes away from us, left-hand side. I think it might be okay. I think the bodywork's sticking out, which makes it look worse than it is, but that is not ideal. I'm not sure with whom he tangled. He hadn't caught the race leader yet, so I don't think he was battling with Scott Jeffs at the time. But something has gone awry, and that could be a big drama as far as their chances of grabbing a race victory go.
pole car in and out. And again, I was going back to what you were saying about no great urgency to come in. It's almost like everyone bedding themselves in for the course of the day, and it is a long day with the 2-3 hour races, and kind of see what the track's throwing at you for the day race wise, and then adapt to that as you go through, and look forward to the second race. I think there'll be more urgency maybe on the night race,
yes.
or into the evening race.
Exactly, into the evening race. Pit lane window is closed, but remember, everybody can pass that board once before they pit, which is exactly what the race leader is doing now. Scott Jeffs crosses the line, begins his 30th lap of racing with a 3.1 second lead over JPR Team ACR. Uvio in the third position, and that lap time for Fabulous was a 21.5, about 1.1 seconds slower than his personal fastest lap of the race, and he had a slipstream on that lap as well, which does rather suggest to me that the car is not handling quite as it should be. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a slightly longer pit stop for them this time, if they just take a few seconds to take a look at the left-hand side of that car, because if there is further damage, they'd rather know that now than keep on pounding round and risk a bigger failure later on.
This is one of the advantages of live streaming, isn't it? I'm guessing somebody in the team will have the stream on and will have had a look at that. And otherwise, you've only got the glances when the car goes past the pit lane, or, you know, word from the commentary box if you can hear the PA.
Yeah. Exactly, because the driver can tell them of that, really, is when they get out of the car, and by that point it's too late. So he will have to pit this time. We're going to have a battle in the pit lane then very shortly, because our top 3 cars are all yet to pit. So we're going to get MJ Tech Racing, JPR Team ACR and Uvio Hoffman's Lotus all into the pit lane in the next few seconds, and this will be a real battle in the pit lane. So we'll see what they do with fuel. I don't think anybody's going to put fuel in on this occasion, but we will have our top 3 in, and the race leader is in now, so Scott Jeffs is in, second and third place come with him. MJ are pitting at pit entry end of the pit lane, whereas the other 2 are further up, I think both in the middle area of the pits. The MJ Tech pit stop seems to be going just fine. That will be with Scott Jeffs handing over to Will Abraham. There it goes.
This is where Jamie needs to try generate, to paraphrase Doctor Who.
Yes, good reference, I like it. Out they go. Morpheus have been in the garage. 195 have been in the garage. That's the Neil Burrows and Ted Bradbury car. I hadn't spotted that. They've just been wheeled out just behind the race leaders, but they must have lost a couple of laps. In fact, 8 laps down.
Wow.
8 laps down, so I hadn't spotted that car creeping in.
Me neither.
Must have come in just at the start of the pit window, but it's been in the garage for a while. Meanwhile, on track, MJ Tech with a narrow lead over Uvio. So, you know that slow pit stop that I thought Uvio might have? They proved me wrong.
What problems have they brought out with them, though, with the damage? And was it maybe just a little off, and then maybe thinking, right, we're getting to the end of the driving stint, so it might be that they were just getting ready to come in. Not going to lose too much in terms of the positions as a result, but the 249 car's still there.
Jamie has literally just sent me a message a few seconds ago saying 195 has a power issue and will be brought into the garage at the pit stop. Yes, we know, Jamie. We've seen that now. Power issue we didn't know, though, so thank you for that information, Jamie. What exactly was causing that, I'm unsure, but that has led to that car being brought into the pit lane, and that is big drama for the championship, because they'd already had a bad result when they crashed in the wet, the torrential rain at Alton Park at the start of the season, and now another bad result perhaps incoming. A lap maybe you could gain back. 8 laps, that's too much of a stretch, I am sure. Right then, we are 45 minutes nearly into this 4th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We've completed 31 laps, and it is at the head of the field, MJ Tech, although they're not being scored on the timing screen for some reason, but they are, as you can see, still leading the race. It is now not Scott Jeffs, it is now Will Abraham at the wheel, and being hunted down by Farkini Diot aboard the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car.
Still makes me laugh.
But that is the intention. That's all they ever intend to do, those two, is make you chuckle, and they tend to succeed. There is less than a second between these 2 cars, and that Uvio car all of a sudden looks like it's right back up to speed.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, isn't it? So we were... who says that pit stops mess things up? They don't, do they? Look at this. It's even closer than it was before, and the car that we were worried about coming into the pit stops is seemingly getting a second and closing up. We're going to have a challenge for the lead here before the end of the next lap, if not on this one.
Well, look at the time he took out of the leader just in those 2 corners up at the Rockets complex. There's a car just been wheeled into... third place is about to change, I should say, and that will be, is it the Olympian car creeping up there? Olympian GRD, yes it is. So remember, they made that early pit stop, and they've now put Simon running. There he is, look, he's ahead of PLR Racing, so that is for 4th position, I believe, and the Olympian GRD car has gained almost 10 positions by doing what I think they like to call the undercut in Formula 1. Meanwhile, we've had a lead change and Uvio through into the lead of the race. There they go, and damaged car or not, Farkini is driving it like he stole it, and he is into the lead of the race. I would not have predicted that 5 minutes ago.
No, me neither. It didn't look happy, did it? Maybe it was just us filling in the gaps ourselves, but yeah, got into lead position. So brilliant stuff, and I think now battle underway. Let's see whether that second place car now can get stuck in and make a race of it.
Well, with the slipstream on the back straight, I think he will, Richard. He's got the run, he's got the outside line, and Will Abraham's going to go back to the race lead. So this is Fun Cup racing at its best, isn't it? You might get the lead, but it's very, very difficult to keep hold of it. These cars specifically designed to promote slipstreaming, to promote overtaking, and they manage it time after time after time. It doesn't matter what racetrack we go to, it doesn't matter what group of drivers and teams we have battling at the front, we always get lead changes, we always get overtaking, and there we had a big snap of oversteer for Will Abraham as he went into Peel Corner, drifted out wide, and so Farkini is back alongside him now as they head down towards the corkscrew, but that's the outside line for the Uvio car, and he decides better of that particular move.
Excellent stuff, isn't it? And this for the lead. There are plenty of other battles going on down the order, but at the moment we don't even have to. Yeah, Will getting it crossed up coming out of that final turn, and you can see why he's under big pressure here. Guys, you've got plenty of time to sort this out.
Hey, no complaints from me. This is what we like to see. This is good, hard racing, and they both know that if they could get the lead and get away, you take control of the race, and that at this point can be so crucial. We are almost a third of the way into this race already. It may be 3 hours long, but they tend to fly by, and if you can assert yourself in front going into the middle portion of the race, that can be telling at the end of the 3 hours. Onto the back straight they go then, and is Farkini close enough to get the slipstream? I'm not convinced that he is really. He'll close in, but I don't think he's quite going to be close enough to challenge into Rocket this time, so Will Abraham for now has got control, but no more than a car's length, less than a car's length in it actually, as they turn into the Rocket complex for the 34th time of asking.
And what you can see here is it's not just the thought about how do you get past and what part of the track do you get past, but the strategy of about breaking the toe to build the lead you were talking about, Andy.
Indeed so. Well, Abraham there for the second lap in a row, by the way, seemed to be rear grip limited going into Peel, didn't he? The back of the car just sort of skating out wide on him, a bit of opposite lot required for Will, and that just means he's not on the power as early as he'd like to be. So Farkini closing right back in. They have, I've just noticed, Captain Observant as always, they've replaced the front splitter on the Uvio car in the pit stop. So even with a splitter change, they gained, what, a couple of seconds on MJ Tech in the pit lane. That is experience for you.
Yeah, that's what it's about, isn't it?
That was amazing.
Great work.
Yeah, fantastic. And the car, that's why the car now looks transformed.
Yeah,
so it obviously was just the aero damage. A couple of drivers have told me over the years this is one of the worst tracks to be carrying splitter damage at, because you're so reliant on the front end sticking through all of these tight and technical corners, and those front splitters, they're not there for decoration. They do create quite a bit of downforce, and I'm not convinced it's been fitted, or have they just folded it back out maybe, because it's still a bit loose, I think, on that left front corner. So I wonder if it had just been folded in and they pulled it back out. So either way, that would explain, I suppose, why they were able to do it so quickly, but it means that perhaps there's a chance it could come loose again later on in the race. For now, though, it's working well for Farkini, and he is on the tail of MJ Tech as they turn through Peel. Yeah, I think there's a bit of tank tape, isn't there, as well? So I think that's what they've done. They've folded it out, they've taped it up for a speedier fix, and it's done the job.
Yeah, brilliant work. And great work here on the track as well, having a super battle at the moment. And long may it continue, hopefully, to the next pit window. If the next pit window plays out the same, they'll be ahead.
You'd think so. You'd think so,
without
you?
having to worry about the splitter, assuming they don't get any more contact.
Well, yes, indeed so, because I think they will all probably need fuel at the next pit stop, or some of them will take fuel. They won't need it. They can go... potentially they can go about an hour and a half or so on fuel, so they could do 3 stints. They could just do 1 fuel stop during the race, but that would be a very lengthy fuel stop and you're likely to lose quite a bit of time, so it'll be interesting to see what they choose to do. I think we're going to get another lead change here, aren't we, though? Farkini is in the slipstream. He's much closer this time, heading up the hill, and I think he will probably try and show his nose into the braking zone. Does Will Abraham defend the inside line? The answer is no. So Farkini sees the inside, goes to the inside, and moves back through into the race lead. So Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus back to the front of the pack, and that was another nice move under braking.
Yeah, textbook Anglesey stuff, wasn't it, as well? Will Abraham, I think, knew that was coming. I thought he might have gone for a cutback on the second part of the complex, but it's kind of a fait accompli, wasn't it, there?
Oui. Yes, it was. That was a nice move, and it puts the 225 car back in front. Just to remind you, the third car in this shot, that is Ted Bradbury. Normally, we would be saying, and Ted Bradbury's catching them to battle for the lead, but he's 8 laps down, remember. He does, though, have a chance to gain one of those laps back here. That is a legitimate chance he's got.
And he will want to do that, won't he?
He will definitely want to do that,
Are there points
yes.
for fastest lap?
There is a point for fastest lap, yes. So, which at the moment, of course, is going to the race leader, so maximum
3
points.
hours slog, and you get a point for
exactly. You do get rather more points for winning a race, though, so I suppose that really is the most important.
Enough.
70 points for winning a race. It might be 2 points, actually, for fastest lap. I'm doubting myself now. It might be 2 points.
The one that always made me laugh was the mini challenge, and I did the live stream on mini challenge before it joined the Toka package, and 6 points for fastest lap, 5 points for the driver that got second fastest lap,
yes.
And it went to drop scores, and it was the last event of the season, and Abacus, horrendous. So I'm actually 70 points for a win,
yes.
And I was looking at the championship standings on all the championships covering this weekend. I think the only one, there's a 70-point gap on the ST150s with Mike Blackburn. Everything else in BRSCC land is tight within 10 points.
Yes.
Most of them 2 or 3.
No, 100%. It's very, very close, and that is the story across most BRSCC championships this year, really. And there's been a bit of talk across a few of those championships about grid numbers perhaps not being quite as big as they were in the past. Really doesn't matter,
It's happening everywhere, and it's not just,
No.
It's across the country, probably across Europe. I haven't really looked at European stuff, but all of the championships that I've seen this year have, lost a little bit, maybe 10% down.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter if you've got the quality.
It'll be all right after the election, though.
Oh, will it?
Everyone will be back out. Everyone will be feeling wonderful.
So I've heard. I've learned not to believe everything I hear on TV. But if it's coming from you, Richard, I'm inclined to believe you. But yes, point is, regardless of grid sizes, the quality across the BRSCC championships is top-notch, isn't it? And every championship is more competitive, I'd say, this year than they were last year. So, no complaints from me whatsoever. Fun Cup sort of hanging around 20 car grids, that's pretty good really for this style of racing, and more than enough cars to give us plenty of entertainment as we are seeing. Right, Farkini, I would argue, is now starting to assert his authority here. He's got an enormous 2-car length lead as they slide their way through Rocket, and yes, Ted Bradbury helping Farkini here by proving to be rather a distraction for Will Abraham, I'd say.
He might technically drag Will back towards Farkini, and also we've got some more traffic for him to deal with.
Yes, that could be interesting, couldn't it? So Ted Bradbury working away to try and get one of his laps back. There is quite a bit of traffic here, and this is really going to bunch the leaders together, actually. We've got Jamie waiting for an interview down in pit lane. Well, let's just get the leaders through this knot of traffic first, because this does potentially give Will Abraham a chance to close in. I don't think he's quite going to get there as they come across the line. And the other car should be out of the way of Farkini by the time they get to the banking. Yes, it is. So Farkini should get through with minimal time loss. Right then, down to the pit lane where Jamie, I believe, is with the Fun Cup Tifosi team, who are making their motorsport debut here today.
I am, I bumped into Adam Fawcett. He's just jumped out of his first ever stint in anything. It was your first ever car race for you and Andrew. And what a way to come into one of the toughest one-make endurance championships going. You must be absolutely thrilled.
It was fantastic. The sun's out, the car was running great. I did a second lap quicker than I did yesterday in testing, and it was just an amazing experience.
And what attracted you to it?
I think the competitiveness of it and the accessibility, in terms of affordability. And I don't know, I just really fancied people on my left and right and me trying to stay on the track.
And we've seen people that have come in for sort of one-offs before, and they've come back, and then 5-6 years later they're still racing in the Fun Cup. Is that something that you're looking, sort of the long-term plan is to come out for a few more occasions in these?
Yes, I've already booked another 2 races, and I definitely want to make it part of my motorsport programme, if that is a thing.
And obviously, if things go very well in this race and you win, you very kindly take 10 grand off Mr. Rose.
I'll split it with you.
That's great. But no, welcome to the party, as we say, and hopefully you and Andrew will enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks so much.
Welcome. Thanks a lot, Adam. That's Adam Fawcett from the FunCup Tifosi team. I was going to find fabulous Randaccio, but he seems to have run off onto the pit wall, because I wanted to find out what happened with that car, because it wasn't looking as immaculate as it came in. But for now, as things hot up out on track, it's back to Andy and Rich.
Thanks, Jamie. Yep, it is hotting up on track. We've got a battle for the race lead once again, and Will Abraham not being dropped one little bit by Farkini at the moment, is he? They clatter over the curbs through the Rocket Complex, and they're back nose to tail again. So every time I think that Farkini's going to drop Will Abraham, Will seems to be able to reel him back in again.
And we've got Ted in the mix as well, which is, as you said, laps down. But we want to pull those back and get that point for fastest lap and get what they can out of the car to bring them into the evening race. So this is a fascinating dynamic, despite it not being 1, 2, 3. It actually doesn't matter. We've got 3 quick drivers all jostling over the same bit of tarmac.
Exactly, and Ted Bradbury, if nothing else, wants to prove a point, doesn't he? And try and show that had they not had those power issues earlier on, he would be a contender for the race win. We've no doubt of that. Of course, they do still have an opportunity later on in the day to go for a race victory again. Will Abraham then closing in on Farkini as they head for the banking, which is a lot steeper, the banking, than it looks from that angle, I have to say. If you've ever walked the circuit, to Richard's point earlier on, you really don't get to understand the elevation change, but also the camber through a couple of these corners until you get out on track and walk it. But Will Abraham used that camber to good effect. He's had a good run through the first few turns on this lap, and I think he's about to challenge for the lead once again as we head towards Rocket, although interestingly pulls out of the slipstream there and doesn't try to utilise it to close in on the leader. So for now, maybe Will actually quite happy just to log some laps. They're pulling a real gap on the rest of the field. That gap has doubled now, back to third place since the pit stop. So maybe that's his strategy, just log laps, stick with the UVO car. He's still got 2 hours, after all, to try and get that lead back.
Yeah, if you could pull a gap and then scrap it out in the last sort of 20 minutes, half an hour, or the last session. Do other drivers, once they're committed to these numbers, I'm pointing for the people who can't see what I'm pointing at, which is everybody basically. We've got a sheet with the driver order on. Can the drivers change that once they've submitted it, or do they have to stick with that?
Unfortunately, yes, they can, and they often do.
Right,
so
okay.
I'll get a little message sometimes halfway through a stint from a driver saying, I'm not in the car, actually.
So you could, again, if strategy came into play, you could change it around.
100%.
As long as you do the mandatory stops.
Exactly so, yeah. As long as you come in during that window, you don't have to actually do a driver change, or if you weren't planning on doing, you could have an extra driver change that you weren't planning. But these two teams in particular, they've both got very evenly matched quick drivers. They tend to stick to the plan. It's sometimes the teams that have sort of one-star driver. Nigel Greensaw used to do this quite a lot when he was in a car with other drivers. If they were doing well, he might do an extra stint at the end. If he wasn't doing so well, he might give that extra stint to one of the customers. So, that sort of makes sense. But when you're up there fighting for the win and you've got 2 evenly matched drivers, which I've always said is the secret, really, then you don't tend to do that. That's the 251 car off the road, isn't it? 257, sorry. Which 257 is 251, isn't it? Or yes, it is 251, which is off coming out of Peel, and that car's going nowhere. Oh, it's lost a wheel. It's lost a wheel, so that's odd. We don't have tyre changes in FunCup, so it's very odd for a car an hour into the race, Richard, to lose a wheel. It could be a curb strike that's done some damage, or maybe contact with another car, but either way, that car is not going to be recovered under its own steam, and we are 1 minute away from our second pit window.
Yeah, I was going to say, how many other championships do you get where cars are that close after an hour and a driver change?
Yes, and no safety cars.
And I've said it before, people will be fed up with me
exactly.
saying that, but worth noting for people maybe watching FunCup racing for the first time. Had a change for third?
I believe so, and here it is. That's Olympian GRD ahead now, JPR Team ACR. So the Team ACR car, which now has Rob Croydon at the wheel. It was flying in the first part of the race, but now the second stint, really the star of the show in a way, has been Simon Rudd. He's had this elongated stint. He pitted, or the car pitted early to give him as much seat time as possible. He's 11.6 seconds off the lead, but now he's in clean air. I reckon he might be able to close that down, and he certainly will do if that 251 car needs recovery, which it will do, because I can see out of the window the driver's getting out of the car. Here comes Ted Bradbury, meanwhile, trying to unlap himself now from the second-placed car, and he does it nicely into the Rocket Complex.
He does. Now, will Ted he won't get way through because he's
so he needs to get past the UVO car. This is significant, actually, isn't it? Pit window's open, but he will want to get past the Uvio machine as quickly as possible.
Will Uvio know that Ted is not battling for the lead?
Ooh, it depends when that car came into the garage. If it was when Farkini was stood in the pit lane waiting to get in the car, he might have seen it, but the safety car is out. The safety car's out, the pit window's open. Is anybody able to pit? I don't think they are.
Simon Rudd's going to be metaphorically rubbing the mitts together, isn't he now?
Absolutely. Terrible news for Bradbury because he was so close to getting that lap back, one of his 8 laps back that he needs to gain, but there's the safety car, and that was the Uvio car. Just going past it. I'm sure Farkini will lift off and let the safety car back through, which he does. Not to do. So, never mind. So they'll wave everybody through now to make sure they pick up the race leader. That is something Julian Floyd told them all in the driver's briefing. If you see the safety car, try and leave a gap, slow down, give it a space to pull in front of you. But Farkini obviously didn't get the memo.
No, he didn't. Is that a penalty?
No. I haven't seen it given before. I suppose Julian could give him a penalty, but it was a bit of a last-minute call. The problem is, though, that Simon Rudd has stopped behind the safety car. Farkini is still going at a reasonable pace with Will Abraham behind him, and they can pit this time. They could come into the pit lane at the end of this lap and get back out before the safety car gets back to the line. So it is a bit cheeky, really, isn't it, doing that? I'm not going to make the call myself, but it's a bit cheeky what they did. Certainly Will Abraham, who I would argue a couple of cars further back, had a bit more warning time there that the safety car was coming out. But anyway, they're going to gain a big advantage if they choose to pit at the end of this lap, which I imagine they will do.
Everything thrown in the air.
Yep. Would you expect any less? Let's see, are they coming in? Yep, here they come. First and second place, both into the pit lane. This is Farkini to hand back over to Fabulous. This is Will Abraham to hand back over to Scott Jeffs. And will they do fuel? Yes, MJ Tech are doing fuel. What's happening with Uvio? Yes, they're doing a churn of fuel as well. So 1 churn of fuel each for the top 2 cars. And I really think, Richard, they're going to get out of the pit lane just about when the safety car gets here. Now, there might be a red light at the end of the pit lane if they're not too careful. How quickly can they get the fuel? Oh, it's 2 churns for Uvio. Was that, you were watching the MJ Tech stop, Richard, was that 1 churn of fuel?
It was just the one, yeah.
So they will get ahead. Simon Rudd is in now, everyone else, of course, coming in. So I think that it's going to be MJ Tech back in the lead because they're going to go past, there they go, look, past Uvio in the pit lane. So MJ Tech will have the lead. That's nearly a collision in the pit lane. That was the Wave 9 and the Axiometrics car nearly colliding as pit lane suddenly becomes the place to be.
It certainly does. Exciting times.
Yeah, you can see there, look, Greenheath have boxed Team PLR in. They're stuck behind Seed Data. I don't know where PLR are going to go. Oh my word, this is getting very messy indeed down in the pit lane. This is why Julian Floyd doesn't like throwing safety cars during pit windows, because this is inevitably the chaos that you get down in the pit lane. It's a small, congested pit lane here at Anglesey as well. But
not as bad at Croft, and we didn't have it at Croft, did we?
No, that's true actually. But here, I think a lot of cars still on the lead lap, and it was just the timing of it. No one had stopped yet. It was perfect timing for a bit of pit lane calamity, wasn't it, that? But anyway, out of the pit lane has come MJ Tech. They've got the lead. Uvio a second, and Olympian GRD a third. So the order is the same, but my point is, Uvio have been able to fill that tank with fuel. They might be able to go to the end now without any more fuel, and they didn't lose any track position really. Lost 1 position because they went past the safety car.
Yeah, that to me it is penalty.
I'm not going to disagree. In fact, I'm not going to say anything.
I know they'll disagree with me, and you know, fully. But the fact is, the safety car was out there. As a driver, they're told to watch for the safety car. You've got to, for safety's sake.
And there would have been a flag and a board over the pit wall, which I'd seen. They passed that flag and board.
Ours is not the reason why, though.
It's not. What we can say is that they gained a big advantage from that, and that's now set them up very nicely for the second half of the race, and they can argue the case with Julian Floyd later on. That was Martin Gibson waving at somebody as they came past his stricken car. The 251, the Team GT Tyres car, which is parked up at the top of the hill. He's going to walk over and retrieve his wheel himself. Yes, he is. There we go. Martin Gibson helping out. Rolls the GT Tyre back towards the Team GT Tyres car, which is missing a GT tyre, unfortunately, after whatever happened to him. It's the left rear as well. It's a weird corner to lose a wheel from. It's the right-hand side of the car that tends to get abused more over the curves.
Driving the wheels off of it, wasn't he?
Oh, well. Very well done, very well done. He was going quite quickly. Farkini, by the way, is watching over and assisting with the pit stop for the 97 Fun Cup Tifosi car. That's because he and Adam Fawcett, who is one of the drivers, the driver getting into that car, are neighbours. And that's how Adam got into Fun Cup, because he was chatting to Farkini one day, and Farkini said, hey, you should come and have a go at this Fun Cup. It's a right laugh, and here he is.
Everybody needs good neighbours.
Yes, and sadly Adam hasn't got one, but there we go. I did apologise. I did say I was so sorry to hear that he has to... No, I'm sure they get on very well. Farkini is a character, definitely, and I will regret making that comment when I next see him. Right then, we can head not downstairs to Jamie, but I hope we will hear from him in a moment or two. But since we're an hour into the race, I think it's probably a good idea to take a little bit look back at some of the highlights, and plenty of them there have been in the first hour of racing here this afternoon. Round 4 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship then started with PLR Racing on the front row of the grid after Neil Plymouth drew his own name out of the helmet to snatch pole position after the random draw. However, they didn't lead more than 2 corners, because it was MJ Tech Scott Jeff who burst through into the lead after just 2 corners of racing, and from there tried to make good his escape. Battling going on in the midfield in the early stages, as you would expect, as some of those from the back of the field tried to make some good ground up the order. Uvio and Morpheus Racing traded some paint through the corkscrew on the opening lap, as Ted Bradbury was trying to move up the order, but unfortunately that car would be taken out of contention with a power issue that saw them spend 8 laps in the garage. Chris Hart is back racing in the Fun Cup, and didn't take long before he was making some big moves under braking into the Rocket Complex. He wasn't the only one. That's always been the most popular place to make a pass here at Anglesey, and plenty of drivers so far this afternoon have made good use of that. The number 1 Olympian GRD car didn't have a brilliant opening stint of the race, but they made an early first pit stop, and they're right back in the fray now, with Simon Rudd having put in a really good second stint of the race. Battling for position under the sunny skies at Anglesey in the first part of the race was intense, because it is a circuit where it's easy to lose touch with the leaders quite quickly, and those who were drawn at the bottom end of the grid knew that they had to try and make some early progress. Among them was the number 1 car and the Uvio machine, and Ted Bradbury in the Morpheus Racing car, and actually the number 22 car as well, the School Club Racing car of Jack Constable, which eventually made its way into the top 10 before the first round of pit stops. Towards the front of the field, there was a good early battle for fourth between Axiometrics and JPR Team ARC. Aaron Cook was a bit of a revelation in the first part of the race and was up there battling for top 5 positions in the number 99 car very early on. Then, though, there was early drama. Only a couple of laps into the race, Victor Cara stationary at the side of the road in the 104 car. That car needed recovery from the exit of the Rocket Complex, and that would eventually bring about the first of what has now been 2 safety car periods of the race so far. That safety car came just as Scott Jeffs was building up a lead. He was about 3 seconds up the road from everybody else at this point. But that gap, of course, disappeared with the appearance of the Jaguar safety car. Axiometrics continued to scrap with the JPR Team ARC machine, whilst Uvio were now starting to knock on the door of the top 10, and that car would be right up in the lead gaggle actually by the end of the opening stint, but it wasn't a trouble-free opening stint for Uvio. They may be in a good position now in the race, but it came at the expense of their front splitter, which took a knock towards the end of the first hour of racing. School Club making a nice move there around the outside into the corkscrew. Eventually, though, it was Ben Pitch who was under attack. Straight after the safety car restart, he was overtaken by the number 246 EDF machine, which moved into second position, and that really started a raft of overtaking amongst the podium runners. The next car to challenge was Aaron Cook, who had now dispatched the Axiometrics and then tried to go around the outside of Ben Pitch, forced the issue, got the inside into the second part of Rocket, and made the move stick. As that group squabbled, they were caught by Chris Hart and Fabulous Randaccio, and Fabulous it was in the Uvio car who got past Chris Hart and then made a lunge up the inside of the Axiometrics to make another peach of a move into the Rocket Complex. Wave 9 were battling early doors with the 251 Team GT Tyres car. Ran a little bit wide over the exit curve at Church Corner. Perhaps it was those sort of grassy moments that eventually led to the left rear wheel becoming detached from car 251. PLR battling with Axiometrics still, as Ben Pitch tried desperately to hang on to a position within the top 5, having started from pole position. Seed Data also then did battle with Chris Hart, who in the second Morpheus car had been making good progress in the first part of the race, but then started to come under attack from car after car, really, as we approached the end of the first half an hour. Martin Gibson with a lovely 2-for-1 pass. Again, though, plenty of use of the inside curve up at Rocket, which might not have done that car any good in the long run. Uvio by now were on the tail of the podium battlers, and Fabulous managed to get to the inside of the 246 EDF car through Church Corner and then set off after the number 99 JPR Team ARC car for what was at that point second place in the race. Once again, the Rocket Complex proved to be the action hotspot, by far the best place to try and make an overtake, and that wasn't lost on Fabulous, who got to the inside of the Aaron Cook-driven number 99 car and did then relieve him of second place. But at that point, Andaccio was 3 seconds behind the race leader, and he immediately set about trying to bridge that gap. School Club were on the back of the top 10 by this point. Jack Constable battling away with the 257 Team GT Tyres car. Couldn't really find a way through. It took Jack Constable a lot longer than we expected to get into the top 10. On a number of occasions, he was up the inside into the Rocket Complex. It took him a good few laps to make that move stick. And Pitch battling here with Seed Data as they raced for Rocket. And Seed Data able to sweep to the outside of Ben Pitch. It was then a battle under braking, which the 214 car came out on top of, sweeping across to the apex curve, gaining another position. PLR then came under pressure from Team Greenheath, number 14, and behind them, finally, the move had been made by Jack Constable, and having made one place, he then started to make a few more positions up, creeping past the 209 Morpheus racing car of Chris Hart, who did his best to stay with him over the next handful of laps. They continued their battle as EDF and Axiometrics fought as well. Here, for the race lead, it was game on, and after the first round of pit stops, it was the Uvio car, now in the hands of Farkini, who got the lead back, but Will Abraham, who had taken over from Scott Jeffs in the MJ Tech car, wasn't taking that lying down, and managed to claim a place once again, going up into the Rocket Complex. The lead traded on 3 or 4 separate occasions between the two. Will Abraham seemed to be struggling through Peel Corner, the rear of the car stepping out on a number of occasions, going through that tricky right-hander and almost allowing Farkini back through to the lead. In the end, though, the move for the lead came once again going into Rocket. Predictably, Abraham didn't defend the inside line. Farkini saw a chance to get through on the inside and slipped by into first position. Olympian GRD, meanwhile, got themselves right back into the race with an early first pit stop. Chris Doval handing over to Simon Rudd right at the beginning of the first pit stop window, and Simon in clean air then set some blisteringly quick lap times and managed to pick his way into third position. Ted Bradbury was now back at the wheel of car 195, the Morpheus racing machine, but having spent 8 laps in the pit lane, was a long way out of contention and just missed out on an opportunity to get back one of his laps before a second safety car came out when Martin Gibson lost a wheel coming out of Peel Corner. And that just about, I think, Richard, puts us up to speed with where we're at then. We are an hour and 15, let's say, into the race. We are halfway through our third stint of racing, and we're now just finishing, I think, a bit of a wave around there. We've got the MJ Tech car back behind the safety car, and we shouldn't be, hopefully, too far away from getting the green flags waving once again.
Quite a long session. Sorry, I was just going to say, maybe I can tee him up. I think we've got Jamie down there with Jack Noller. It'd be interesting to hear from Jack, who's, of course, out in the next race as well. Down to Jamie.
Yeah, I'm just with Jack now. Obviously not the most ideal situation with no left rear wheel, but your stint, I think there's one word to describe that, and that was busy. I mean, to dive bomb, as we saw going into Rocket, 2 cars, but you said that actually wasn't planned.
No, that, maybe one of them was, maybe to get Minshaw, yes, but not to get the 109 as well. Maybe the Mark 1 brakes are a little bit stronger than those ones. So I was being safe. It was the first time out in the dry today with these cars. So I was like, okay, let's get used to brakes and let's think, okay, let's try and make it overtake. Have we got any more brake? No. They're like, oh dear. Thankfully, the guys here are amazing racers. They watch your mirrors, and even when we were racing myself, it was give you enough racing room to make it work one way or another. And
as much as some of the moves like that maybe wouldn't have been on MX-5s, but people be more rude. Here we know the cars are a little bit more delicate in bodywork and a lot more, I say, respect, even though it's hard, fair racing. There's a lot more backwards and forwards moves that goes on. So welcome back to Fun Cup, and what a welcome back it was. It was a very busy stint, but very enjoyable overall.
And yeah, and we've got to remember at 7 o'clock this morning, you got a message from Christian to give him a call, because obviously, as we know, he got taken ill overnight, and as we said before, we do wish him all the best, and we know he's watching, and to have that pressure of jumping into a car that you've not driven for a fair while, because you are driving, as we say, the MX-5 on a much more regular basis, to have that pressure going into it, also starting the race, and to then have to get your elbows out, it is a lot to take in, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of learning curves. Of course, all the best to Chris, and like, it's gutting that he's the one weekend he's back, he gets to falling ill like that. So, but I was catching up with him the day before, literally as he was starting to fall ill, and thanks for him to having a think and saying, can you get me out of a sticky situation? Oh no, I get to race more race cars, but it's very, very fun to do, and amazing chance to get onto it. And yeah, very busy start. My first ever time doing a rolling start, because previously doing Fun Cup I was doing second or third stints, so managing to play it safe, got squeezed out through here and there. I just made sure I kept the nose clean, and then started building up from there. And yeah, very fun racing, very, very close, and try not to get too tired for the MX-5 race literally immediately after this.
Yeah, because physically, as we see on your wrists, you are struggling a little bit, because you're carrying a little bit of an injury, and something you have to deal with. But hopefully we'll see you back out again soon.
Yeah, thank you very much appreciated.
Fantastic. Right, as we understand, safety car lights are out, so we'll hand back to Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal.
Thank you, Jamie. I'd love to confirm or deny that, but I can't see the safety car. There it is, coming into the pit lanes. Yes, the lights are out, and we're going to go racing again in a moment or two with MJ Tech at the front of the queue. They've got two lapped cars between themselves and Uvio, who then have the number one car right behind them. Now, number one is now being driven by Chris Devell again, so they are saving Riley Phillips for the final two stints of the race by the looks of it. On they go then, and in towards target corner we head for the 52nd time of asking, and Axiometrics have just set the fastest lap. In fact, the fastest lap's now Trey. I think that might be a timing glitch, potentially.
I think it probably is, yeah.
I think it probably is. I hope it is anyway. The real target here, I suppose, is for Uvio to get past these lapped cars as quickly as possible and set back off after the race leader, because we know that car, yes, it's heavy on fuel, Richard, but they have been quick, and they will definitely want to try and assert their authority once more by grabbing the lead.
They definitely will, yeah. And yeah, good stop and good strategy going on. Got the inside run coming up towards Rocket here, so another car ticked off.
Yep, so that's both of those lapped cars. One of them, of course, is the 195. Now, it should be Neil Burrows in that car. They may have now altered their driving strategy after losing so many laps, but they are very much still at front-running pace, aren't they, 195? Albeit stuck those 8 laps down. Through Peel corner they head then. There is the Uvio car, so they were about a second and a half off the lead at the start of the lap, because they've had some overtaking to do on this lap, so the gap likely will have crept out. Big lunge up the inside there. Who was that making a move? That is 99, I think, isn't it? Yes, battling away with Greenheath. That's the battle for 6th place, actually, so that is a fight for position. 99 for the second time this race is in the hands of Aaron Cook. Greenheath being driven by Paul Turner, both of those drivers in their second stint, and it was Greenheath who just about held on as they came across the line that time. And a good battle this, actually. The C Data car actually also in this scrap, so this is, well, if you include Olympian, 3rd through to 7th, absolutely nose to tail.
Yeah, good old safety car, close everybody up, give us some, not that we needed it,
yeah,
didn't need it, it was all close, all going on, but what you do get is just a different dynamic over the course of the, well, I can't believe we're approaching halfway in this one. They go so quickly.
Yeah, they do. It is endurance racing in name only, really, this, isn't it? Now, this looks interesting. This is Chris Devell trying to put a lap on the 207, which he lunges to the inside of, but Greenheath are going to steam up the middle 3 wide. There isn't the room for 3 cars through Rocket. Something had to give, and it's the Wave 9 car that's being lapped that ends up with 2 wheels on the dirt. There's a screech of tyres from EDF, I think that was, getting sideways, but this is all getting very lively indeed. The 207 car is a lap down, but does not want to give away any track position. Greenheath with a huge slide through Peel Corner as they all fight to try and stay with the leaders as best they can. There is the second place car dropping down the hill. Christopher there, car number 1 is in third, and Seed Data right on their tail as they come towards the end of another lap.
Yeah, great restart. That was a long safety car, and it's going to ease into the present driver's stint, isn't it? Which might not be good if you've got a quicker driver. But then again, as we've said, a lot of the driving pairs are just that strong. It's not really going to make that much difference. Just a little bit less track time for the driver concerned, or racing time, not track time.
The car that it benefits, and I always feel bad when I make this point, and I hope Chris understands the point I'm trying to make, but Chris Devell in the number 1 car is a little bit slower than Riley Phillips and Simon Rudd, his teammates. Well, this stint now will be his final stint in the race. The rest of the race is Simon and Riley sharing the car. Actually, this safety car wasn't the end of the world for that team because they're still within about 5 seconds of the lead. Yes, he's in danger of losing some positions now, but that car is much more a contender than it was at the end of the opening stint of the race, and there's no doubt the safety car has helped them with that.
Yeah, and putting up a great fight as well.
Yeah, he is. Defending nicely there, actually, and did you see cleverly backed the Seed Data car up into Greenheath and JPR Team ACR. So Chris Dovell, not quite as quick as Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips maybe, but his racecraft is right up there, and that's something that a driver will learn from racing with more experienced teammates.
Absolutely, yeah. Definitely have to bring that with you. Again, look at this great shot as it come down the corkscrew. A lot steeper than it looks.
Yeah.
But great corner nonetheless. And Richard Peacock, when he designed the circuit, wanted to do something. This is the sort of second gen circuit because Anglesey ran the straight. The second part of the international straight is the old home straight.
Yes.
And I don't know if you got to
I didn't
visit or commentate on that. You couldn't see anything else. We've got a change here. I'll whistle on about that later.
Oh, we do. That is JPR Team ACR on the inside of Greenheath for 5th. We're getting a stop-go penalty, meanwhile, for Wave 9, the 207 car. Now, they are down in 15th place. They're the first car 1 lap down. We've seen a lot of them in this stint of the race already, but 207 being given a stop-go penalty. 99 up into the top 5 car, though. I am so impressed with Aaron Cook. Every time he's been in that 99 car, it's been going forwards.
Yeah, going really well, isn't he, Aaron? Inside run up towards Rocket and the Greenheath car around the outside. They're trying to go 3 wide again. It doesn't work, Andy, as you said.
Oh, that's Seed Data. Now, Seed Data were battling... Who were they trying to go to the inside of? I think they were trying to get to the inside of Olympian. The door was closed. Olympian stayed in front, and Seed Data had dropped behind Aaron Cook. So again, Aaron read that situation perfectly and gained a second position in half a lap. He is absolutely flying. He's reading the traffic perfectly, and he is now knocking on the door of a podium place. But Chris Dovell is proving to be the toughest man to overtake. He is not making it easy for them.
It's Neil Burrows, isn't it, now? That would look very sideways coming down there.
Yes. A lot of them are getting a bit sideways, and this takes me to a point that I was making. I can't remember if you were here when I was making this point earlier on, but a lot of drivers telling me that the track feels grippier when it's damp than when it's dry. There's something about the surface of this track that really makes them feel like they've got no grip underneath them, but 99 not struggling with the same thing, are they? Because they've gained another place now, and they're into the podium positions. As Wave 9, I believe, are in to serve their stop-go penalties. Thank you, Scott Woodward, for notifying me of that. But I was distracted by that incredible lap from Aaron Cook. That was 3 places gained in the space of less than a lap. And now he puts a lap on Neil Burrows as well in the 195 car. I'm really interested to see what pace that car, number 99 this is, has got now that it's in clean air.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? So the new 3rd place car then.
Yes, it is. 7 places gained from where it started. Big mover, unsurprisingly perhaps, is Uvio. 16 spots gained. And Morpheus Racing, who started from the back, only the 1 place gained, of course, after their lengthy visit to the pit lane. 257 is still in the pits as well. So that car still being repaired after it lost a wheel earlier on. Right, leaders across the line. The lead gap, 3 seconds. And on that lap, MJ Tech were half a second quicker than Uvio. But I wonder, Richard, how much of that is to do with the fuel, because Uvio's car is brimmed. That will add quite a bit of weight to that car, whereas MJ Tech, we think, only took the 1 churn of fuel, didn't they? So
yeah, that's the long game, isn't it? It's going to come in a little bit later on when they need to.
Exactly. Well, you can
maybe in the next stint.
Yes. No, precisely. Well, I think the last stint in particular, because they probably won't. I think MJ Tech probably won't fuel next time, but they'll have to at the final stop. You can afford to lose half a second a lap due to a heavier car if you know you're going to gain 10 or 12 seconds in the pit lane later on. So it's an interesting strategic call, that one, isn't it?
Christopher coming under pressure again, and move being made on the inside, so neat move there. The seed data machine just going up the inside. As we said, classic Anglesey pass there up the inside into Rocket. To be fair, I mean, that's what people regard as the main passing place, but there are so many others on this track as well.
There definitely are, and one driver making the most of those overtaking opportunities is Harry Mailer in the number 49 Signature RV car. I haven't mentioned that car yet in this race. They clung on to the lead lap just about in that first stint. Here he comes, look, the Gulf liveried car coming down the hill. Harry Mailer, fastest lap of the race he has set now, and he's gained a whole chunk of places. He's on the tail now of Greenheath, which puts him in 7th position, but within touching distance, really, of the podium.
Yeah, having an absolute flyer, isn't he, at the moment? And as the fuel burns off, we might well get... What's the situation on tyres? I meant to ask, is it new set for the next race, or...?
I would imagine so, although when we did a 6-hour race here a few years ago, they didn't change tyres. They did the whole 6 hours, but I think that was more because it would take so long to change the tyres. So, given
Are
the
they
choice,
free to use what they want over the course of the meeting?
Of the meeting, yes,
yeah.
I believe so. I believe so. It will probably come down to whether the teams want to spend the money on an extra set of tyres, but I would imagine they probably will, yes. Yeah. Perhaps that's a question for Jamie to pose, actually, to some of the teams maybe down there, and try and find that out. Well, that was a change for 5th, wasn't it? So Olympian GRD, they have just started to slip down the order towards the back end of this stint, but Christopher probably only has to do another 3 or 4 laps, and then he can hand back over again to Riley Phillips is doing the next stint. So correction, Riley's not doing the final 2 stints, he's doing the 4th and the last stint. So it will be Riley, then Simon, then Riley for the final portion of the race. So that car is going to be a factor, I think, before the checkered flag flies. But right now, it's under threat from the fastest car on the track.
Yeah, that Signature RV machine looking very quick at the moment, and maybe looking a little bit frustrated. But you can see Christopher under a bit of pressure here, but soaking it up.
Yeah.
Nice little battle as we saw at the front several minutes ago, half an hour or so ago. But yeah, good battle between these two.
If Chris has proven anything in this stint, it's that he knows how to defend. So I don't think this will be an easy pass for Harry Mailer, although he is positioning himself well as they head for Church Corner. He'll be in the slipstream heading up the back straight. In fact, if anything, he's too close really coming through Church Corner. Carries a lot of speed through the turn, almost pushing Christopher through the corner. In fact, they were, I think, bump drafting slightly as they went up the hill, but now he pulls to the inside. No, Christopher again, not rolling
covering
over.
It. Yeah.
Oh, he's very late on the brakes. Oh, too late, I thought for a moment. That was perhaps a trick of the camera, but that looked like it could end in tears, Richard.
It did. So the Signature RV car was interestingly coming out of radar last time, was doing the wide sweep and trying to get momentum to run on the inside, maybe down into Peel where they are now. That didn't work for him, so he's busy trying other things, but as you say, not rolling over and having his tummy tickled, is he, this number 1 car at the moment?
Not at all, not at all. This is good driving from Christopher, who is only a couple of minutes away now from being able to hand that car back over, and then he'll find himself a good vantage point to enjoy the second half of the race from, and he could well be watching that car climbing itself into race-winning contention, maybe. Through target they go. There is Neil Burrows in the 195 car. Laps down still, but running in 19th place. You score points wherever you finish, so even if you are multiple laps down, you could be 20 laps down, it's still worth carrying on because you can still pick up some points for finishing even right at the bottom end of the leaderboard. Neil Burrows now is put further lap down by Greenheath, so the 5th place car going through. Now Signature RV are showing us having the fastest lap, but I actually don't think that's right. I think it is still Uvio who have the fastest lap. There's a slight timing glitch with our timing data, so Uvio is still with the fastest lap, but Harry Mailer is definitely getting racy, and look at that, he's sort of forced Neil Burrows into a move on Greenheath. There's then contact with Signature RV and Greenheath, and Olympian GRD nearly get caught up in all of that as well, but that was all, I think, really caused by Neil Burrows maybe getting distracted by Harry Mailer, and almost then making a move on Greenheath.
Yeah, it just goes to show, doesn't it, how things can come unstuck with drivers that are a lap down getting embroiled as well.
Yeah, it was a bit messy.
The number 1 car nearly got back into the position, didn't he, over the Signature RV machine, but couldn't quite do it. Couldn't quite carry the momentum forward.
Yeah, but Signature RV might have picked up some damage from that. That front splitter looks a little bit loose to me. They might have to apply some of the old tank tape to that to keep it together. And Greenheath now with a big moment over the curbs as well. That's Paul Turner living life on the edge. It's not a nice place to lose control, and he very nearly did so there. But again, another car that just doesn't seem to have any rear grip. Let's take a look, shall we, then, at that moment up at Rocket Corner. This was it. So Neil Burrows, I think he misses his braking point here, Neil Burrows, because he's that focused on Harry Mailer that he almost ends up going up the side of Greenheath, and of course sort of parks it on the apex, and there's the contact. Could have been a lot worse, that, but no major damage done. Oh no, my word! Now this is major damage though, and that is Skull Club and Greenheath both with damaged left rear corners. So there's been a three-way bit of contact up at the top of Rocket, and this is going to be another safety car just as we get to a pit window. So now what's going to happen? You can see the damage done to the Skull Club car of Jack Constable, the Greenheath car as well. Those cars are going no further under their own steam, but that was all that little group of cars that we've just been focusing on, because Neil Burrows was also involved in that.
Jack Noller was saying, wasn't he, in the interview with Jamie when he was down in pit lane, about the differences between Fun Cup and Mazda racing, what you can and can't do in the relative championship. And these cars are just a little bit more fragile, and you've seen that they're a little, not totally fragile, but you just need to avoid that kind of thing. That's a shame to see those two cars damaged.
It is, isn't it? Identical damage as well. So I'm intrigued as to how that's happened. Because now there were a few places between them. I wonder if Greenheath has spun with Neil Burrows and then Jack Constable's arrived on the scene. That could be what happened. But we'll try and piece it together, maybe. And that was a little bit of an unfortunate moment. Those two cars are stopped right in the firing line now, but Rocket, I don't see any way that they can not throw the safety car. The lights are on the safety car, so again, I think we are going to see that very shortly. The pit window should be open. The safety car is being thrown, and the pit lane window open board is out. So, well, we know what's going to happen here, don't we, Richard? Jamie Peters-Ennis had better stand well back, because I think he's about to have some company.
Yeah, he is.
I can see him running to the pit wall out of my window.
Jamie, give us a wave. Jamie, give us a wave. Here we go.
Yes, Jamie's been here before. He knows the score.
Yeah, and actually where he's positioned himself, of course, is to get the proper view of what's going on right the way. Of course. Over the over the length of the pit lane. In comes the Signature RV car.
And everybody else.
First one and everyone else, but Signature RV first to reach out. It's going to be a driver change.
So no fuel.
Not getting any fuel either by the look of it, because driver going in and belts being done up. So
not seeing anyone get fuel really, Richard.
98's getting fuel.
Oh, are they? Okay. Yes, they are. They're a lap down, I think, aren't they? 98. Yes, they're a lap down. All of the lead lap cars not going for no fuel.
Limpin GRD's getting fuel.
And PLR Racing double fuel. So that's fuel to the end now for PLR Racing, taking the chance behind the safety car. Uvio have had a slow stop. They've lost a lot of ground there. Farchini back in now instead of Fabio. I didn't spot whether they took fuel, but that was a slow stop, definitely, for Uvio. Jamie were boxed in, Jamie tells us. I could see him on his phone. I was hoping he was about to tell me what was going on with Uvio, and he was. So, yeah, the Uvio car then boxed in, potentially by PLR, who are still there. So they've done the fueling. Oh, they're doing tyre pressure changes, aren't they? So they're changing tyre pressures on the PLR car. Again, might as well do it behind the safety car. You're going to lose less track position.
Yeah. Sound thinking by the teams. And we've got another sort out to work out now, which is going to be absolutely fascinating. Rescue truck will be on its way to sort out those two. We had the last one was a very lengthy one. And this one, you have to think with two cars, obviously Martin Gibson last time, with two cars, it's going to be even longer.
Yes, indeed so. All right then, big sort out. Everyone's pitted again. Well, I say everyone actually. See Data are pitting a lap later than everybody else. That's going to lose them some time. But MJ Tech have retained the lead. What this has allowed, actually, is a chance for... Well, actually, no, because they haven't... A lot of teams didn't fuel. MJ Tech didn't fuel, did they? So I'm intrigued, actually, by that decision not to fuel, because they had a chance to do so, to do basically what Uvio did last time and fuel to the end, but decided not to. So I'm not entirely sure why they did that. See data at double fueling, so real variation in pit and fuel strategy down in the pit lane. Perhaps able to shed a bit of light on that is Jamie Peters-Ennis, because he's now ventured away from his hiding spot on the pit wall and is about to tell us a little bit more maybe about the See Data car. Jamie.
Yeah, Seed Data were one of, well, the only team that I saw that double fueled. Matt Hogg's just brought the car in. He's just having a chat with Jake Weston now as to what's been going on. I wanted to find Paul Turner. I'm very conscious because I'm near a speaker as well. So Paul, I'm guessing it's Greenheath and Skull Club that are stuck up at Rockets. If Andy can still hear me, hopefully. Because I understand there's been a slight incident out on circuit. But let me have a quick word with Matt Hogg. He's just having a quick chat with Jake now. He's just discussing about what's been going on the dash on the car. He's just going through a couple of things now. Quick chat, Matt. Hello. You were the only team to double fuel. Is that to try and buy you some time on the last pit stop?
No, it's just because we don't know what we're doing.
Well, at least you're honest. And but no,
it's double fuel on the 3-hour races. Maybe it's wrong, maybe it's right. Who knows?
Busy stint though for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, good fun though.
And did you get any view of what was going on up at Rocket?
No, they were behind me, so I didn't see it. I think it was Greenheath and somebody else.
Okay, we'll let you get your lid off. Thanks a lot. That's Matt Hogg. Right, let's pop up to Morpheus Motorsport because they've had a challenging day. They've had some issues with the 195 car with Neil Burrows, who started the car. So we'll have a quick word with Ted. He just jumped out of the 195 car. We'll come out a little bit here so we don't get any feedback from the speaker. And we'll also grab Chris Hart as well. He's just grabbing a swig of water. Tough first stint, or first half of the race for you. You had a couple of power issues, you understand?
Yeah, just a fair few issues, but now we're just using this race as kind of a practice for the next one. Get everything right for the next one, obviously. Can't always go your way, but I'm sure it's like the same VAT for everyone. Everyone has the difficulties, but I know the team are working hard to get it right for the final race, so yeah.
And I've been asked a very important question. There's been comments that your tan is sensational. How did you get it?
No comment.
On a lighter note, you mentioned obviously at Croft, your sister was going through quite a large operation, but she's here, and that's got to be so pleased for you all.
Honestly, she couldn't have recovered any better. It's absolutely amazing. She's recovered amazing, but like I said, she's the strongest girl I know, and she did well. So yeah, it's amazing to see her. I'm sure she'll be lurking around in a bit, so when she is, I'll bring her over.
Absolutely. I think we're going to set your dad off now, which is not good. I want to have a word with Mr. Hart. He's just having a chat with his youngest Ollie. So we'll have a quick word with Chris. Now this could go one of two ways. Welcome.
Good to see you, mate.
Thanks. I knew this would happen. Great to be back.
Yeah, always, mate. Always. Really good. Still getting to grips with the car. I think we've bought a good one, actually. I think once we get it dialed in, it was much better than in the second session. Really loose on the rear in the first, but yeah, just getting back into a rhythm, remember how to drive one.
And I'm guessing, because you've got this nice snazzy race suit, you're back for the long run.
It might be, yeah. Think so.
And also, there's a rumour you've laid down the gauntlet from Alton Park for the 10 grand prize.
Yep. Yeah, Charlie's coming out with the Germans, with his friend Hugo Schwartz. We'll be there, taking 10 grand off Rosie, don't worry. I've already paid everyone off in the paddock. They're all going to move out of the way.
And how's the track conditions out there? Because we know here it's tough on the tyres. It's a really abrasive circuit. It almost feels like it's wet when it's not.
Yeah, I remember coming here a number of years ago, and Henry and I won both races. And if you get the setup right here, you can just drive away. And if you get it wrong, you really struggle. But it's a fantastic circuit, fantastic venue, isn't it? I mean, look at the view for a start off.
That means it's probably going to rain now, doesn't it?
No, it never rains. And then we'll have a beer later, mate.
All right, deal. Right, that's Chris Hart from Morpheus Motorsport. That's one of our characters. And Andy, it's fantastic to have him back.
It is, although I didn't get quite such a warm welcome when I spoke to Chris earlier on today. That's I shall be having words. Yes, definitely a character is Chris Hart. Great to have him back on the grid, and another of those drivers that just couldn't stay away from FunCup, and we're very, very happy to have him back on board. Right then, we have an hour and 20 minutes to go. How's the clean-up operation going at Rocket? Well, still ongoing, I think, is the answer. They've got one car on the flatbed. That's the Greenheath car, the school club racing car, still on the ground. So it's going to be another few laps here, I think, before we get a race restart. And this is now eating into this fourth stint of the race, isn't it? The pit window is now officially closed, but it will reopen again in 20 minutes. As Jack Constable there looks on at a very damaged car. And of course, Richard, the teams don't have a huge amount of time now to get the cars ready for race number 2 later on in the day, do they?
That's a really good point, isn't it? Yeah, we've got some sprint racing coming up, and then after that, if they're not out and ready, I suppose they'll. What can you do? Haste the repair for this, but make a proper repair for later on is probably the better.
Yeah, they've got longer
option.
than I thought, actually. It's 7 o'clock, so they've got 5 hours, which should be all right, hopefully. But, yeah, they could have done without it, couldn't they? Because I think they'd all... You know, it's one thing to say, oh, yeah, the teams will get the car fixed and they'll get it back out there, but the teams would rather just sort of tidy the car up, put some new tyres on it, refuel it, and then go and sit down and have a rest. But they won't really have that luxury, some of them.
Engineers getting a rest in motorsport.
Unheard of. Oh, there's 257. So they lost a wheel earlier on. That wheel has now been reattached, or perhaps a new wheel, more than likely. And who's that in the car? Martin Gibson, I think, isn't it, that's going to be heading back out. They're just making sure everything's tight this time. You can see they've had to use the very high-tech method of cable tying the rear wheel arch back into place. That obviously got damaged when the wheel came loose.
What did we do before tank tape and cable ties?
That's a very good question, actually, isn't it? All of the money that gets spent on designing racing cars, and that's still the most effective way to fix them during a race, isn't it? So, recovery done. Greenheath nearly done anyway, with a lap probably required behind the safety car. Although the safety car is behind the recovery vehicle, so it could, in theory, follow them into the pit lane, but I think we'll probably end up with one more lap after this one. So the order, MJ Tech lead the way. Stint 4 we're on now, aren't we? So that is Will Abraham back at the wheel. Then the next car behind them in the queue is Signature RV. Now that will be genuinely in second place, I think, won't it now, Signature RV? Yes, it is. So not only a great stint by Harry Mailer, but fantastic work in the pit lane to leapfrog into second place.
Yeah, really good. And they took on some fuel, so you know they're going to be on target. Yeah. It wasn't a double load, but on target to maintain position into the closing stints of the race.
Yeah, Steve Ruston on that in that car now, I should say, as it's a race between the recovery vehicles. So it wouldn't take too much speed through the corkscrew, because that's car with a slightly higher centre, or a vehicle with a slightly higher centre of gravity than your average racing car, but they negotiate the corkscrew well, and the safety car is going to continue on and do one more lap, which gives me time to run down the rest of the top 10 then. So Axiometrics are third. They've been there or thereabouts all day so far, haven't they? That car now driven by Chris Wetherill. Ratters Racing, 155 into 4th position. Again, we haven't really mentioned them all race, but John Ratcliffe is well inside the top 5. 5th position only for Uvio. They got boxed in a little bit in the pit lane, as we heard. That car now driven by Farkini again. And in 6th position, Vape Club with EDF's number 246. That car driven by Vlad Vasiliev. Then Olympian GRD down to 7th place, but they've now got Riley Phillips in for the first time, so that car should go quickly. Morpheus number 109 is next. That is Steve Walton, obviously, because we've just spoken to Chris Hart. 9th place for Team 3's number 98 car. That is driven by Dave Postins, and the top 10 completed by C Data number 214, and that is driven by Mike Devlin. So the ones to watch in this stint, I suspect, really, are Uvio in 5th and Olympian GRD in 7th. Those two I expect to make some good progress.
Uvio's still going to be heavy, though.
They will.
Because they haven't had much racing, have they?
No, good point, good point. And PLR also double fueled at that stop, so we will... They've dropped to the back end of the lead lap, but they should be good to go. But the safety car helps them in a way, because it means that they're not spending as much time under green flag conditions where they would be losing time, perhaps through a heavier car. So this is not a bad thing for them.
Lights out.
Yep, lights out. ready to go racing. What's going to happen now then? We've had an hour and 3/4 of very unpredictable racing, and we're getting down to crunch time now, aren't we? 2 pit stops left. This is normally the time where our eventual race-winning team starts to assert itself, but so far, really, it's all been about that number 249 car, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. That's been the sort of line through the script, isn't it, thus far, or the theme through the script of the day that we've had so far. And, well, we saw at Croft that things can change in the closing laps of the race. The same could happen here, but if you know you've got the pace, particularly as we're heading into another 3-hour race a little bit later on today, momentum is a thing that carries, isn't it, in Fun Cup?
100%, yeah, especially on a day like this. And if you've got the car at the sweet spot, then you want to try and keep it there across the 2 races, don't you? Right then, green flag waves again, an hour and 1/4 to go, and MJ Tech Racing lead the way by 8/10 over Signature RV. There, though, is the car that I expect to make all the moves. Riley Phillips, car number 1, already on the attack, trying to relieve Vape Club with EDF of 6th place, which he's done already as they headed into the banking. Riley Phillips wasting no time.
Huvia Hoffman car about to pick off Ratters Racing in the 155. So, yeah, both cars that you mentioned, you know this inside out without your stats.
That's 3 times I've been right now. My ego is starting to expand a bit too quickly, I think. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't take a genius, does it?
That's
to figure
one
out
thing
that
you
still
don't
gonna be
have,
quick.
Andy.
Thank you.
You don't.
Thank you, Richard. That's very nice of you. Oh my word. That was a late defensive move, and it's not even going to work because look at that. Riley Phillips right round the outside of Farkini. That was fantastic.
Yeah, I've not seen that too often. Trying the inside run, then deciding it wasn't going to happen, doing the outside run and making it work.
Wow.
And good respect as well from the Uvio car as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, Farkini didn't have much of a say in that, did he? He tried to cover, and Riley was having none of it. But again, that probably was assisted by the extra weight in the Uvio car, because Farkini had to brake a lot earlier than Riley could. He's gone round the outside of Signature RV now. So Riley Phillips, who started the lap 7th, I think is in 3rd position now, just behind the Axiometrics. Yes, he is. So 7th to 3rd in 1 lap for Olympian GRD. I thought that car would be a factor before the end, and now is the time that it's starting to make its move.
Amazing stuff, isn't it? And urgency once the drivers just want to get back into it. Oh, is that the Fake Club car?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, having a little bit of a sideways moment. Yeah, once the safety car is away, the drivers are keen. Some of them are going to be a bit frustrated with, you know, having seen so much safety car, they want to get on with the racing and they'll throw everything at it.
Yes, Riley Phillips, by the way, second now.
Yeah.
He's overtaking them quicker than we can keep up. And no one else can keep up with him either, really, now. Riley Phillips into 2nd place. He took the restart, 3 minutes ago, in 7th position. He is now in 2nd place and only a couple of seconds off the race lead. It's all kicking off at the back of that group, though, between EDF, Ratters Racing and Signature RV. That's Ratters Racing on the inside of the Signature RV car, which has done the opposite of what Riley Phillips has done. That was 2nd, and it's about to drop down into 7th spot now as they round the right-hander at Peel Corner. So a bit of a difficult restart this for Steve Ruston, but if they can keep that car in the mix, then Harry Mailer will get back on board it later on and might be able to make a few more moves.
You can see from the body language of the car there, Riley Phillips is gunning for to try and get up with the race leader now. What's the gap as they cross the line? 1.7.
That was a 1:20.7 for Riley Phillips with an overtake. He was only 1/10 of a second away from the fastest lap of the race. That was incredible pace from Riley Phillips. Sorry, 1/10 of a second away from that car's best lap, 3/10 off the fastest lap. Still very quick, all things considered. Now he's in clean air. I think he will be with MJ Tech by maybe the end of the lap.
Could well be. Scrap on for 3rd place. Uvio Hoffman busy challenging the Axiometrics 103. So that's the other car that you wanted to keep an eye on. Battle scarred as it is, still delivering some great pace here. Heading up in towards Rocket, comes out, makes the moves on the brakes, dives down the inside line. That's P3.
That is a lovely camera angle, isn't that? Because it really exaggerates that late jink to the inside that they're making into Rocket. It looks very, very exciting indeed. I'm sure it looked pretty exciting from Farkini's perspective as well. He's into a podium place, but I did notice, Richard, that front splitter starting to wobble again, so it's just coming slightly loose as we move towards the final hour. They might need to patch that up again at the penultimate pit stop coming up shortly. Oh, that is as close as you can get to contact without making it. The 104 car, which remember brought about our first safety car period of the race, running in 16th place. And as others now hit dramas as well, Morpheus Racing's 195 car picking up the places. They're still 9 laps down, but they're 17th now. Every place worth 2 championship points. So they could still salvage something from this race at least, and come the end of the season, that could be really valuable.
Fastest lap, Olympian GRD. The gap down to 0.6 of a second. Even tighter than that now.
Yeah, look at this. And that was a new fastest lap of the race for Simon Rudd, a 1:20.397. So the first driver into the 20.3s, and I think this could be a move for the lead now, actually, as we head up towards Rocket. Sorry, Riley Phillips, excuse me, yes. Well, thank you for correcting me. Simon Rudd, of course, watching on. I'm sure he'd have been happy to take the credit, because this is a brilliant run from Riley Phillips, and that was a brilliant move up the inside into Rocket Corner. The Olympian GRD car from 7th to 1st in, what was that, about 4 laps? That's incredible.
Yeah, amazing stuff, isn't it? And now the narrative is changing, isn't it? So the two, not finished, because we've still got an hour and a little bit on the clock remaining. Stops to go as well. The pit lane window will be open again very shortly, so we've got 2 more stops to have to deal with. So it could all still change, as indeed can the other podium positions.
And like the expert commentator that I try to be, I can't remember what fuel strategy those top 2 are on, because I think everyone's on slightly different fuel strategies now.
Yeah.
I think MJ Tech need fuel at one of the stops. I'm pretty sure Olympian GRD are on the same strategy.
Talking of strategy, Scott Woodwis has got his sorted out, hasn't he?
Ah, yes.
Well
double
done,
refuelling stop going on for Mr. Woodwis
well done,
in
Scott.
the commentary box.
Sound strategy.
Yes, we weren't invited onto that strategy. We'll have to make our own strategy.
Would have been a bit difficult, wouldn't it?
But I'd have found a way. I would have found a way. Right, Olympian. We're being told off now. Olympian leading the way. Olympian GRD, I should say, to give them their full title. I believe they've got some GRD members here as well. They're the main sponsor of the Olympian GRD squad. They've got some people here as guests. So welcome to Anglesey. Welcome to SuperCup.
Simon's had them on various cars over the seasons, and I always welcome the mention. So great to have them along.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're enjoying it.
I'm sure they are, especially now that their car is disappearing into the race lead, but what awaits on fuel. I know they don't like telling us about fuel strategy, but if Jamie can do some digging down in the pit lane, in fact, he's talking to Simon Rudd now, so and I think maybe we can have a little word with Simon, because he might just spill a few secrets. He probably won't, but we can always ask very nicely, can't we, and see whether or not he'll let us know what the strategy is. But I would be very interested to know what they're doing strategy-wise through the latter part of the race, because we're an hour and 8 minutes away from the end of the checkered flag. And I believe we can take another look back actually at how they got into the lead, Olympian GRD, because it was a lovely move, Richard, heading up towards Rocket. We'll get there in a moment, but it was a lovely move.
It was a delicious move. The food smells delicious as well, I've got to say. It's not just eating, it's the smell as well, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Good food from the cafe. There's a little plug for the restaurant.
Yes, particularly the fudge that's on offer. We were very kindly offered some of that by Luke from Alpha Live earlier on, and that was. I think I'll be purchasing a bag myself to keep me going through the second race this evening, maybe.
Sounds like a plan.
Does. Right. Anyway, how easily distracted we are. Here is a battle for 4th place, Axiometrics and Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. The Axiometrics 103 car is Chris Wetherall. The EDF car driven by Vlad Vasiliev. One of the most improved drivers over recent years is Vlad in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And he is on the tail of Axiometrics. The Axiometrics car has been consistently strong all race, hasn't it, really? It's been up there in the top 5 pretty much at all times, I think.
Yeah, it has been. It's funny how races can go. You can have a strong, steady race, or you can have a quick one, drop back, or a slow one at the start and come through. That's the beauty. You just don't know what's going to happen.
You don't. And it has been an unpredictable race so far, definitely. This was the move for the lead. Not even that close was he until we got to the braking zone. Very nicely done. Look at that. Late on the brakes, gets to the apex, and then covers off any retaliation into the second part of the corner. But such supreme confidence under braking. Does make me wonder whether there's maybe a weight difference between those two cars. Is that maybe why Riley was able to brake so much later? We know Riley's a very good driver, but so too is Will Abraham. They've both proven themselves to be pretty evenly matched so far this season. But Olympian GRD then out in front, and championship-wise, they could do with a good result, really, couldn't they? Because they've not had a bad season so far. They're second in the points. They are 10 points behind MJ Tech. So, isn't it funny? We've got those top 2 cars in the championship. We've got an hour left of this race, and they find themselves up there battling for the race lead. They say the cream rises to the top, but that is definitely what we've seen on a few occasions this year, particularly with those 2 cars.
Yeah, would you say 2 points per place?
Yes.
So it's not even a first and second. It's not a big issue, is it, when you've got a 10-point lead?
No, that's
in
true.
the championship.
That's true. And I'm not sure whether that includes dropped scores yet. I don't think it does. So we've only had 3 races, I suppose. So after this weekend, we'll start calculating the dropped scores, and that will benefit more Olympian because they're dropping a 64, whereas MJ Tech are dropping a 68. So that tightens it up by 4 points immediately.
Same points for the sprints as well.
Yeah.
The hour-long races.
Yeah, regardless of race length. There's axiometrics lock up a tyre. This battle continues to rage on, doesn't it? They can't shake off the Vape Club car.
No, they can't. Cracking battle going on between the pair of them. 4th and 5th position. Olympian now 3 seconds to the good. So well clear at the moment and building up. They'll just be hoping that we get into a normal session rather than a normal driver change session, pit window, rather than having another safety car.
Oh, that was late on the brakes. That proves how difficult that move that Riley Phillips pulled was, because that's exactly what Vlad was trying to do, and he got it all wrong and nearly went off the track. Someone's really gone off the track if they're at that bit of Anglesey. That's the that's the bit of the track we're not using for this race, but we will be for the MX-5 Compact Cup and Fiesta races later on in the weekend. But yeah, that goes to show how difficult it is to outbrake someone. And Vlad's almost off the road again. That car is really running out of grip as it comes towards the end of the second hour of racing. Right then, let's see if we can get some answers on strategy, maybe, from one of the key players. Simon Rudd will be jumping into the Olympian GRD car very shortly, but before he does, let's catch up with him with Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Yeah, I'm trying to eke out the strategy from Simon. Have you got to throw some fuel in?
We'll be able to find out in the next couple of stops.
That's not helping me, mate.
Don't want to help you. Look, we may or may not have to fuel again. We've got 2 more stops to go, so I'm going to jump in next, and then it'll be back to Riley. So, yeah, we want to make sure the strategy's right and that it works, and feel like a little bit of pressure now for this stint, making sure we don't mess it up.
No, and of course you'll be going flat out and burning a lot of rubber.
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan, but not too much. You know, we'll make sure there's some at the end.
All right, go and get ready, mates. We know you're out in a couple of minutes. That was Simon Rudd from the Olympian GRD car. As you say, he's literally, if we look, he's getting ready, and he'll be going out in roughly about 5 minutes.
Yes, he will. Thank you, Jamie. You asked. That's all we can ask of you, is that you ask the questions of the drivers, whether or not they decide to give an answer. As predictable as it was that he wasn't going to give an answer, at least Jamie tried. Right then, how are PLR Racing getting on? Because remember, they were on this strategy where they double fueled last time as well. They fell to the back of the lead lap. They are in 11th position at the moment, so still nearly at the back of the lead lap, but we don't believe they'll have to fuel again. Another team we really need to know about is MJ Tech, as there's a lot of cars getting sideways down through the corkscrew. The 98 car really getting sideways, and the more I see of this, the more I think that there is no way that these cars can be running the same set of tyres for that second race. I'm pretty sure they will be changing them because they're all starting to slide around now. We still have an hour of this race to go. A race led by Olympian GRD by now 5 seconds. So if Simon Rudd's, well, he didn't confirm or deny anything, but if they do need to add fuel at either of the stops, they are at least building a bit of a cushion over MJ Tech now, who themselves are a long way clear of Uvio Hoffman's Lotus. In fact, Uvio haven't yet crossed the line according to the timing screen. No, I think they have, but there's a bit of a timing glitch going on there as well. So anyway, Uvio are third, Axiometrics are 2.8 seconds behind them in fourth, and they're now gapping Vape Club slightly. That's 1.1 seconds, the gap between them. This, meanwhile, is the 99 car, which has slipped well down the order suddenly, hasn't it? This car was flying earlier on. It's down to 10th place now, but does move briefly back ahead of Seed Data into 9th spot.
Depending on drivers' changes, we've got the fascinating prospect of Simon Rudd, Scott Jeffs, and Fabulous Randaccio.
Yeah,
could come out all together and battle it out for half an hour. And that's before the last stint.
It is, yes. That's a fight you'd buy a ticket for, that, isn't it? That is going to be pretty exciting. That's always been the case with Fun Cup. You always kind of look to that last stint, right? Who's going to be in the cars in the last stint? And it's usually the really quick drivers, and that's why we end up with so many thrilling finishes in Fun Cup. Ooh, that's the Vape Club car in. There's the 104 car, sorry, just slipping up the inside. Heading for the right-hander at Church Corner. Olympian then with a 5.7 second lead, so they are consistently taking about 3/4 of a second a lap out of MJ Tech. That's a chunk of time to be gaining for Simon Rudd. Not for Simon, I'm convinced Simon Rudd is in that car. I know he's not. It's Riley Phillips in that car, excuse me.
It is for Simon, because he's going to inherit it, isn't he?
It is, yes. I'll be right. If I keep saying it long enough, I will be right, and he will be in the car. Riley Phillips is driving fantastically. We know Riley is one of the fastest drivers on the grid, but the rate that he's pulling away from Will Abraham is pretty awesome, it has to be said. So, through Peel goes the 207 car. I don't think this is for position, 207 versus 104. No, it's not on different laps. Pit window is open though, Richard, so we are almost upon a round of pit stops, and dare I say it, I see no yellow flags. I see no cars off the road. Hopefully this will be a slightly more normal set of pit stops now. We can really see how this is going to play out.
What's the record on safety cars here? Do we know how many? Straight down into the tablet to see how many Anglesey. What's the record?
Give me 20 minutes to remember which button I need to press, and I'll be with you.
On the new tablet. What is the tablet, by the way?
Am I allowed product placement? It's the one that begins with S and isn't Apple, which I think is what's causing me problems. I've been an Apple boy the whole of my life, and this is it's got a big screen. I like big screens. That's really the only reason. I'm such an easy person to sell technology to, because I know nothing about it. I walked into the shop and said, I need a new tablet. I don't know what I want. Help. And this is what I've got. I can't use it. But I will have that stat for you momentarily, Richard.
That's fair enough. Meanwhile, we've got some battling going on with Morpheus Motorsport. We're on stint 4, isn't it? So it is Stephen Walton getting stuck in, trying to close down on the Seeds data car driven by Mike Devlin at the moment. Mike looks like he's got that under control for now, so it was a little challenge, but he's managed to fend that off. Signature RV just behind, so that's the 6th place car. If you're watching the graphics, the purple box, the cars with Masters involved.
Should mention that really, because we haven't mentioned that yet, but yeah, the competitive Masters grid, isn't it, this year, and a few teams within the Masters who we're used to seeing actually fighting for overall race wins too. 2021, by the way.
2021.
We had 5. In fact, 2021 and 2017, we had 5 safety cars. And we're on 3 at the moment with an hour to go, so that could happen. Meanwhile, JPR team ACR are in. So this is for Aaron Cook to get back in. So I'm excited about that, because Aaron's been very quick.
He was quick earlier on,
race long, hasn't he? So they're the first to blink. I can see Fabulous Randaccio getting ready. Fabulous in his retro helmet. Gone now is his Spider-Man helmet, which I also really enjoyed. That helped him stand out in the pit lane. There's a fuel canister being ready, I think, for the 97 car, just in front of them. But the race leader goes on to another lap, so in no rush to pit just yet.
That's a huge gap now, isn't it? Length of the home straight plus a little bit more for the race leader. MJ Tech car goes through as well. Oh, thank you.
Kind of listening to the conversations. It's a dangerous thing to do, listening to conversations in the pit lane. You never quite know what's going to be said, but there's a little bit. There's a lot you have to do though, because the two drivers, during a driver change, they get maximum 20 seconds to have a conversation with each other and try, the driver getting out, try and brief the driver getting in as to what the track conditions are like, what the car's feeling like, what perhaps he needs to worry about and focus on in the next stint of the race. And you don't get a lot of time to get that information across. So yeah, it's an interesting moment in the race, that, to listen into some of the conversations that they have.
Into the last hour of this one. As I say, it's gone quick, and the evening one as well. If you've not decided what you're doing with your evening yet, then we'd be delighted to have your company for the final race of the day, which is the 5th race of the year for the Fun Cup. So very quick turnaround for the teams to get everything sorted out, and we'll be racing from 7 till just before 7 until just before 10 o'clock. So if you're at home, go out and get yourself some beers or whatever you fancy settling down with to watch 3 hours of great action. Forget the football.
There's football?
Is there?
Oh,
European football.
Hadn't heard, no. That's,
I'm glad we're in Wales and not Scotland this weekend, let's put it that way.
Ah, really? I see. It didn't go so well for them last night.
It didn't, no. Apparently, was it something like that somebody reckoned 2% of the population of Scotland has travelled to Germany for the... Anyway, sorry, that's nothing to do with FunCup. Louise Goodman told me off for mentioning football on the broadcast the other day. So.
Oh, really?
Don't mention football.
Whoa! Should we mention that brilliant car control?
That was good.
Who's that? Is that it's Neil Plimmer, isn't it? The captain. Steering a fairly wildly behaving ship there as he came out of the final corner. And that car's got a bit of damage as well, hasn't it, to the left front corner? None of the cars look like they've got any grip. It's the most bizarre thing I've seen. I know that this track surface is known for being a bit challenging in that regard, but I really am baffled to see how little grip some of these cars have got. Neil Plimmer was one of the drivers who said that, as I said earlier on, he was hoping for some rain because actually in the dry he felt the track was almost undrivable. Demonstrating that again there, really. So, across the line goes Riley Phillips, another lap in the books, and I think I just spotted there, he's nearly 10 seconds clear now of MJ Tech. That was 5 seconds when I last checked, so not only a quick stint this, but a consistently quick stint for Riley Phillips. That being said though, everybody's lap time's dropping off. He just did a 21.5, which is 1.3 seconds off the fastest lap of the race that he set earlier on, but it was still 1.2 seconds quicker than MJ Tech. You normally only see this sort of drop off in time when it does rain. It's really interesting the way that all of a sudden the track conditions have just gone away from the drivers.
Temperature-wise, it'll be different again this evening, and because we'll lose a couple of degrees, so that'll make
might be a good thing.
Bit of a, yeah, could well be.
But, this is see data just in front of them. Axiometrics have just made their ultimate pit stop. Didn't see any fuel going on board either of those cars. Oh, and a moment out of the window I've just seen up at Rocket, the 97 car nearly firing itself off the road, but just about gathering it together. Here's the leader though, and Riley Phillips I think will stay out right to the end of this stint. I think he'll do another 3.5 minutes or so. Why would you bring him in when he's pulling a second or more a lap over the opposition?
If the pace is there, then that's the thing, isn't it? Stay with it. Simon Rudd's no slouch either, though. So they're really, crack team.
Certainly are.
And Riley goes out for the 6th stint as well, doesn't he? So
it's ominous, isn't it?
Yeah, for the others, very definitely.
12 seconds. He's taking 2 seconds a lap, nearly. No, so what? 1 second a lap out of Will Abraham. I mean, Will Abraham is not a slow driver either, but everybody's struggling for pace. That was a 20.9, which was slightly better for Riley, but the others are all at least 1.5 seconds a lap slower than they were going earlier on. Unless there's some fluid down. There were some reports earlier on that the 98 car might be dropping some fluid, but the 98 car's still going, so I don't think it can be dropping much, but you almost wonder whether it is something like that, because everyone just seems to be off the pace all of a sudden. It was only a handful of laps ago that Riley Phillips set that fastest lap of the race, and now all of a sudden he can get nowhere near it. Hearing a report that 195 is back in the garage, by the way. That's Morpheus Racing, so that's the car that won the most recent race at Croft. Ted Bradbury, Neil Burrows, they desperately needed.
Red Bradbury with the...
Red Bradbury, well done, yes, well done. He's also made a very interesting choice in road car as well, which I did promise I'd take the mickey out of him for. I might save that for race 2 later on, but poor Ted is... well, I'm going to spread my material out over the 2 races.
Wise.
Exactly. Don't peak too soon.
I remember interviewing him, was it his first race? I can't remember if it's Brands or Silverstone in Mazda's, his first podium. And he's just come on so much, hasn't he? That presence on camera and on the mic now. Yeah. Very relaxed around everyone, which is great. 100%. Gives a good interview.
I'll never forget that debut weekend that he had in MX-5s on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit of all places in damp conditions. His first ever car race, and he stuck it on pole position. He was about 12th by the first corner, but he put it on pole position. They hadn't quite figured out how to get the car off the line, but it was...
That's why he's coming to rolling starts.
Exactly, yes. But you're still going to be able to launch out of the pit block quite quickly, as we're about to see in a moment or two, from Team Greenheath, who are doing a double fuel stop at the end. So That's interesting then. So they're double fueling with less than an hour to go.
Yeah, yeah.
So they probably won't put the entirety of the second churn in. Let's see how long it's in for. Oh, yeah, a splash of the second churn, so it wasn't a full double fuel. Just enough to get them home. PLR in behind them as well. This will be a place change, I think, because PLR don't have to refuel. So this is now where their loss at the last round of pit stops from PLR starts to come back to them now, doesn't it? Because they don't have, they'll spend less time in the pit lane now through the final hour than the other teams will. So that's ninth place, sorry, changing hands. JPR Team ACR getting past Vape Club with EDF. Both of these cars have pitted, yes, for a fourth time, so that was a genuine pass for position. And again, Aaron Cook in the car and immediately overtaking people.
Yep, he's at one, isn't he, with car and track at the moment.
Now, MJ Tech in.
MJ Tech in pits.
Oh, and I got to the window too late to see if they put fuel in. I hope James was watching that.
That would suggest not, wouldn't it?
Yeah, maybe. Out they go, trying to see where they are in relation to others that have stopped, but they're sort of on their own, really. They're well ahead of Axiometrics. Pit window closed. I'm also trying to spot Jamie to see whether he would have been within sight of that MJ Tech pit stop. And he's told me, I believe.
Gesticulating at his phone, isn't he? So he's been...
No fuel. No fuel.
Well
Thank
done,
you, Jamie.
Yeah, quite how he can do the pit lane job and tech.
Yes.
Beyond me.
Absolutely.
So multitasking very well indeed.
What he's also told me that I ignored was that 195 have a fueling issue. That's why they're in the garage. And that apparently about 10 minutes ago it was trying to rain, which possibly explained. That was about when I started noticing slow lap times.
So yeah, good watch. Yeah,
maybe that's what that was. We would never have known though, because it's looked glorious all afternoon, really. But they say Anglesey has its own microclimate. I think the Anglesey Circuit does as well.
So we're just waiting for the leader now to make a move in at some point. Meanwhile, 214 on the inside of 103. So C Data finally making that move past the Axiometrics car.
Simon Rudd there on the inset, getting ready to go out. His car is somewhere, I'm not sure where, over at the top end of the circuit. Oh, it's just heading up towards Rocket, so he's got half a lap or so to wait, and then he'll be on board for his final stint of the race. And well, this is going to be a very important pit stop, isn't it? If they need to take fuel either now or at the final stop, that 10-second or so lead that they had will shrink. I actually don't think it will disappear completely, though. I think they're far enough ahead of MJ Tech now. They should be able to fuel without losing position, but it will tighten things up, which is exactly what we want to see. There he is, down the hill. Now is a good time to pit as well, because he's catching a big knot of traffic, so in will come Riley Phillips. I think I just said Simon Rudd again. It is Riley Phillips for another 10 seconds or so, who is at the wheel of car number 1. There is Simon Rudd. And let's see, is there fuel waiting? I don't see any fuel waiting, no, because they're putting Simon straight in. So a no fuel pit stop, at least for this occasion. But one more stop to go. He just set the fastest lap of the race on his in-lap, by the way. But it won't count because he crossed the line in the pit lane, but that was technically a new fastest lap. Riley Phillips catching his breath after an awesome stint.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, wasn't it? Was it 7th he started?
Yeah.
That stint. Up into the huge lead as well. Job done. His work's not completed though, because he's got another stint to go in around about half an hour or so.
And MJ Tech are only at the final corner. That is the lead. So out of the hairpin at turn 2 goes Simon Rudd, and across the line some 20 odd seconds later goes the second place car. That lead, now that lead's doubled. Why is that lead doubled? Uvio, oh no, sorry, yeah, MJ Tech didn't take fuel, so why has that lead gone out by so much?
Good driver change, in and out.
Must have been. That's...
Uvio Hoffman still playing around in the pit lane with tyre pressures, by the look of it. But actually now P2, Uvio Hoffman. 21 seconds down.
They may have now dropped by, yeah, they've just dropped behind MJ Tech, so I think that will update. But yeah, they're still in contention, but I think they probably need a safety car or something, which is a possibility, I guess, on average here at Anglesey. Last safety car, well, comes about 40 odd laps from the end of the race. We don't tend to get many late safety cars, so often because we've had so many earlier on in the race that we thinned the field out by that point, and there isn't really anyone left. But reasonably high attrition rate in this race, although there's only 2 cars not running, Morpheus Racing and Skull Club, because Greenheath, I believe, are back out again. Yes, they are. Seen them going up the back straight. So Greenheath, after that damage they sustained not that long ago, really, are circulating once again. So good work from the team.
Raptors Racing coming under pressure from Signature RV.
Yeah, so Olympian GRD are 20 seconds clear of MJ Tech, so it must have been a slow stop for MJ Tech. Yeah. Regardless of whether or not they took fuel, they just weren't as quick at the driver change, perhaps. And that's where Olympian GRD pulled such a gap. But we now need to watch the lap times, don't we? See whether or not Scott Jeffs can eat into that advantage at all. In the hope, perhaps, that Olympian GRD are going to have to take on more fuel a little bit later on. There's a stop-go penalty for someone, I think. There's a board being held out over the pit wall. I can't, from this angle, see the number on the board. 98?
It's got a 9 on the end, I think.
Oh, a 9 on the end. That would be, well, there are 3 cars with a 9 at the end. One of them is MJ Tech. I hope it's not them. The other's JPR 99, Signature RV. Oh, and Morpheus. So there's a few, actually. A few candidates. What it's for, I don't know. But anyway, hopefully it's not going to affect any of the leaders. Jamie, by the way, tells us that the MJ Tech stop was fine. It's just that because they're at pit entry end, it's a very tight entry. They've got to go around the end of that barrier and weave in. So he thinks maybe that's where they lost their time. But 8 seconds is a lot of time to lose.
Still can't see the number on the... Oh, nearly got a glimpse there, but...
I think it might be 98. It might be 98.
Yeah, I might have misread the end number.
Possible. We haven't got the clearest view, in fairness, but we'll see when they bring the board in, maybe. Oh, there we go. 98, Team 3 Motorsport.
You were right, well done, Andy. It's 5 times today.
This is a record. I'm going to be talking utter nonsense in race 2. This won't last, will it? An 80-second stop-go penalty, that is, for a yellow flag infringement. So that has to be something fairly serious, overtaking under yellow flags or something to that effect for 98. That will drop them definitely out of 12th place, where they are actually on the lead lap. So we've got 12 cars on the lead lap still, which is pretty impressive this deep into the race.
It is, but some good performances out there. I was just looking at championship positions and how that's going to change, and you kind of get into the scenario when once the season develops. I mean, this is obviously the 3rd event of the year. You get the tracks where some people prefer them. Get it in F4 a lot more than others, where you get your road-in team doing better than your Fortec team, and then it switches at another. And I guess you definitely would have noticed that in the past. Are there any sort of, who is it regularly shines here on Anglesey?
It always used to be Sherrodai's UK, which was the Marcus Clutton and the other driver. They always used to. Peter Belshaw, there we go, thank you, Peter Scherer. Peter Belshaw and Marcus Clutton, they always used to win here at Anglesey. They had a run of wins in a row, I think, about 5 or 6 years ago or so. And they were always quick here. And then that sort of moved over to Uvio. They had a few wins here at Anglesey over 2 or 3 years maybe, but there hasn't been particularly a pattern, I'd say, over the last... Well, actually, Uvio won both races here a year ago. They won both of the 3-hour races at Anglesey. In fact, the last 2 years, there we go, first time we've been wrong today, because Uvio, there has been a pattern, because in the last 2, 4, 6 races at Anglesey, Uvio have won 5 of them.
Wow.
So they have been the dominant force, really. The last team not called Uvio to win here at Anglesey was DispatchBay.com back in 2021. So it has been a while since they didn't win. And they're not out of contention now. They're in 3rd place. It only takes a safety car and they're right back in it. So we've seen that car's had good pace. But yeah, it does seem more than any other track to be a bit of a specialist's track, doesn't it? Certain teams just click with it for a few years and make good on that.
That can actually get the regular spectators fired up as well, because it's nothing like... It's the glory thing, isn't it, with following your Man Cities and your Man United and things like that. If you go along, and particularly with fabulous
Yes.
You know, you've got a couple of characters that are doing well. That's the stop through, isn't it? Oh, 249.
MJ Tech
Big
have got a
story.
stop-go. Sorry to cut across you there, but a stop-go penalty for MJ Tech Racing. Championship leaders, second in the race, and a stop-go penalty. That will likely drop them, I would say, behind Uvio and possibly behind C Data and Axiometrics as well. That could be big.
Yeah, that's 4 or 5 places. That's championship lead, isn't it? That's that
Yes.
territory.
Good point, good point. Now, it will become their dropped score. But before drops, yeah, absolutely, they're in danger of losing the championship lead, especially because Olympian GRD are perhaps on course for a race victory. Remember that MJ Tech's worst finish of the year so far has been second, that coming in the most recent race at Croft, but they are perhaps going, well, they may still finish second because they may still be able to get back up there, but that now takes the pressure off Olympian GRD, doesn't it? If they have to refuel at this final stop, they're no longer going to be under quite so much pressure.
Yeah, you never know, do you? We were talking about safety cars, and we might still get a safety car, but do we know what the transgression was for? Sorry, I missed that.
Speeding in the pit lane.
Speeding, oh, okay.
So they sped in the pit lane.
And we're still slow.
And we're still slower, yes.
Let's
like
rub it
people
in a bit more.
Well, it's like people that jump the start to a race. They almost always lose positions when they do so because they go and then they stop and then they go again. They still get a penalty, whether they gained or lost time, which is rightly so. But they were obviously caught speeding. It could have been on the way out, I suppose. But they were caught speeding, and that is potentially going to be costly.
Jump start. I was talking to Rob Boston when we were at Croft. He was preparing other things, but said that his most bizarre visit to the clerk was getting called up. And the clerk said, "You nearly jumped the start." He couldn't work out why he was called up.
I guess he nearly got a penalty then.
He said, "You're saying it was a perfect start." You need to be careful.
Okay. Noted. Oh dear. That's like saying you nearly exceeded track limits.
It is, isn't it?
It's called the racing line, isn't it? Anyway, into the pit lane, hopefully underneath pit lane speed limit now, comes the MJ Tech car. It will stop in the penalty bay underneath race control. It is a stop. Well, he almost stopped, nearly stopped in the pit box there. I think the car may have still been slightly rolling, but anyway. Hopefully no one noticed, and he's back on his way. And
Maybe
actually,
on the stream, all around the world.
Didn't lose too much time, and actually I don't think he even lost a place. He's back out in front of Uvio, but they're quite close together, so that's a good battle to try and focus on now. They're just heading through the banking at turn 2, and I reckon MJ Tech are just ahead. Well, maybe a couple of seconds actually ahead of Uvio, looking out of the window, so they've held second place. That could have been worse.
Uvio had that spot, didn't they, very early on when they were just that much quicker, the car and everything seemed to be quicker than everybody else. And they've not managed to repeat that. But having said that, the 225 car is still in third place, and championship-wise, you know, we talk about consistency, third, fourth, another third. Sneak in last round. Where's the last round? Is it Alton Park again?
I think it's a double header at Alton Park,
Right.
yeah. So that's, and they tend to go well there. They do tend to go well at Alton Park. I think they'll be a bit frustrated though, given, as you alluded to there, the fact they were so quick in the first 45 minutes or so of the race. I think they'll be a bit frustrated maybe if they don't win this one. A podium's nice, but to me the car's never looked quite as quick since it had its knock, whatever it was that happened to them. I know they've patched it up, but it's never looked quite as competitive since then. But they're still there in third place, and they might now be sort of re-incentivised to go after second place. A huge moment for the 97 in the background, as Uvio nearly clattered into the side of the Team Summers number 158 car. But there's just a few cars again starting to run out of grip, and that means that that spectre of a safety car that's sort of looming over everyone, it's not beyond the realms of possibility, is it, that we could have another drama that could really change the complexion of the race.
We could well do with 37 minutes to go. My thoughts now beginning to start to think about the second race, and people are that much more in tune with conditions, track, car on track and everything else. I think race 2 will be a lot closer.
Yes, I think so.
Not that this one hasn't been.
Well, indeed
it's had some extremely close moments, but...
And imagine if we could throw the likes of Morpheus Racing back into the mix as well, because we know that they really should have been up there. That would certainly give us something to get excited about, I think, in race 2, which will race into the evening. Starts just before 7 o'clock, finishes just before 10 o'clock this evening. So, get yourselves comfy for a very exciting evening of racing here from Anglesey. In the meantime, we still have plenty of other racing. The Mazda MX-5s all 3 Mazda MX-5 championships here to keep us entertained today, along with the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. So a busy day of racing here at Anglesey. No need to move from where you are. You can enjoy a fantastic day. Hopefully some more good racing action as the weather gets ever nicer now. Sun shining through, bright blue skies, and it's all shining on Olympian GRD car number 1, reigning championship winning car that leads the way as they head towards Rocket Corner.
He's coming through with a spot of another place change from Peter.
So yes, Seed Data into 4th place. Glad someone's paying attention. Seed Data into 4th place, Axiometrics down to 5th. So yeah, that's a change as here comes almost Simon Rudd to put a lap on Signature RV, who was 2nd when the race restarted. So that's been a real change of fortunes for them. Harry Mailer, of course, will take over for the final stint. He'll be praying for a safety car now that would keep him on the lead lap and in contention maybe for a win. But he, for a time, was the fastest man on the track. There's the Uvio car going through Rocket. Long way behind now. Some 30 seconds or more behind. And again, a huge slide through Peel Corner. Just running out of rear traction. There's the MJ Tech car dropping down the hill. It does look to me, though, like Scott Jeffs, who's back in that MJ Tech car now, is just starting to get away again slightly from Fabulous Randaccio, who's got the 195 car behind him. That's Ted Bradbury at the beginning of a double stint. Well, about halfway through a double stint now, I guess. A little bit wide out of target. Ted Bradbury now 15 laps down after that latest visit to the pit lane. 17th place. Not really likely now to gain any more positions out of this or any more points. 27.9 seconds the lead. So what are the lap times comparing Rudd to... Well, now, that was a very slow lap for the race leader last time around, Simon Rudd. 1:24.3. 2.6 seconds slower than MJ Tech. So I can only imagine Simon had traffic. He's certainly in traffic now as he comes across the line.
Yeah.
But that means that gap is just starting to shrink again.
And let's be honest, it's fast traffic as well.
Yeah. That's true, actually. Yeah, that was Signature RV, Ratters Racing, and Greenheath? Morpheus 109. They're putting a lap down. So this is the battle for 9th place, basically, that Simon Rudd is lapping. But that lap again was a 23.5. What can Scott Jeffs do? Here he comes across the line now, 33.5 minutes to go. And he does a 22.0, so a second and a half gained. And of course, it's unlikely that Scott Jeffs will catch this same traffic before he hands the car back over at the next and final pit stop. So if he can gain any time here, that could prove very useful indeed. There goes Simon Rudd past the Ratters Racing car, which didn't make life easy for him. It's a 10th placed car now going a lap down, and before too much longer he'll lap the 9th placed car as well. So Olympian GRD lead, 26.3 seconds their lead over MJ Tech Racing in second. Uvio Hoffman's Lotus are a further 3 seconds back in third. They have got then about 15 seconds in hand over Seed Data, number 214, with Axiometrics 103 in 5th position, a few seconds further back. They're about 5 seconds ahead of JPR Team ACR, number 99. 6th position, 7th place then for Vape Club with EDF, number 246. They're 2 seconds ahead of PLR Racing, number 146 in 8th. And it's 109 Morpheus in 10th. In 9th, sorry, and 155 Ratters Racing rounding out the top 10 positions as we tick towards the final round of pit stops. Another slowish lap for Olympian GRD, a 22.5, as they've now broken to the front of that queue of traffic nearly. They've got Greenheath to put a lap down, Morpheus to put a lap down still. 25.6 seconds. So I know it's still 25 seconds, Richard, but it's come down by 5 or 6 seconds in the last 3 laps or so, that lead gap. So it's just keeping MJ Tech in contention if they have perhaps this fuel advantage that we suspect they might have in the final stop.
Yeah, it's not looking too bad for them. So what would the strategy be? We've got to think about who's coming in. We've got Riley Phillips, who we know was very quick in that lead car. Is he going to get in quickly? I'm just looking for the pit lane window board, which will be going out soon. A minute or so. Are they going to get Riley Phillips out straight away? get him in car quickly. Will Abraham going into the MJ Tech car. So it's still not over, is it? There's the second place car. But as you say, 25 seconds down. It's been a good job actually to cut the lead down by the championship leading car and having had a drive-through.
Well, exactly. What if? What if? Because they've gained these 6 seconds in the last few laps. Had it not been for the drive-through, they'd have been about 10 seconds behind the lead. So, stop-go penalty as it was. So, yeah, that's a real case of what if. There is the Uvio car. They have put more tape, I think, on that left front corner. It's going to need a bit of TLC before the second race later on. Leader was quicker than MJ Tech slightly on the previous lap. What about this time around? Quicker again by 4/10. So now that he's in clean air, Simon Rudd is quicker once more than Scott Jeffs, whose main priority, I think, now has to be trying to keep the 225 car at bay for second place, because that's important for the championship as well. Uvio, we know, are going to be up there by the end of the year. So it's important that MJ Tech try and just keep as many points away from Uvio, as well as Olympian GRD, but Uvio as well, as far as their championship battle is concerned.
Pit window's open.
Yes, so who's going to blink first then? Any activity down at MJ Tech? Not yet. Can I see Riley Phillips getting ready? No, I don't think I can. So they're keeping their cards close to their chest then, not revealing themselves into the pit lane just yet. But as the window opens, more and more team members wander off the pit wall over towards the pit garages to prepare for what could be the all-important money stop, if you like, at the end of the race. Simon Rudd up behind the Greenheath car here, trying to put that car a lap down. So this is the 7th placed car now going a lap down, which means they must have lapped PLR, but I can't actually see PLR racing on track around them. No, sorry, I'm misreading the time screen. EDF are laps down, Greenheath are laps down, aren't they, after their issue up at Rocket. This is Ratters Racing, though, at the inside of B49, and this is for position. This is Ratters Racing defending 10th place. So these two cars both still running well inside the top 10. They've slipped off the lead lap now, Richard, but still enjoying a very, very entertaining battle for a spot inside the top 10.
Yeah, running well, and Signature RV has a look at a partially open door. Now we've got a little bit of a tension from behind, because we've got the JPR Team GT car, which has got Jack Noller at the wheel for the penultimate stint. Gives Jack a chance to get himself away, as you heard, ready for the Mazda race.
Leader is in, by the way, Richard, so this is Olympian GRD in. They are not refueling, I can tell you. So Olympian GRD are in. It looks like an all-right stop, not the fastest that I've seen. A bit leisurely on shutting the door. They do now send Riley Phillips on his way, and that he's going to get out, actually, just in front of MJ Tech, who haven't yet stopped. So that shows the sort of margin that they had. So MJ Tech still aren't going to claim the lead, even though they haven't yet pitted. But that was a no-fuel stop for Olympian GRD, so that was the answer to our question. They didn't need any more.
Well, they don't think they needed any more.
I've seen that happen before.
Well, yeah.
I've seen that happen before.
To be fair, looking at the the results for this year, it's the one thing that's been missing, isn't it, for the number one car? It's a 4, 3 and a 2. We haven't had the one yet, so that would sort of, they'll be able to go bingo at the end of it.
Won't be counting any chickens just yet, though. We've got 27.25 minutes to go. Still, things can happen. Strange things can happen at the end of Fun Cup races, as they know. There's the MJ Tech car up through Rocket, and Scott Jeffs, that wouldn't have been a nice feeling for Scott, would it, coming round the first corner, seeing the Olympian GRD car coming out of the pit lane ahead and knowing that you still have to make a pit stop. It would be so tempting, wouldn't it, to let your head drop at that moment and think, oh, OK, time to give up now.
Could have done it the stop-go, but
well, yeah.
There was me, sort of the harbinger of doom, looking at them dropping 5 places and losing the championship lead. That didn't happen.
No. It's such a short pit lane here. I think if we were at a Silverstone, they would have done, because they'd have had to triple down a whole pit lane. But it's such a small pit lane at Anglesey, which is why it was so congested during those 2 safety car pit stops earlier on. But you don't really lose a lot of time. And it's also a shorter run through the last corner, a shorter run through the first corner. So doesn't lose you too much time at all. But anyway, one thing Scott Jeffs can do here is at least try and put some pressure on Riley Phillips. If he can close in on Riley, get on his rear bumper, try and distract him, spook him into making a mistake maybe, force him to push a bit harder than he wants to. He's got another 6 or 7 laps, or 4 or 5 laps maybe actually, before he has to pit, does Scott.
How about Silverstone? I was put off that place in the week. The Tories did their manifesto launch there.
Did they really? I did not know that.
Yeah.
It took that to put you off Silverstone.
Well, yes.
Pretend I didn't say that, everyone. Home of British motorsport, so proud. Yes, Anglesey's a nicer place to spend a weekend, I would argue, especially when you get a day like this.
Always remember as a commentator back in the day at Brands Hatch called Robin Murphy, and he was reading. Used to get in the days we used to get commentator sheets brought up to you by people used to bring, and this guy said, he goes, well, he's instructor at Silverstone, so he'll be good at the straight flat bits.
Yes, indeed. It's a fabulous place, Silverstone, I'm sure. But give me a nice sunny Anglesey or Alton Park any day of the week, if I'm honest with you. But that's the nice thing about British motor racing, isn't it? We've got variety. We've got a little bit of everything. We've got those big Formula One, Grade 1 circuits.
They've all got, and every place has got its pluses.
They do. Absolutely. And I've seen some we've seen some cracking Fun Cup racing at Silverstone, haven't we, as well? I will never forget that race on the national circuit last year that was absolutely phenomenal. It is made for certain types of racing, Fun Cup certainly among it. And,
I love the Nationals. A lot of people moan at me about the Nationals. I love it.
It's my favourite, actually. My favourite layout, yeah. Certainly for, high-speed single-seater or prototype racing, maybe not. But, club racing, touring car racing, I think it's a brilliant layout, I really do. There you go, we've given Silverstone some love now. Hopefully we'll be allowed back in the near future. Mind you, Fun Cup, I think I'm right in saying Fun Cup aren't racing at Silverstone this year. I don't think they've got a visit to the home of British motor racing. They head next to Snetterton on the 20th of July. Then August they're at Brands Hatch. September they're at Donington Park. And then it all finishes at Alton Park in October. So, no trip to Silverstone this year, which is a shame because there have genuinely been some top-quality Fun Cup races over at Silverstone through the years. But Anglesey's given us its fair share of thrillers in the past. This one looking like it's going to be a slightly more sedate finish than we're used to, but with 23 3/4 minutes to go, that would be music to the ears, really, of Riley Phillips, who many a time, Richard, we've seen in the past, be in the position at this stage of the race where he's the hunter, he's the one chasing down the leaders. A slightly strange position for him to be in this, where he's got a big lead to defend and actually plenty of reasons not to overstretch the car, really, knowing we've got a second race to come later on.
That's a good point. It's a different place to be in psychologically, isn't it? Anyone that's done karting and been drawn off the front will know that being chased is a completely different pressure, but it's not going to be a problem for him.
You would think not. 97 have just pitted. We're still within the pit window, aren't we? Yes, okay, that's fine. We're still within the pit window because, of course, MJ Tech haven't stopped yet either, nor have Uvio in third position. In fact, waiting for a number of front-running cars, most of the top 10 yet to stop. They're all sort of biding their time, waiting for the moment to come into the pit lane. There is Ted Bradbury. He's up ahead now of MJ Tech, ahead of Scott Jeffs. So Ted Bradbury, what a shame that Morpheus lost all those laps, because every time we cut to the leaders, it seems the Morpheus racing car is among them, doesn't it?
What's their lap times been like?
Morpheus are, where have they gone? Well, last lap was a 23.0, so actually that wasn't a particularly quick lap, but their fastest lap is a 20.9, which would be about the 5th fastest lap of the race, maybe. Well, that happened early in the race when the track wasn't at its fastest, so I think they probably could go quicker than that.
Yeah, all things being equal, they'd have been in the front group.
Definitely. 98 away, quite leisurely from the pit lane. Makes its way back onto the track as here comes Scott Jeffs in second position. Quite grateful of the slipstream, probably, from Ted Bradbury, because it's at least helping him keep Uvio Oppmann's motorsport at arm's length, although that isn't what he wants to see, as Bradbury gets a little bit wrong at the top of the hill and heads to the right-hander at Peel.
You're still none the wiser to who John Peel was, are you?
Afraid not, no. Might have been a bit before my time.
That is just really sad. And you like your music as well.
I do. We still haven't had that conversation.
No.
Mind you, I was talking to one of the MX-5 drivers yesterday evening, and who was the artist that they hadn't heard of? It was someone like Kylie Minogue or something, and because they're 17, this driver.
Wow.
And it wasn't Kylie, but it was someone of that ilk anyway that they hadn't heard of, and I left the conversation pretty soon after that, to be honest. Right, this is Will Abraham jumping into the MJ Tech car, and that is their final stop done. There is again no fuel to go on board, and so out goes Will Abraham then back into the race. And MJ Tech are going to drop, well, temporarily down to third, but Uvio there haven't yet made their final stop. So this is significant then, because they're close enough that could end up being an interesting battle. If that was a slow stop for MJ Tech, if Uvio can have a quicker stop, they could be right together in a battle for second place. And we know that Uvio will probably have to pit, well, they'll have to pit either this time or next time.
Marquini taking over. Oh, hello. Great shot.
That was,
showing the work that goes on. 20 minutes to go, so it's not going to be too much of a loss without the splitter.
No.
Or part of the splitter.
Exactly. I think they just wanted to make sure it wasn't rubbing against the tyre or anything, didn't they? Right, pit window is closed, but Fabulous, if he wants to, can do another lap, which he will.
He will, yeah.
So maximising his drive time. So that's the battle now, isn't it, really, for second place? Is it going to be Uvio? Is it going to be MJ Tech Racing? Could be significant as far as the championship battle is concerned. And MJ Tech with a little bit of work to do here in traffic, and this is not a good time for Will Abraham to be catching traffic. He's fresh back into the car, trying to get himself back into the groove, and at the end of his outlap, he comes across three rather slow lapped cars, well, two rather slow lap cars, and Harry Mailer, who we know isn't slow. But that will have definitely cost him a little bit of time. That would have been a brilliant outlap from Abraham, and he didn't have many seconds in the bank, did he, if he's going to keep Uvio Hoffman's Lotus behind him?
No, it could all change. So where is Uvio now?
Just go through Rocket, I think.
Kicking up a bit of dust along the way as well, by the look of it. So his last lap for a few hours.
Yes, exactly.
Just under 4 hours. Assuming he starts in the next one. So
it's interesting, actually, yes, because Fabulous started this one. I wonder whether they'll swap around for the second race later on. We'll find out, I suppose. Here he comes then, down through the corkscrew. Pit lane beckons for Fabulous Randaccio, who, with that one moment aside earlier on today, has driven very, very well. We don't actually know what happened with that moment. It may not have been his fault, but anyway, he's in now. Farchini is ready to go. Car stops. Just past the mark. Oh, that was about perfect, actually. In jumps Farchini, out the other side gets Fabulous. And this has to be quick. Where is MJ Tech? They're just coming into the corkscrew now. MJ Tech through the corkscrew, down into the final corner now. This could be quite close. The engine fired back up on the Uvio car. Off it goes. And I think they might just do this. Across the line now goes Will Abraham. There he is. And Uvio have done it. They've leapfrogged ahead of MJ Tech for second place, but only by a few car lengths, Richard.
yeah, fantastic stuff. That's why you've got to take the pit stops into account, isn't it? Not just about on track. And that's another potential 2 championship points. Superb stuff.
And a 4-point swing, really, because it's 2 more for them. It's 2 fewer for MJ Tech, so it all makes a difference come the end of the season. We've seen time and again this championship decided by a handful of points at the end of a year of racing that will have had maybe 30-odd hours of on-track racing. It all comes down to a handful of points at the end of it, but this might not be the order they finish in, because Will Abraham is definitely not going to give in here. You can see Farchini up the road. He is the next car ahead of him. Interesting, though, that Farchini has tagged on with Harry Mailer. We know Harry could be one of the fastest cars on the track. He's a lap down in the signature RV car, but that's a good car to be towing up behind for Farchini, isn't it?
Yeah, good position for him to come out in. So it's close enough. We've still got 16 minutes on the clock, so that one could still get sorted out. We'll get a handle on the lead gap as well. Remember what we saw at Croft, which was very late on in the day, a change of positions. That could still happen. You never know mechanically what is going to bite, but the one thing that you can be sure of is that Team Olympian will put every last ounce of effort into making sure that car is as prepared and perfect as it can be.
Indeed so. So through the banking goes Uvio. The gap is just under 2 seconds between Farkini, number 225, and Will Abraham, number 249. There you can see Abraham. So 2 seconds is a bit too far back to get a slipstream. If he can get within a second or 1.5 seconds maybe, then he should be able to get there. And as they head towards Rocket Corner, let's see whether that gap keeps on coming down. I think, to the eye, Richard, I reckon it is.
Yeah, could well be right there, Andy. Tablet problems.
Yes. I was hoping you didn't see that.
So still with the second and third place car, the 249, again just looking a little bit tail happy, and that can be indicative of a lack of grip or maybe a little bit of extra effort going into the driving to try and close down on that second place car.
Indeed so. Through the corkscrew they go then. And what's the gap going to be? Was just under 2 seconds. Let's see what it is as they cross the line. This time it is 1.5 seconds. It's creeping down then. So Will Abraham on the, well, almost on the tail of Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport. He will close in, I think, a bit more on this lap. And this will give us, what, a dozen minutes or so of a real battle, I think, between these two. MJ Tech will not want to lose second place, having sat in second place for so long in this race. They will not want to lose it, and especially to one of their championship contenders. Farkini slides a bit wide of the apex curve there through Church Corner. And as they head up the hill, is Abraham getting a whiff of a toe, maybe a small one. Not yet close enough to attack, but I think that attack is definitely coming, isn't it?
It looks as if it is, and of course you say held second for a long time, held the lead for a long period in the race as well. You have to say these are very hard-earned podia, aren't they, wherever you finish, first, second or third. So it's Olympian looking for their first win of the season at the moment out front. The key focus for us, they're very much on this second position. Will Abraham trying to close in on Farkini.
Here they come. What's the gap going to be? It was 1.5. It's not now, is it? That's under a second, I'd say. 1.5 becomes, well, 1.0. So almost exactly a second then between the two of them. Half a second a lap. But now he's within slipstreaming range. That last second tends to evaporate pretty quickly. So next time around, they could well be nose to tail. And it just looks to me like of the two cars, Richard, it's the Uvio car that looks the least pointy. It's sliding. It's missing apexes. It just doesn't look quite as comfortable to drive as the car pursuing it.
Yeah, I think you could be right. You can see from some parts of the track, I mean, it does ebb and flow the gap, but definitely coming down. And once you've got the car in your sight, that can potentially give you the impetus to get a little bit closer, much closer than they were on the previous lap. So we're into battling territory now, Andy, very much for this second place.
Yeah, that was that slipstream, wasn't it? Got within a second and all of a sudden he's there. They're both sliding around now as they head through the Rocket Complex. And, well, this battle for second well and truly joined. It may not be a battle for the victory, as we had at Croft last time out, but it could be every bit as significant as far as the championship is concerned. Points on the line here, and MJ Tech wanting to keep up this fantastic run they've had so far. Remember, they've had 2 race wins and a second place so far this season. They have been the most consistent team. They have, for most of the season, been the fastest team. Not necessarily been the case today, but second place is better than nothing. Across the line they go then. And with 12 minutes and 20 odd seconds to go, we have Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus almost within striking range. MJ Tech almost within striking range. And as they head towards this back straight this time, Richard, they could be game on for the second place.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just thinking about this as well, that third place, we don't worry too much about drop scores at this stage of the season, but that would be the one that we would think about. So, yeah, none too shabby at all. Yeah. But, yeah, battling about to get underway. So, how is this going to pan out? Are we going to see a challenge for position now? We are getting very close indeed. But it's covered. We saw this earlier on. I can't remember which car it was, switching outside to inside. And the reverse happened there, inside to outside. Again, going for the wide line exiting the rocket complex, heading down towards Peel to try and carry a little bit more speed out of that corner and down in towards the complex now. 195 track limit penalty.
I don't think Ted Bradbury's going to mind that, is he?
It's not going to be a concern, is it?
Not really. No, 16 laps down as he is. I think there was definitely a touch there, though, between Farkini and Will Abraham as they went up the hill. Farkini just sort of moved across in front, just into the braking zone, and managed to keep Will Abraham at bay. Will sliding over the car. I love that camera shot as well, to really show the attitude of the car coming off the final corner. And I think we can maybe take another look, can we, at that little moment between Uvio and MJ Tech. Look at this. So it looks like there's a gap to the inside. Abraham commits, and Farkini says, oh, no, you don't, and just moves over to the inside. And as Abraham goes the other way, a tiniest of touches. No damage done, no harm, no foul. But they are the fine, fine margins that we're dealing with here.
Yeah, it was good stuff, wasn't it, from Farkini as well, because he was clear. There wasn't any sort of overlap at all going on, but now there might be, because they're getting closer again.
He's only going to be shown the outside, though. Farkini won't let him have that inside line, because you can defend going into Rocket, and even if you run wide on the exit, as we saw from Farkini there, you've got the inside for the right-hander, so it's a relatively easy move to defend from, as long as you get across to the inside line early enough, which Farkini did. So Abraham might have to get inventive here if he's going to make this move stick. We're now less than 10 minutes to go.
Martin Gibson's not hanging about either. He's the third car in the mix, and obviously with being the cause of one of the earlier safety cars, not in contention for serious points here, but will possibly be aware that the leaders are there. Equally, he'll want to try and unlap himself if he can. It's as much his race, you know, he's paid to enter and wants to get stuck in.
Yes, he is 26 laps down and 5 laps behind Green Heat, so I don't think maybe he would... I think he might lose his spot on the Christmas card lists of Farkini and Will Abraham maybe if he starts getting too involved, or one of them anyway, whichever one comes out worse from it. Here they come then, back up the hill again. And I would say they're about to go up the hill anyway, through Church Corner. Abraham about as close this time as he has been for the last couple of laps, so we know what's coming. To the inside will defend Farkini. No, he's left a gap this time, has he? Abraham tries to get there, but Farkini closes the door in his face once again. Well, Abraham to the outside line. Gibson's got a grandstand view of this, hasn't he? And actually, in fairness, I think did back out of that because he would have had a double slipstream there, Martin Gibson, and elected not to go for it. Meanwhile, Axiometrics here are battling away with... JPR Team ACR. They've been catching JPR Team ACR, the 99 car, for 5th position. That's the grey and yellowy car just up the road. 207 is laps down, but with a bit of damage to the front splitter, perhaps after another little off-track excursion. Here, though, comes the second place scrap then. Will Abraham down the hill towards the corkscrew. And then into the final corner. Where else could Will Abraham make a move, though, Richard? I just think the obvious place to pass is up into Rocket Corner, but Farkini's always going to defend that inside line.
Farkini's got him covered, isn't he? Whichever way you look at it. He's not getting close enough coming into the banking here. And it's that run, isn't it? The car just seems to be picking up the toe and running much, much better up the hill. But Farkini just has... He'll see, he'll look in his mirrors, we'll see whether he's going inside or outside. The only way it's going to happen is if there's a dummy, but I can't quite see that coming off.
Or you commit right round the outside to get the inside for the second bit of Rocket, but you have to be doing something really right to outbrake Farkini. Let's see whether that's what he can do then. Up the hill he goes in the slipstream. Farkini goes to the middle of the road to cover, and does Will Abraham this time try and go right round the outside? He's going to think about it, tries that move that I just teed up, but again, Farkini will just roll across to the edge of the road and cover that one off. So Will Abraham running out of opportunities now to try and get this second place away. Such a significant battle this could prove to be in the context of the championship. In the background, by the way, I can tell you Olympian are right on the tail of the JPR Team ACR car. In fact, they're alongside them going up the back straight. So I think that's about to be a change for 5th position. Yes, it was. So Axiometrics have gone through off camera. They are through into the top 5 now. But we are rightly focusing on this second place scrap for now, as though in fact there is the Axiometrics car who's completed the manoeuvre, and they've moved up into 5th spot ahead of JPR Team ACR. That car's been up and down like a yo-yo, really, hasn't it? And it looks like they might have to settle for 6th place, but not a bad finish, really, at the end of what has been a promising race for them. There they go, and Appeal, and Axiometrics running well. They're not likely to catch Seed Data, I don't think. Seed Data are somewhere ahead. In fact, they've gone across the line already with that battling pair heading down through the corkscrew. Now here comes Abraham. Now he's alongside Sooner this time, yeah. Oh, is it going to work? Yes, it is. Wow, Will Abraham, he's gone through. So I didn't see the start of that, Richard. I don't know whether you caught it out of the window. Here comes Farkini back at him, though, around the outside into Rocket. There's a bit of rubbing, there's a bit of dirt being kicked up. Farkini's on the grass, still on the inside line, clatters into the side of Will Abraham's car, and I think he's going to go back through. Brilliant racing. They touch again on the exit, and Abraham gets knocked onto the grass. He throws his hand up in the air in frustration, but Farkini was never going to let that one stick. I didn't see the start of that, Richard, but I can only guess that Abraham was much closer going onto the back straight than he had been.
Yeah, it was earlier out of Church and made the move. It was the only way I think he thought he could do it, and he still hasn't done it.
Yes. Well, yes, but they may have a conversation about that after, because Farkini got his elbows out there, didn't he? And kept Will Abraham at bay.
Seen him off for the moment, hasn't he? Yeah. Will's got to take stock now for a lap or so and then maybe get back on the case and do it again.
Yeah, well, he ended up on the dirt coming out of Rocket. That will have got dirt on his tyres, and that slows you down for a couple of corners. He's sliding again now through the banking.
It's taken the wind out of his sails, isn't it?
It has. So up towards Church they go, and I don't think Abraham's going to be close enough this time to get the run up the hill. He will close back in the slipstream, but I don't think he'll get within striking range. So, yeah, Will Abraham's now really limited on opportunities to get this move made. They head into the braking zone at Rocket, and Will Abraham is not going to be close enough to make a move. So as they turn through the left, having said that, Farkini locks up and runs a bit wide, but Will Abraham not able to take advantage. So before it all kicks off again, let's take another look, shall we, at the move that nearly happened for the race lead. It was a bold attempt, this, from Abraham. And as I said, Richard, he was just that much closer going onto the straight.
He was, wasn't he? He made the move earlier, and then he's got the position here, goes across. I didn't think he was going to get across. It was one or the other. I think Farkini at this point realised that move is done, and he thinks, OK, what do I need to do to get back into play? I'll go around the outside, gets squeezed. So that's what Farkini did to Abraham a little bit earlier on, and then makes the move up the inside and grabs the position back with the line down into Peel.
And Abraham will say that Farkini forced him onto the grass exiting Rocket, but of course Farkini had just been forced onto the grass going through Rocket, so I think that was pretty much fair, really, between the two of them. This, meanwhile, is Riley Phillips about to lap the 5th placed car. That's Axiometrics that are going a lap down, and that almost opens the door for the JPR Team ACR car to come back through in what is an ongoing fight for 5th position. PLR Racing coming down the hill, they're in 7th place, trying desperately to catch up to that pair if they can. As they come across the line, actually the 99 car almost moving up to challenge Axiometrics as they round target the first corner and head towards the banking. Now for 2nd place, Will Abraham back on the tail now of Farkini, but 3 1/4 minutes to go. There's the leader. The leader has gone through to start the 121st lap of racing. So we're going to get, what, another 2 laps after this, I reckon. Minute and 20, 2 minutes for maybe 3. No, we might get 3 more laps. I think we will, won't we? So 3 more opportunities up that back straight for Will Abraham to try something new.
Martin Gibson's been patient, hasn't he, as we get a little puff of smoke out of the back of the 103 car, and this is going to put 5th place in jeopardy.
They've made contact, haven't they? Because there's damage on the left front of the 99, the right rear of the Axiometrics. So, typically, just as we cut away from them, they've tangled. But that's a lot of bodywork rubbing. Luckily, we're close to the end of the race, but that will be a concern.
Still got the potential to go pop, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. 99 car's got away with just a missing bit of front splitter, but that's not good news. Right, here we go. Will Abraham's going to try this move again that he tried maybe a lap ago. He's in the slipstream. He's a car length back going onto the back straight, and this time there might just be a gap to the left-hand side. Yes, there is, but does Farkini want the outside? He squeezes Abraham almost off the road, but Will Abraham goes through. Farkini desperately late on the brace, sails back round the outside, and he's done it again. Farkini has done it again and goes back round the outside of Will Abraham, this time without a hint of contact. I think he wanted Abraham to go to the inside because he knew that on the racing line he could brake later and go back round the outside again.
What a great battle for the closing stages, isn't it? But now he runs wide, so Abraham's going to try and point up the inside. Hasn't quite got the overlap as they start to head down into the corkscrew again. Well, there's certainly pressure, and again, Gibson being very, very patient behind.
Yeah.
He's not got involved. I thought he might want to just, come past and tear away down the road and see what he could get out of the car, but he's been very patient, hasn't spoiled this at all. And Farkini, what a battle we've had between this pair.
They're 46 seconds behind Olympian GRD, but I don't mind because it's been a fantastic scrap between them, and it means that we do have 2 more laps of this, 2 more laps to go. Farkini runs a bit wide out of the banking hairpin. Now, what does Abraham do now? He's tried the outside, that didn't work. He's tried the inside, that didn't work. The only option left is to drive over the Uvio car, but I don't think that's really going to work either. He goes to the outside this time. It's the inside at the kink, but it becomes the outside at Rocket. He will clear Uvio, but now what do you do? Because you know Farkini is going to be late on the brakes. He's not. He's not interested. Because Abraham was too late on the brakes and almost went off the road. But that has worked. So Will Abraham finally... he's gone wide. He's gone wide. I don't believe it. Will Abraham had the place. He goes wide through the second part of Rocket. And Farkini's back up the inside into Peel Corner. And Uvio Hoffman's Lotus are back into second place.
It's like Farkini can't get away, but he knows he's got an answer for everything that Abraham will throw at him, and that's exactly how it's panned out.
That is astonishing. I really thought he'd done it that time. Even after he outbraked himself, I thought it's okay, he's got the inside line for Rocket out, but no, went too wide again, and back through goes Farkini. So we're on the final lap of the race. We mustn't forget about Olympian GRD, who we really haven't seen for the last 45 minutes or so, but they are miles out in front, 47 seconds up the road, and they are on course for a victory. They're already at Peel on the final laps. They've only got the corkscrew to go between them and their first victory of the season. That's the Morpheus car slowing again. Perhaps just trying to hunt an early checkered flag maybe so they can get to work on that car ahead of race number 2. So they drop another lap down. That matters little, although a bad result for Morpheus will matter in the championship. A great result though for Olympian GRD, who slide their way to victory. Riley Phillips, Simon Rudd and Chris Davell, winners in FunCup at Anglesey. There's contact meanwhile there for second place, and that's Farkini bouncing off the left rear corner of Will Abraham's car, and Farkini goes back through again. He will not back down, and bits of Uvio car shedding across the front of the MJ Tech machine, but Farkini, I think, might be okay in second place now.
He's got to be now, isn't he? Literally, I mean, how many times have we seen it?
Is that damaged? The left
that is
rear,
damaged,
just
isn't it?
Bodywork, maybe.
Yeah, that's game over, isn't it? For the, we knew that anyway. Once they got out of Rocket,
Yeah.
with Farkini in front, second position was done. That car's going to make it back, I think. Not too far to go. Good job we're not on the international.
Indeed so. Well, Farkini and Fabulous finish in second place. Who would have thought it? That was a mammoth defensive drive from Farkini in the final stages, and Will Abraham has to settle for third, but what a battle between the two. I'd love to be a fly on the wall of that conversation they're going to have after the race, because I think that will be an interesting one. I think they will both have pretty strong opinions on how things transpired there in the closing stages, but we certainly enjoyed it. Riley Phillips will be oblivious to what all the fuss is about, quite frankly. He was over half a lap ahead of them by the end, and that car was 7th with the final safety car, which was, what, an hour and 15 or so from the end, and they ended up winning by over 3/4 of a minute.
Gives us our third different winner of the season, and yeah, this championship could very probably go all the way to Alton Park. I'm looking forward to that. I think I'm up for that one. So it's going to be a great finale to the season, and a lot of mileage to go in between now and then. There's our picture postcard chart as well. This is what it's about. Anglesey on a blue sky day, a little bit of cloud to add to the colour as well, but fantastic result for Christopher Riley Phillips and Simon Wright. Congratulations on the win.
Indeed so. So the 5th biggest winning margin at Anglesey in FunCup history, 47.5 seconds the winning margin in the end for Olympian GRD, and a pretty dominant performance in the end. Team Uvio Hoffman's Lotus come home in second, but only just from MJ Tech Racing, the championship leaders. C Data, 4th place. That was, we didn't really mention them a lot. We should have done, because that was a brilliant drive that from Matt Hogg and Mike Devlin. We didn't mention them a lot all race, and that's possibly why they ended up getting one of their best results so far, with Axiometrics in 5th, JPR Team ACR 6th, and PLR Racing from pole position ended up in 7th position. 8th place for Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, 9th Signature RV, and Morpheus Motorsport's number 109 car, Steve Walton and Chris Hart on their return, ending up inside the top 10. Then it was Team Ratters Racing, Wave 9, Team 3 Motorsport, and the 97 Team JPR for Hire car, in 14th, 15th EDF Motorsport for hire, then Team Summers, Morpheus Racing, Green Heath, 251, Team GT Tyres car, and Skull Club Racing. Unfortunately, after that clash with Green Heath up at Rocket, ended up non-finishing. Well, they were actually running the flag, I think, maybe, but all the way down in 20th position. So, a very entertaining race, as always we expect from the Fun Cup, and the great news is we get to do that all over again later on this evening. But for all of the reaction to what was a fabulous first 3-hour race of the day, let's head down to the pit lane and hear from Jamie Peters-Ennis and our winners.
Yeah, I'm down with Simon Rudd and Chris Devell from Olympian GRD. Simon, we'll come to you first. First win of the year, got to be happy with that.
Yeah, it's my first win in Fun Cup. So yeah, I've had a third, a second, and now a first. So yeah, good start to the weekend. Makes our job a little bit harder in the second race, but I think, you know, we've had the pace in that race. It showed. So yeah, you know, high hopes for that. You know, safety cars, it's good. You know, the strategy that Chris has called is unbelievable. It's an unbelievable strategy that wins us the races. But yeah, really good, really happy.
Excellent stuff. And Chris, the objective, wasn't it, was to be consistent, stay out of trouble. Your first stint, you know, was nice and steady. You didn't get involved in any sort of silly incidents or anything like that. The car is immaculate as it left. Perfect day so far.
Yes, it was. It's not often that you interview me before the race and I give you a plan and it goes according to the plan A, which was fantastic, and that's what happened today. But a big shout out to all our sponsors, GDR in particular and Olympian Homes. They are fantastic. This win is for them. We've been there, very, very nearly there this year, and now we're at the front. So bring on the next race.
Absolutely, and of course you've got to start at the back. I suppose now you'll all have a sit down and go through the strategy.
Yes, we'll have a think about whether we need to change things and mix things up a bit. But yeah, the game will be a steady move through the field like we always do, and we'll be there or thereabouts at the end.
And burn some more rubber.
Yeah, we'll burn some more rubber. You know, we might refuel this time, we'll see.
All right, thanks a lot. That's Chris Devell and Simon Rudd from Olympian GRD. So that's all from me for the moment. I'll be back later on this evening, but we'll also be live streaming the Podium in around about sort of half an hour, 40 minutes time. So we'll get some more reaction then. But for the moment, it's back to Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much indeed, Jamie. Yeah, interesting. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Jamie. Great to hear from our winning team down in the pit lane, and thank you for Richard as well for joining me for that race, which certainly kept us excited right until the end. But in typical Brscc fashion, we don't have a lot of time to sit back and reflect on that because we move straight into our next race, and it is for the Brscc MX-5 Championship, who head now towards the midpoint in their championship campaign. A series that always, again, produces good, close wheel-to-wheel racing, and a championship that's hotting up quite nicely as well, and aided, really, by a very, very tight and unpredictable qualifying session earlier on this morning. Let's take a look then at how they're going to line up ahead of our first 20-minute race of the day. Jack Noller, who we just saw out in the Fun Cup race just now, will be taking the start of this one from pole position. He was half a second, actually nearly 6/10 of a second quicker than anyone else qualifying, with Jack Noller, with Adam Sparrow starting alongside him. Tom Langford, the points leader, is third, ahead of 17-year-old Ewan Thomas. Then it's Luke Pullen, second in the championship, who sits fifth on the grid ahead of Will Chadwick. Levi Aisbett will be starting from 7th on the grid, with Ollie Graham in 8th, 9th Neil Chisnell and Martin Tolley joining him on row 5. Harry Storer and Tom Walker share row 6. Row 7 for Tim Dorr, the Aussie driver. He'll be a bit disappointed, I think, to be that far down the order, with Richard Wootton alongside. Then it is Chris Thelwell with Thomas Brown alongside him. Graham Rumsey and Tim Storer share row number 9. Top 20 completed then by Clive Chisnell and Richard Bartlett, with Simon Privet, Jonathan Fieldsend and Levi Aisbett Jason Aisbett, at the back of the grid. So, cars then lining up on the grid. They'll have a green flag lap to come momentarily, and then we will be racing for 20 minutes in the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. And as I said, It is a championship that's pretty finely poised, actually, coming to Anglesey after the drop scores have all been calculated, because we are now sort of at the point of the season where drop scores can be calculated, and we can start to really figure out what it all means as far as the championship tail is concerned. It is AB Motorsport first and second in the points. It's Tom Langford leading, but only just. He is 9 points clear of the youngster Luke Pullen, who starts 5th on the grid, and Langford starting a couple of places ahead of him, about 1 place ahead of him really, in 4th place on the grid. So they're the top 2. Jack Noller, though, the pole sitter, is 3rd in the points and only a further 5 points behind Pullen. So an opportunity here maybe for the Go For It racing driver to steal a bit of a march maybe on some of the AB Motorsport drivers who, to this point so far, have been doing all of the winning. But you do sort of feel like it's only a matter of time before someone like Jack Noller, for example, steals victory. And if not Jack, then maybe Adam Sparrow, his 4th in the championship. Adam Sparrow only a further 4 points behind Jack Noller. So it's a pretty tightly grouped top 4 with, 18 points covering the top 4 drivers after those drop scores are calculated. So round the banking they go on what is not quite a crystal clear day still here at Anglesey, but certainly better weather than we had this morning. And speaking to a couple of the drivers after qualifying, they said it's a bit of a jumbled grid, this, because it was damp, but actually the track had dried out pretty much completely by the time they went out on track. So some drivers had a wet setup. I know that Luke Pullen said that he, for example, had a wet setup on his car. There were a couple of others as well, I think, perhaps, who hadn't got the ideal setup ahead of that qualifying session. And that meant that they perhaps found themselves a little bit out of position on the grid. So could see that jumble back around again. Jack Noller, maybe that explains a little bit of why he had such an advantage in qualifying, because for one driver to have 0.6 of a second in hand over the rest of the field in this championship in particular, very, very uncommon, I would say. So I think things will definitely tighten up in the race. Of course, we're using the full circuit here as we head up onto the international loop, which takes you down the Tom Price straight into the hairpin and then down the old pit lane towards what is normally the bottom of the corkscrew, but on this layout referred to as the bus stop, the final corner. And it does add, I suppose, another good overtaking opportunity into the hairpin. You can see there it's a long drag along the Tom Price straight, but then it's a very steeply downhill hairpin, so very easy to wash out wide as you go through the right-hander. And if you're up the inside of somebody, that can quite easily lead to a little bit of a collision. So it's a difficult place to make an overtake, but you definitely can do it if you're feeling brave. And I'm sure we'll see a few people trying that move over the course of the 20-minute race. So the cars then lining up on the grid, and we await a race start with Jack Noller from pole, Adam Sparrow alongside him. The racing line, remember here, is the outside line. So although pole position is on the inside, which is an advantage in that it gives you the better run into the first corner, sometimes there's a bit more grip on that outside line, especially after a 3-hour Fun Cup race. There might be a fair bit of debris and rubber that's been thrown onto that inside line, so that could come into play here. We'll see whether or not the outside is the best place to be. It also means you can carry a lot more momentum through the first corner at target. And it's not uncommon to see the car on the outside of row 1 lead them when they get to the banking on the first lap. Is that going to happen? Well, it's time to find out, because the red lights go out now, and we are away and racing here at Anglesey, and it's pretty even across the front row starters actually, but Sparrow on the outside line is going to get levered aside by Jack Noller, who I think will get the advantage as they head through the first corner for the first time. Yes, Jack Noller in the Go For It racing car leads the way into the banking, with Sparrow looking to the outside of him, Langford third, and Pullen round the outside of Ewan Thomas will move into 4th position. So Luke Pullen already chasing after the leading group and is now only 1 place behind the championship leader Tom Langford. So the top 4 in the race are already the top 4 in the championship, a couple of them getting a bit sideways on gold tyres through Church Corner. as they head now up the hill, where the slipstream takes effect and allows Adam Sparrow to move alongside Jack Noller for the race lead. Tom Langford's going to try and come with him then. So Sparrow to the outside. How late on the brakes will Noller be? Very late is the answer, but not ultimately late enough. Sparrow goes round the outside. They both wash out wide. Tom Langford gets up the inside of the pair of them and goes round the outside for the lead. Does he? Has he made that stick from third to first? No, I think it's just about going to be Sparrow the leader then, with Langford trying his best now to slot in second ahead of Jack Noller. Can he make it stick on the outside at Peel Corner? That's a difficult place to be. Not quite as difficult though as the place that Levi Aisbit finds himself, levered aside onto the grass, and he is plummeting down the order. Jack Noller's one of Jack Noller's teammates at Go For It Racing. Is it a Go For It Racing car that leads as they head onto the Tom Price straight? They know it's not. It's the Brian Chandler prepared car of Adam Sparrow with the advantage, with Tom Langford in second. So Langford did get back across in front of Noller, who looks to the outside now into the hairpin. But as we saw in that Fun Cup race, it's the run up the back straight that is so pivotal. If you can time that run right, carry the momentum, be brave on the brakes into Rocket, then you can make a move. And that's exactly what we saw then from the leading group, as they head into the bus stop then at the end of the first lap. Sparrow leads the way, second Langford, third Noller, fourth Pullen, fifth Ewan Thomas, sixth position then is the number 88 of Will Chadwick, with Ollie Graham, Martin Tolley, Neil Chisnell and Tim Dorr next in line. So Tim Dorr's into the top 10. He's made some ground up off the start, as he tends to do. Leading group then through the banking. And if you thought the first lap was exciting, well, I think the second lap is going to be just as exciting, because these four are all within slipstreaming range as we head out of Church. And that's going to allow for a bit of overtaking again at the top of the hill. Perhaps it's going to be the cars at the back of the group that have the most momentum, Pullen and Noller. Langford's got a bit of a run on Adam Sparrow. Is he going to pull out? No, gives the bumper to Sparrow, pushes him up the hill. That's interesting. So Langford not yet interested in going for a move, and quite happy to work with Adam Sparrow. Just log some laps. It's a 20-minute race, and in a way, second place going on to the final lap might be where you want to be, especially if they start falling over each other behind the leading two. That could really play into the hands of Langford and Sparrow, couldn't it? And allow them to break away. So for now, Tom Langford, as we've seen a few times in the past, in fairness, willing to play the long game and apply a bit of patience, which is not something you often see a huge amount of in Mazda MX-5 racing. Short sprint races as they are. Towards the hairpin we go then. Sparrow looking good. Noller trying to move up to challenge Langford. If anything, Luke Pullen is the one in danger of slipping away from the leading group slightly. But if they start battling, he'll be right there with them again. They drop downhill then behind the pits, down the old pit straight, and into the bus stop. This 90-degree left-hander again, slightly tricky, slightly off-cambered, slightly uphill. Pop back into view over the timing line, where Langford is wide over the curb, and not quite as wide as, I think that was the number 23 of Martin Tolley. Running wide over the exit curb again. But they're sort of splitting into two groups of three now, aren't they? Sparrow, Langford and Noller for the lead, and then Pullen being reeled back in by Will Chadwick and Ewan Thomas. They swapped on that lap, so Will Chadwick's up ahead of Ewan now. Good to see Chadwick getting quicker. Always has had a lot of pace, has Will, who's a pretty prominent sim racer. He's going to close in on Luke Pullen now. And will he work with Luke, or will he try and pull out and pass? It looks like for now he's going to work with him, is he? Yeah, just sort of cruises up behind the driver of car number 27, who is very late on the brakes into the left-hander at Rocket. But they're going to have to work together quite a lot, I think, if they're going to have any chance of catching the leading three. Luke has not always been the biggest fan of Anglesey, has to be said. He was hoping for a bit of rain this weekend, but then he said he felt really quick in the dry yesterday. Not quite as quick as Sparrow, Langford and Noller so far in this race. There's his AB Motorsport teammate, Tim Dorr. He's gained another place now, 9th place for Tim, who also said he felt very rapid after yesterday's test sessions, and is sort of delivering on that now in the race, rather more than he did in the qualifying session. But he is now 9th, and Martin Tolley in 8th place is the leader of the Masters class, so they're the top two Masters drivers. Tim has got his brother over, actually, from Melbourne in Australia, and a few other family members flocking in from various corners of the world this week to support him. So he'd like to put on a good show and at least get a class win for them if he could, as they enjoy the summer sunshine at the Anglesey International Circuit. Off the final corner they go then. Fastest lap now for Will Chadwick. So Will Chadwick sort of pushing along Luke Pullen to try and continue closing in on these leading three. Wonder whether Pullen might be better served letting Chadwick go, because Will's obviously got some good pace here. If Pullen is struggling slightly, then maybe Chadwick could drag them up to the leading trio, who themselves I think are probably going to start battling soon. We are 6 minutes into the race now. Langford so far has been content to sit behind Sparrow, but Noller I reckon is a bit closer this time than he has been, and that might spur Langford into making a move perhaps as they go up the hill. But no, again, Tom Langford, former BMW Compact Cup racer, pulls up onto the rear bumper of Adam Sparrow. Behind them, Chadwick is going through on Pullen for fourth, I think. So Will Chadwick, yep, there, appears at Rocket sideways in front of Pullen, nearly wipes him out completely and goes through into fourth. That will have cost them time, but I'm intrigued now to see whether or not Will Chadwick has got the pace to pull them up onto the leading trio, as I said. I hear the wind blowing across the top end of the circuit. I do feel for our camera operators up at that end of the circuit, particularly the highest point on the track there, going out of Rocket. And pretty blustery day it has become. Down onto the international loop they go again. Still the same order out front. There is Chadwick then ahead of Pullen now, and I think they're already starting to close in on the leading three. Could be a trick of the camera. No, I think they are closing. I think we're going to see that gap come down. So Pullen at the start of the lap, it was in fourth place. Of course, that's now swapped, but he was about a second behind Jack Noller. I reckon Chadwick is a bit closer to Noller now than Pullen had been a lap ago, and Luke is going with them. Behind them, Ewan Thomas now in the grasps of Ollie Graham. Former race winner, I think, Ollie Graham in this championship, certainly podium finisher. So Chadwick does a 48.6. That was 2/10 quicker than the leader. So he is inching towards the leading three, bringing with him the fourth placed man. So there's life in this race yet, that's for sure. Here's Tim Dorr, not able to bridge the gap to Martin Tolley, is he? Tolley's a little bit lonely, actually, in 8th position. He's fallen away from the group of cars ahead of him, but he's pulling away from the cars behind. So Tolley on for a bit of a lonely race, maybe. There is Tim Dorr, the Kermit the Frog number 7 car. Pulls out of Church Corner. Being closed in on by Neil Chisnell again. Is Chisnell going to try and make a move into Rocket? Yes, he is. Looks to the outside line. Tim Dorr will stand his ground, snatches a break though, runs a little bit wide, and does that open the door for Chisnell to go back through? I think it might have done. They're side by side again. It's a brave man who goes around the outside of Tim Dorr though, and I think Tim is probably going to stand his ground. Who appears at Peel Corner ahead? It is Tim Dorr. So, and in fact, yeah, look at that. Chisnell ends up losing a place now to Richard Wootton. I had a feeling going around the outside there wasn't the best move. He's back up the inside of Wootton now into the top end of the corkscrew. Number 10. As they head down the Tom Price straight. We'll see in a moment who came out on top of that. They're still side by side, but Wootton's got the inside line for the hairpin. And he's bringing with him now. Oh, gets a big push into the hairpin by the number 45 car. That's Rumsey, isn't it? Yeah, Graham Rumsey shoveling Neil Chisnell into the hairpin. It does have the effect of sort of pushing Chisnell wide, Wootton wide. But he got past Chisnell, and now actually Graham Rumsey overtaken by Tom Walker, I think that is, number 221. So that was all kicking off up at the hairpin. It's let Tim Dorr off the hook, hasn't it? Tim Dorr's disappeared now in 9th position. That time around, by the way, Chadwick a 48.6, so he was about 4/10 quicker than the leader that time. So Will Chadwick is with the leading trio now, but interestingly, Pullen just not quite able to live with them, so could be shaping up to be a bit of a 4-horse race here. Sparrow, Langford, Noller, Chadwick. And here comes a move from Jack Noller. Now this will start changing the dynamic of the race. Noller goes up the inside of Langford for second, but that will just delay them all a little bit. Sparrow went wide as well, so they've really checked up now coming through the second part of the Rocket complex. And look on the next shot, you will see that we now have 5 for the lead again, because that one little bit of shuffling has held them all up and allowed Luke Pullen to close back in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them just about for the lead. As they drop down into the left-hander at turn 10. But where does the next move come from? I say Pullen's with them. He's not really, is he? Didn't gain as much as I thought he would have done through that complex of corners. But I do still think they're going to keep on battling this leading group. We're now into the second half of the race. Ollie Graham here to the outside of Ewan Thomas. To Ewan earlier on, he was feeling pretty confident that he'd be able to do better than he qualified. Well, it's not really working out that way, is it? Because he's about to lose 6th place to Ollie Graham, I think. Graham on the outside now, heading for the bus stop. Is he going to go right round the outside? No, that's not quite going to work, is it? Leaders then across the line. And Sparrow, Noller, Langford and Chadwick covered by only a second now. It's a further 3/4 of a second nearly, back to Pullen in 5th. But these 5, the class of the field really, as has been the case in fairness all year. These have been the 5 pace setters. These are the 5 drivers we expect to be fighting it out. Well, with perhaps the exception of Chadwick, actually. Will Chadwick has got quicker as the year has gone on, I think. There's no doubt about that. He had a non-finish in the first race at Silverstone and then struggled to bounce back. He had... actually hasn't had a podium yet this year, has Will Chadwick. So that's interesting. Will Chadwick then, if he can get that first podium today, could get right back in the hunt. There goes Jack Noller, meanwhile, into the lead of the race. So Jack Noller ahead of Adam Sparrow as they head for Rocket. And that is from 3rd to 2nd to 1st for Noller in the last 2 laps. Now, does he have the pace to break away at the front now? He was 6/10 quicker than anybody else in qualifying, Jack Noller. But on his own now, with no one to slipstream from in front, is he going to be able to pull away? That is perhaps doubtful. Over the crest of the hill they go. Well, look at that. Already is breaking away, I would say. And is this going to spur Langford into having a go at Sparrow? Sparrow just covers the inside ground a bit into the hairpin. That's going to delay them even further. So Jack Noller is actually in danger here of pulling away from the group behind. And the group behind them is Ewan Thomas, Ollie Graham and Martin Tolley, and they're absolutely together. Thomas still keeping Oliver Graham behind. But only just, and having to go very defensive now as they drop into the final corner. So Noller leads by 6/10 of a second now from Sparrow in 2nd. Then Langford, Chadwick, Pullen. 2 seconds covering the top 5 as they head for the banking once again. Where does the next move come from, though? Is it going to be Sparrow retaliating on Noller? That perhaps looks a little doubtful. Could be more, really. Chadwick having a go at Langford, couldn't it? Is it me, or is Pullen maybe just starting to creep back onto turns with them now as they go onto the back straight? Maybe not. 2 by 2 then they run. 2 for the lead, 2 for 3rd. Anyone going to make a move? I think Sparrow's close enough to Noller. Chadwick closes in on Langford, but it's status quo once again as they run through the left and the right at the Rocket Complex for the 8th time of asking. 6¼ minutes then to go. Head for Peel. It's got a bit of a stalemate feel to this now, hasn't it? Noller seems to be the only one who can, at will, make overtakes. Everybody else really having to work hard just to stay with the car in front. The slipstream seems to close them up down the back straight, but doesn't yield any overtaking opportunities. Whereas Noller, on 2 separate occasions, was able to simply pull up alongside and past another car into the braking zone at Rocket. So getting a good exit from Church is essential. He's obviously got a car that's working well in a straight line as well. And Jack Noller doing everything right himself to position himself in the lead of the race, and perhaps now is only 5.5 minutes away from his first victory of the season. Round the right-hander onto the pit straight once again. Jack Noller looking to try and build a margin. 6/10 clear now, another 10th faster than Sparrow. That was a personal best lap actually for Noller and Sparrow, 48.4s. Still the best part of a 10th slower than Will Chadwick went before, but of course Chadwick, when he set that fastest lap, was hunting down Luke Pullen, wasn't he? So he had a slipstream. Good battle just going across the line further back. That's the 2-2-1, isn't it, of Walker, Thomas Walker. Just ahead of Thomas Brown and Graham Rumsey and Chris Thelwell and Clive Chisnell. That's a good little battle pack just heading through the banking. Leading quintet arrives at Rocket. Just starting to look like Jack Noller's got control of this, isn't it? There's that battle I was just talking about. So the number 2 is Brown now, actually, I think, in the middle of that group as well. So we're adding more cars to this train. Thelwell, Chisnall, Clive Chisnall, brother, I seem to recall, of Neil Chisnall, who's there battling inside the top 10. Had a change further up the road as well. Martin Tolley's gone ahead of Ollie Graham. Alison Graham, who's been putting the pressure on Ewan Thomas for so long, now actually losing a spot to the Masters class leader. Now, bit of dust kicked up there by Walker, Thomas Walker, and he almost gets collected by Graham Rumsey as they head for Peel. Rumsey runs out wide, and now that allows Thomas Brown alongside. So Thomas Brown going to try and go around the outside. This is for 13th place, and I think it might just work as they head for the Tom Price straight again. Has he gone through? No, stuck still behind Graham Rumsey, who then sends it up the inside, does he, on Walker. Not quite close enough to do that into the hairpin. Oh, wow, Jack Noller, fastest lap of the race, a 1:48.0 with no slipstream. That's insane. He was half a second quicker than Sparrow. He's now 1.1 seconds ahead of him. He was about 8/10 quicker than Langford, and Langford does have a slipstream in 3rd place. So Jack Noller, untouchable this weekend so far. Not fazed by the fact that he's just taken part in a 3-hour Fun Cup race either. He is looking every bit as sharp as a driver who was fresh out the box, so to speak. Now, for 3rd place, Will Chadwick not giving up yet on getting past Tom Langford. Gives Tom a bit of a helping hand into the rocket complex. Tom won't have appreciated that, got a bit sideways. And Langford, the championship leader now, of course, he won't be particularly satisfied with this because he's losing points to Sparrow, he's losing points to Noller. And if Chadwick really starts getting involved, he could end up losing points to Pullen as well. So important here for Langford to try and hang on to 3rd place if he can. Head down to turn 10. There was a huge screech of tyres then at Rocket. Not sure who was to blame for that. Scored just ahead of this group, maybe Levi Aisbett. Round the tight right-hander, head towards Peel Corner again. All still in the same positions as they were last time we saw them, I think, that group. So Walker 13th, Rumsey 14th, Brown in 15th, and then Chisnall has got past Chris Thelwell. So Clive Chisnall passed Chris Thelwell for 16th place. Leaders coming across the line. 1.5 seconds now the lead for Jack Noller, and another fastest lap for Noller, a 1:48.0. He'll be in the 47s before much longer, but look at this, Will Chadwick all over the back now of Tom Langford for 3rd. So the battle for 3rd place definitely igniting. Langford has to defend into the banking, and that's just going to delay them. It's going to bring Pullen back into it. We'll have 3 of them before too much longer, scrapping over 3rd place as they head towards the very quick right-hander at Church. That, I would imagine, is a lift at most in an MX-5, maybe flat out on new tyres. Towards the back straight they go. Which way does Chadwick go? The inside or the outside? He tries to get to the left-hand side of the road. That might just work as well. Langford had to leave a gap. Chadwick comes sailing through on the inside line. Can he stop the car? Well, of a fashion. He runs out wide, though, but that gives him the inside line for the right-hander. No, Langford chops back across in front of him, and Tom Langford retains 3rd position. So Langford stays 3rd, Chadwick 4th, Pullen is now right with them in 5th, and Chadwick goes up the inside into Peel. That's not a place to make an overtake, really. They both go wide, and Pullen makes it 3 wide towards the top of the corkscrew. Someone is going to have to back out of this, and I doubt it will be Pullen. I don't think it will be Langford either, so Chadwick in the middle, not really in the right spot, was he? It is going to be, who, he says, with bated breath, that has 3rd. It is Langford 3rd. And I think still Chadwick 4th, so they stayed in the same order somehow as they head for the hairpin again. Chadwick once again peeks to the inside of Langford. So it looked like that was a pretty opportunistic move from Pullen, but he still is stuck in 5th position. And Langford, by the skin of his teeth, defending 3rd place for the time being. We are about to go on to... No, the checkered flag is ready. The checkered flag waves a few seconds early, but the race is over, and Jack Noller claims the victory. Adam Sparrow comes home in 2nd place, and Tom Langford, with some brilliant defensive driving on the last lap, hangs on to a podium spot then with Will Chadwick 4th, and Luke Pullen coming home in 5th. And in the end, they stayed in the same positions for much of that race, but it was a very exciting battle while it lasted. And then it's going to be 3 wide to the line, and almost a dead heat for 6th place, Ollie Ollie Graham, by 53 thousandths of a second, gets the better of Martin Tolley, who was 88 thousandths of a second ahead of Ewan Thomas, who lost 2 places on the final lap there, did Ewan? That's a shame, because he'd driven really well until that point, but lost out on the run to the line, and that was a thrilling finish between those three. Tim Dorr comes home in 9th, and Neil Chisnell completes the top 10. But it's Jack Noller who finally gets his first win of the year. And I think I'm probably allowed to say this now, but that breaks a 9-race winning streak for AB Motorsport. Ali Bray said that I wasn't allowed to mention that until either they won this race or they didn't win this race, so they didn't win it. And it's Jack Noller for Go For It Racing who is victorious, and actually only the one AB Motorsport car on the podium. That being the championship leader, Tom Langford. But I've always said that championships are won not on your good weekends, but on your off weekends. And I'm not saying Tom Langford's having an off weekend particularly, but not often that he finishes 5 seconds off the race lead like that. No one, I don't think, really has an answer for Jack Noller this weekend. Sparrow second. Langford satisfied, I'm sure, with points for third. But will be a little frustrated, no doubt, that couldn't challenge for a win. The win, though, for the first time this season goes to Jack Noller, with Adam Sparrow coming home in second, Tom Langford third, Will Chadwick fourth, and Luke Pullen in 5th place. Then it was Ollie Graham in that thrilling finish to the line, who came home in 6th position. Then it was Martin Tolley 7th, Ewan Thomas 8th, Tim Dorr 9th, and Neil Chisnell in 10th. Then it's Levi Aisbett, Richard Wootton, Tom Walker, Graham Rumsey in 14th, 15th Chris Thelwell, 16th Thomas Brown, ahead of Clive Chisnell, Simon Privet, Jonathan Fieldsend and Richard Bartlett, and Jason Aisbett finishing 21st and 1 lap down. So, the MX-5s will head back to Parc Fermé, and we will hopefully have a chance to hear from our podium finishers in the relatively near future as they gather together near the podium. It won't be long before we have a next session on track, although the next session is the practice session, isn't it, for the Fiestas, so no real rush. We've got plenty of time then to dissect that race with our top 3 finishers from the Gasshocks Mazda MX-5s. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and catch up with Richard.
See, the celebrations are going on. Jack Noller. Jack, congratulations. Sorry to butt in. You can get your helmet off. We've either got 3 quick interviews or 1 long one. I think it's going to be a long one because obviously you're part of the story of today, taking part in a Fun Cup race and now getting that. Obviously you had a points victory earlier on in the season at Stetson, but many congratulations, mate. Fine drive. How did the Fun Cup race help you or hinder you?
There was no power steering in that Fun Cup, so very, very painful, let's just say that. Worked well with the guys over there, gave Martin some of the longer stints. Maybe it helped that the car broke, so it gave me less stints to do, so I managed to keep my arms a bit less tired than it was. But yeah, it was good to basically learn how the track works, because this is my first time here. I haven't raced here before, but to do that race you can learn how well I got both moves done, learn how that corner works, whether you can go around the outside, where to go, how it blocks up with traffic and stuff like that. So that race was really, really useful for that. And then getting back in this car, it was steering's very, very light compared to that with no power steering, so it's like make sure I have a quick out lap just to make sure I can learn the car again so I don't drive it like a Fun Cup. But yeah, amazing work, and thanks to everyone that made it here, because it was a tough start to the weekend, playing with so many setting changes to finally get something to work, and it's obviously clicked and I'm really happy with it. And yeah, and thanks to Brscc Demolition and Select Commercial Management, I wouldn't be able to be here without anyone very kindly being able to support it, and hopefully see those guys later in the year. But made it tough for work Adam did at the start of the race with like Tom and Adam getting by me and just biding my time, just watched how their car was performing. It's like, there we go, the cars were starting to come towards me a bit, about from lap 3, lap 5, and away we went.
And fastest lap, once you got settled in front, fastest lap as well.
Oh, that's even better, even better. That 101, not often done without the toe in these cars, so happy to be able to make it work like that.
Jack, congratulations. You're under pressure to get a wave to the podium, but we'll see you later on in the weekend. You got the other guys as well. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with you with the podium from the Fun Cup race, from just which is going to take place in just a couple of minutes. Please stay with us.
Thank you. Well, no time for a break, Richard, I'm afraid, because we are going to be heading very shortly over to the podium, not for Mazda MX-5 festivities, but for Fun Cup celebrations. The Fun Cup Endurance Championship, they've gathered all of the drivers together and they're almost ready for a podium. So we'll be heading over there momentarily. Then more racing to come later on in the day. So we've got, at the moment on track, a practice session for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. They'll be racing tomorrow. So they've just got a bit of a practice session. Whilst that's going on, we'll hear from more Fun Cup drivers. Then it will be the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 SuperCup Championship for the Mark III MX-5s, followed by the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup Championship, a 15-minute race for them. And then the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship will be up after that. So that's the schedule for the day. Then we have a bit of a break for the marshals at about 6 o'clock, and we reconvene at about 6:45 for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship for their second 3-hour race of the day. Easy for me to say. So that's the plan. And I think we're almost ready to head down and hear from the podium finishers from our Fun Cup Endurance race earlier on. It was a brilliant race, a brilliant battle for podium places, and we can now see the drivers celebrating, along with Jamie.
So welcome back to our coverage of rounds 4 and 5 of the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship and our podium for the 4th round, which was our first of our 3-hour thrillers. And we're going to start with our Masters podium. And in 3rd place, if I could have PLR Racing, that was Neil Plymouth and Ben Pitch. Well done, guys. Trophies being handed out by Liz with the GT cap. In 2nd place is JPR ARC. That was Aaron Cook and Rob Croydon. And your winners of the Masters class goes to Axiometrics. That's Chris Wetherall, John Railton and Greg Evans. Well done, guys. I'll quickly dive in and have a quick word with our winners of the Masters class. Chris, it's a nice way to start the day, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll take that. It was good, really good race, really well done by the whole team. You know, we worked blooming hard, and yeah, great result.
Excellent stuff. That's fantastic. So put your hands together for our Masters podium. Okay. Well done, guys. So we'll make way now for our overall podium, which will be in reverse order. So in 3rd place overall was MJ Tech. That was Scott Jeffs and Will Abraham. Well done, guys. In 2nd place was Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport. That was Farkini and Fabulous. And your winners, and their first win of the 2024 season was Olympian GRD, and that was Christopher, Riley Phillips and Simon Rudds.
Well done, Riley. Reindeer, my man. Yes. First and last,
Okay. Well done, guys. What we'll do is we'll have a quick word with Farkini and Fabulous, as we already spoke to Olympian earlier on. That was a busy first race for you. You had some damage at the start, which knocked the tracking out, but you had to make your car the widest car when Will was hunting you down.
Yeah, epic. It was, yeah, we were a bit wounded, but 20 minutes to go. It's Fun Cup, let's play. So yeah, it was fantastic racing. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, I think hard fare on both sides. There was a bit of bodywork flying, but just fantastic fun. Yeah, really cool.
Excellent stuff. And Fab, that was you got to do it all again now, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, but I've got more energy in my bones because I didn't have to do that last stint, and I was quite glad I was sat there watching. But this man did such a good job today, like epic to watch. I think everybody on the pit lane was cheering away as that last 20 minutes went down. Really great Fun Cup racing.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations, guys. Quick word with Riley as we spoke to Chris and Simon at the end. You were already in the car. Your stint, it looked like you'd literally just popped to the shops and back. I mean, we know you were fighting out there, but that was a great first win for you.
Yeah, no, I'm super happy with obviously our first win of the season. It's nice to be back on the top step after close attempts earlier in the year, but no, something just clicked today and the cars felt amazing, and yeah, I think I've probably performed the best I have so far, so looking forward to the next race.
Fantastic. Right, third place was Scott and Will. Sorry to come across the camera. Will, we'll come to you first with that battle with Farkini. I think we can safely say you both weren't going to take that line down, were you?
Yeah, it was close and it was on the limit, so it was good and I really enjoyed it. Must have been pretty good to watch as well, I suppose. We're both just completely ragging it the whole time, so it was great.
And Scott, race 2, as I said to the others, you've got to do it all again now and hopefully go one better, if not 2 better.
Yeah, well, that's the best thing about Anglesey is you get the 2 races and yeah, got opportunity again to try and get on a higher step of the podium, hopefully.
Fantastic. Well, there's your overall top 3 of round 4 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Give them all a round of applause, guys. That's your top 3. Our second race will be later on this evening at approximately 6:45, but we will have a little bit of a pre-race build-up. But from now, it's back to Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Redgate Corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done, but also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well, so yeah, can't recommend it enough.
It's said that once you catch the Fun Cup bug, you just can't stay away, and that's definitely the case for these two gents here. Chris Hart and Steve Walton back on a Fun Cup grid again. Yeah. Who'd have thought it?
Yeah, no, it's nice to be back actually. I think grid's dropping off on the GT stuff, and I went and helped the kids at the last round of last year, thoroughly enjoyed it. Watched at Alton Park, not in the pits, and thought, need to be in the middle of that. Steve was saying, what do you think? And then he accidentally bought a car.
Accidentally?
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about that then, Steve, because it sounds like you were maybe the brains behind this. What is it that sort of made you want to get back involved?
I just think, like Chris said, we were struggling to have great weekends when we were out GTing. So, you know, as much as we've had great fun doing that, when the grids are dropping off, you're spending a lot of money and it's not maybe doing it for you or whatever. So, you know, Chris is great to race with. We have some good fun. We do whatever. So yeah, we're back here. So I'm just enjoying it.
And now you're back, I suppose the question is what you're expecting to do, because we know you're both quick. You both had success in the championship in the past, but it's moved on a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has moved on a bit. I mean, I have to say, the new gear shifters are more of a pleasure to drive. We were having issues with it yesterday, too aggressively switching down. I think once we get the car down, then car seems to be a really good car, and yeah, of course, we're not not here to play. We're coming for a proper go.
How long before your son's behind the wheel of one of these do you reckon? He's going rapid, isn't he?
Yeah, Paul Rosie's going to lose £10,000 at the last race of the year.
Is he now?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Looking forward to that. A bit of competition between the two of you then. Who's been quickest so far this weekend?
Well, there's no real competition, you know. Chris has done it for a long time, so Chris has always been the fast one. So it's just, again, picking the bits for me to go a little bit quicker and make us get up the grid. But yeah, you know, like you say, I think there's a lot of people here as well that they've come on since we were last here, so we'll have a go. Yeah, make sure we brake right and we don't brake a little bit too late and go straight on and things like that. So no, we'll be good, I think.
Excellent. We're looking forward to seeing how you both get on then on your return to Fun Cup. You won't miss them, that's for sure. They're the brightest thing here in the pit lane at Anglesey. Well, Fun Cup is always happy to welcome new talent onto the grid, and it's doing just that this weekend with a pair of new drivers. I've got one of them with me here, Adam Fawcett, driving the very stylish number 97 car. Adam, your first ever race, not only in the championship, but in any form of car, I believe. How are the nerves?
Pretty good. We had a really great test day yesterday. It was dry all day. Quite fun going on the wet today. It's just a really lovely car to drive, very forgiving.
And obviously, having never raced anything before, I suppose you've got no benchmark really, but are these cars, would you say, quite user-friendly for a newcomer?
Definitely, yeah. Very forgiving, as I said. If you go into a corner, you've slightly overcooked it, it'll slide and scrub the speed off. And yeah, it's just a really fun car to drive.
And a really fun paddock to be a part of. We were chatting a bit before off camera, and I think it's fair to say you're enjoying your Fun Cup experience on the whole, aren't you, so far?
Yeah, definitely. All the other drivers are very friendly, very helpful. Someone took our data card and put it on their laptop and compared our speed to theirs and helped us to work out where we were slower. It's a really fun group of people.
So how did you get into this then? I mean, we always say we're glad to have new drivers on the grid, but what is it that attracted you to specifically the Fun Cup?
So my neighbour, Farkini, they call him. I call him Mankini. But Farkini is a neighbour of mine, and he was telling me about the championship. He's driven in it since, I think, 10 years. And he's a big advocate of it. And he just said it's just a really lovely way to get into motorsport. And it's affordable, and all of the grid people are really friendly, and that turned out to be true. And so that's why we joined. And then a friend of mine, Andy, joined me to share the driving, because it's a 3-hour race, quite a long race. And yeah, here we are, giving it a go.
I hope Farkini's not been giving you any tips. I've heard he's not all that good.
Well, he's actually been very helpful, and we did a test day at Donington, and he sort of showed us the ropes. It's been brilliant.
Excellent stuff. Well, very best of luck then. Hope it all goes well. We'll chat to you again later on today, and hopefully you're still enjoying yourself.
Thanks, Andy.
There we go. We'll tune in later on to find out how our newbies get on here at Anglesey.
You asked me to get Nankang.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Brscc coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Brscc down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I'm catching up with Neil Burrows here in the Fun Cup pit lane ahead of a busy day of racing, Neil. 2 3-hour races here on the Anglesey Coastal Circuit, but you've done this before. It's an event that you enjoy, isn't it?
This is a great circuit. 7 hours of nearly a drive-in today between us, so it's going to be it's going to be a busy one. Some mischievous conditions as well. Weather's been on and off. But yeah, yesterday's test was questionable. We had a few issues. We've got on top of it. And I think we're back on the pace, so we're ready for this one. It's going to be a good weekend, I think, yeah.
Quite an important weekend as well for teams with championship aspirations. I know that you guys are very much in the hunt for the championship so far, but 2 races, a bucket load of points, but it all happens in one day, so the pressure's on, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't want to make a mess of the first race. So, yeah, absolutely. We're, lying pretty strong in the championship. I think we've got the pace. There's some real hard charges around us in the other teams, but yeah, we need to bag some points. We need to bag some strong points. We had an iffy first round at Alton Park due to the weather and a bit of a moment, but yeah, we're definitely up for it today, and we need to bag a lot of points today. Yeah.
2 races later, you've just finished qualifying, which obviously doesn't set the grids for those races, but still some valuable lessons to be learned in that session. What was your game plan this morning?
Learn the lines, because the weather could be anywhere, and it was that. It was patchy, dry, wet, and drying out, and I think that's the learning from this morning. And then you spend the rest of your time sorting your pit stops out, because it's won and lost in the pit lane if it's that tight at the front. So yeah, that was the strategy this morning.
Excellent stuff, Neil. Thanks for having a chat. Best of luck for the 2 races to come here from Anglesey a little bit later on in the day.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute. It's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at, and then everyone's so helpful. The top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done, but also, everyone is very, very friendly.
Just an amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Well, we've just interrupted PLR Racing doing a rain dance down in the pit lane because Neil and Ben, you're hoping for a bit of iffy weather today, aren't you, I believe?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll make this race very interesting.
You've always been pretty good in the wet, but let's face it, you're not slow in the dry either, and courtesy of your good work earlier on this morning, you start near the front of the grid as well.
Yeah, that was just a bit of an embarrassing fluke, really, but yeah, so we're starting on pole, so Ben's starting on pole. And then, yeah, we'll see how it goes from there. But yeah, sun's out now, raining this morning. Yeah, a bit of rain, changeable conditions. It makes more of a race than with 2 races. So if we don't get it in the first, maybe we'll get it in the second.
That would be a good plan, wouldn't it? Ben, you've got the start then. What are you hoping for condition-wise? Because a lot of people have said, Neil included actually, that when it's dry out there, ironically, the track doesn't seem to have a lot of grip. Is that something you found too?
It was a little bit challenging yesterday in testing. My rain dance is not quite as violent as Neil's, so I would actually like it to be. I quite like it wet, dry, and changeable, but not full monsoon. That's a bit beyond my wish list.
Satisfied with the season so far? Would you say there's been some good moments, hasn't there?
Well, not really, if I'm honest. I'm a bit disappointed by it. We've definitely had a challenging start to the season. There's some super competitive drivers out this year as well, as there always is in Fun Cup. And it would be nice to be a little bit further up, fighting for some more podiums.
Well, perhaps today is the day, Neil. This is an event that I know you've done plenty of times. Do you enjoy this double header? It's a lot of driving, isn't it? But it's always a fun event.
It's only 6 hours, so you know, but it's two starts, 2 finishes, 2 sets of points. So championship table can change after today, depending what's happening. And like Ben just said, super competitive. And I mean, we've got Chris Hart back again. Now you see, so people go off and do all the stuff, but they always come back to Fun Cup.
I wonder why. It's a lot of fun, that's for sure. Well, keep an eye on PLR Racing, see how they get on, starting from pole position for our first race here today.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Anglesey, everybody, and a sunny afternoon that keeps on getting better, keeps on getting warmer, brighter, and the on-track racing action will now just keep on coming to you with a busy afternoon of racing ahead. We've got another 3 sprint races before we then head eventually into our second race of the day for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We're just concluding a free practice session for the final detail Fiesta ST150 Championship, which for the record, Michael Blackburn is going to top, having only done 7 laps, with some others doing 13 and 14 laps, so he's clearly feeling pretty confident ahead of his race tomorrow. I think we also might have just heard from Liam Browning in that interval. There was an interview I did with him earlier on in the day where they said that they were changing the clutch on his Fiesta. He has got it out there and he went 6th fastest, so that's good news. Liam Browning looks as though that new clutch is working well on his Fiesta ST150. Now though, we turn our attention to Mazdas. As I said, it's the MX-5 SuperCup coming next, after which we will have a 15-minute race. This will be a 20-minute race for the Mazdas, 15-minute race after that for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup Championship, and then the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. We'll have a 15-minute race after that. Then at 6 o'clock we go into our break for the Marshals, a sort of tea time break if you like, before the Fun Cup Endurance Championship are back out for another 3 races. Another one race of 3 hours, which will end at around about 10 p.m. So yeah, looking forward to that, the into the dusk, into the twilight race for the Fun Cup to round out day 1. And then tomorrow we've got just sprint racing with another 2 races apiece for the MX-5 Championship, the MX-5 Super Cup, the Compact Cup, and the MX-5 Clubmans. We'll also have those 2 races for the final detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge and the Summer Celebration race at the end of the day. So lots more racing to come on hopefully an equally sunny Sunday here at the Anglesey International Circuit, as it will be tomorrow. And it's the International Circuit that's going to be used for our next set of races as well, before the Fun Cuppers are back on the shorter coastal layout later on. As you can see from the wind turbine in the background, it may look like a picturesque summer's day, but it is still pretty blustery out there. It's not too bad in the paddock, but the top end of the track, there's definitely a stiff breeze blowing in off the Irish Sea, and a wind that will affect slightly the nature of the racing, as we've seen from the other categories, the Fun Cup and the Mark 1 MX-5 so far today. It definitely adds to the slipstream effect going up that back straight towards Rocket, which is the best overtaking opportunity on the circuit. So the chances of some good overtaking at that area of the track certainly increasing as the wind speed does the same. There you can see the turbine working overtime at the far end of a busy Anglesey paddock. It's not the biggest paddock here in the UK, so it doesn't take much for it to feel pretty full. It definitely feels full today. An awful lot of teams and drivers making the long trek, for most of them anyway, over to North Wales, but well worth the trip. Bit of bodywork there, or maybe one of the bollards being moved by one of the marshals at the banking. That will be replaced at some point to be knocked out of the way again, I'm sure, pretty quickly. And once the track is ready to go, we'll release the MX-5 Super Cup drivers onto the track. They're ready and waiting in the assembly area after a interesting qualifying session earlier on today that saw Tom Griffiths claim pole position actually, but only just. He was 1/100th of a second, 0.010 of a second clear of Patrick Fletcher, who was then only 2/10 quicker than Aidan Hill. So pretty tight at the top in qualifying for the MX-5 Super Cup, and pretty tight at the top in the championship as well. Only 4 points in it between Patrick Fletcher and Aidan Hills. Patrick Fletcher looking for his first championship campaign, and we will, or championship victory I should say. We'll see at the end of the year whether he's able to be successful in that, but the way things are going so far, he's looking strong. Patrick Fletcher, he has had 3 race wins, but his championship campaign went a little bit awry last time out at Alton Park when Patrick had a non-finish in the first race of the day, and did bounce back to a 3rd place in race number 2. That was the first time he'd been off the podium all year for Patrick. It was that on finishing the race 1 at Alton. But Aidan Hills, second in the championship, has also yet to finish off the podium. He's had just the 1 race win though, which is such a difference from last year when Aidan won, I think, the first 7 races on the bounce in the MX-5 SuperCup Championship. And this year, he's not had it all his own way, because we've had those 3 wins for Fletcher, 1 for Aidan Hills, 1 win for Lee Britton at Silverstone. We've had 2 wins last time out for Joe Wiggin even, and a win for Tom Griffiths. So we've had 5 different winners from the first 8 races of the season. And it's possible we could get another winner here today, I suppose. A few people are having a more relaxing day than we are, which is how it should be, I suppose, really, over on the far side of the track. They are Anglesey regulars. They're here for every single event that they run here at Anglesey. They've got the sofa out, they've got the barbecue going. I don't think they can hear the commentary from that side of the circuit, so they're even better, really. They're having a very peaceful afternoon and soaking up the sunshine. Although you will notice the jackets and the hats that they're wearing. It's not warm over there, but what a brilliant vantage point they've got of the cars as they come out of Church Corner, up the back straight towards the action hotspot at Rocket. And yeah, fantastic to see the Anglesey regulars. You don't get a lot of racing here at Anglesey, although more than there used to be fair. This month, particularly busy. We'll be back here with the Brscc in 2 weeks' time for the Ginetta Festival as well, which is the next race meeting here at Anglesey. I'm sure that the Anglesey regulars will be out in force for that one as well. Right then, racing coming up very shortly. We've got cars being released onto the grid for our 3rd race of the day. It's time to go racing in the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup Championship. So, as Scott Woodwist gets out of the way sensibly, we are about to release the cars onto their green flag lap ahead of a 20-minute race then, the 10th round of the championship, and Tom Griffiths, sorry, the 9th round of the championship, I should say. Tom Griffiths and Patrick Fletcher sharing the front row of an 18-car grid. Let's take a look at how the rest of them are going to line up then for our first of 3 races this weekend. Like I said, exceptionally tight qualifying session, only 100th of a second separating our top 2 drivers, and it is Tom Griffiths who just about, by the skin of his teeth, came out on top with the race victory. Alongside him on the front row will be the championship leader Patrick Fletcher, then Aidan Hills and Lee Britton sharing row number 2, and Joe Wiggin and Ollie Allwood together on row number 3. 4th row of the grid for Nick Grindrod and Jack Brewer, with Mil Calzi and Jack Sycamore sharing row number 5. Row 6 for Will Batiley and Ollie Hall, with Alistair Dendy and Clyde Powell's coming up next on row number 7. They will have next in line Bruce Robinson and Amy Watts, with Alex Jones and Christopher Ginn sharing row number 9. So the cars released onto the green flag lap then, and Tom Griffiths leading them around. So Tom, it seemed to take him forever to win a race in this championship, and now all of a sudden he's got another one this year. He did follow that win up at Snetterton though immediately with a non-finish in race 2, which wasn't ideal. He also had a slightly iffy weekend at Silverstone on the international circuit at the start of the year, but he was back to top 5 performance at Alton last time out. And a couple of wins, 3 wins maybe this weekend, would do Tom Griffiths' championship hopes the absolute world of good. Tom, who came out of the BMW Compact Cup, as did Tom Langford, who of course we see leading the Mark 1 MX-5 Championship. And going over into the Mark 3s was Tom Griffiths, who helped me win a sim racing championship once, did Tom Griffiths, in Mazda MX-5s, and I always promised to thank him live on air, and I'm not convinced I have, so now I have, Tom. It was a good 3 years ago, but worth the wait, hopefully. It's a very handy driver, both in the real world and on the sim, is Tom, and he now needs to try and put all of that into practice, doesn't he, to get himself another race victory, maybe, here at Anglesey. And if you win the first race, there's a good chance you'll be near the front in race 2, although the grid for race 2 actually is based upon the second fastest lap times from qualifying, so I can actually jump into the future a little bit now and tell you that it was Patrick Fletcher who had the second fastest lap time. He will have pole for tomorrow's second race, with Tom Griffiths again only half a tenth adrift of him in that ranking as well, so extremely tight at the top. Those two will share the front row once again. Patrick Fletcher, of course, unlike Tom Griffiths, comes from a front-wheel drive racing background. He was a championship runner-up, I seem to remember, in the 750 Motor Club's Renault Clio Championship a number of years ago, and made the move not long after that. I think it might have been the very next year into MX-5 SuperCup, which at the time was a full-season support series for TCR UK, and I remember had his first podium that year, but it took him a while to get a first win. Once he did get a first win, though, he was a regular front runner. He's been a championship contender the last few seasons. Patrick Fletcher really, really wants to try and get the top honours in the championship this year if he can. There's a long road ahead before we start handing out championship trophies, that is for sure. He's got arguably the better grid position here, the outside of row 1, although I said that ahead of the Mark 1 race, and Jack Noller from pole position was able to retain the advantage, so maybe it's not such an advantage to be on the outside line. But if Patrick Fletcher, sorry, gets a really good start, then he might just be able to jump Griffiths into the first corner. Right then, red lights are on. We're ready to go racing here at Anglesey. Lights out, away they go. Good start made by Fletcher, actually, from the outside of row number 1. Is he going to be able to clear Tom Griffiths through target? He's got the momentum, and he'll have the inside line for the banking, I think, as they head towards turn number 2. They're side by side for now, but I reckon Patrick Fletcher will come out of this on top. Into the right-hander they go, and yes, Fletcher's got the advantage. Hill's now trying to get to the inside of Tom Griffiths as well. Did he make that stick? I don't think he did. Well, they're still door handle to door handle, actually, heading towards Church Corner, and on the inside line, Aidan Hill should have the advantage. Yes, slips through, does Aidan, and heads out onto the back straight. So Fletcher, Hills, Griffiths and Britton, the top 5. Wilbur Tiley there, way wide over the grass coming out of Church, and that will lose him a handful of places, but thankfully he kept the car pointing in the right direction. Right, fan out under braking, into Rocket, to the outside goes Aidan Hills. That actually leaves the door open invitingly for Tom Griffiths on the inside line, but that's the outside for the next part of the circuit, and that means that Tom Griffiths stays in 3rd place. Aidan Hills retaining 2nd, but Patrick Fletcher to the lead, and now looking to try and make good his escape if he can. Side by side, Lee Britton and Tom Griffiths, and Lee Britton trying to go right round the outside of Tom Griffiths, actually into the top of the corkscrew. That's a really difficult move to make on this particular layout. It's not going to work, and actually Ollie Allwood goes up past Lee Britton and brings with him Joe Wiggin. So Joe Wiggin, winner last time out at Alton Park, trying to go around the outside of Lee Britton as well, who really found form here at Anglesey a year ago. Should have got his first career victory in the championship had the engine not gone bang in the final race. And Lee Britton mixing it towards the front again this weekend. Down to the final corner they come then. Fletcher leads, Hills in 2nd, Tom Griffiths there in 3rd place, 4th Allwood, 5th Lee Britton, 6th Joe Wiggin. Then it's Grindrod, Brewer and Sycamore. Top 10 completed by Ollie Hall. Hall's picked up a few places, I think, from where he started the race in 12th. Towards the banking they go, up in the distance. Lee Britton there trying to get the better of Ollie Allwood, but as we've seen all day, really, if you're going to make an overtake here at Anglesey, the best place to do it is at Rocket, and that move sort of starts here at Church, doesn't it? Although actually Joe Wiggin proves me wrong and goes up the inside of Lee Britton, who must have missed a gear or something because he was very slow off the banking, and having gone from challenging for a place, ended up losing one pretty much straight after. The hill they go then towards the braking zone at Rocket Corner. Nick Grindrod now moving into challenge as well. Behind them, Jack Sycamore looking to the outside of Jack Brewer. Good to have Jack back racing in the MX-5 SuperCup. Had a nasty accident at Brands Hatch, didn't he, not that long ago, just over a year ago. Good to have him back racing with us, perhaps full time now in the MX-5 SuperCup as well. There he is, the yellow, blue and red car. Midfield scrap comes through. That's Amy Watts, daughter of Patrick Watts, former British touring car racer, battling with Kamal Khalsi for 11th position. Look at the way that lead gap has come down, though. I'd say that Aidan Hills is creeping up on Patrick Fletcher now. Lee Britton to the inside of Joe Wiggin, who is late enough on the brakes to keep him behind. Around the right-hander then, down towards the last corner. And Lee Britton ultimately not able to get through that time, but starting to look pretty threatening, as is Aidan Hills. That's definitely not 6/10 anymore between the top two. It's 4/10 of a second. Only a couple of tenths, but that makes all the difference. It means Hills is right within striking range. He's just set the fastest lap of the race as well. So Aidan Hills trying to close in and make a move maybe on Patrick Fletcher this time around at the back straight. Britton learning his lesson from a lap ago when he tried to get to the inside into the banking. That didn't work and ended up costing him a place, so he stays in line this time. As they head now for the top end of the circuit where all of the overtaking, or most of the overtaking, gets done, but I don't think Aidan Hills is quite close enough this time to Patrick Fletcher. He will close in slightly in the slipstream. These cars more powerful than the Mark 1 cars that we saw racing earlier on, and that we'll see racing again later on in the Clubman Championship. So the slipstream not quite as powerful as it is in the lower powered cars. Oh, that's Lee Britton and Joe Wiggin making friends again. And Lee Britton, I think, has been up the inside going into Rocket, but now gets shoveled off the road coming out of the second part of Rocket. Nick Grindrod sees a chance to get up the inside, and Jack Sycamore threads the needle and goes between Jack Brewer and Nick Grindrod, then runs wide. Brewer gets him back. Or does he? Because now the next corner's a left-hander, and that will favour Jack Brewer. No, through goes... Sorry, that will favour Sycamore, but Brewer goes through on the outside line. Good racing that between those three, but all sort of triggered by Lee Britton and Joe Wiggin doing battle. Out onto the old pit straight they head. And Patrick Fletcher's lead coming under more threat now, I'd say, from Aidan Hills. Out of the final turn they go then. Cross the line. And Patrick Fletcher 3.5 tenths to the good, so it crept down again that time, but Hills can't really get any closer now without actually making a move. He takes a very early apex into the banking, not trying to overtake Fletcher, that's just his line that he takes in, but you can do that because it's such a steeply banked corner. It's a bit like the shell hairpin at Alton. You can turn in early, carry the speed in, and then the banking sort of catches you, allows you to get back on the power pretty early. Hills is definitely closer this time. This will be the first challenge for the lead, I think, for Aidan Hills. He's in the tow. Which way will he go? Patrick Fletcher slams the door to the left, so Hills has no choice but to go the long way round. He's going to try and go right round the outside. Yes, he is. Sails into the corner, but carries a bit too much speed. Snatches the brake, and Patrick Fletcher hangs on. But that was the first attempt, really, from Hills to get the lead away. Grindrod and Jack Brewer continuing to scrap with Jack Sycamore and Ollie Hall further back. Patrick Fletcher defending his lead well, and that's just sort of knocked Aidan Hills off his rhythm slightly now. Aidan dropping back by a length or so we can focus in on this battle going on further back. There's Ollie Hall, the number 27 car. Down to the left-hander at turn 10 they go. Here, Joe Wiggin and Lee Britton. Now, this battle has got fireworks written all over it. They've already nearly collided at Rocket once, and again nearly at the hairpin a few laps ago. That time around, Britton goes to the outside, and Joe Wiggin stands his ground once more. But Britton will be frustrated here because Wiggin got past him early, and now Lee looks like he's got a bit more pace, but just can't find a way through. And the frustration will grow, and that might tempt him into a slightly riskier move. Patrick Fletcher now responds, sets a new fastest lap, despite having to defend into Rocket. He did briefly lose the lead on this lap, Patrick Fletcher, but sets a new fastest lap of 42.6. He's a bit wide over the curb out of the banking, but that means he's actually carried more speed off the turn. He's now gapping Aidan Hills, I would say. The back straight they go again. So as that settles down, let's perhaps focus on the scrap between Wiggin and Britton, because they're together again, heading towards Rocket for 5th position. The two who, Scott reminds me, tangled at Alton last time. They've already traded some paint in this race, and, well, let's see what happens this time into Rocket. To the outside goes Britton. Joe Wiggin is not an easy man to overtake, usually, and he's living up to that reputation again. Just closes the door slightly more gently that time in the face of Lee Britton. Now, these cars do not have a huge abundance of rear grip, do they? That's Jack Sycamore and Ollie Hall both having separate moments through Rocket as they battle over 9th position. Ollie Hall, of course, leading the Clubman class in this race. Wilbur Tiley second in that class, and then Kamal Kalzi. So what's the gap back? Well, Hall is a good 5.5 seconds nearly ahead of Wilbur Tiley, so actually that's not that close at all. But then the next three, Tiley, Kalzi and Watts, absolutely nose to tail. So you've got a few different classes. You've got your pro class and the Clubman class, and then both of those classes have a Masters category as well. So there are 4 classes up for grabs in total. Here comes Lee Britton again to the outside of Joe Wiggin, and this time tries to go right round the outside of the final corner. That's an audacious move. Is it going to work? Joe leaves him just enough space on the exit of the corner, and Lee Britton keeps on coming to the outside at target. Surely he can't go around the outside there. Yes, he can. What a move from Lee Britton, and he moves through into 5th position. That was top quality racing between the pair of them, but now Britton runs wide at the banking. Wiggin gets the switchback, almost leans on him again. This is proper MX-5 racing, and they are wheel to wheel as they head towards Church Corner. Now surely Lee won't try and go around the outside here. Well, he did, but he ran out of grip, and in the end Joe Wiggin manages to sweep back through. I really thought Lee Britton had that move made, but he just carried a bit too much speed into the banking, and Joe Wiggin saw his opportunity to come back through. Fabulous racing though between the two of them, and great respect shown there. There were a couple of times where Joe Wiggin could have just levered aside Lee Britton, put him on the dirt, but he left him space. And good to see these two are putting on a real top quality battle. So up towards Peel Corner they go. Whilst this has been going on, by the way, Aidan Hills has been chipping away at Patrick Fletcher's lead again, so they're a bit closer than they have been for a couple of laps now as they head for the top end of the circuit. There they are, look, Fletcher and Hills. So Aidan Hills 0.6 of a second back at the line. It's only a car length now really as they get to the end of the Tom Price straight. Arrive up at the hairpin, where once again Patrick Fletcher will start to watch the mirrors, start to monitor what Aidan Hills is doing behind him, and start to figure out where and how he's going to defend. I don't think Tom Griffiths will be very happy with how this race has gone, having qualified on pole position, admittedly only just, but he's just not been able to live with the pace of these two in the race, has he? It was a dry track as well, I think, in that qualifying session, although perhaps like the Mark 1 Championship, there was a bit of confusion over setup. Maybe that's what led to a slightly different look to the grid than what we've got now in the race. I know on the face of it, it's the same drivers at the front, but Tom Griffiths 4.5 seconds off the lead now, which is not really what I expected. It's very much a 2-horse race, really, between Fletcher and Hills as they accelerate out of Church up towards the braking zone at Rocket. Is Aidan close enough to think about a move yet? No. Well, yes, he is from a long way back. Aidan Hills turns to the inside. I'm not convinced he was actually trying to overtake then. I think he was just trying to distract Patrick Fletcher. If he was, then that was brave, because he was in a different postcode as they went into the braking zone at Rocket and didn't even get close to being alongside, but I think he was just trying to create that flash of colour in the mirrors and maybe spook Patrick Fletcher into rolling off the brakes and carrying too much speed into the turn. Aidan Hill's a very experienced Mazda MX-5 driver these days and knows a thing or two about racecraft, and it's those little tricks of the trade that you pick up over the years that can sometimes work in your favour. Although having said that, it's not like Patrick Fletcher is a newbie to all of this either. He's had a few years now in Mazda MX-5 racing too. In fact, probably Patrick Fletcher's been racing in SuperCup for, well, it's been at least since 2018. Was that his debut year, 2018? I think it was, wasn't it? So yeah, 7 years. This is his 7th year, yeah, of SuperCup racing. So yeah, actually just as experienced really as Aidan, because Hills I think had been around a year or so before that, maybe 1 year before I think, wasn't it? But Aidan, of course, stepped away for a couple of years to help to focus on running his team as he runs track limits, going out of target that time. But yeah, stepped away to start running his team and then caught the bug, came back again. Interestingly, I was chatting to Brian Chandler just now downstairs. I don't know whether he wants me to tell you all this, but I'm going to anyway. He apparently is planning a racing comeback next year as well, which would be very interesting. He doesn't know what in yet. Jamie was trying to tempt him into a Fun Cup car, but I suspect it's going to be something more of a Mazda flavour. But it'd be great to have the likes of Brian Chandler. Let's get Luke Herbert back out there as well. Let's get the old gang back together as Aidan Hills goes for an absolute send on Patrick Fletcher. And that's almost what he had a dress rehearsal of a lap ago. It didn't quite work this time, but he definitely got closer. He's tapping Morse code now on the back of Patrick Fletcher's car as they round the right-hander at Rocket out and into Peel. But that was, I mean, he's got some confidence under braking as Aidan Hills, that much we can tell. And the move on the inside line from that far back is a brave one. If he's maybe thinking ahead to future laps. He's getting braver every lap. He's finding more grip on that inside line every lap. Maybe he thinks the more he uses that line, the grippier it will become. And maybe he can really commit on the last lap of the race. That would be interesting. Meanwhile, Wigan and Britain show continues to rumble on, although Joe seems to be able to keep Lee Britton at arm's length for now. Haven't seen these two going side by side for a few laps. Focus back in on the leaders. Across the line they go. 6.25 minutes to go, so we're just past 2/3 race distance. Patrick Fletcher with the fastest lap. That's worth a bonus point. 2 points. 2 points for the fastest lap, isn't it, in this championship, I think? Worth some bonus points anyway. 1 point. Sorry, Scott Woodward is there, as always, to correct me when I'm talking rubbish. 1 bonus point for fastest lap. 1 for pole as well, isn't it? So that's where I'm getting the 2 bonus points from. So Tom Griffiths would have netted that point for this race, but of course Fletcher on pole for tomorrow's second race. That will give him an extra point. Every point matters. This championship, like many others, has been decided by a couple of points on more than one occasion. Towards the rocket complex they go again. And Aidan Hills clobbers the inside curb. Doesn't try his little lunge that time. Of course, he'll need to be mindful of brake temperature. It is quite a warm day now. He's sat right behind Patrick Fletcher, sort of breathing in the exhaust fumes. That'll be heating the tyres, heating the brakes, heating the engine. And all of that late lunging that he's been doing is not really helping the brake temperature, so he might now just choose to back off for a couple of laps and maybe have a real go at the end of the race. Towards the hairpin. Ooh, again, Aidan Hills takes an early turn in there. Joe Wiggin, I think, is coming back at Ollie Allwood here for 4th position. He's definitely closer to Allwood than Britton is to him. The previous lap was quite a bit quicker, so that gap definitely starting to creep down. So Jack Brewer heads off the hairpin. Leaders absolutely nose to tail, though. 4.5 minutes to go. Right, well, we know what's coming, don't we? Because Aidan Hills is going to try that move again, surely, into the rocket complex. Just needs to try and get a good run through here. Through Church, and then, well, the trouble is if he gets too close, then Patrick Fletcher will know what's coming and he'll defend, and that really, I think, is why Aidan wants to be a little bit further back going into the braking zone, but carrying momentum, carrying the speed into the braking zone to then make that late lunge. But he's very close this time. Up the hill they go towards Rocket. Where does the move come? Inside or outside? Is there a gap on the inside line? There isn't. Patrick Fletcher has it covered, and that's the problem. If Aidan is close, Patrick will defend. Aidan needs to find that sweet spot where he's just close enough that he can still make the move, but a bit further back maybe that Fletcher doesn't feel the need to defend. But that's obviously a very fine margin to aim for at very high speed. And it's very counterintuitive for a racing driver to back off going into an overtaking zone, but I think that's almost what he needs to do, really. Aidan Hills snatches the brake there, downhill, very easy to do into turn 10. Steep downhill, off-cambered braking zone. Good battle going on behind, meanwhile. That's Bruce Robinson and Clive Powell's, and Clive Powell's almost gets the move made. So often, though, we see that, don't we? You get to the inside into part 1 of Rocket, that becomes the outside for part 2, and Joe Wiggins on the inside of Ollie Allwood at the hairpin, and that was made to look pretty easy, actually. He's not got the job done yet, but that was a lovely lunge, got to the apex, stopped the car, but to the point I was just making, the next corner is a left-hander, and so that's going to favour Ollie Allwood. The AB Motorsport driver, I think, is going to hang on, is he? Yes, he does. Joe Wiggin tries to get the switch back, perhaps, carry speed across the line, but not quite able to do it. 2.5 minutes to go. As they head towards the right-hander at Church, the race leaders. Not really. Oh, a lot of room there. Joe Wiggin and Ollie Allwood again together, and Ollie Allwood squeezed out wide. Now, this is going to favour Wiggin. I think Joe Wiggin is going to come through on the inside line, and the pair who did battle many a time in Mark 1s a number of years ago, fighting for a championship, are once again sharing the same bit of real estate as Aidan Hills. I think that's just his line. I think he just turns in really early and then sort of hooks the curb. He is, as I've mentioned a few times before, a former rally crosser, and that's a bit of a rallying technique, that, isn't it? Sort of ditch hooking, just hooking the inside wheels over the curb to rotate the car. If you can't do that, then just take the Ollie Allwood approach and mash your right foot down as hard as you can. That rotates the car pretty nicely as he slides around behind Joe Wiggin. crucially behind Joe Wiggins, so he has lost that place now to the number 41 car. But too late now, surely, for Joe to chase down Tom Griffiths. We're going to have 1 lap to go at the end of this one. Patrick Fletcher and Aidan Hill still only an MX-5 length apart as they round the hairpin and head behind the pits. So Aidan Hill's realistically one more opportunity, unless he's saving up something really special to shock Patrick Fletcher, shock us on the final lap. I suspect this move is going to come into rocket, if anywhere, but he needs a good run through the first few corners, and he needs really to be closer than this. He's half a second back as we go on to the final lap. That's not really close enough. This time it's Fletcher who abuses track limits a little bit. Hills takes the wide line into the banking, carries the speed through the middle of the corner, but then did you see that little snap of oversteer? Just lost the car slightly through the apex. But this could be a good distance back, actually, because he's still within slipstreaming range, but maybe not right on the bumper of Patrick Fletcher. He might lull Patrick into a false sense of security here. Are we going to see a real dive bomb move from a long way back from Aidan Hills? He's teed this up a few times. Is he going to commit to the manoeuvre this time? Into the braking zone they go, and Aidan Hills does go for the inside line. Is he going to make it? There's contact sideways for Fletcher, and the hand immediately out of the window there for Aidan Hills. That is A-star driving from Aidan Hills. He immediately realised there'd been contact, he didn't want to gain the place unfairly, and he handed it straight back to Patrick Fletcher, and that deserves massive respect, because he could quite easily have just taken that position and argued his case later on, but he didn't, and Patrick Fletcher hangs on to the lead, and I suspect now will hang on to the race victory. But you could just see that coming. I knew he was going to try it. He really committed that time. A couple of other times he's backed his nose out of the gap. But that time around, decided very much to commit to the overtake. It just didn't quite work, and Patrick Fletcher is able to hang on to the car, thankfully, because if he'd have spun, that would have been a different matter altogether. Aidan would have had to have gone through, but there would almost certainly have been a penalty. But as it is, no harm, no foul. And Patrick Fletcher is going to come through the final corner then to see the checkered flag and claim a 4th victory of the season and extend his championship lead over Aidan Hills. They were 4 points apart coming into that race, but Patrick Fletcher gets the win and the fastest lap, so that gap will go out to 7 points now as a result. Hills 2nd, Griffiths 3rd, Wiggin 4th after a brilliant drive with Ollie Allwood and Lee Britton 5th and 6th. Nick Grindrod just fends off Jack Brewer and Jack Sycamore for 7th. And then our clubman class battle, Ollie Hall and Wilbur Tiley. They were nose to tail for most of the race, but Ollie Hall able to hang on. And Wilbur Tiley, actually I'll say they were nose to tail for most of the race. No, they were about 4 seconds apart at one point, maybe 5. And Wilbur able to close that in, so fantastic stuff there. Fantastic stuff from Ollie. And he will be very pleased with that. Masters winners, Ollie Allwood wins the Pro Masters class. Clive Powells has been through to win in the Clubman Masters. I think that's it. 4 classes to note you of, but the main one is that Patrick Fletcher has won the race overall. And that was a brilliant battle between himself and Aidan Hills. Not to take the limelight away from Fletcher though, but I really am impressed with Aidan there for that gentlemanly conduct after the little collision they had at the Rocket Complex. I think 90% of other drivers would have gone through and just argued the case later, but that's not how Aidan Hills operates, and he will settle for 2nd place. He loses some points then to Patrick Fletcher, who extends his points advantage with another win, 4th of the season. Aidan Hills is 2nd, and Tom Griffiths comes home in 3rd, ahead of Joe Wiggin and Ollie Allwood. Lee Britton 6th, Nick Rydell 7th, Jack Brewer 8th, Jack Sycamore 9th, and Ollie Hall in 10th, wins in the Clubman class ahead of Wilbur Tiley. Alistair Denby was 12th, then it was Amy Watson and Clyde Powell, 13th and 14th respectively. Then 15th Bruce Robinson, 16th Mal Calsey, 17th Christopher Ginn, and 18th and last for Alex Jones. So, an exciting race, as we always expect, really, from the MX-5 SuperCup. They've got 2 more races to come tomorrow. Hopefully equally as exciting. I know it was only the 2 cars in that lead bunch. Normally we have a few more, but it was still a very exciting scrap between the 2 of them. Aidan Hills and Patrick Fletcher putting on a show and showing a great level of respect for each other. And they arrive now down at the end of the old pit straight. They go into what used to be the old pit lane the wrong way. And head for Parc Fermé, where they'll be greeted shortly by Richard John Neal, who hopefully will have a bit of time to talk to our top 3, although there's no recovery work to be done after that race, so it might be a relatively short turnaround. Our next race is for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, so if you thought that was exciting, you ain't seen nothing yet, because the Compact Cup is normally even more thrill a minute, and we'll find out how they get on in a few minutes. But for now, let's head down to Parc Fermé then and hear from our podium finishers in the MX-5 SuperCup.
Fantastic race between those two. Let's hear about it from the men themselves. Patrick Fletcher will derobe, gets his crash helmet off, and nice little bit of breeze down here. The lovely blue skies which sets the sea off superbly. Patrick, let's juggle things around. Very well-deserved handshake. What a race. I mean, I guess was it the penultimate lap or the last lap? I can't remember now, when Aidan made a little bit of an error.
I think that was the last lap. It was an error. I don't know whether Aidan was going for a move or not. I just felt a little bit of contact on the rear and just wanted to keep going and see what we could achieve on the road, and it was a win. So chuffed with that one.
I know you two have great respect for each other, and Aidan showed that. He was first, I don't know if you saw it in the mirror, but he had his hand up to apologise. But you two, you know, you had the lead. You controlled that race superbly.
Yeah, it's when you're in the front and you haven't got the toe, it's really hard to get away. And obviously, when you're in P2 or P3, you've always got a rabbit to chase, as it were. So I knew I had to just keep pushing, and Aidan caught me up quite a few times. I went defensive a few times, and I just managed to get the gap when I needed to, and just keep ahead of Aidan.
A pole position for race 2 tomorrow before we get into reverse grid territory. So is that a blessing here, or is that difficult?
Well, you always want to be at the front of the field. You'd always want to start at the front than be further back in the pack, but it does make it hard work. But you know, that's what we come here to do, and you come here to qualify as well as you can and then race as well as you can.
Patrick, superb race, well done.
One thing I just want to say, this is in memory of Margaret and Eddie did this one.
Bless them, thank you, mate, well done. Quick word with Aidan, we've got cars coming onto the grid, so I'll be as quick as I can, and we're not going to get down to our clubman runners, unfortunately. But Aidan, what a race. I saw the hand go up on that last lap.
Yeah, I mean, I had a look a couple of laps earlier, and we just fitted a new caliper for that race, and I couldn't have the brake feel that I had earlier on. And it was just locking up a bit, but I was really good on the brakes. So I thought, if there's a gap, you know, I'm going to have to try it. You can't come second if there's a move on. And he's left the hole. I've put it in. We've had a little bit of contact, and obviously I don't want to win a race like that. So let him back past, and yeah, we'll come home P2.
Again, a characteristic Aidan Hill start. You started P3 and got away quickly up into P2.
Yeah, it's all the rallycross experience, isn't it? You know, in rallycross you've got to be first into turn 1, and I still took that mindset into Mazda racing and always managed to get off the line well. And a massive thanks to everyone at Hills Motorsport for the car. It's unbelievable. And I've got to say hello to my girlfriend at home, we're moving on Monday, and she's doing all the packing up while I'm away racing, so thanks to her as well.
Well, I know which job I'd prefer. Aidan, well done on P2. Sadly, that's all we've got time for on the podium. Apologies for that. Obviously, Brscc is all about getting racing done. That's what's happening next. We move on to the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup.
Thank you, Richard. The Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup, where we have 3 drivers covered by 2 championship points at the top of the points table arriving here at Anglesey. So we're expecting another really exciting chapter in this championship fight. Gordon McMillan, Conor Grady and Joe Doble are the 3 at the front of the championship table. And it's Joe Doble who snatched pole position earlier on today by some way, about 6.5 tenths in the end. He was clear of Stephen Daly, who will line up alongside him. Then it is going to be Mike Doble and Conor Grady on row number 2, with Max Noble and Gareth Claydon sharing row number 3. 4th row for Adam Wright and Matt Flowers. 5th row, Pete Smith and Gordon McMillan. Now, Gordon McMillan a lot further back in the order than he should be, really. Barney Lauer and Richard Sutherland on row 6. Then on the 7th row of the grid, it is Alistair Smith and Rod Langham, with Gregor Pryor and Daniel Mountford next. Tim Seaford and Martin Corkwell complete the runners. As I said, Gordon McMillan, championship leader by a solitary point, but starting 10th on the grid. So the silver and yellow number 20 car, definitely one we need to keep an eye on in this race, because he should move forward from there. Obviously had some issues in qualifying, but hopefully they've managed to resolve that. If it was a car issue, he shouldn't have any problems sorting that out, because he's got a spare car with him this weekend that they can, almost like a donor car, he can just take bits off the spare and attach them to the race car. But he had a chat with him earlier on this morning. Had a really interesting chat with Gordon McMillan, actually. We may have already played this interview out in the break, but we haven't yet. Oh well. Spoiler alert for tomorrow. He doesn't think he's going to win the championship, he tells me. But then racing drivers are known for not always being all that truthful with their hopes and aspirations for the season ahead. But he said, honestly, he's just here to have fun. He's not really thinking about the championship. He doesn't expect to win it. But if he keeps on getting good results and race wins, then the points will sort of take care of themselves. But on the evidence of today, yes, he is going to have a tough time winning the championship, because he needs to be qualifying slightly better than 10th, especially because Conor Grady and Joe Doble, who are his nearest rivals in the championship, well, Joe Doble's on pole and Conor Grady starts 4th on the grid. So there is work to do, definitely, for Gordon McMillan if he's going to retain that championship lead, but hopefully he will be able to do so. So the field then works its way around the hairpin on the green flag lap. So the field winds its way around the hairpin, Joe Doble leading them to the grid. But as we saw in that MX-5 SuperCup race just now, qualifying order is not always the same as race finishing order. Just because you net pole position doesn't mean you're going to have it all your own way in the race conditions. It's much, much warmer now than it was this morning when the cars qualified. These cars perhaps a little bit less susceptible to temperature change compared to something like the MX-5 SuperCup cars that were out earlier, but still possible that the cars that were quick in qualifying might now have a slightly tougher job on their hand. We'll see, won't we, I suppose? We'll find out in the next 15 minutes, because that's the length of this first race of the weekend for the BMW Compact Cup. So the cars then lined up on the grid. 15 minutes on the clock for the BMW Nankang tyres. The Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup, or worse to that effect. Green flag waved at the back, and we are good to go here at Anglesey then. Who's going to get the best of the starts from the front row of the grid? The answer, I think, is both of them, really, although Stephen Daly just gets his nose ahead as they turn into the first corner on the outside line. And yes, the multiple former champion has managed to seize the advantage as they round target for the first time and head for the banking. So Daly leads the way then. Joe Doble down to 2nd place already. Conor Grady's had a good start as well, I think, holding on to 4th spot. I thought for a second he'd lost a few positions, but no, he's still there in 4th as they round the hairpin and head for Church Corner then. So it is Daly the leader. We've said that before, haven't we? Gordon McMillan there right in the thick of the action. So the number 20 car, the championship leader, in behind Gareth Claydon, interestingly, who is also a championship contender, albeit a bit further back from the other two. And as they head towards the Rocket Complex, Stephen Daly defends from Joe Doble, hangs on to the lead then as they round the left. There's a bit of a bunch going on in the middle. And as they head for the top end of the circuit then, we're going to have a real change of positions, I think, in the midfield. But Joe Doble hanging on to the lead then as they head round the right-hander. Peel back down towards us again. Out wide there goes Matt Flowers, the number 3. The orange number 137 of Gregor Pryor gets alongside him now. Leading pack, though, turns through turn 10 onto the Tom Price straight for the first time. And towards the hairpin where it is Stephen Daly. Joe Doble at the front of the field. Mike Doble 3rd. Conor Grady 4th, and side by side for 5th position. Max Noble there on the inside, the green number 23 car. Very late on the brakes is number 42. Too late on the brakes is number 42, and around goes Gregor Pryor as a result. 42 is Rod Langer, and you can see that coming from a mile away. He was never going to get the car stopped, and clatters into the side of Gregor Pryor. And Gregor gets turned into a spin, but could have been worse, I suppose. No major damage done. Side by side for 5th place now as they come across the line, and that was Max Noble just seeing off the challenge, temporarily anyway, from Adam Wright. Gareth Claydon down in 7th, Pete Smith 8th, and Gordon McMillan only 1 place gained from Gordon then into 9th position, so the points leader still a lot further down the field than he'd like to be, but he's on the tail of this group of cars turning through the banking and could gain some places here. He's got Peter Smith ahead of him. Now, Peter Smith actually won the 3rd race at Croft on the road, but was penalised after the race for overtaking under yellow flags. So he doesn't get to keep that race win, unfortunately. It means that Gordon McMillan did win all 3 races at Croft last time out. Here, though, is the battle for the race victory at Anglesey, and that is Joe Doble sailing back round the outside of Stephen Daly, but Daly is late on the brakes. He's got the inside line. He's all over the curb, but Joe Doble's got the inside line for the right-hander, so Doble is going to slip through, I reckon. And Joe Doble, the younger brother of British touring car racer Mikey Doble, who himself is a former Compact Cup champion. What a great success story of Club Motorsport Mikey Doble has been as well, coming through a couple of years of Compact Cup racing. He was, to most British touring car racing fans, I suppose, an absolute nobody, and then he arrived in British touring cars and has been bang on the pace, and we're all really, really proud of what Mikey's been doing. Comes from a strong racing family, half of whom are on the grid here today in the Compact Cup. His dad Mike sat in 3rd position, but it is Joe who leads the way then, and he gets the better of Stephen Daly through a lovely move around the outside into the Rocket Complex. There's the points leader, Gordon McMillan, still stuck behind Peter Smith. Not really looking likely to make any progress, is he? He's looking to the inside, but he's too far back into the last corner. So Gordon McMillan, for whatever reason, just off the pace here at Anglesey. Isn't it funny how your fortunes can turn? He was quite clearly the pace setter at Croft, won all 3 races, and now barely hanging on to a position inside the top 10. Up to the banking goes the leading duo. Now, Stephen Daly is a fast learner. That's how he became multiple Scottish Compact Cup champion and UK, if you like, National Compact Cup champion. He will have seen what Joe Doble did to him a lap ago up at Rocket. I wonder whether he'll try the same trick. I don't think he's really close enough, though, as they exit church this time. Slipstream's reasonably powerful in these Compact Cup cars, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get within striking range on this occasion. Of course, unlike the MX-5 races that we've had so far today, this is only a 15-minute race, so you haven't got as much time to be tactical about this and to sort of bide your time, plan your attack. You've just got to go for it. Go for it is what Pete Smith is doing. No, he's not. Pete Smith has lost a place. That's actually Gareth Claydon having a go at Adam Wright for 6th. Wright hangs on, but McMillan is ahead of Smith now, so Gordon McMillan 8th position. That's a bit more than that, really, does the points leader. And Peel down the hill into that really tricky downhill left-hander. And the Tom Price straight beckons then for the midfield battle. Gareth Claydon now moving up to challenge Adam Wright. Now he's looking to the outside initially. Does he sell the dummy and cut back to the inside? No, not this time. Adam Wright retains 6th for the time being. As they round the right-hander, head for the end of the fourth lap of racing. Down to the last corner, Claydon really looking to the outside line now, actually moving up to try and challenge. So it is the, yes, it is the 4th lap of racing being completed. Across the line they go. Joe Doble with the advantage. And nearly 7/10 of a second advantage, courtesy of a new fastest lap for Joe Doble, a 1:49.559. 3rd lap being completed, excuse me, I was right the first time. We're on to lap number 4 now, and Adam Wright continues to fend off Gareth Claydon, but runs a bit wide up the exit curb there, coming out of the banking. That means Gareth Claydon's definitely going to be within striking range as they head for the top of the circuit. Slipstream deployed for Gareth Claydon. Is he going to have enough legs in a straight line? Well, not really, even with a toe, not able to quite keep up with Adam Wright. It's about the inside line, does Gareth, but no, nothing doing as they turn through the Rocket Complex for the 4th time. Gordon McMillan's progress sort of stagnating now a little bit as well as he gets stuck up behind Gareth Claydon. Round the right, downhill then towards turn 10. Really no taking opportunity of this unless you're already alongside coming out of the previous corner. Then down into the hairpin again. This is a potential overtaking opportunity, but I just don't think anyone's quite close enough to each other in this group anyway. Oh, Conor Grady there starting to ask some questions of Mike Doble. That's for 3rd place, and Grady could do with those 3rd place points with Joe Doble leading. Joe looks likely at the moment then to take over the championship lead. but Conor Grady would like to try and limit the damage being done by the number 11 driver. They'll both move ahead of Gareth Clayton, so we're going to have a complete reversal of those top 3 positions in the championship at this rate. Joe Doble will go from 3rd to 1st, and Gareth Clayton will go from 1st down to 3rd. And Conor Grady will stay 2nd as they head into tomorrow's 2 races. Joe Doble 9 tenths now to the good. He's just eking out a couple of tenths here and there over Stephen Daly. There aren't many people who can say they can do that, although I spoke to Stephen yesterday after testing and he didn't feel all that confident. He was a bit mystified, really, as to where the pace had gone. He said he was starting to wonder whether it was the car or whether he'd just forgotten how to drive. Now, I don't think Stephen Daly will ever forget how to drive a BMW Compact Cup car. And I did tell him as much yesterday, and then he did figure it out for qualifying. But now, can he find a way back around Joe Doble? He's got to close in first if that's going to happen. Adam Wright is closing in here on Max Noble, this for 5th position. Max Noble late enough on the brakes, keeps him behind. Around the left, into the right. Gordon McMillan part of that tussle as well now. Ahead for Peel. Seen a few drivers try and get up the inside line into Peel corner, but it never really works. A lot of understeer there from Max Noble. You could see the front tyres scrubbing across the road. And Wright not able to capitalise on that for now. Into the Tom Price straight we go. Nose to tail, these 3. Gordon McMillan just a little distance further back. Feint to the inside for Max Noble, for Adam Wright, sorry, then back over to the racing line again. But he doesn't want to leave the door open for Gareth Clayton, and that's the concern here really for Adam. If he goes for a move, it had better work, because if it doesn't, he'll lose momentum and Gareth Clayton will pounce. So Gareth sort of hoping that will happen. Oh, had a change for 3rd. Conor Grady is now ahead of Mike Doble. There he goes. I think he did that at the last corner. I think I just caught the end of that out of the window. So Conor Grady into 3rd place. And that is significant for the championship. He's got 5.5 minutes to try and close in on Stephen Daly. I don't think he'll be able to do that, especially if he keeps locking up like that into the banking. 5.5 minutes to go. Yeah, that's unlikely to happen, but we'll see. Conor, now that he's in clean air, might be able to go faster than he has been so far. Although that being said, Mike Doble trying to come back at him. The bike is very, very, very sideways out of church. They're both up the curb. And well, neither of them really backed out of that, did they? Mike Doble still has a bit of momentum in the slipstream. Will he look to the inside at Rocket? You feel like if Conor Grady can see off this particular challenge, then KC Motorsport driver should be able to stay in front. He locks up again into Rocket. A few little lockups coming in here for Conor. Oh, and there, further back, Adam Wright finally getting past Max Noble. Had to lean on him a little bit, but that was a good move at Rocket Corner. And Adam Wright breaks into the top 5, and crucially, did that without letting Gareth Clayton into the battle. He'd very much like to have a car between himself and the number 1 machine, and that's what he's got now. So Clayton heads for turn number 10. On the left towards Tom Price straight again, and having now claimed that 5th position, Adam Wright has to get his defending boots on now, because you can be sure that Max Noble is going to try and come back at him if he can. Looks to the outside, so does Gordon McMillan, now starting to buy into this fight as well. Black and white warning flag for number 21, that's Alistair Smith for exceeding track limits. He's running down in 13th place, doesn't trouble the leaders, who cross the line now with just under 4 minutes left on the clock, and Joe Doble 1.9 seconds clear of Stephen Daly. Conor Grady isn't able to live with their pace, but he has now pulled 9 tenths over Mike Doble, so 3rd place looking more secure now for Conor. With Adam Wright, as we've seen, up into 5th position. There is Mike Doble rattling the curbs out of the banking. You'll see Conor Grady just getting smaller and smaller in front of him, though. It's going to frustrate Mike, because it looked like he might have been on for a podium place, but Conor Grady picking up some valuable points here. From a Ginetta racer, Conor Grady, amongst other things. Picks up 3rd position. Now looks to try and defend it. He's locked up again, I can see out of the window, going into the braking zone at Rocket. Wright, Noble, Clayton, McMillan, all round the left-hander as well. Look at the wide line that McMillan takes into that 2nd part of Rocket. He keeps doing that, but it just doesn't really seem to yield much exit speed. don't think he's got the front end of that car working quite as he would like. I'm not convinced Max Noble's got the rear end working quite as he'd like either. A big drift there through Peel Corner. And drops him back slightly more into the clutches of Gareth Claydon. That means that Wright is definitely getting away now, so Adam Wright looking more secure in 5th position. We'll have 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, I reckon. We're lapping in 1 minute 40, 1 minute 50s. It'll be close, actually. It'll be close, but I think there's just time for 2 more laps. But as we saw in the Mark 1 MX-5 race earlier on, they will sometimes choose to throw the flag a little bit early, but no, 2 minutes and 7 left on the clock as Joe Doble comes through to start another lap. 2.4 seconds clear now, Stephen Daly. Conor Grady 3rd, Mike Doble 4th. This is the battle for 5th, well really now for 6th. Max Noble, Gareth Claydon and Gordon McMillan, and Gordon McMillan's got a run on Claydon, who slams the door on his face into turn number 1. Now these two haven't always seen eye to eye this year, I think it's fair to say, and they are doing battle fairly intensely now for 7th position. McMillan to the outside into the banking. Gareth Claydon is not going to move aside for Gordon McMillan, of that you can be sure. But that's detached Claydon now from Max Noble ahead, so Gareth hasn't really got a slipstream to fall back on. As they head for the back straight, we've seen that you can sometimes be a sitting duck if you're in Gareth Claydon's shoes here. Let's see what McMillan can do. Got a decent run out of Church, peaks to the outside line, interestingly, going through the kink. Not choosing to sit in the slipstream all the way up the hill. Also not choosing to make any sort of lunge into Rocket. So, the noise you might have heard through my microphone was Martin Corkwell's car going across the line with, I suspect, a cracked exhaust, because it didn't sound particularly healthy. I'm not convinced he'll pass a noise test at the end of this race, but anyway, he's running down in 18th and last place anyway. Doesn't really affect the front runners, who make their way through Peel now towards turn number 10 for the final time. Sorry, for the penultimate time. Joe Doble 2.4 seconds up the road now from Stephen Daly. This has been a brilliant effort from Joe Doble. Didn't lead the whole race, but once he got in front, he never looked back. Pulled off into a lead that he really hasn't ever looked likely to lose. Gordon McMillan trying to get to the inside of Gareth Claydon again at the hairpin. Just a touch too far back. And gets an armful of opposite lock on the exit of the corner. Through they go. Last lap board held aloft then for Joe Doble, who is well on his way now to a race victory. And for Joe Doble, that will be his 3rd of the year. He won both races at Alton Park at the start of the season, did Joe. Then we went to Croft last time out, where, as I said, Gordon McMillan won all 3, albeit didn't win all 3 on the road, but did win all 3 races. So just the 2 winners so far this season, and if Joe Doble gets another win here, which he looks likely to do, that will keep that stat going, won't it? Just the 2 winners from what would now be 6 races. How's this little battle going to resolve itself, though? Gordon McMillan versus Gareth Claydon. Claydon a bit further ahead now, I think. Conor Grady and Mike Doble, they're closing back in on each other as well. So, for some reason, Conor Grady losing a bit of pace here at the end of the race. Through Peel for the last time. And down the Tom Price straight is all about Joe Doble, dominant here at Anglesey so far, and continues the momentum that he had after qualifying, where he took a pretty dominant pole position, it has to be said, and he's looked equally dominant in the race. Lost the lead initially to Stephen Daly, but once he got back through, he never looked likely to lose the lead. He heads across to the last corner and towards the checkered flag, which waves now for Joe Doble, a 3rd win of the year for Joe Doble, and he will be delighted with that. 2nd place Stephen Daly. Conor Grady just hangs on to 3rd, with Mike Doble in 4th position. Then Adam Wright, Max Noble, Gareth Claydon does get the better of Gordon McMillan. Peter Smith and Matt Flowers completing the top 10. Some great battling there throughout the field, but Joe Doble with that terrific move round the outside into the Rocket Complex. He was a well-deserving race victor. Across the line comes the Alistair Smith, Dan Mountford scrap further back. Mike Doble, by the way, the winner once again in the Masters class. Oh, bit of a side-by-side run there to the line. That's Rob Langham and Gregor Pryor finishing in that order, the two who tangled at the hairpin early on in that race. And I think Gregor Pryor might want to just pull alongside Rob Langham and let him know his displeasure. But yeah, Joe Doble claims the victory, with it provisionally the championship lead, pending dropped scores, etc, etc. But so Martin Corkwell rasps across the line. But yeah, Joe Doble, I reckon, into the championship lead now, and he will be very, very pleased with that. So it is another win, a third of the season for Joe Doble, with Stephen Daly coming home in second position, Conor Grady third, Mike Doble fourth, Adam Wright to complete the top five. Then it was Max Noble and Gareth Claydon, with Gordon McMillan only eighth. He'll be disappointed with that. Peter Smith ninth, Matt Flowers completing the top 10. Then it was Barney Lauer and Richard Sutherland, Alistair Smith and Dan Mountford, 14th position. Then Rod Langham, Gregor Pryor, those two tangle on the opening lap. Tim Seaford and Martin Corkwell with damaged exhaust and all in 18th place. So, entertaining opening race for the BMW Compact Cup, but tomorrow we will have two more races from the BMWs. And as we saw at Croft, that third race in particular, well worth tuning in for, because that's where they have the slightly shuffled up grid, which always provides some entertainment. So yeah, that should be an exciting watch towards the end of our Sunday racing here at Le Mans, at Anglesey, excuse me. So the field then will head to Parc Ferme. We're not in Le Mans, I wish we were. It feels like it though, a nice sunny day, which Richard John Neal is enjoying down in Parc Ferme.
And there is Joe Doble, who extricates himself from the car, gives us a little thumbs up, and celebrating his third win of the 2024 season, having had that break from winning at Croft last time out. You can see Stephen Daly and Joe have a little congratulations with each other, which was good. And let's go in, and I think this is the first time I've interviewed Joe as a winner. I was beginning to think I was a bad luck omen for you, but many congratulations, mate. Not easy though, obviously pole position, and then a lovely move. Talk us through that move up at Rocket.
Yeah, I mean, I got the run on Stephen, and then he took the traditional, you know, inside line for at the top, and I managed to just get by him and then hold it just enough so that for the right I had the inside and managed to just get away from there.
What does that third win of the season mean for you? It means you've obviously equalled Gordon on his tally, and I think gets you back into the championship lead.
No, it means a lot, because I had a difficult Croft, and having a win just means I can get my head back into gear. Can't say. Thanks to Midland Tyre Shaving for great tyres. My dad, obviously, to make it all happen. Mikey, he's thinks he's the best engineer now, which, you know, got to give it to him. He does pretty well. Yeah, and everyone else, Scott Bullitt, who builds the engines for us. Yeah, amazing job.
Nice one, Joe. Hopefully we'll get a chance to catch up with you again later on in the weekend. Whistle's blowing on the Mazdas, which means we haven't got too much time, but I would like to talk to Stephen and Conor. Let's get you together, actually, and do something a little bit different, so we've got the two of you on camera. Stephen, first of all, into the lead on the first corner, but Joe got you back. It was a good, clean move and clean racing from the pair of you.
Yeah, no, fantastic. A fantastic race with Joe there. I knew I had the edge off the line, but I knew he would come back to me very quickly, but there was no holding him off there. He's just got the legs on everybody this weekend. So, yep, pleasure to drive the Igo racing car. Casey Motorsport team doing a fantastic job as usual. A couple of wee tweaks overnight and see if we can't just jump a wee bit more and find a bit more pace to take a bit more of a challenge to Joe.
That's the thing, isn't it? We've got two more races tomorrow to look forward to.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll just take as it comes and see if we can just go forward.
Nice one, well done, Stephen. We're getting the hurry up from our director. So, Conor, back on the podium, obviously you had to overcome the Masters leader in that one, Mike. How difficult was that?
Yeah, it was. He seemed to have more pace than me, and then my car slowly coming towards the end, and I was starting to get back there. We needed to do a few setup changes so it comes on a bit quicker. So it was a bit too late towards the end, and it was too much of a gap to catch then. So it was been a bit. My dad's mechanicking, so he's been getting on all right. So
where's his car? We want to see him on track.
I know he was too far for him this weekend to bring both cars. So hopefully he'll be back at Snetterton. So good.
Going back to what you were saying, though, things that you've got in your mind that you can apply to the car to hopefully help the course tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully it makes it a bit better, and then I'll be at the front at the start. So hopefully.
Nice one, Connor. Always a pleasure to see you. Well done on third position. Stephen Daly in second position. Joe Doble taking his third win of the season. We're now looking forward to the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Club and Championship.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, cars already on their green flag lap, so we're rattling through the programme. This is all so that we can definitely give the marshals the break that they need at the end of this race, because we have a dedicated marshal break before we get into the second 3-hour FunCup race to come a little bit later on. So our final sprint race of the day sees the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship drivers head to the track, where it's Paul Bateman who got better in the end of Johnny Greensmith in qualifying earlier on today by almost exactly 0.3 of a second. Then it was Alexandros Katoulas and Jack Worry who shared row number 2, Martin Tolley and Bo Parry together on row number 3. Fourth row, Simon Waterfall and Jamie Turner with Nick Ledoyen and Jake Pace on row 5. Row 6, Del Pace and Matt Crozier. Austin Halley and Oscar Trapes will be next ahead of Pete Smith and Adam Lawrence, with Ryan Barley and Peter Williams. 9, 10th row, Simon Privet and Jonathan Fieldsend, with David Scowler completing the 21 runners. So they head on their green flag lap. Another 15-minute race this, so the Clubman drivers have slightly shorter races than the SuperCup and the Mark 1 Championship drivers do. But they have got 3 races this weekend. It wasn't always the case, actually, for Clubman. When Clubman first started, the whole ethos of this was that you had 2 races on one day, qualifying in 2 races on one day for Clubman to try and keep the costs down, basically, so that the drivers didn't have to fork out for a hotel on the Friday night. They didn't have to miss the Friday at work. It was often the Sunday that the Clubman drivers hit the track. And then they started sort of creeping in Saturday evening qualifying sessions, and now they just go the whole hog and have 3 races, 1 on the Saturday, 2 on the Sunday. And you know what? It's not affected the grids one bit. We've still got a big grid of cars, 21 of them here this weekend. Exactly the same specification of car as you see in the Mark 1 Championship proper. It's just that these drivers are, well, slightly more Clubman level, basically. They don't have quite the same levels of experience as the Mark 1 drivers do. But that doesn't mean the competition is any less competitive, because we have had some really good races in the Clubman Championship over the years, and we hope to have another one here today. So, cars lining up on the grid, and Johnny Greensmith on the outside line. Paul Bateman on pole in the championship. Paul Bateman, the championship leader, by only 3 points over Bo Parry, who is then 8 ahead of Jack Worry, who is 3 ahead of Del Pace, who's 2 ahead of Jake Pace, who is 4 ahead of Johnny Greensmith. It's all very close, basically. But Paul Bateman and Bo Parry, the top 2, 3 points between them. Bateman starts on pole. Bo Parry is only 6th. So that's where there is a slightly bigger gap between them on track, at least. But Bo Parry will be looking to try and close that margin, if at all possible, in this race. So Bateman, the blue number 42 car, then on pole, with number 11 of Johnny Greensmith alongside him. The green flag waved at the back of the grid, 15 minutes on the clock, and the first race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship burst into life. Good start made by Bateman from pole position. Also a decent getaway from Alexandros Katoulas there from 3rd on the grid. As they round the first corner, 1 car on the inside line really bogging down through target. That was the 24, I think, of Simon Waterfall. And there's a car around, that's the number 5 car, Nick Ledoyen, and he exits stage right on the way. Oh, and around also has gone, that's Pace, isn't it? Jake Pace, number 28, who's gone for a spin too. So 2 cars off the road already going through the first couple of corners, and that is unfortunate. Hopefully they'll both be able to get going again. We won't have a need for a safety car. Round the right-hander they go, side by side for the lead though. Johnny Greensmith trying to get the lead back away here from Paul Bateman, or away for the first time actually from Paul Bateman, which he does. So Bateman retained the lead from pole, but now loses that lead through Rocket, then outbrakes himself. That will open the door for the cars behind to come through as well. And Alexandros Katoulas, I think that was coming through into second position. Nice opportunistic driving from him. Around the right-handers they go at the top end of the track. Number 23, Martin Tolley, who we've already seen out in the Mark 1 Championship, running well inside the top 10, doing the same again now in the Clubman Series. There's Matt Crozier, the pink and silver number 848 car. With a number like that, you have to assume he's come from some sort of short oval racing, Matt Crozier. Bet against that. Well, this has all gone wrong really for Paul Bateman, who led into the first corner but now finds himself down in third or fourth, I think, as they round the hairpin at the top of the track. They Parry behind, running wide over the curves. Will be happy about that though, because it means he's on the tail now of his main championship rival. Drop down towards the final corner. So Greensmith leading the way then. Is that Katoulas in second place? No, it's not, sorry. It's actually Jack Warry. So Jack Warry into second position. Bateman third. Bo Parry fourth. Jamie Turner fifth. Martin Tolley is sixth position. And Katoulas all the way down in seventh. So I don't really know what happened to Katoulas there, but he's lost a number of positions. Having started pretty well, I thought. Got a good launch, but I think by going to the inside into turn one, he maybe lost some momentum. I don't know whether he then got tangled up with Jake Pace, but did Pace get through? Yes, Pace and Nick Ledoyen, the two who went around on the first lap. They both got to the end of the first lap. That's good news, so their cars aren't stuck trackside. Towards Rocket we go. Who's going to make a move this time? Well, it's not going to be a move made for the lead, although Jack Warry is closing in here on Johnny Greensmith, I would say. Bateman and Parry side by side for fifth between Jamie Turner and Martin Tolley. And Martin Tolley, I think, just relieved Jamie Turner of that fifth position. That was all getting pretty physical further back through Rocket. That was number 41. That's Oscar Trapesse battling with Matt Crozier. So Crozier's gained a couple of places there. Either that or Trapesse has lost a couple of places, because they were a couple of places apart at the start of the lap. Out wide now goes Russell Halley and Pete Smith getting up the inside, so this is for 9th place, I think. Round the left-hander at turn 10, head for the back straight. Johnny Greensmith then trying to make good his escape out in front, whilst the battles behind rage on. Pretty intense battling, it has to be said, in this midfield group particularly. Crozier there defends on the way into the hairpin, forces the number 41 of Oscar Trapesse around the outside. So Trapesse has lost at least 2 places on this lap, I think. Leading off the final corner. Johnny Greensmith and Jack Warry only 3.5 tenths apart now, so that gap halved that time round. I don't think Greensmith had a particularly good run off the final corner. And around goes Crozier, having tangled with the number 41 then at the final corner. So that was Oscar Trapesse getting into Crozier. And Crozier's stuck in the grass, does now get the car fired back up again and rejoins the road. So it's been a pretty bruising start to this race. They're still at it now, going through the banking as well, that group towards the back end of the field, which includes, of course, the recovery drivers of Jake Pace and Nick Ledoyen, both of whom should be a lot further up the field than that. Leading trio head through Rocket, and Johnny Greensmith, Jack Warry, Paul Bateman are the leading three. Paul Bateman having closed in nicely on that lap, but it was Warry who set the fastest lap. So first full flying lap of 49.3, 4 tenths or so quicker than the race leader. There goes the next group through. That's Katoulas, Turner and Waterfall. So Katoulas now up into 6th place. So he's gained 1 place at the expense of Jamie Turner, who's been slipping backwards a little bit over the last couple of laps. They're in the leading 3 though. Into the hairpin. Paul Bateman now starting to look a lot racier than he was before, isn't he? Closing in, as I said, on the top 2, but looking like he might be starting to put pressure on the 2nd place man. Around the last corner they go, and yeah, definitely 2nd to 3rd, a smaller gap than 1st to 2nd now. Again, Greensmith takes a very wide line, though, through the last corner. Jack Warry is really strong through that final turn. He gapped Paul Bateman there, although Bateman sets a new fastest lap at 1:49.0. But you wouldn't think it, actually, to look at the gap between the entry to the final corner and the exit. But on the way out, it looks as though Warry's got away from Bateman and has closed back in on Johnny Greensmith slightly. Sliding their way through Church. Up the hill they climb, and actually now Bateman coming back at Jack Warry, so it's just that final sector where Jack looks strong, but now Bateman almost within range to have a go here, I think, as they head for the very steeply uphill braking zone at Rocky. He thinks about the inside, but Warry's got that one covered, and Bateman has to settle in line. Made for overtaking that corner, though. You've got the headwind often going up the back straight, which helps with the slipstream, which is already pretty powerful in these cars, as we've seen, and then you throw in such a steep uphill braking zone, and you really can make some pretty racy moves up the inside or the outside, as we've seen. You've got gravity on your side helping slow you down. Side-by-side battle there. That was for, was that Tolley and Parry? It was, and that was Tolley ahead of Parry. So Bo Parry, again, a front runner in the championship, losing a position. I think Martin Tolley was gesticulating then at Bo Parry that they should work together, but I don't think they're going to be able to catch the leading group, who are side by side for second. Look at that. That is Paul Bateman up the inside of Jack Warry. That was well caught by our camera operator there as they just disappeared from shot. Paul Bateman was making his move. He's got the inside line for the last corner, and Paul Bateman does go through into second now. Can he chase down Greensmith? The gap is 1.8 seconds. Greensmith just set a new fastest lap, though. Johnny Greensmith with a 49.061, so fractionally quicker than what Jack Warry did a lap ago. I mean, thousandths in it. But Paul Bateman is now the hunter in second place. He was fastest in qualifying. Can he now replicate that? He needs some qualifying laps now. We're halfway through the race. He's got nearly a 2-second gap to try and bridge to Greensmith, so he's not getting a tow from the race leader. First things first, though, he needs to make sure that Jack Warry doesn't come back at him. I don't think Jack's going to be able to challenge. Heading uphill. Brakes, right-hand side of the road. Jack much later on the brakes, isn't he, than Paul Bateman ahead. Still hits the apex nicely. Around the right. Ooh, out wide, further back goes Catula. So he's gone past Bo Parry now. So Bo Parry's race unravelling here. For a while it looked like he was going to go with the leaders, but Bo slipping down to 6th place now. Tries to get a switch back on the exit of Peel. Can't do it there. Sits on the outside line, cuts back to the late apex, does Bo Parry through turn 10, but no, doesn't have the momentum, I don't think. So Bo Parry down into 6th spot. Now he's got Jamie Turner behind, and not far back is Simon Waterfall. To the end of another lap we go. 6 minutes remain. What is this lead gap going to be? Is it less than 1.8 seconds? I think it probably is as they come out of the final corner. 1.8 seconds becomes 1.3 seconds. So yes, came down by half a second, just over half a second, and a new fastest lap for Paul Bateman. So Paul Bateman then now the fastest man on the track, into the 48.7s now. So it's quite a bit quicker, isn't it, than anything else we've seen? Yeah, they were 49.0, so about 3/10 quicker than anyone else has been for Paul Bateman. He needs to keep on pumping those lap times out, and he might just have a chance at challenging Greensmith. Round Church they go. Jack Warry way wide of the apex in his pursuit of Bateman, but I think that's a pursuit that he's ultimately going to have to give up on, really. Paul Bateman just looks like he's got the speed at this point in the race to close in on Johnny Greensmith up the hill, on the brakes, into the left-hander. Through the tight corners, Jack Warry looks quicker, doesn't he, than Bateman, but I think Bateman's making his time up through the first and middle sector, maybe. There is Greensmith, though, driving a really good race, but is it going to be good enough to claim a race win? That's going to be a challenge, maybe, the pace that Paul Bateman is showing so far this year. Had a spin out of Church, by the way, out of the corner of my eye. I caught that. That was number 65, which is waiting for the timing tower to change. I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. 65 was... Peter Williams. Thank you. Peter Williams with a spin. Anyway, he carried on. He got going and he was up at Rocket by the time I figured out who it was. What I was looking at, while I was distracted by that, is who's done all the winning so far this year. Well, Paul Bateman won the first 3 races, then he let Bo Parry win one at Snetterton. Didn't let him win, but you know what I mean. Bo Parry got a win, but then Bateman was back to winning ways at Alton Park last time out. He won the first race, only third in race number 2 there, and that's where Jack Warry got his first victory of the season. Bateman with more wins than anybody else. Is he going to be able to get another one? Well, he is now a second behind the race leader, because on that lap he was another 2 and a bit tenths, quarter of a second, let's say, quicker. So Bateman then wasn't a personal best lap that time, but that's all right. He's still going quicker than Greensmith and still just about has time to get there. 3.5 minutes to go. Scott reminding me that Paul Bateman did win on the road, actually, that Alton Park race. He won both races on the road, but was given a time penalty after for track limits. Track limits or false starts, says Scott, for that for Paul Bateman in the second race, which meant Jack Murray inherited the win. So, okay, Bateman technically didn't get the victory, but has obviously been the pace setter this season, continuing that again here at Anglesey. Rocket heads Bo Parry, keeping Jamie Turner behind him at least for now, but Jamie looks the quicker of the 2 at this stage, doesn't he? And Peel they head. Number 9 sat in behind number 14 with number 24 Simon Waterfall for company. Simon reaching up and adjusting his visor or his helmet or something there as he went downhill into turn number 10. Right, where are the leaders? They must be coming towards the end of another lap. And 2.5 minutes to go. What is the gap looking like now? It's been coming down by 2 to 3 tenths of a second a lap, so should be down around 7 tenths if that trend continues. They're just coming into the final corner now. And yep, I'd say it's about 7 tenths or so between Greensmith and Bateman. Round the last corner they come. Across the timing line, there they are. 1 second comes down, well, actually 9 tenths of a second, so it only came down by a tenth that time. Greensmith responding with his personal best lap of the race, a 1:49.016, which was still a tenth and a bit slower than Bateman. The trouble is, Bateman's now starting to pick up a whiff of a slipstream. He's got this lap and one more to try and make his move. He'll use this lap to close in with a slipstream, and the next lap probably will be when he really starts to turn the screws, tries to put the pressure on the race leader. You can see he's just starting to inch towards him now. If you're within a second, you normally start to pick up a bit of a slipstream in these cars, and you can definitely see that gap's vanished. One run up the back straight with a slipstream, and Paul Bateman is on Johnny Greensmith, so he's now got a lap and a half to try and find a way past him. More than likely the move will come next time around into Rocket, but let's see. That's Bo Parry losing out to Jamie Turner. Turner into 6th position up at Rocket Corner, so a really unfortunate race this for Bo Parry. He's just not had the race pace, has he? We see this time and again when we come to Anglesey. People talk about circuits like Cadwell Park or Alton Park being the real driver circuits, the ones where the drivers with the real talent come to the forefront and they can mix up a championship, but I really would put Anglesey up there as well, because it's such a technically demanding circuit and such a tricky surface to try and wrap your head around, that I genuinely believe this is one of the most challenging racetracks to visit in the country. We see every time we come here one of the front runners in the championship having an absolute nightmare because they just can't figure out how to get the car set up, how to drive it, and perhaps we're seeing that again here from Bo Parry in this race. Right, leaders across the line. Bateman 4 tenths of a second back, so he has reeled in Johnny Greensmith. He's got one more lap to try and make the move. Is he going to be able to go through them as they head onto the back straight? Needs a good run off the hairpin at the banking, which he's got, and a good run through Church Corner, and then he will pick up the toe and have a go, I'm sure, into Rocket Corner. The question really is, which way does he go? Does Johnny Greensmith leave him the inside line and force Bateman to go the long way round? I suspect he will defend. So then it's down to how brave Paul Bateman's feeling under braking. He closes in the slipstream then, halfway up the hill. This is where the gap really starts to shrink. Is he close enough though? Greensmith covers the inside line, and I don't think Bateman's quite close enough to get alongside. Slots back in behind the number 11 car. And Johnny Greensmith might have just seen off the last big challenge from Paul Bateman. Maybe has left this just a lap too late for the race win. Towards Peel, out of Peel they go then. Downhill, there's realistically one more place, maybe two, but more than likely it will be the hairpin, I think, where a move is made, or attempted. And actually, Jack Warry now starting to close in a little bit as well on the two of them ahead. Towards the hairpin we go then for the final time. It's all kicking off further back. That's outside of the top 10-ish. You've got Jake Pace, I think, there, breaking into about 11th or 12th position. Out of the hairpin we go then. There's been no move made by Paul Bateman there. Down towards the last corner they come. And Johnny Greensmith, I think, is going to hang on to the victory here. Behind them, Bo Parry trying to go around the outside of Jamie Turner at the hairpin, but not able to do it. He'll have one more chance to try and do it into the final corner, but out of the final corner come the leaders, and it's Johnny Greensmith who wins by half a second exactly in the end over Paul Bateman in second position. Jack Warry comes home in third, Martin Tolley fourth, Catulus is in fifth position, Jamie Turner sixth, Bo Parry 7, yes, just, and Simon Waterfall with them in 8th, Pete Smith in 9th position, and the top 10 completed by, eventually, Adam Lawrence. Well, in fact, there goes Pete Smith across the line, then Adam Lawrence in 10th spot, and that will be the top 10 safely across the line. But Johnny Greensmith will be, I suspect, a little bit frustrated to have not had the ultimate pace of Paul Bateman, but satisfied to have a win nonetheless. Bateman definitely will be frustrated, having started on pole position and not ended up winning the race despite being the fastest man on the track. Damaged car coming through there further back. Who was that? That was number 41. And that's Oscar Trapez, isn't it, after his entanglement that he had with Matt Crozier. Crozier actually ended up catching him again by the flag, didn't he? So they almost resumed the battle that went wrong earlier on in the race. So cars make their way across the line. They will be heading back towards Parc Ferme. Richard will have a chat with them after that. And we begin build up to our final race of the day, the second race of the day for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Another 3-hour thriller to come for them. Johnny Greensmith, who came out on top in our first race of the day for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Greensmith the winner, Paul Bateman in second, Jack Warry in third, with Alexandros Catulus in fourth place, Martin Tolley fifth, Jamie Turner sixth, Bo Parry seventh, Simon Waterfall, Pete Smith and Adam Lawrence completing the top 10 ahead of Dal Pace, Nick Ledoyen, Russell Halley and Jake Pace in 14th. 15th was Oscar Trapez, 16th Matt Crozier, those two ending up only 3/10 apart at the flag. They got an awful lot closer than that on the end of the opening lap. Ryan Barley was 17th ahead of Johnny Fieldsend, Peter Williams, Simon Privet and David Scowler. That was our first MX-5 Clubman race of the weekend. I'll have 2 more to come tomorrow. We'll see some of those drivers out, I'm sure, in the summer celebration race at the end of the weekend tomorrow afternoon. So a very warm afternoon starts to turn to evening here at Anglesey, but the racing action far from over, with Fun Cup Endurance Racing coming up in before too much longer. But before that, let's head down to Parc Ferme, hear from Richard John Neal and our MX-5 Clubman podium finishers.
Many congratulations to Jonathan Greensmith on taking the win. And Jack Warry already over, and Jack's already got his crash helmet off, over in the handshake. Well done. And I hope we'll have time, hopefully, to have a chat with Jack as well. But Jonathan, many congratulations. Well done. Any issues through the race?
No, spot on. Handling perfect. Probably a bit of me towards the end going off. But apart from that now, the old girls lives on.
I think Andy McEwen was saying personal best lap time came towards the closing stages, so there didn't seem to be any letting off of pace. You had the fastest lap outright of the race in the early stages as well.
That's brilliant news, yeah. I just took my time, definitely not going to outbrake myself in corners and stuff like that. I just kept it looking forwards instead of watching Paul coming up behind me. I saw him a couple of times. I thought, oh, he's getting a bit close, but I thought, no, forward. So now I just kept it nice and cool, and it was sweet. Yeah, brilliant.
And the great thing I love about some of the Brscc championships is the Masters win as well.
Oh yeah. I'm an old boy. Well, getting there anyway. 5-0 next year, so yeah, I've still got it in me. So yeah, and it's good to see a lot of other old Masters out as well playing. So yeah, it's brilliant.
In terms of this one, obviously this weekend, it's, I think I'm right in saying it's the only triple header that you have in the Clubman, so it's a slightly different feel. How does that impact on, you think, the drivers in the championship?
I think the drivers love it, a triple header, to be honest with you. It's nice to be mixed with it for all weekend instead of being on one day. But one day is nice to get back to the family on a Sunday, but this Sunday, this weather, nice, brilliant.
Family were cheering well there, weren't they, as he came in?
They always do. We have a motorsport background, so yeah, everyone, they're always here.
Looking old enough for karts and things like that now?
No, not yet. I ain't got a big enough back wallet for that as yet.
But the team thing, it's great having a family weekend away, isn't it? And if you win, I guess that's the icing on the cake.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, the social side of stuff, and mixing with everyone and bringing the family along and having a good time and that. Yeah, brilliant.
Thoughts ahead of race 2 tomorrow?
Let's have another one. Yeah, I'm confident that I can get it again, so we'll just have to see. Hopefully this weather stays like it is, and we'll go from there. Yeah,
some good old Anglesey weather. I hope so, Jonathan. Many congratulations. Thanks for chatting to us. Hopefully see you again tomorrow. Let's go down and have a word with Paul Bateman, who is next up, as we get a quick look at Jonathan with his family. Paul, P2, another interview with you, which is good to see. We've had a couple of winners' interviews with you so far this year. Closing in on Johnny as we got towards the flag.
I don't know if his tyres. I was just picking up on where he was just a little bit steady, but he was very strong. He knew where to place the car, and I didn't want to lunge. It would have been a lunge, and I didn't want to do it. But. I didn't quite have the confidence in the car, I don't think, under the brakes and everything. And he was driving very well. But bit of a sluggish start from me, I suppose, my first lap. But I'll wake up tomorrow.
Well, would it make a difference tomorrow having the... Obviously, you go back to what you're normally used to, 2 races on one day.
Yeah. No, I love Anglesey. It's wonderful up here. And the weather's been... It's going to be even warmer tomorrow, I think. So, but it's a tricky track with the surface and the grip on these poor little Kumo tyres. It's hard work, but we got them going.
Season's going well. That's continued for you today, isn't it?
I'm very happy. I got fastest lap behind him, but just got to win the race tomorrow.
Both races?
Both races. Because we're both masters. So there's a Masters up for as well. These old boys. Well, he's not a master. He's still a kid.
I raised that with him. It's the great thing for me about many of the Brscc championships is that you can have the youngsters coming in, and it seems to be BMWs, Mazdas, Fiestas, whatever it is. The Masters, they run so well that the Masters can run with the youngsters, and there aren't too many clubs that provide that.
Yeah, as long as the Masters. Have still got all their faculties, which you've got to have in the Mazdas, then great. It's great to have 17-year-olds on the grid and 68-year-olds fighting at the front and driving well and not making silly old man errors or anything.
That's great. Well, let's hope we have more of that tomorrow. Paul, congratulations on Peter. Jack Worry's been waiting here very patiently. Let's get Jack in. And Jack, 3rd position, but what a close competitive championship this is. Anything you did or didn't like about the race?
No, it was great. I would love to get Paul behind me, but the guys in front just had a bit of pace on me. We knew that from qualifying, that I didn't quite have the pace. So it was all about staying with them and then breaking away from 4th for me, which I did quite successfully. I was quite happy with how it ended. Obviously, I'd love to be at the front, but everything seems to be going in the right direction. I win last time out and a 2nd place, so it's there or thereabouts. So it's all going in the right direction, like I said.
Much to change on the car for tomorrow?
No, not really. Just to make sure everything's okay. It broke down in qualifying, so we've had to do a bit of work between.
What happened?
I had a misfire. I was down to 2 cylinders, so I had to do a couple of things. The fault cleared itself, so it's a little bit difficult to diagnose. So we've had to throw a load of parts at it, hope for the best, and fortunately it worked.
Yeah, that's a worry if that comes back, isn't it? Final question. I've spoken to the guys about obviously 3-day format. What is it about the Clubman's Championship 2-day format that brings you into this rather than say going into the main championship?
For me personally, it's a bit more condensed and you're using less components, wearing less things out, and it is a budget thing. I'd love to be fighting with them, but the pace seems pretty good here, in all fairness. So
this is very competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all about competition, and the competition is here. It's not like anyone's run away with it. Paul was, but it seems that we've reined them back in a little bit. So fingers crossed we can have more of the same in the next few races.
We hope so as well. Brilliant, Jack. Thank you very much. I'll let you get away to the podium, which is right behind us. So Jack Worry wraps up our podium interviews. We did the Masters as well, didn't we? Paul Bateman, second in the Masters, second overall. And Johnny Greensmith taking our first win for the Mazda Clubmans here. We've got more racing for them tomorrow, which we look forward to. In the meantime, it's a build-up for the second race, the into the evening race, as we're calling it, for the Fun Cup Championship, which we're looking forward to. Let's hand you back to Andy McKeown, who will tell you a little bit more about that.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard. We do indeed have one more race to go, another 3-hour bonanza from the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Those cars will be released onto the circuit in, I think, about half an hour or so, maybe a little bit longer actually. The race is due to start at, he says, 6:55, so actually nearly an hour away from that yet, but we'll have plenty of build-up time because we've got Jamie Peters-Ennis ready and waiting down in the pit lane to have a chat with a few drivers. So we're going to take a very short break here from Anglesey. We will be back shortly though with build-up ahead of our final race, the 5th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, coming up next.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Brscc coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Brscc down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Brscc coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves, and look how close they are, they almost touch, absolutely flat out down the hill, but brave stuff this from Brscc down the inside, terrific move, they gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Welcome back to Anglesey, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us throughout the day. You will be rewarded, I promise, with what should be a fantastic 5th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship coming up shortly. I say shortly, about 45 minutes just under away. We will have the green flag for our second 3-hour race of the day here on the Anglesey Coastal Circuit. The drivers are assembling, we believe, slowly in the pit lane, and some of them will have a chat with Jamie Peters-Ennis in a moment or two, and we'll get their thoughts not only on the race to come, but also to reflect upon the race that took place a little bit earlier on in the day. It was an exciting race, as always it is, in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and it saw, at last you would say, a first victory of the season for Olympian GRD. Team Uvia Hoffman's Lotus came home second after a fraught battle with championship leaders MJ Tech Racing in the closing stages, but who knows what the future holds in our second race to come later on. In amongst all of the activity in race 1 down in the pit lane was Jamie Peters-Ennis, and he is once again pit lane and paddock side to chat with a few of our drivers.
Yeah, thanks so much, Andy. Yeah, I'm down paddock side this time to enjoy some of the socialising. Fab, what are you doing?
I'm going to massage you.
Okay, Max. Oh, that hurts. Right, yeah. Let's have a quick word with Ben. Race 1, that was a good result for you for race 1. That's pleased with
that? Race 1 was terrible, Jamie.
It was all right.
Well, maybe from where you were standing. No, it went really badly, actually. We had a terrible start, and then I think we had problems with the rear of the car and the tyre pressures were up, but it was just, yeah, it was undrivable. So I think we did quite, I think we were 7th, something like that. We salvaged 8th, maybe, something like that. We salvaged a little bit at the end, but yeah, hoping for a better race this time.
All right, thank you. I'll get it right next time. And for you, Fab, is a second place, race 2, you want to go one better?
Yeah, no, it'd be nice. We haven't had a win yet this year, have we? A bit lacklustre this year. So yeah, it'd be great to get a win, wouldn't it? But it's tough. It's tough. So yeah, we got to. The boys are busy trying to nail the car back together because we crashed it into pretty much the whole grid, I think. So the wheels are pointing in the straight and in the right direction. We might be a bit faster.
Well, hopefully it'll all go to plan this time around. Thanks a lot, mate. Right, let's have a little wander, see who we can find. We've got a little bit of Greenheath rugby going on at the moment, so we'll see what's going on there. We've also got Seed Data, who had their best ever results in race 1. We'll have a quick word with Matt Hogg. We need you to come out, Matt, if that's all right. Sorry. Bear in mind what you said to me during the race. To get P4 at the end of it, you've got to be so pleased.
Yeah, it was great. Great race. Everything just went right for us, so yeah, it was good.
And are you going to stick with the same strategy for race 2, or are you going to try and play around with it a bit?
Same, exactly the same, nothing different.
Okay, and will that set up on the car?
Whatever Jake's done to it, that's it. It worked.
All right, thank you. All right, cheers. That was Matt Hogg from Seed Data. Right, we've got Harry Mailer, who's just having a little bit of relaxation. Harry's jumping in for this weekend because a certain Mr. Clutton's a bit busy, but it's nice to be back though.
Yeah, it's great to be back. You always forget how much fun these cars are to drive and how competitive it is, so yeah, it's great to be back in the paddock.
And hopefully it'll be a bit more than maybe 1 off, 2 off each time.
Yeah, hopefully. Like I say, I love driving these cars, so if anyone wants me, I'm here.
And what about race 2? What are your thoughts?
I think just try and stay on the lead lap. We had really good pace, all 3 of us in the first race. I think we just got a bit unlucky with pit stops and whatnot. So yeah, just keep it on the road and keep it on the lead lap and see what we can do at the end in the last stint.
All right, we'll see you out there. That's Harry Mailer from Signature RV. Let's see who else we can find. Graham Pattle's looking. No, you're not running away. Come on, let's have a word with Graham from Wave 9. That was a fairly busy race for you guys. Got a little bit exciting during the pit stop as well, didn't it?
Yeah, Mark nearly took a couple of people out on the way out, which we were somewhat sanctioned for. Yeah, I tried to claim that it didn't really count because it was his own wife that he nearly knocked over, and that she hadn't complained. So therefore, it was fair game. But Julian wasn't going to take that one, unfortunately. So stop go it was. Other than that, car wasn't handling the best we'd like to have seen it handling. We had quite a lot of rear oversteer, turning oversteer, which was making it quite tricky. We've made a few changes. Hopefully it's better this time out and we can put in a better show than we did in race 1.
And thoughts going into race 2? Have you been making any changes, or are you just going to stick with what you've got?
There were a few things that were out, and that explains some of the handling we had in race 1. We've made those adjustments. Hopefully it behaves itself a little bit more for race 2. Mark's starting, I'm in the middle, hiding in the middle, and Jason's going to finish for us.
And have you got your head back around these again? Because it had been a while, because you were off doing other things, but you've always had, the heart's always been with the Fun Cup, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think Mark's settled back a bit quicker than I have. I've been struggling, I must admit, this weekend, really just to find that bit of pace. But I know we'll get there in the end. But it's been a frustrating weekend for me. But the other guys are doing a sterling job, so we'll be good. We'll be good.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Graham. That was Graham Pattle from Wave 9. Let's see who else we can find. Ted Bradbury stood here looking like he fancies a chat. Not the ideal race one you wanted, but onwards and upwards.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I can't thank the team enough, always scrapping. Found the issue through the race. I think that was the main key then. We knew we had to use that as a practice session just so we could be right for this one, and I'm feeling confident we're gonna push, full push, damage limitation now, so yeah.
And setup-wise, are you going to make any changes to the car, or are you pretty happy with it?
Well, I trust the boys. I mean, I'm sure they'll make it a lot faster, so they always do, so yeah.
And one thing we're going to be probably mentioning during the course of the race, the vision going into Rocket sort of later on this evening, the sun's going to be right in your eyes. Yes, you run with a tinted visor, but it's still something to be mindful of, especially at the braking point.
Yeah, of course. It's one of them. You can't do anything about it, but you're gonna have to work around the problem. Just be a bit wary of the people around you, and look after the car the whole race, and then final hour. Let's see what happens. Go all for it like I did at Croft, and hopefully we come away with the win. So yeah.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Ted. That's Ted Bradbury from the Morpheus Motorsport team. We'll have a word with Will Abraham, who's just on the old dog and bone. Have you been enjoying the little break?
Yeah, I've been chilling, getting some food in, getting some water in, relaxing for the race start.
And thoughts for race 2?
Send it, really. Haven't got a second race to worry about now, so go at it even harder now.
Yeah, it was getting quite entertaining towards the last sort of 10 minutes of the first race, and as we say, you and Farkini, neither of you, as I said earlier, weren't taking it lying down, and it was good, hard racing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Got very close at times, but that's what it's all about, isn't it? So hopefully it can be a bit easier for me this time. And hopefully we can go one more step on the podium, maybe 2.
All right, thanks a lot. That's Will Abraham from the MJ Tech Car. Right, let's have a wander down. Make sure you don't trip over any cables as you make your way down. It's Gary Summers from Team Summers. Let's have a word. Welcome back. You've been in the wars a little bit, haven't you? But how are we doing?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the second race and hoping to improve on where I got last time. So.
Yeah, because we've got to remember, obviously, last year you came into it completely new to motorsport. You hadn't done any racing before and very little sort of track days and things. And like a couple of other guys that came into this, you had to learn so quickly, didn't you?
I certainly did. And I've had some good teachers on the way from Christian, in fairness. So, yeah, I've just got to keep working on it.
Yeah, and of course, as we know in Fun Cup, it's all about the seat time. We know, you're having some time in the twin seater with Christian and doing stuff and that's so invaluable, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yep. So here we go.
Excellent, thanks a lot. That's Gary Summers from the 1518 Summers. Right, we're going to wander down to find Martin Gibson, who's the man behind GT Tyre. So let's have a word with him. He's just having a chat now with some friends, so let's just make my way down to Martin now. I'll just see if I can door stop. He's having a word with Jack Noller's dad. We'll just wait for his conversation. Hello.
Hello.
Bit of a chinwag, if that's all right. Yeah. Race 1, bit up and down for you, but race 2, you want to go forward.
Yeah, race 1 was more down when the wheel fell off and then the car fell down. But no, we're got a good grid position for this one, and yeah, I think we'll keep it steady, stay on the lead lap, and then finish at the end.
And from a GT point of view, we're live streaming every round this year. I mean, the exposure GT in the championship are getting, I mean, it's beaming sort of all over the world. I mean, I've been looking at the comments today. We've had people watching in Brazil, South Africa, Canada, and they're loving it, and that must be great as well.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And I'm just going to compliment you on your mic, because that's amazing, by the way. But no, that's why we're here, and that's why we do it, so it's good to hear that.
And is the plan, at the minute, it's just a one-off, is maybe come back out later in the year?
Yeah, who knows? Let's see what goes on, and I won't say no, and I won't say yes, because you just don't know. So let's see.
All right, thanks a lot. That's Martin Gibson from GT. Let's pop down to EDF land, because we haven't been down there. Mind the cable, Joe. Don't want you tripping over. Let's see who we can find down here. David Ratcliffe is not. We've not had a chat with him today. We'll have a quick word with the Dave Ratcliffe from Team Ratters. That was a busy race for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so, Jamie. I think we pulled obviously a good grid draw. We were feeling pretty good. The testing, none of us have. Well, my old man's raced here, but John and I haven't. So another track that we're learning. Pulled a good grid draw and threw John in at the deep end in a big way. Drew P5 and full kudos to the man. He stepped up to the plate and I think delivered his best performance in the race. I think we finished 11th with a couple of sort of attrition of people falling off in front of us, which is obviously to our benefit, but sadly not theirs. Just still lacking a little bit. We've made some changes to the car. Obviously it's cooler, which helps my personal cooling. So no excuses for the second one. We know which way we're going. We're starting third now. They've put me in to start, so it's win it or bin it, I think.
Yeah, hopefully the former and not the latter. We're speaking to Ted earlier. I think one of the main issues later on this evening, if we look over towards Rocket, is going to be the vision, because the sun's going to be right in your eyes. And of course, you and your dad and John, you don't have a visor on your crash helmet, so the shade's going to be coming out.
Absolutely, you've got to do this in style, right? Shades out, shut your eyes, whatever works. Just keep braking late and see where you end up at the end.
And setup-wise, making any changes to the car? We know Luke and the boys have been busy. What changes, if any, are you going to make on the car?
Yeah, once again, I mean, it's a big day for the lads, isn't it? I mean, they've been going for, 15, 16 hours already, and we've got 3 hours to come. They're working absolutely flat out. We've made a couple of changes that we hope will make some benefit. We were struggling towards the end of the race in particular, and that's what we're trying to deal with. But full credit to them. I mean, the amount of work they put into these cars, and it always comes out immaculate, and we then go and have a problem with it. So we owe them a good result, so that's what we're trying to deliver.
So there might be a little pint or 3 being sunk tonight then?
Absolutely. Mr. Rose needs to open that keg, doesn't he?
It's fully open now. Thanks a lot, mate. That's David Ratcliffe from Team Ratters. Right, let's see who else we can find. Anybody from EDF? Let's see if I can get Vlad out here for a chat, and Simon as well. We'll talk to Vlad first because Simon's just finishing dinner. Which is, of course, they got to be fully fueled for race 2. Vlad's just coming now, making sure he's all fresh and ready. Race 1, it was a fairly, it looked fairly quiet for you, but from what I understand, it was the complete opposite.
It was anything but, yeah. It was just lots of nice, tight battles on the track. We had, I think, lots of time was spent with PLR and axiometrics. Lots of close battles, a bit of contact, nice overtakes, undertakes. Yeah, some of the most intense racing we've done. And obviously the weather held out today, so it's been fantastic.
Yeah, I think we're all shocked at the weather because it was meant to be torrential rain and storms for today, which meant everyone's strategies were going to go out the window. For you guys, you're in the mix, but it's just so much tougher this year, isn't it, to try and move forward?
100%, it's tougher, and just looking at the data, we're pit stops. It's really key now in this championship to make sure you don't make any mistakes in the pit stops, and so the entire crew, the drivers, the fuel, the belters, everyone, and that's what we're working on now. It's just getting that tight and a bit of fuel strategy as well. But yeah, on track, we're really enjoying. We're loving the pace, loving the battles, just everything behind it now. That's what we need to.
And you were saying about pit stops. Obviously, for those that are unfamiliar with Fun Cup, it is as fast as you can do it. Yeah. How hard is it? Because there's no rule on what side you get out the car. I mean, I guess you, like others, one's getting out one side, the other one's getting in the other side, but you've got to make sure you don't trip over each other in the midst of that as well.
It's that you make sure you don't run over your mechanics. You've got to stop in time, make sure your car's turned off. You've got to do your buckles in the right order. You've got to flip your belt so you don't get caught on them. You've got to make sure your radio is unplugged. So there's a whole procedure now. So in essence now we're kind of creating a 1, 2, 3, 5 kind of steps so we can actually in our heads go through it. Yeah, but it's especially after a long stint, when you've been in a battle, to try and come and remember all that and not miss your box or anything like that. It's intense.
And grid draw, back to your. Yeah, I think you've been drawn towards the rear again, unfortunately. But the only way is going to be forward.
That's true. Well, Simon's been doing good in the opening stint, so I expect to see him in the front again.
All right. Well, good luck. Thanks a lot. That's Vlad Vasiliev from Vape Club by EDF Motorsport. Right. Let's see who we can find. Dave Postin is having a little relaxation from Team 3, but we're affectionately calling you Team 2 this weekend because we're a man down because a certain Mr. Bennett has popped over for some little endurance race that's going on.
Something in France, I believe, this weekend, isn't there?
Yeah, I heard it wasn't very popular.
No. I think there's a few million there, but yeah. Yeah, he's done all right, I think. Actually, they came, 48 out of 106. So, yeah, with Paul Ellis-Smith and Wendy.
Absolutely. And race 1 for you guys, it was fairly steady. You had obviously the indiscretion with the stop-go penalty. It's one of those, it happens, we forget about it and move on now.
Absolutely, yeah, it was my bad. I just went into Rocket a little bit hot. I mean, by the time I got to the accident, I was doing 10 mile an hour, so nobody was in danger, but obviously Julian took a different view, so poor old John got the 90 seconds, which seemed like an eternity for him, but but hopefully we'll try and keep it nice and clean. And the one advantage of Andy not being here, of course, is we haven't done a splitter yet, so yeah. So that's nice.
And thoughts for race 2?
Yeah, more of the same. Hopefully, we did a little bit of a tweak on the car, not much. Suffering with a little bit of oversteer, but yeah, if we can just keep it going. Yeah, if we could get a top 10, that'd be nice.
Yeah. And do you think the wind's affecting the handling of the car? Because during the second half of the race, the wind really picked up, didn't it? And especially sort of coming out of Church, if you get that corner wrong, you're a sitting duck going up the back straight into Rocket. And of course, if you're in a headwind and you're leading a pack of cars, you might as well pull over and let them go.
Yeah, it was tricky and it was noticeable. Yeah, and I caught a couple of times, and also as our tyres were going off,
I couldn't go flat round church anymore. It was just going big sideways. So, but the wind, I think the wind's a part of that as well. So yeah, but yeah, I hope it's calmed down. Well, the wind turbine's still coming off its hinges, isn't it? But it's always a good measure, that. But yeah, hopefully it'll be nice and not too windy for us. And but it's nice, you know, when you get a tow of somebody down there and you just go for a lunge down the inside at Rocket. Yeah, it's nice to find. I had some good runs with some other cars. Nice bit of racing, you know, same sort of level, which is really nice. Yeah, it makes it fun. Yeah.
Well, enjoy it, and we'll see you out there. That's David Postins from Team 3 Motorsport. Right, let's see if we can see who else we can find. Cars, as you can hear, are starting to get ready now for race 2. Mind yourself, Joe, so you don't bump into the boss, and because that'd be a little bit embarrassing. Let's see who we can find. Got Jack Noller just up here. He's just sat getting himself psyched up. Big wave from Jack. He's had a really busy day so far. We're not going to make him get up, because if he gets up, he might want to a little lie down. You got to do it all again now.
Not starting this time out. Martin's doing that. He's getting the experience of that. Really, really exciting though. Busy day. Last bit of energy to be expelled right at the end now. Try and keep us off of social media as well. Lots to talk about, lots to keep us off of as well. Yeah, really good fun. Got a bit of chat to guys, support guys in the Clubman Championships. Jack, we got a podium there, so go support him at the podium at the end, and then making sure the radio's back in for this, and we're ready to go.
And what have you learned from race 1 that you can take into race 2?
The size of the blind spots.
Attention paddock, attention paddock. Please can we have all cars for race 6, SuperCup Endurance Championship to the assembly area now, please. That's all cars for race 6, SuperCup Endurance Championship to the assembly area now, please. Thank you.
Lovely.
And that proves we're live, doesn't it? Yeah, I think this is our time to go and have some fun now, isn't it?
Exactly. Fun cup.
Absolutely, and beer and food at the end.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Not before the end.
No, absolutely not. Right, enjoy it, mate. That's Jack Noller from the Team GT Tyres car. Yeah, as you heard, we're being called to the assembly area. So what we'll do now is we'll go to an ad break, and I will catch up in a few minutes on the pre-grid in the assembly area.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Redgate Corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
Well, welcome back to the assembly area for round 5 of the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And can you believe it? It's our halfway stage of the season. This season is absolutely racing through so far this year. And we've got the cars just coming into the assembly area now. Let's have a word with a few drivers. Let's see who we can find without trying to get run over. We'll have a chat with Rob Croydon, who's joining the Team JPR ARC car. We'll just wait for David Ratcliffe to just manoeuvre the Team Ratters car through into the space. 97 is just lining up second on the grid. Adam Isherwood will be in the car. Rob's just putting his lid on, but we'll still have a chat. You still put it on, mate, that's fine. We'll still have a chat with you. New team, same car. You're still enjoying it, and
same car, different car.
Same car.
Yeah.
But as we know, no two cars are the same. And actually, that's a good, fair point. Actually, how different is it to the other cars that you've driven?
Very different, actually. Yeah, I can't get the front end to work. Aaron's doing a much better job of getting the front end to work than I can. So I'm struggling a little bit compared with him. But we had a good result, race 1. Try and do one place better this one, or a couple of places better with this race.
Is it just a bit of push with the front end?
Yeah, the JPR setup is a bit different to what I'm used to. So I'm used to being able to drive it out the corner, and I just can't in my normal driving style. But to be fair, Aaron's driving it out and I'm not, so credit to him, and I just need to try harder.
All right, well, enjoy it. Yeah. Thanks a lot. That's Rob Croydon, and from the JPR Team ARC. We've got Ben Pitch, who's just getting ready to jump in the PLR car. Let's have a word with John Whitehouse from Signature RV. They had a fairly steady race 1. He's just putting his earplugs in and just sorting out the door closure. John, quick word before you put your balaclava on. How are we feeling? Feeling confident?
Yeah, feeling good. The car's good. Track's great. So yeah, we're going to give it our best.
And we were saying to a few drivers earlier, the sun going into Rocket later on this evening, it's potentially going to cause a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it could do. A tinted visor on, so hopefully it won't be too much of a problem. Yeah, hopefully it stays sunny.
All right, well, enjoy it. We'll let yourself get ready. That's John Whitehouse from Signature RV. Let's see who else we can find. We've got Gary Bates just over there, so let's have a quick word with Gary. He's going to be starting the Team Greenheath car, and he's just coming to the car now. He's having a quick chat with Maria. Let's have a quick word with Gaz. You're going to put race 1 behind you now, and the only way's forward, isn't it?
Absolutely. We didn't see that coming in race 1, but it was an unfortunate incident. We lost the back wheel, so there were 3 wheels on our wagon. But we got the car set up, back out, did a bit of testing in the last stint, so it's all good. So hopefully, we can finish with a better result.
And which cookies are you powered by?
Smarties. Your favourite, Jay.
The ones that I can't have, which is great. And thanks a lot. That's Gary Bates from Team Greenheath. Chris Weatherall is just in the assembly area now. Now, Chris potentially is going to be driving not one, Mr. Weatherall, but you might be jumping into another car.
Yes, that's right. Well, if you win the Masters race, you get given the opportunity to obviously guest drive in another car. So, no, I've been, some guys need some help, so I'm happy to hop in. So I should be doing the 5th stint in the car with a different team. So that'll be fun.
And it's going to be a busy first stint out there for race 2, won't it?
I think it's always a busy stint. It doesn't matter whether you're 1st, 2nd, 3rd or 4th. It's always going to be a busy stint. So, there we are. Yeah, we'll see. Starting a bit further down this time, but lots of good competition around. So we'll see how it goes.
And you got the biggest child behind you. It's nice to have him back,
absolutely.
isn't it?
Yes. Well, it sort of like comes with the territory, doesn't it? So yeah, but it's great to have him back in the series. Yes, there we are. We can have some. Oh,
how cute. Dear, oh dear. Right, thank you, Mr. Hart. Right, let's see who else we can find. We've got Farkini, who's just having a quick good luck from his number one, Craig. Quick word. You've put the visor on. I'm guessing, like many others, the sun into rocket is going to be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it does a bit. As it goes down, it really doesn't help in the elevation there late on, but you get some awkward contrast up there. So yeah, just a precaution.
It's just a shame you won't be able to admire the view.
Oh no, it's the sunset here is so good. So many people have been saying today, because the clouds over the mountains are actually quite spectacular, and the view from the top, several people have said, oh, I wish I had a camera in the car, I could take a picture, because you've got to admire it. Enjoy it through the safety cars.
Well, hopefully we won't have any.
I pray.
Right, and car's all right. It's looking a bit bruised, but it's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, Craig's really worked hard to get this together, so thank you to him. As it turned out, that trouble that we had at the beginning of the race was actually the impact that we had broke a ball joint on the left rear. The left rear was 5 millimetres out, and the front right was 2 millimetres out. So this car was really dragging in race one. So we're hoping, if we can stay out of trouble, we should have a quicker car.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you, mate. That's Farkini. Right, let's see who else we can find. I think I've got a bit of time, haven't we, Mike, yet? Nod from Mike. Let's see who else we can find down here. We've got one driver we haven't spoken to this weekend is Stephen Parker, who's one of our new drivers that's come in. He's joining Team Summers. And Steve, how have you been finding this?
Different. So I was saying to the other guy, we'd used to 20-minute sprint races with all the prep in here, and then you're out racing, and then you finish. Having all the changes and everything, it's a total different dynamic. It's really interesting. Makes a good time, like, in supporting obviously Gary and everything. It's been real good fun. Enjoyed it. And is the bug biting that you might come back and do some more? Budget depending, yeah. I'd love to have a go. It's just having the opportunity in it, having the right budget and stuff. So hopefully, yeah, if we've pedalled fast enough, might get another opportunity.
Well, enjoy it. Cheers. Thanks a lot, mate. That's Stephen Parker from the Team Summers. Yeah, it's looking a little bit battered and bruised after that first race, but nevertheless, we're still good. Everyone pretty much is in their cars now. We've got Russell Joyce in the Skull Club racing car. I'm just going to have a quick word with Russ, if that's okay. And how are we feeling, mate?
Really good, thanks, Jamie. Really good. Yeah, we had a bit of a hiccup in the first round, and we got damage on the. Oh. Be quiet, guys.
Okay, he's just telling the team to be quiet.
Got damage on the back left, which is unfortunate, got collected, but the guys have worked really hard, got the car back together again, so we're hoping for a clean race.
Excellent. Well, good luck. Thanks a lot. That's Russell Joyce from Skull Club Racing. So that's a little insight as to what will be happening during the course of our 5th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And the two guys that will take you through this epic 3-hour thriller will be Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal. So we'll hand over to them in the commentary box for the full grid.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Great to hear from so many of the teams and drivers down in the assembly area then, soaking up some of the atmosphere ahead of this 5th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship for 2024 and the second race of the day here on the Anglesey Coastal Circuit, a track that has produced already one very exciting race. What does our Into the Twilight race have in store for us? It's not quite going to be a night race. We're starting an hour earlier than we normally would start this race, and so it won't quite go into the full darkness, but still, we've got a sunny evening, hopefully an exciting 3 hours of racing ahead of us. The grid then will go through. I'll give you the start drivers as well, because it's a different grid to what we had for race 1, and for some cases anyway, different start drivers as well. So it's JPR team ACR that start in pole position, Rob Croydon taking the opening stint, so they've swapped their driver order from race number 1, and alongside them will be the number 97 FunCup Tifosi squad with Andrew Ishwood at the wheel. Row 2 then, Team Ratters Racing, David Ratcliffe taking the start, and the 257 car, JPR Team GT, that car started by Martin Gibson this time around. PLR Racing's Ben Pitch will start 5th alongside Team 3 Motorsport, that car started by John Perrott on the outside of row 3. 4th row for Morpheus Racing, in desperate need of a good result after their disappointment earlier on. Neil Burrows taking the opening stint for 195 with the 104 EDF Motorsports car, another that hit early trouble in race 1, starting alongside them in the hands of Victor Cara. Then Wave 9, number 207, that will be Mark Burton at the wheel. Skull Club Racing, if they've got that car fixed, which they have, will be starting alongside them, with Russell Joyce in the car for stint number 1. Greenheath the next, number 14, the car who tangled with Skull Club Racing at Rocket in that earlier race. Number 14 started by Gary Bate, and Team Summers, number 158, that's Gary Summers at the wheel, starting from 12th. 7th row for Signature RV, number 49, John Whitehouse doing the opening stint. Axiometrics, one of the quick cars that should move forward. They were top 5 in race 1, and Chris Wetherall will take the opening stint for them. Then the second Morpheus Motorsport car, number 109, that is Steve Walton with EDF's number 246 car, another top 5 contender from race 1. Starting alongside them, that's Simon Coles. And then 2 quick cars, 2 of the 3 quickest cars really from race 1, starting on row 9. MJ Tech Racing, who led more laps than anybody else in race 1, but ultimately didn't get the win. The second race in a row that's been the case for them. 249 will be started by Will Abraham with Team Uvio Hoffman's Lotus. It is Farkini at the wheel, starting from 18th. Those two definitely will march forward in the early stages. 10th row is where you find number 214, Seed Data's Mike Devlin, and our most recent race winners, having claimed their first victory of 2024, Olympian GRD car number 1, started by Chris Novell, will start at the back of the grid. Andy McEwen, Richard John Neal in the commentary box to talk you through this one then. And Richard, that is a pretty tasty grid we've got, isn't it? With really the 3 fastest cars from race number 1 starting pretty much in the last 3 places on the grid.
Yeah, I think the draw's been kind to us and our viewers and everyone watching on the stream, and indeed here at the track. So yeah, great to have Will Abraham, Farkini, Chris Doval at the back. Guess who asked Simon Rudd where he was starting, forgetting that the winner starts at the... And he looked to me like it was a total dunce, and it was well deserved on my part, I have to say.
Yes, I'm sure he's relishing this though, isn't he? Coming to the back of the grid, and he's been in a good mood all day, as he often is really. But winning will certainly lift your mood, and that first victory now elevates them nicely in the championship as well. But we had those sort of 3 usual suspects, if you like, finishing in the top 3 positions earlier on today. Will that be the case now for race number 2? Well, 3 hours of racing live between anybody and a podium finish and some valuable championship points. This race marking the halfway point of the 2024 campaign as well. So a significant moment in the 2024 championship. And getting through this race well, a good haul of points will serve you well in the second half of the year. So the cars make their way through the Rocket complex then on their green flag lap. A reminder, it's car 99 that starts from pole position. That is piloted by Rob Croydon for this opening part of the race. He's got 97 for company. That's Adam Fortis. So Adam had only his second ever start in a race of any kind, starting from the front row in that Marlborough-inspired livery on car 97. And the pressure he must be feeling now, lining up at the head of this baying pack of FunCup cars. He will, I suspect, be trying to stay out of the way largely in the opening part of the race, but we'll see what he can do when the green flag flies, which will be momentarily. Cars coming through the corkscrew now, then the safety car pulls into the pit lane, and we're good to go in round number 5 of the FunCup Endurance Championship for 2024 then. 1 race in the books already today. The evening race gets underway now, and the red lights go out. We're away and racing with number 99 holding on to the lead, and Adam Fawcett, as I suspected, dropping back already. The 155 Team Ratters racing car gets up the inside and moves through into second place, off for 1 car further back. They're going to try and get back on the road, which they do just about. That's the 158 Team Summers car. It was Gary Summers at the wheel, and he's been off the road already through the first corner. Hopefully not too much damage done to the splitter on the 158 car. Out of the banking then, down towards Church Corner we go. A leading group of 4 developing already. PLR racing a 5th, and keep an eye on Neil Burrows, Richard. He's there in 6th place. In a way, not a lot to lose now after a disappointing first race, but car 195 looking good.
Yeah, that, to be honest, that's the one I picked out as they were coming along the straight, and he was not out of position, but he was teeing himself up to have a run at the inside, which he tried, and he made up 1 place. I thought it was going to be more, but just the one. It's a good quality, sharp end on this first lap. This is the nervous bit, isn't it, when they go through Rocket?
Yeah, we saw so much trouble up there in the earlier race, but they're all cleanly through, I think, on the opening lap this time around. Noticed Uvio were picking up a few places further back. They're knocking on the door of the top 10 now. In fact, they might even be into the top 10 as they come out of Peel, nipping up the inside there of the 246 car. Farkini at the wheel of 225, but actually the EDF machine then launches up the inside of the School Club Racing machine of Russell Joyce as they drop down through the corkscrew for the first time and makes that place. That was a good move made by Simon Coles in car 246. It's 99 though that leads at the end of the opening lap. Ratters Racing there in 2nd place, then the 257 car in 3rd, Team 3 are 4th, Morpheus Racing in 5th position with Neil Burrows, and 6th place Ben Pitch for PLR Racing. That's the leading group, but a change may be on for 4th there, Richard. That was Burrows up the inside of car 98.
Yeah, making really good early play. This is the danger, isn't it, for the other leaders in the championship. I'm sure everyone will forgive me for looking at points and things like that, but that one in terms of previous form is I got the most to gain from getting out front and staying there.
Exactly, they've had 2 bad results, but they're not out of the championship picture, but they need to start winning races now with some regularity. Here come Team Ratters Racing, meanwhile, for the race lead. Outside line towards Rocket Corner, but I don't think this is going to be an easy move, is it? Rob Croydon standing his ground, shuffles him over the edge of the road, and that opens the door for the 257 car, and Neil Burrows, who comes around the outside of all of them, and Neil Burrows into 2nd place, might even be challenging for the lead now as they head for Peel. Yes, he does, goes up the inside, has to bail out of it, but Neil Burrows, great opportunistic driving.
Yeah, he read that well, didn't he? And sometimes you say read it well when it works out okay, but otherwise you just make saying, oh, it was unlucky. Yeah, keeping the positive spin on it, but yeah, this is all working out well. Here they come down this fantastic piece of racing tarmac, down through the corkscrew, and towards the end of the 2nd lap, packed all pretty much together still, which is great to see. Burrows now will challenge for the lead. We've got a bun fight on for 3rd place as well at the moment. Burrows right underneath the rear spoiler of the lead car though.
And Team Ratters were out wide over the curbs and the grass there as they came off the final corner, but Neil Burrows going for the race lead, look, forcing the defensive move out of Rob Croydon. There goes Greenheath up the inside as well, so Greenheath picking their way through into the top 5. That car was started by Gary Bate and he's on his toes. Then Pitch now trying to capitalise on that as well. Backs out of a potential move into Church Corner. This though surely is the moment that Neil Burrows makes his move. He's pushing the 99 car through Church Corner, gets the run, pulls to the right hand side of the road, but is he going to clear the 99 car before they hit the brakes, Richard?
I'm not sure he is. He started the move nice and early. Yes, he does. Call me a liar. He's done it. He's gone through. And question is, how deep is he going to go into Rocket? The answer is not too bad. The 3 wide might cause problems, though.
Oh, that was Greenheath on the outside. Ratters, the 98 Team 3 car in there as well. This is very elbows out stuff, isn't it, at the start of the 2nd race of the day? PLR Racing benefit from that. Then Pitch nips at the inside, and he's going to move into the top half dozen with that. Again, well-read situation. Then it's EDF with Farkini in the Uvio car just inside the top 10 now, and trying to gain another place. But Farkini, as we saw in the opening stint of race 1, though, that car looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was talking to Simon Rudd about, you know, what's the tactics. You know, they put Christopher out first, and I said, you know, what can you do? He said there's actually no right answer. If you put the slower of the 3 drivers at any one circuit out, that might be the right tactic to do. However, it might be better for them to come out later. You just cannot tell how it's going to unfold.
Indeed,
with safety cars and everything else.
Exactly, yeah. Safety cars can really mess your strategy up, but we saw 3 safety cars in race 1. Race 2, though, traditionally is the quieter of the 2 races as far as safety cars.
You've got race 2s as well.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah, let's see. I do my research. I have far too much time on my hands, as I've said before. Out of Church Corner comes Greenheath then, 5th position, and Ratters Racing under threat now then. So the Greenheath car, which started 11th, is now moving up into 4th position. So that car is making as much progress as anyone else, really. They've already got a bit of bodywork flapping on the left front corner, and they're going to box the Ratters car in. Out way wide goes Ben Pitch, right onto the dirty side of the road, and he forces his way back into line. This is definitely an increase of aggression compared to what we saw in the opening laps of race 1. I suppose they've got their eye in now after the first race, and they are very much willing to take a few risks because we saw the importance of getting into the lead group early.
Yeah, it pays off, doesn't it? It may not necessarily result in a win, but you know, vying for podiums and those very valuable championship points absolutely key. Now here it's hotter in the commentary box. I'm not sure whether the temperature outside is warmer or not. We'll look around. Is it hotter outside, guys, that are here? Still a bit of a breeze going. I'm not quite sure why it's so hot in here. I suppose the sun's coming on the glass, isn't it? Which is the main reason why.
We do have half the FunCup grid joining us in the box from the start of the race.
And very welcome they are
Possibly,
too.
indeed so, but I think that probably has raised the temperature slightly. But it's a great view up here in the commentary box, so I don't blame them one little bit. It's a fantastic place to come and watch what has been a very lively start to this race. Then we're 6 minutes in. Morpheus Racing starting to get ahead now by nearly 2 seconds at the end of that previous lap. This, the battle for third place, though. The Greenheath car, one of the big movers. And I think, Richard, they're teeing up another move here into Rocket.
Does look like it, doesn't it? Let's have a look and see how this one pans out as they come up towards the Rocket complex again. And Rutters Racing again, going right the way around the outside run.
That was Ben Pitch, who had all four wheels, I think, over the inside curb that time, trying to, I think, avoid contact with other cars. But I think he avoided the contact, but dirt on his tyres, definitely. And he's actually dropped down a few places as a result. Uvio have gone through, and I think EDF have gone by them as well as they head down through the corkscrew once again. Also just noticed, Richard, Axiometrics well detached. In fact, they're almost a lap down already, so something's happened to Axiometrics. They have...
That was earlier on, wasn't it, as well?
They've been in the pit lane.
2, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
so Axiometrics then have dropped out. Oh, sorry, did you spot them coming into the pit lane? Or?
No, I saw them 3/4 of a lap down as the leaders were coming through, I think, on lap 2.
Jamie may well have already told me, and I've ignored his message. Let's have a look. Oh, yes. 103 pitted with a broken wheel and a puncture. Blimey.
Oh, okay.
So that was obviously some lap 1 contact, and there's almost some contact there between Greenheath and the JPR Team ACR car. Greenheath through into third position. That Greenheath car looks really rapid, doesn't it, in the early stages of this race? The 99 car then off the podium places. Ratters in 5th position, 6th for Team 3, and Uvio Hoffman's Lotus in that bunch now. Although Farkini didn't get a very good run off Church Corner that time around. But jockeying for position now as they head up the school straight, which is anything but straight. It has those two big right-hand kinks in it. And up the inside go Ratters and Team 3, both trying to mug the 99 car. Ratters overshoot the corner by a mile. They take to the rallycross course. And somehow, Richard, they still make the move stick.
They do make it. He's getting plenty of practice with that outside run there, isn't he, to be perfectly fair. So this is Uvio Hoffman making a move up the inside.
Oh, just
right
about.
from the back of the grid, though, up with technically the lead group already.
Yeah, they started ready to start 18th on the grid. They're well into the top 10. This is for 6th place that they're trying to claim. But actually are now likely to lose a place maybe from EDF, who have pulled up alongside them. So the EDF 246 car, which was in 8th position, challenging Uvio, but didn't quite manage to find a way through. That was Team 3 out over the grass as well. Morpheus Racing, though, are being caught, Richard, by the 257, or 251 car as it is. It's 257 on the timing screen, but 251 on timing tower, and the 251 on our entry. That's the GT car. So that car started by Martin Gibson, and he is starting to eat into that lead of Morpheus Racing, and Greenheath in third, quicker than the pair of them.
Yeah, Martin's had a good start, hasn't he? Started 4th on the grid. And beginning to close in, getting into a little bit of race rhythm. As we said, busy weekend for him, not content with just doing this today off, racing on bikes and enduros tomorrow, which is not, I don't think, if I've gotten bike racing right, you might know more about this than me, I think enduros are the slower ones and more sort of technical terrain.
Yes, I believe so.
Type stuff. Cool.
So, yeah. Oh my word, speaking of technical terrain, is someone going to end up on the grass this time? No, they all just about kept within track limits. That was Uvio round the outside that time around, and gaining a place.
Farkini going through.
Farkini's flying, isn't he? 18th on the grid. What of some of the others from the back? Well, MJ Tech are only 14th, Olympian only 15th, although, again, it's Chris DeVell in the car for the opening stint for them. But MJ Tech, yes, who's in MJ Tech? Oh, of course, it's Will Abraham, because Scott Jeffs was in the commentary box a moment ago. So it's Will Abraham in the MJ Tech car, but they've had relatively slow and steady progress up the order so far. That might be for the best, though, because this is a bare-knuckle fist fight in the top 10, and I think they might be better served staying out of that for now until things calm down.
This is the scrap for 4th place at the moment, so Ratters Racing coming under pressure. It's not going to be a battle for much longer as Farkini looks around the outside, thinks better of that, but attacking from the word go, and it amazes me how many of these drivers, will keep attacking. And we talk about this being endurance racing, long distance racing, but these guys go for it like a sprint, many of them.
Absolutely. Like I said in race 1, it's endurance racing in name only, really. Yeah. It is a 3-hour sprint race. I know that's an overused cliche, but it really is true of the FunCup, that's for sure. I think we just had a change for the lead. Yes, we nearly did, didn't we? Because we have had a change for the lead. That's Martin Gibson into the lead. He's closed in on Neil Burrows and has made the move stick up at Rocket. So the 257 car then in the lead of the race, and JPR Team GT into the lead. Fantastic driving that from Martin Gibson. He was nearly 3 seconds back at one point, and now he heads Neil Burrows, who tries to come back at him into the corkscrew, but can't do it, surely. Well, they're side by side, but this should work out in the favour of the 257.
Go on, lads, give us a race. What we want to see some race. Don't need to even encourage them because they'll do it on their own. But bear in mind, that lead car was the cause of one of the 3 safety cars in race number 1, and they've fixed it, got it out, and it's running well. They did get back out in race number 1, so the lap rate they put in would have paid dividends in getting Martin used to the car as the challenge is on for second place.
I haven't missed the memo here. This is still a 3-hour race. They haven't shortened it to a 20-minute sprint, have they? This is very aggressive, but very entertaining. That was Greenheath through into second place with a super late lunge into the banking. You don't actually see a lot of overtaking into the banking, but, proving that it is possible there was Gary Bate. For Team Greenheath, who is flying. He's got Neil Burrows giving him a helping hand now up the hill, and as they head towards the braking, he's like, oh, was that a touch maybe? Burrows suddenly snatched the brakes, I think. There's been a change for 4th as well, I believe, just behind this group. Wait. There they are, side by side, and that's Farkini being absolutely ushered off the road, keeps his foot on it, and gets the place anyway. That was fantastic.
Farkini bringing rallycross to Anglesey Circuit for the first time. Top stuff. I was going to say about Gary Bates started down in 11th place, and he's up in, potential podium territory there. Top master as well at the moment.
Yes, he is. Now, this is drama for Skull Club. Remember, they had that damage to the left rear corner in race 1, but it's a right rear wheel change, so that must have been another puncture. I don't know why I sound so surprised, because there's been a lot more body contact in this one, which can lead to that, but that's another car, unfortunately, slipping a lap down.
Yeah, not good. I've just had a quick check on, I know you like your stats, and I don't know if you had a look, but out of the 11 entries that have Masters in them, 5 Masters started.
Oh, really?
Yeah, not that that means anything, but it's...
No, well, and they're doing well. I mean, we've got Masters leader in second place. Ratters Racing are also in the Masters. They're 5th, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them in the top 9. So holding their own, aren't they? Right then, Greenheath for the lead maybe now. That bodywork flapping away, but not slowing down our Masters leader, Gary Bate, who goes to the outside of Martin Gibson into Rocket, but that's been a perilous place to go so far in this race. And I don't blame him backing out of that.
There was a bit of burrowing going on, wasn't there? Very nearly to go up into retake second position. But Burrows, the early leader, down in 3rd. But the group staying together, which is really encouraging to see. And great for the likes of the Huvia Hoffman car in 4th, who is a little way back. It's a big gap, but now those 3 are squabbling, it'll probably come down with Farkini's speed as well.
The trouble is Farkini can't get away from Ratters Racing and EDF Motorsports, who themselves have swapped now for 5th position on this lap. He's sort of stuck battling with them, and as he defends, so the leaders get a little bit further away. There's MJ Tech gaining a place down through the corkscrew, or trying to anyway, at the expense of who? Was that the 109 Morpheus car? Yes, it was. But actually, they've gained 2 places on this lap, MJ Tech, because they passed Olympian GRD as well. So that is a bit more like it now from Will Abraham, who is up into 11th place.
And you can win. You don't have to. The race isn't the cliche. The race isn't won on the first corner. It's not won in the first stint necessarily.
No one told this lot.
They didn't. But it's great. And another superb thing about this with the grid draw is it gives people a chance, maybe that haven't led a race, or I'm sure these guys have. I don't know the history anywhere near as well as you, but it gives people that chance to get out and have a go out front and dice for that lead group. Here comes Burrows back in, wide moment for Greenheath, but holds the line going through the second part of Rocket, maintains second position. Is he going to run wide and leave a gap? No, he doesn't, down into Peel. So Burrows, who I remember seeing, I think I've seen him do more Sports 2000 back in the day than anything else, Neil Burrows, and an accomplished pilot in that. Can't remember what car he raced in that. Scott will know. Neil Burrows, Sports 2000, what car did he? I can't remember either. Anyway, by the by. As people say, the audience don't need to know that.
I'm interested, Richard. I'm always interested. You may raise a good point, though, actually, about Gary Bate in particular. We didn't make it about Gary Bate, but I'm going to make it about Gary Bate. That is a driver who has been racing in Fun Cup for a long time. I can't remember whether he's led any laps. If he has, it's not very many. But here he is putting in a spectacularly good stint, which, if he had jumped in for the second stint of the race, would have perhaps been lost in the mix. You know, if he jumped into that car, it was in 8th position, maybe he picked up 2 places over his stint, we wouldn't really have spotted him. But because he had a good grid position, he's done the opening stint, he's caught our eye, and he's very much catching the eye of Martin Gibson now as he continues to apply the pressure for the race lead. But yeah, that is what I like about this random grid. Every race, it's a different group of teams and a different group of drivers mixing it for the race lead.
And it doesn't affect, someone will throw a stat and say, yes, it does affect the championship, but it doesn't, does it? The cream comes to the top. You said that in race number 1, and it's maybe a little bit cliche, but it's absolutely right. The winners are still going to come through, but it does give us the chance to see something different. And you know, if I'd have looked at the entry list for this at the start of the week, maybe wouldn't have even thought Martin Gibson was going to be here. Great that he's back, and here he's dicing for the lead with Gary Bate. Neil Burrows right in the mix as well. Uwe Hoffmann car getting closer now. That black car beginning to break the group. Let's have a look as they come into shot. Yeah, he's broken the toe from the 5th place car, and Farchini trying to close down. What are we on? 2:43. So a little while before we get into driver change. So plenty of settling down still to be done before we get into the first window.
But Farchini was 3/4 of a second faster than the leader that time, and he has now broken away, as you say, from the cars behind. So that black and gold car, always one to watch, but once again starting now to bring itself into contention. So the leading 3.
Sorry, I was just going to say, what's the betting on Farchini being in the lead by the time the pit window opens?
I wouldn't bet against it. It's a silly person who would bet against Farchini. If he has a whiff of the lead, he will go for it. That much we know. Now, speaking of, here comes Gary Bate round the outside of Martin Gibson. Much later on the brakes from Gary. He's left about the amount of space I expected him to be left, but he does manage to keep his foot in it and gets the lead away. That bit of grass on the inside at Rocket Out is now essentially part of the racetrack, and Gary Bate using that to good effect.
If Martin had squeezed him, would there have been enough damage on the cars to cause a problem? So I'm not seeing much squeezing in these over the course of the drivers. Now, is that because they're respectful of each other or respectful of the machinery, or a bit of both?
Bit of both, I suspect. Yeah, I mean, we've seen how susceptible to damage those front splitters can be, certainly, and we've had a couple of punctures potentially already in the first part of this race. So yeah, it's a bit of self-preservation, but also just generally a very high level of respect among the drivers out there, many of whom have been racing against each other in Fun Cup for a couple of decades. So, you know, they know each other well, they know the tricks of the trade, and they know that what goes around comes around. If you show someone else respect, racing drivers don't forget, do they? And that can work both ways. If you annoy them, they won't forget, but if you do them a favour, they don't tend to forget it either. So, yeah, I think it's probably a little bit of both. Right, well, nearly 18 minutes into the race, and still 3 for the lead, and could very well shortly be 4, as we've said. EDF Motorsport sit there in 5th, Ratters Racing 6th, Team 3 is 7th, JPR Team ACR dropped down to 8th, PLR Racing 9th, and Seed Data in 10th. MJ Tech Racing briefly had the fastest lap of the race. That's now been taken again by Uvia on the previous lap, who are almost with this squabbling lead trio.
Yeah, that fastest lap, just 2/10 slower than the fastest lap in the previous race. So getting there, remember the fuel load will go down, so technically the drivers could get quicker as the fuel load gets lighter. We might get faster cars in for the second section, and maybe, I think the temperature's probably about the same as what it was earlier on, but yeah, fascinating stuff in this early stage. And Farchini absolutely now with the lead group. It's Greenheath away on their own. Then we've got the pair with Martin Gibson out front, but watch the black and gold car looking to close in. Gets a little bit tail happy there, collects it all up. Very much on the limit is the 4th place car, but you can see closing in now on the 3rd place car, the Morpheus Racing machine. We've got a battle on for 3rd place now. Potential battle on again for the lead as Martin Gibson gets a bit of momentum running again. Look closer there to the race leader, but 4 cars in the lead group.
Yes, they are. Up the hill they go. They're weaving around to try and break the slipstream as they head for the braking zone at Rocket. And we're going to see a challenge here from Martin Gibson. We've seen how good Gary Bate is on the brakes, though, and he once again uses that to good effect, retains the advantage as they turn through the left-hand road. In fact, a bit wide that time was Martin Gibson, but that gives him the inside defensive route into the second part of Rocket, and he fends off Neil Burrows for now. Does that open the door for Farchini? No, because Neil Burrows made sure of it and got over to the inside line to cover.
That was the worry there, and it's that classic situation, isn't it? Do you go for a gap and maybe leave a gap if it goes wrong? But he came out of that okay. So the Greenheath car still there. Gary Bates up front. And our master driver leading well here as we about 10 minutes away from the first pit window being open.
This was moved for the lead, wasn't it? Gary Bates so confident on the brakes to go right round the outside. And in fairness, I think he almost made the corner. He was left just enough room by Martin Gibson.
It wasn't a big gap, was it? Martin had a go at defending it, to be fair.
I think so. But then, as we've seen, there's plenty of grip out there on the grass. It's dried out nicely now after this morning's rain. And Gary Bates kept his foot in it and got the place. But seems now actually like the outside into Rocket is a better bet than going up the inside, isn't it, if you want to try and overtake somebody? We've seen that work a few times today.
We have. This group's got a bit more space, isn't it? The focus is going to be on Burrows coming under pressure from Farkini. Closes up into Rocket under braking, as you expect, on Martin Gibson. And now Burrows has a look around the outside again. He'll be careful not to leave the gap on the inside for Farkini to convert fourth into third place on the run up towards Peel. So into the right-hander at Peel, and then down into the corkscrew they go again, and then back towards us once again. But what a thrilling opening stint this has been.
Yeah, it's been good, hasn't it? This has been good. We are 8 minutes and 20 seconds away from the first pit window opening. A bit of time yet for this to sort itself out. Farkini, having caught this group, interestingly, hasn't made any progress through it, and that has surprised me, really, because Farkini, not normally backwards and coming forwards, but he's just sort of content, I think, to sit there for the time being. Out of the window, I've just spotted MJ Tech trying to go up the inside of Team 99 into target, so they've now caught the 8th place squabble, which is PLR Racing versus JPR Team ACR. So that's a three-way fight, which includes the championship leading car, MJ Tech, who lost a few points after the first race, but not too many. Spoke briefly to Scott Jeffs after that first race. He said they were going to make quite a few setup changes after the first one. They weren't particularly happy with how the car was handling. I suspect a few teams were in the same boat. You know, comes the challenge for third, and no, Neil Burrows defending well.
He is. Lovely fight, isn't it, going on here? And over the curbs, kick up a little bit of dust, and that puts him right under the rear spoiler again of Martin Gibson. Farkini trying to close in. Nothing to choose between these four drivers at the moment. Yeah, from my perspective, you may be thinking Farkini tends to be, that team, the UVA Hoffman team, tend to be a little bit quicker on the driver changes, so he could be sitting back and forth now and thinking driver changes will inherit the lead.
Well, they had some really good pit stops in race one, didn't they?
They did.
And they have years of practice under their belt, so they should be quick when it comes to the pit stops. But he's also pretty handy on track as well, is Farkini, and if there's a gap to be taken, then he will take it.
It's a good job this isn't an MSV circuit, because they'd all be doing track limits at that last corner, wouldn't they?
Well, allegedly they're monitoring track limits at the final corner, but I don't know whether
there'll be a little camera there taking Jonathan Palmer's Polaroid cameras.
Quite possible, quite possible. They are not monitoring track limits at Rocket, that much I do know. It was turn 1, Target, Church, and the final corner, I think, were the three off the top of my head that Julian mentioned were being monitored. Right, Martin Gibson's got a bit of a run here on Gary Bate, hasn't he? He's got the slipstream. He's close to within a car's length. Is there a gap up the inside? There might be, but no, Gary Bate moves over to cover that. Boxes in Gibson and opens the door for Neil Burrows to go right round the outside, and Martin Gibson leaves him plenty of space in FunCup terms anyway. Round the outside of both of them, tries to go Farkini. That's not going to work, but he might nip up the inside of the exit. Fantastic racing, and Farkini goes from 4th to 2nd. And that patience he was displaying was rewarded.
Yeah, never mind the pit stops, we'll just go for it. And we knew that was the case as well. And now, of course, the pit stop becomes about moving further ahead if he can get into the lead.
Well, that's a big if, though, because Gary Bates has had pretty broad shoulders, broad elbows on this opening stint of the race. He's not let anyone through since he got the lead, but now he's got Farkini behind him, whilst they're all falling over each other as well. Keep an eye on the 5th place car. That's EDF Motorsports. Simon Coles in the 246 car.
Good shout,
he's gaining on this group as well as Burrows off the road completely that time at turn 1.
Track limits.
Who cares? Who cares? This is great fun. We want to see drivers on the limit, and that is what we've got now. What's that all about? Gary Bate, I thought he was moving aside then, but just takes a slightly odd line into Church. Moves back onto the racing line and carries on. That was a little bit odd.
He does. Let's see what Farkini can do now as we head up towards the Rocket Complex again. Looks too far back as I look across the track at the moment. Have a go this time around. He might be having a look in his mirrors. Martin Gibson now playing the hunter. Let's see whether he can close it. Neil Burrows closing up on Farkini as well. They kick up some dust as they go into Rocket, that 5th place car. Yeah, he's joining them. You were absolutely right about that, Andy.
So, 4 cars for the lead, not exciting enough for you? Well, how about 5? Because that's what we're going to have, I think, by the end of this lap. Neil Burrows will be a bit frustrated. He made a brilliant move on Martin Gibson for 2nd place and came out of it in 3rd. That would have been really frustrating for Neil. I think we might be about to see a replay of that, actually, that happened up at Rocket a couple of laps ago. Look at this. He goes around the outside of Gibson. He thinks, yes, I've got the inside for the 2nd part of Rocket. This has worked for so many other people. Brilliant bit of driving. Oh, no, I've run wide. And that's Farkini coming up the inside. Enter stage left Farkini. And through he goes. Again, read that situation well, though. He could see them battling in front when they washed out wide. He needed no second invitation.
Yeah, I need to look at his lines on a normal lap there, but he almost, I think, was expecting that to happen, wasn't he? Because he came out wide to take the cut in on the exit of Rocket, and that gave him the extra momentum through. So very well read indeed. Nothing ventured, nothing gained there for sure.
Indeed so. Right, can he get the lead now, though? That's the question. We are 3.5 minutes now away from the first pit window opening, and Farkini has his first opportunity maybe to have a little go at Gary Bate. In the background, Gibson trying to come back at Neil Burrows as well. As they turn into the corner, way wide goes Farkini. Even wider goes Simon Coles in the background, but that was odd, wasn't it? It's almost like Farkini was unsighted behind the Greenheath car and just missed his braking point.
Yeah, it's brought Burrows back into it, isn't it, as well? And that was defensive from Farkini, but he's got to get on the gas and try and close down on the leader again, which he is doing. Martin Gibson in the GT car, still there in 4th position. Gap maybe opening up again to 5th, perhaps because this quartet has settled down a little bit at the minute. 5th on his own, 6th place Ratters Racing. Team 3 in 7th. MJ Tech now up into 8th place. If that was my team, I'd say first stint, top 10 from the back wouldn't be a bad result. So, and again, it could be the game plan to just chip away and not blow your cookies in the first bar, as the guitarists say.
That's a new one. And they're proving, actually, when they've got clean air, that they've got the pace, because they've just put in a new fastest lap, a 1:20.383. What did we say the fastest lap was in race 1? It was a 20.247, so we're not a million miles away from that, are we, already? As here comes perhaps another challenge from Farkini. Is there a gap on the inside? Not quite. Gary Bate closes the door, but this is almost a replay, isn't it, of Farkini versus Will Abraham in the closing stages of race number 1, and we all saw how that ended.
And Burrows is having a bit of this as well. If half a gap there, if he'd have gone wider, maybe Burrows, rather than trying to do the move earlier on, he might have had a sniff of the inside of Farkini. No doubt that the black and gold car would have come across and just nicked the bit of track that he wanted for sure. At the moment, it leaves Farkini still challenging for the lead. Martin Gibson still in the mix as well. That gap back to 5th has just developed a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, quite well, by quite a lot actually. It was quite a slow previous lap, I think, for EDF. Yeah, they had a 21.5. So they were almost a second slower than the cars ahead. So I don't know whether maybe Simon had a moment on the last lap that we missed, perhaps whilst we were in replay. Anyway, he'll try and close back in again, I am sure. As they head into the hairpin at the banking, and wide goes Gary Bate. Now you can do that at the banking because you get that run from the high side, as they'd say over in the States, and Gary Bate does manage to get good exit speed from the corner, but it's very inviting, that line, isn't it, for Farkini, who has definitely closed in. He goes up the curb coming out of Church Corner and actually drops a length or so in doing so. Will he be close enough by the time we get to Rocket to think about making a move? I'm not sure he will be.
No, he's not on this lap. Neil Burrows closing up though and keeping him honest as well. Burrows takes a wider line into Rocket. Again, keeps it tight on the second part, so he's not going to get the momentum to attack any gap on the right as he looks ahead on the black and gold car. So nothing quite doing at the moment to convert 3rd into 2nd. It's been a long time now, isn't it, in 3rd place? Well, I say a long time, not a relatively long time. We've still got 2.5 hours to go. Pit window is open. They've got the green board showing from the start-finish gantry, and drivers suited and booted, ready to go. Who's going to be first in?
Yes, well, they're all passing the board for the first time now, but we'll see who blinks first. There's an argument, isn't there, really, for Uvio to pit early, get out of this battle and do what we saw from Olympian GRD in race 1. Pit early, get some clean air. We saw how that worked so well for them. But Farchini likes the battle, and they do tend to just split the stints pretty evenly, really, the Uvio pair. In is number 99, though, so they are one of the first to come in. JPR Team ARC, Rob Croydon to hand over to Aaron Cook. There is the pit stop, no fuel for 99, and Olympian in, as they did last time at the first opportunity, and that is Chris Devell to hand over to Simon Rudd.
I forgot to check where Olympian were.
About 13th.
About 13th, okay, so we'll see once all the stops have gone as the battle for lead position closes up again. Oh, little mistake there, clattering the curb for the race leader. Is that going to give? Oh, as Burrows has a little dive up the inside. Wasn't enough momentum lost with that clipping of the curb to lose the place, but Farchini will have seen that, and he was focused going ahead, but then I think maybe the pair lost a little bit of momentum, and that allowed Neil Burrows to get well involved as well. How they didn't make more contact, I don't know.
Yeah, just a little nibble, wasn't it, at the right rear corner of the Uvio car. 97 is in, and very unceremoniously dragged out of the car is Andrew Isherwood. I bet he's really glad we caught that on camera.
I bet he is, yeah, on his debut as well. So.
Welcome to the championship, Andrew.
Oh, look at that. What a superb shot.
That was fantastic. Not the fastest driver change, but perhaps points for the most entertaining.
Do you know what? Nowhere near as undignified as I would have been.
True.
Getting out. I literally fell out of a Ginetta G55 once.
Oh, yes. There is no graceful way, there is no graceful way to get in and out of a racing car. That much I have decided. That was funny. I enjoyed that. Anyway, he hands over to Adam Fawcett for the second stint of the race. The leading group head towards Rocket again. And a bit of a stalemate, I think, now, really. Gary Bate is good enough in the right areas of the circuit that he doesn't really have to defend into Rocket particularly. And Farchini, for what it's worth, I don't think is taking any major risks for the time being. So I think this will be resolved, really, in the pit lane, and who pits at the right time and who then executes well in the pit lane as well. As we saw in race 1, you can gain or lose chunks of time in the pit lane.
Wondering how quickly you can change your mind if they've got an idea that, you know, getting 5 minutes into the pit window. How many? It's 10 minutes, isn't it, the pit window?
Yes.
Getting 5 minutes in and then making the change, kind of equaling things out. But Farchini, if you change your mind, do they gesticulate? They don't have radios, do they? So how do they communicate a change in plan?
So if it's the team wanting to change the plan, they will, particularly if they want the car in earlier than planned, they can physically leave it at the pit wall and wave, basically. But if the driver decides he wants to go rogue, then there's not really a lot the team can do about that, is there?
I suppose all he can do is like signal something from the car to the pit.
You could possibly hold up 3 fingers or something, maybe, if it indicated
Farchini would probably not do 3, would he?
No, more than likely, no. That could easily get confused, couldn't it? The message could be lost in translation if it were Farchini. But yes, so there are ways, but by and large, I suppose that's a good point, actually. Maybe something that Jamie can ask one of the drivers later on, you know, about whether you can adjust your strategy on the fly, because you're right, you can't really have a rigid strategy over a 3-hour race because there are so many moving parts.
I'm just thinking for Farchini here, he's not stuck behind the lead car, but there's no way past, so maybe the best thing to do, they know the quick on pit stop strategy, maybe just call it a few laps earlier.
I had forgotten that this is one of the few championships actually at this level in the UK which does have pit-to-car radio, so they can actually radio the drivers to tell them pit this lap, don't pit this lap, whatever it is. So sometimes if the radio's not working, you'll see them.
Is that one way or is that 2-way?
I believe the pit... Oh, now, so Julian Floyd, race director, can speak to the drivers, but they can't answer back. I know
so it's
that
like
much.
a race receiver?
Basically, yes. But whether they can answer back to their team, I'm not entirely sure. Well, I'm sure Jamie's probably typing an answer to that question away to us as we speak. Thank you, Jamie, for the information. Right, leaders are on their own now, which means that Morpheus have pitted, which they have. And I wasn't watching, so I don't know whether they took any fuel, but they're back out of the pit lane again now anyway, back on their way. And it also means that we've had a pit stop for another car in this lead group, haven't we? Martin Gibson must have pitted as well. So that means that now EDF inherit 3rd position as the leading duo now on their own arrive up at the final corner. Interestingly, the 257 car only now crossing the line, Richard, whereas already well out of the pit lane was the other car that was in the lead group. We'll get to that in a moment, though, because the leaders were almost side by side there, and there was a bit of a mistake from Neil Burrow, from Gary Bate, but he's managed to hang on to the race lead. But yeah, a big chunk of time lost, I think, for 257. They're a lot further back than I expected them to be.
Maybe not so drilled perhaps on the driver changes, because don't forget it was Jack Noller getting in.
Yeah, true.
And
true.
Maybe Jack, was this his first starting? He's done it before.
He did Alton last
but
year.
Not as many as
not as many.
Maybe
no.
the likes of Neil Burrows.
Or maybe they fueled. Maybe they took fuel on board. I wasn't
Again,
watching.
another thing for Jamie to write in the
in the WhatsApp group chat that is getting plenty of views today. To answer our question,
right.
Julian's radio is one way, the teams it is a two-way radio,
Oh,
so they
okay,
can answer
so
back to the teams.
They can change them.
Yes, but
Brilliant.
what they
Thank
can't
you,
do is argue a track limits penalty or something like that,
Yeah,
because you can imagine what would happen. Right, now another tyre change on the School Club racing car. They changed the right rear earlier on, and now it's the left rear they're changing that took the damage in the race earlier on today. So, well, that's a story perhaps to chase up as well, as Seed Data also are engaging in their first driver change of the race. And again, checking something on the left rear corner, so there's quite a bit of concern over tyres or wheels or suspension maybe in the rear of the car. Now this track we have had a history here of things like drive shafts breaking at Anglesey, because they ride those curbs so heavily and there are lots of traction zones, and the track is quite grippy because it's quite abrasive, so sometimes they may be just checking the drive shaft, checking everything at the back of the car is as it should be, but I'm not sure if that was the case on that occasion. So, race continuing on then.
Only the top 7 yet to stop in this session, so we're gradually getting there with the first set of 5 stops here. Another car comes into pit lane, it's the 98, Team 3 Motorsport. So John Perrett's about to hand over to David Postins. John's out of the car. Not on your screen incidentally at the moment, just looking out of the window, so maybe a little bit handy for folk up on the bank, still enjoying their race. What a perfect evening to come racing and grab a little bit of an evening picnic and watch some racing into the evening. Great thing to do. There's the 98 car we were talking about. Not the quickest of stops here, and when the drivers are different sizes, obviously you've got belts and seats and things to have to deal with, which can make things quite complicated and maybe take a couple of seconds. Having said that, whilst we're explaining the situation, the 98 car back on its way out on track with David Postins now at the wheel for the second stint.
Indeed so. Signature RV have just set the fastest lap, which I reckon means Harry Mailer's in the car. Yes, he is. Harry Mailer's in the car. So he briefly set the fastest lap in his first stint earlier on today, didn't he? That car's still on the lead lap at the time of the pit window opening, so that car could still be a contender depending on how things play out later on in the day. So we are 2 minutes away from the pit window closing. We're still waiting for pit stops from Greenheath, the race leader, Uvio in second, EDF in third, MJ Tech, who are up to fourth now, Team Ratters Racing in fifth, and PLR Racing in sixth place. Everybody else has now made a pit stop, so the highest placed car to have pitted has just gone across the line now. That's Morpheus Racing 195. It is Ted Bradbury in the car, and his first flying lap is a 1 minute 20.7, so he's already down to the sort of pace that Neil Burrows was running at his fastest in the earlier stint, and you'd imagine, this being Ted Bradbury, he'll only get quicker.
Yeah, see what Ted the Red can do in this one. That won't stick. Actually, that's sort of bullying. I apologise, Ted. Shouldn't do that.
I don't know, I think he takes it all in good spirits. So a nice day to be driving around in a convertible, this nice sunny summer's day, and that's something Ted can do because he's apparently recently purchased a convertible Mini that he likes to drive around in.
Oh, is he?
Apparently so, yes. So showing off the tan with his roof down maybe, and driving around the back lanes of wherever it is that he lives. Yes, an interesting choice of car for Ted, but he'll be quick in whatever it is he drives.
Trying to think what his insurance is.
Well, quite.
Teenage insurance.
I remember it well, just about anyway. It was a number of years ago that. Pit window is closed, and so it's almost time for the leaders to come in. Greenheath have pitted, interestingly. So Greenheath have pitted without Uvio. So Uvio going right to the end of the stint. So this is a driver change for Gary Bate to Paul Turner, and no fuel being taken on board. I haven't actually seen with my own eyes any refueling going on in this pit stop, but there may well have been a few from earlier on. and that we missed. But that was a brilliant stint from Gary Bate, wasn't it? That was fantastic.
Yeah, and he's rightly getting the attaboys, the pats on the back for that great stint. Well done. And so it means that Farkini gets one clear lap, doesn't it?
It does. What can he do with it is the question. That looked like a decent pit stop for Greenheath. I don't think they were too sluggish, were they, in the pit lane? Although they have come out behind Morpheus, interestingly. So Morpheus are still the highest placed car that's pitted, as far as I can tell. So maybe it wasn't all that rapid a pit stop, or was that just the Ted Bradbury effect? He's had a bit of an undercut, hasn't he? Because he's been in the car for about 6 or 7 minutes. That could well have made all the difference. But of course, if he's gained time on Greenheath, he will have gained time on Uvio as well.
So go on, do you prefer the single event, longer races, or the doubles, or you just enjoy them as much?
I think I like the doubles, you know, because if one race is a bit quiet, there's a good chance the other one won't be. If you have 2 Fun Cup races in a day, one of them will be very exciting. That you can pretty much guarantee. So yeah, and this has always been a favourite of mine, the Anglesey double header.
It's fabulous.
But Uvio's gone round again. So Farkini's gone round again. Fabulous is waiting, looking a bit lost in the pit lane, but Farkini has gone round again, and I'm sure he'd already seen the pit lane close board once. Now, they've caught me out with this before, and I was convinced that they were going to get a penalty, and then they didn't. So maybe they just timed it about right. But I wonder...
Didn't get a penalty for overtaking the safety car in the first race either.
That's true. That's very true.
Perhaps you've got a little card, you know, it's like Monopoly, you can have a free...
Maybe. Well, I think they probably used up their get-out-of-jail-free cards today, if that's the case. So there's a conversation going on with Fabulous Randaccio down in the pit lane.
I mean, the boards are not even out now, is it?
No, exactly. They would have brought it in after it had been out for a lap. So, OK, well, we'll see. We'll see. It would be unlike Farkini to miss something like that, but it is possible in the heat of the moment that he... And we've got the sun low in the sky now, glinting off the surfaces around him. That could have impeded his visibility, I suppose. Or maybe the radio isn't working, which is also a very good point that Scott Woodwist makes. Let's see if he comes in this time. Yes, he does. So Uvio into the pit lane then, and Fabulous Randaccio waiting by, and well, we'll see where he comes out and then await further news, Richard.
Yeah, and this is not necessarily... Oh, hello. Just looking underneath the car, checking everything out, make sure that all is OK from the damage that we had earlier on. Making sure that, I think thumbs up from both of the engineers either side. Relatively quick. Now, even though this may appear to have been a lap late, we can still see where the car comes out in terms of track position.
Behind is the answer, yeah, by some way. So, and that means behind Morpheus as well. So Morpheus, I think, have got the lead here because they are just turning into Church now. You'll see them at the top of the screen, look, the sort of yellow and black car. And that's Ted Bradbury with a reasonably healthy lead. I think he's got about 3 seconds over Greenheath.
Can we have the 4 cars dashing for the lead back, please?
Yes.
That's right.
It's all right, give it time. Give it time. Exactly. Yeah. There'll be something lurking around the corner, I'm sure, to bring everybody back together. So there is your leader, Morpheus Racing then, car 195, Ted Bradbury. Who has got the lead and now will look to try and build on that lead, and there's nothing really to suggest that he won't be able to do that.
No, you'd expect that, wouldn't you, from Ted Bradbury, and particularly he's going to be, he's very clearly got the car underneath him now, which he didn't have in race number 1, and being a youngster, he'll be fired up from the performance they didn't get out of the car in race number 1, so they'll be determined to grab a second win in the Fun Cup Championship if they can. So the timing tower catches up with itself. Morpheus showing in the race lead. Greenheath in second, 3 seconds down after the stops. Uvio Hoffman a further 3 seconds down in third place. MJ Tech, they've come through well. They're showing in fourth at the moment. How about that?
Yeah, who'd have thought, hey? Oh, so Uvio comes steaming up the inside. Yeah, they have... they pitted late, didn't they, actually?
Yeah.
So they didn't do an undercut, they did an overcut almost, staying out a lot longer than everybody else. And yeah, they're up into fourth place, PLR fifth, Ratters Racing sixth. Another new fastest lap for Harry Mailer, by the way, down in 10th place, 29.9 seconds off the lead. Let's remember that number.
First driver into the 19s this weekend?
Yes. Yes, well remembered. Yes, it was 20.2, I think, in race 1. So lap record we think is a 19.2, but that would more than likely have been set in the second race of the day because it is generally a bit cooler.
Right.
Even though it doesn't feel cooler up here, the track conditions, the track temperature might be dropping slightly, and that will speed things up a little bit. So yeah, he is flying nearly half a minute off the lead, but I reckon that's going to come down over the course of the stint. The other car that I thought may have gained a bit more out of that round of pit stops is Olympian GRD. They're 9th at the moment and a similar distance back to Harry Mailer. Meanwhile, we've had a change for 4th position, 6th position, 7th position, 7th position, 6th position. I can't count fingers. 6th position between EDF and Ratters Racing, is it? Yes, so that is EDF ahead of Ratters Racing into 6th position for the number 246 car. That car 246 has dropped down the order, hasn't it, from where it was before the pit stop, but it's now starting to get some of that ground back.
It has. Where's our other race? Our previous race winner, Olympian GRD, up into 9th. We thought they pitted from around about 12th, 13th place, so a couple of places made there. Further progress going on for the race 1 winners. And of course what you've got to do is, I mean, there is the opportunity in the 3-hour race to work your way through the field, and I'm guessing in jumble grids you just got to take what points you can get, head up towards the podium. You can't expect wins in this championship because it is so fiercely competitive, and if they can't get the win, they'll just be looking for top 5, top 3.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, again, banking the points all the time. But I think they'll be up there. I think they'll be up there at the end of the race, that's for sure. Here comes 257. Is this for position against Ratters Racing? Yes, it is.
Yeah,
that's 7th position. So the 257 car again, which has dropped well down during that round of pit stops. And here, look, comes Simon Rudd. So Simon Rudd, a part of this battle now. And if you look just behind him, there'll be a Gulf liveried number 49 car. That is Harry Mailer. Rudd at the inside of Ratters Racing, who I think just at the last second saw him coming. And he should now be able to make that move stick heading down through the corkscrew. He's on the outside line on the way in, but that becomes the inside line for the right-hander, and Simon Rudd is going to go through. So nice move made, but Harry Mailer is the next car behind him. You can see the body language of the signature RV car. He is on a mission.
It's good, isn't it? Doesn't matter where you look, you've got quick drivers coming over, and the fascinating thing about this type of racing is when you get the driver changes, then you see different drivers against other. You haven't seen them necessarily pitched against each other, maybe in the previous round, certainly not in the previous race. So can't remember Simon Rudd dicing with Harry Mailer in race number 1.
No.
That's what we've got to look forward to if Harry Mailer can negotiate Ratters Racing car, which he does, side by side. Plenty of room.
Yeah, Harry he did a couple of full seasons in Front Cup, but it was a few years ago, and I think he stopped racing in Front Cup about when Simon came into it a couple of years ago. So no, I don't think they have met all that often. Certainly not that I recall seeing anyway. Ratters Racing back on the inside though. Nicely done. Who's in the Ratters car now? That is Peter Ratcliffe, but he overhooks it slightly. And not for the first time we've seen that car going wide up at Rocket, and this time he does give the place back again. So yeah, Harry Mailer versus Simon Rudd. That is a pretty tasty proposition, isn't it? And that should be a really entertaining scrap.
Who's the rookie in 155, by the way? He's got the cross on the back. Do you know?
The rookie in 155... not sure, because they're all called Ratcliffe. I can't remember which one we've seen and which one we haven't, but I reckon maybe Peter Posse. No, Peter's in the car now. I'm not sure. Jamie will know. He says.
That looked like a learning experience where he was coming back at Harry Mailer there for sure, just going on the outside. Maybe. Apologies if I've done them into service.
No, that's possible. That is possible. Through target corner comes the number 1 car. Towards the banking, out wide he goes, and now catching EDF Motorsport. So yeah, Simon Rudd is absolutely flying in this one. He's up the inside already of the 246. That is Vlad Vasiliev, and I think he's going to go through into Church Corner. Yes, he does. Stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane, by the way, for Team Summers. They're 3 laps down anyway in 20th place, but they've been caught speeding in the pit lane. So Team Summers, Julian Wood is going to have to come in to serve a stop-go penalty. Simon Rudd goes at the inside actually of the Team Summers car, which stays dutifully out of the way heading through Rocket. Nice driving that actually from Julian to make sure that he didn't impede what is a pretty ferocious battle.
I'm wondering whether Farkini came in, saw that, and the sign did come in, didn't it? I wonder if the sign came in just after he went past it.
I hope so. I hope so, for his sake.
Because I think they'd have dealt with that penalty by now.
Possible. They may still be looking into it, I suppose. But yeah, I suspect you're right. I think if we get to the end of this stint and we haven't heard anything, it's unlikely that they will get anything for it. But we'll wait and see.
I just think the officials are being down on the pit wall, were being efficient, getting that board back in.
Quite possible. Oh, that was Harry Mailer sideways in the background. Gathered it together, I think. So Morpheus lead by 4.6 seconds. There's the Team Summers stop-go penalty going on. So Morpheus lead with 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. Greenheath 4.6 seconds back. That gap grew by about 0.4 of a second on the previous lap alone. Uvio Hoffman's Lotus in third place are quicker than both of them, though. So on the previous lap, Fabulous Randaccio 1 minute 20.8. So that is, 2/10 quicker than the race leader. So just inching back forwards, and then MJ Tech behind, running with 1 minute 20.6. So they're quicker again. Way wide goes the 257 car, and in trying to gain a place, they're going to lose one. So they were trying to get back ahead of EDF Motorsports there for 7th place, but in the end, a bit too wide went Jack Noller. And he ended up losing a spot against the signature RV machine of Harry Mailer. So, one up, one down for 257. Harry Mailer picks up another space, and we'll see at the end of this lap what that gap is to the leader. Of course, Harry has been busy battling, though, which will be holding him up slightly. His previous lap was a 1:20.2, though, so he was fastest man on the track last time around. And Harry Mailer crosses the line, still 29 seconds off the lead, so he's not gaining anything. But once he clears the EDF 246 car, I suspect he will have a chance of doing just that. He's going to maybe try and do that into the hairpin at the banking. No, he goes to the outside line. Instead, trying to focus on getting a good exit, rotates the car a bit too well on the way into the turn. Carries the speed off, gets in the slipstream, heads for the right-hander at Church Corner. Is he going to try the inside line at Church? Yes, he is, and Harry Mailer goes through. So that is 7th place then for Harry Mailer, and now he's unleashed. Now he's in clean air, and now we'll see exactly what Harry Mailer is capable of.
Yeah, it's interesting. Next target's going to be Team Olympian, of course, who won race 1. We've got all the expected big hitters now in the top half dozen, I think you can safely say. PLR in 5th ahead of Olympian. MJ Tech in 4th place from 17th on the grid. Olympian, of course, coming up from 20th. Uvio Hoffman up from 18th. Greenheath in 2nd, up from 11th on the start. Morpheus, who started 7th. And how far are Morpheus ahead? We'll have to wait till the rest of them come through.
6.2 seconds.
6.2.
Yeah, so it's growing. Definitely growing. MJ Tech, though, are catching Uvio, hand over fist, actually. They took another 0.3 out of Uvio last time around. So Scott Jeffs inching towards Fabulous Randaccio. That group's just making its way around the banking, I think, now, yes, towards Church Corner. And I'd say they're both catching Greenheath. So I think 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Here they are, look. Right on cue. So heading through Church Corner, 2nd, 3rd and 4th places. This, I think, is the battle that's developing, Richard. They might just get to each other in time for the next round of pit stops.
And it'll throw all the cards up in the air again.
Exactly.
But we don't mind, because that's what it's about.
It is. So Uvio turn through Rocket. Lots of curb used. I don't remember them using that much curb in race 1 through the Rocket complex.
No.
You'd think this late in the day they'd be maybe just looking after the cars a little bit more, but the opposite seems to be true.
They're getting tired, bless them.
Maybe they are. They're trying to shorten the track as much as they can so that they can
I think Jack Noller's entitled to, actually, with his Mazda race as well, to be honest.
That's very true. Right, we've got a replay lined up, I believe. I confess I didn't hear what it is, but we'll figure it out. It is... Signature RV up the inside of Ratters Racing. This is one of a few very good moves that Harry Mailer's been making of late. And he gets up the inside into Church Corner, just about wriggles through a gap on the inside line, and does now pick up, or did pick up another place, and then he also did it again to EDF just a couple of laps later. That is a tough place to make an overtake. You've got to be committed. If you have a half-hearted look there, you end up side by side through the corner and losing a huge amount of momentum.
Nice to catch up with those moves. Super stuff. Just to remind you on Harry Mailer's progress. So still Morpheus out front, 6.5 clear. Where are we on the timing screen? 2:06. So we're heading down towards the second pit stop window. Meanwhile, Uvio Hoffman getting involved here and now challenging for second again and getting it.
Well, has he? The Greenheath car, yes, has gone through. Yeah, he was too far off the track there, was Greenheath. So that was Paul Turner going grass tracking, and Fabulous Randaccio slips through. It's now imperative, really, isn't it, that Scott Jeffs gets this move done pretty quickly himself. He'll want to go with Uvio here and not allow them to steal too much of a march on them.
Yeah, I don't think Scott will be too long, but say the Greenheath car's been very impressive so far. Very good setup, very well driven by both drivers in the opening stint. Long may that continue, but yeah, look at the gap already that Fabulous Randaccio has pulled out just by 3 or 4 corners.
That's pretty impressive. 6.8 seconds off the lead. So again, that's one to think about, isn't it? And try and remember. Here's how he did it then. As they go up the hill, came from a little way back, but in the end it was more a mistake from Turner, I think, wasn't it, that allowed the move to happen.
Yeah.
Just outbraked himself slightly, Paul Turner, but got back on the road. And now under threat from Scott Jeffs, and I suspect this move is going to be made heading up the hill into Rocket as well. Paul, of course, might be a little bit circumspect under braking now, having outbraked himself a lap ago. He leaves the door open. Scott Jeffs, I think, will sail through on the inside line. Yep, gets to the apex first and makes the move. That was textbook stuff from Scott Jeffs, and he can now set off after Uvio ahead.
Yeah, he wants to focus on that black machine ahead, doesn't he? Try and close down and get a further place up on the podium if he can.
Through Peel Corner, dropping downhill towards the corkscrew. And let's see what happens then over the next few laps. Well, unfortunately, we've not timed this interview brilliantly because we've just watched his car drop out of the podium places, but that doesn't take anything away. Oh, no, never mind.
Heard what you were saying.
I was going to tee that up beautifully then, but Gary Bates has run away from Jamie Peters-Ennis. We might hear from him again later on in the race. I guess perhaps he wasn't very happy that his car had dropped out of the podium places. If we'd have gone to him a lap earlier, might have been all right. But anyway, he'll be getting in the car soon, I presume, with only 3.5 minutes to go. And I reckon they might want to get him in as soon as possible, won't they? So possibly explains why. So we'll catch up with him after his second stint, which hopefully will be as eye-catching as his first.
Yeah, I hope so. It was a pleasure to watch that first one, wasn't it?
Right then, nearly an hour in, 2 hours and a bit to go, and only 6.6 seconds, the lead gap. Morpheus back to Uvio. He's still leading in the Masters competition as well. Just to clear up a question you had earlier on, Richard, as well, you asked which of the Rattus Racing drivers was the rookie. Well, it was John Ratcliffe last year, but they've left the cross on this year, so he's not technically a rookie
anymore.
Yeah, but that is an option. You can leave it on there just to let others know that that driver has less experience, perhaps, than the others in the car. So yeah, that's what that was. But he's in his second year of racing now and learning all the time, I'm sure. He's dropping downhill then. Through the corkscrew they head, and second, third and fourth place cars crossing the line. Big lock up there for the Axiometrics further back, going through the corkscrew, and they've got the attentions of EDF Motorsport. Of course, Axiometrics are lapped down after that early pit lane visit. They're running in 15th place at the moment. I think we have everyone running though. Everyone's back out on track now, even those that had some earlier dramas. 6.4 seconds the lead gap, so came down by a couple of tenths that time around. And what I've been monitoring is Signature RV. Well, they're 27 seconds off the lead, so in fairness, Harry Maid has taken a few seconds out of that gap, but really as much as he would have liked.
Two quickest cars at the moment, lapping in 120.6s, are Fabulous and 249 MJ Tech. But not significantly quicker to close in on the race leader, I don't think, before we get the pit window, so it could come down to driver changes again. When are we I can't remember, did we get fuel added on our second stops last time?
Yes, but I think that was partly because it was under safety car, I seem to recall. The second and third stops were under safety car, weren't they?
That's right, yeah.
One of the front runners double fueled at the second stop, and that
was Uvio Hoffman, wasn't it?
Might have been Uvio. I think you're right. Yeah, they probably wouldn't choose to do the same again now, but you never know. They might go for a slightly wacky strategy. Good to see one of the teams there watching the live coverage down in the garages. It was nice to hear earlier on, wasn't it? The drivers saying that they do appreciate the live coverage, that they and their families and their teams are really enjoying it. I've been saying for years that Fun Cup it deserves to have live coverage of all of its races, and so nice to see that able to be the case for 2024, and nice to hear it's going down well.
Yeah, absolutely right. Top job by our tech team, and good that people are enjoying the coverage. What's not to like, though, to be honest, and particularly as we're interested to know whether how the viewing figures stack up for the evening against the afternoon. I personally think this is great. And there's so much rubbish on the TV, isn't there, of an evening?
I wouldn't know.
Do you stream? Are you a
I'm more of a
Netflix,
streamer, I think,
and Amazon Prime and Disney?
Yes, the odd show. Yeah, I lose track of where they all are, but
That's the thing, though. You have to subscribe to everything, don't you?
You do a little bit.
More money getting thrown out.
Exactly, but it's all there at your fingertips, and you can watch it wherever you are, and that is very much true of motor racing these days. You know, certainly here in the UK, we have a lot of free-to-view motor racing, which is really nice to see, isn't it? And you don't even have to be at home to watch it. You can be out and about, visiting the family, you can have it on in the background, so easier than ever to watch motor racing, and we really are spoiled.
And to catch up with the stuff that you missed.
Exactly.
As well.
Yes. Well, it takes a whole week usually to catch up with the stuff you miss when you work on another event, doesn't it? So just watching a weekend's worth of motor racing can fill your week, but hey, there are worse things.
Do you actually watch much at...
I try to, yeah. Sometimes in a professional capacity, if it's a series that I've covered before, but I'm still at my heart a motor racing fan. I like to tune in and keep track of what's going on. So yeah, and working at the events, you don't always get a full perspective, I think, of what's happening, even at an event that you're at.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
It's good sometimes to tune in and watch it back again. People accuse me of being vain and wanting to listen back to my commentary. It's not that at all. It's amazing the things you forget, actually, even on a race that you've commentated on.
I think it's a way of learning as well. I certainly learn about, even at my old age, you learn about what I've said right or wrong. So, not a bad thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not wish that on anyone else. If you do want to watch with the audio muted, I wouldn't blame you at this stage.
Nonsense.
But the Ratters racing car back out into the race. Jamie Peters-Ennis was marching towards them, but he's going to get there a bit late because they've already left their pit box. That means we're into another pit window, though, and it means that this is the second round of pit stops beginning. And I'm interested. Now, this is interesting because Morpheus Racing, I'm just going to double check it was Ted Bradbury in the car, but he has been slowing in the second half of his stint.
He has, yeah. I wonder if that's a repeat of the issues they had in the first part.
Hope not.
The power issues.
Hope not. Maybe that's something taken. That's probably a good drive to chat to for Jamie. We only ever send him to dig out the bad news, don't we? We don't ever really send him down to a garage to say, well done. Well, we tried with Gary Bate, but Gary unfortunately had other things that he had to be doing. But yeah, I would be interested to hear from Ted Bradbury because for whatever reason, that gap has just shrunk by a couple of seconds through the second half of his stint. It could be traffic related, I suppose. I'm not sure where Ted is on the track. I'll try and get a look at him in a moment or two and figure that out. Meanwhile, fight for sixth position. Harry Mailer, fastest man on track, has caught the captain Neil Plymmer, and I think is about to try and make a move into Rocket.
He's going to have a look, isn't he? Here we go, up the hill, and he's got the inside line, has Mailer in the Golf livery. Yeah, very neatly done.
Yeah, that was good stuff. So signature RV through. And they are now 24 seconds off this. He's gained probably, by the time he pits, I think he'll have gained nearly 10 seconds on the leader, which is not bad going when the leader is Ted Bradbury. But unfortunately, I think he could have done with a safety car really before this stint to properly get them into the fray. So
I reckon we're going to get through the whole 3 hours without a safety car.
It has happened. If my laptop hadn't died, I'd have told you when it happened, but it has happened a couple of times here at Anglesey. Yes, I suspect maybe the charger I got from Amazon isn't doing particularly well in the heat. So
it's not one of the fire risks, but my brick got recalled.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope not.
Charging brick, yeah.
We'll find out,
hazard,
I suppose,
yeah.
if that's the case. There is, who's that? That is Paul Turner. He's about to get in the car, I think, isn't he? Having done the first stint in his car earlier on. But yeah, there was, and again, it tends to be the second race. I think a couple of times the second race has gone safety car free here at Anglesey. For whatever reason. I mean, this one has been a much more aggressive race, and yet it's been a cleaner race. We've had a far lower attrition rate in the first third of it than we had earlier on this afternoon. There is the number 257 car. There's a look at a GT tyre on the JPR Team GT Tyres car, which has all four of its GT tyres attached this time, and was going really, really well in that first stint, wasn't it?
Yep, it was. So it's Martin Gibson going, I think, back out. Let's just have a quick check on the 251/257 car. Yep, stint 3 is Martin Gibson. So Jack Noller gets another breather after he's having a great day, isn't he? Jack Noller with his win in the Mazda Racing as well. And that the car, remember, that hasn't got the power steering. So he was really, when I spoke to him down there in the in Parc Fermé after the Mazda race, really saying that the physicality of the fact that that particular car hasn't got the power steering really affecting him. So he'll be doing some exercises to get fit for tomorrow's racing, but he's only got to say only got to do 2 Mazda races tomorrow.
And they're not normally easy, are they? So yeah, he'll get a good night's sleep tonight, hopefully. I can't remember what time the first MX-5 race is. I think it's quite early tomorrow as well, so not much of a line for poor old Jack. So here comes the 99 machine heading round the banking.
Charger?
Let's see if that... Bear with me.
Right, so while Andy goes, it was charged up this morning, so I hope that's not the fire hazard one, by the way. Before we worry about evacuating the building here. So let's have a quick look and see how many more. Wrong one. USB-C, sorry. Nah. Have I got a plug as well? Let's have a look. I think all the plugs are back at the B&B, which isn't good, because I thought we'd got the...
I'm sure the viewers at home are enjoying this conversation that they're getting half of. Is that USB-C? USB, I suspect, isn't it?
No.
Not to worry, not to worry. We'll have to do without my stats.
Have you got a cable? A C cable?
A USB-C cable,
Yeah.
yes.
There you go.
That's USB though, isn't it?
Oh, but the C goes in there, doesn't it? Is it a
Both
double-ended
ends.
C?
But yeah, both ends. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, Richard. Never mind.
Oh, well, we tried.
We'll make do. We'll make do. If anyone around Anglesey has a USB-C charger, they can send to the commentary box.
Jamie, can you go and get one?
yeah, Jamie's on it already, I'm sure. Anyway, back to the race. Morpheus Racing lead now by 6.2 seconds, just to prove me wrong. So they've extended their margin quite significantly. Here goes PLR Racing at the inside of the 104. The outside, actually, of the 104 car, heading into Rocket, and that's a pretty brave place to put yourself. Have PLR made another pit stop? No, they haven't. That's still Neil Plymmer, and you can tell that's Neil Plymmer actually, because, and I mean this with no disrespect, he took his nose out of that gap pretty quickly. He knows when to pick his fights, does Neil Plymmer, and realised that wasn't really the time. So we are at, we've got about 3 minutes left of this pit window. That is the Chris Hart, Steve Walton car. That's 109, isn't it? So that is Chris Hart handing back over to Steve Walton once again. As Uvio continue to push on with MJ Tech behind. So MJ Tech have not really taken a chunk of time out of Uvio. They've maybe halved that gap. Well, not even that really. It's still over a second adrift with the 257 car between them. And Olympian. Now Simon Rudd, we haven't really mentioned much in this stint. 23 seconds back as they make their way out of Church Corner now. Now he was 13th when he pitted. Was well, when that car pitted, when Simon Rudd took over, that car was 13th. He's now 4th, but still a long way off the race leader, isn't he?
He is, yeah. But, of course, we've got Riley Phillips to continue his good work in the 3rd stint. Again, better check that out because they did different ones. So this one is, yeah, Christo Vell, then Simon Rudd, then Christo Vell for the 3rd stint as well.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, they did that last time, didn't they?
And Riley 4 and 6, Simon 2 and 5. So, yeah, same as race 1.
That's right, yeah. So, in a way, they'd like to keep on charging after the leaders, wouldn't they, really, in this stint? In comes Ted Bradbury, by the way. So Neil Burrows taking over from the race-leading car. So that's interesting as well. They brought him in with a few laps to spare. They are putting a churn of fuel in that car. There it is on screen. But I'm interested that they brought Bradbury in earlier there as well. There are a few things about that stint that I have questions about.
Yeah, it didn't quite seem as sharp, even though it's in the lead and maybe extended it by half a second or whatever. Not quite as Andy's gone back on the cable hunt again.
I say I'm good at multitasking. That clearly is a lie. But we'll get to the bottom of this. Out goes Neil Burrows back into the fray. So yeah, let's see what that car's got. I mean, they should still retain the lead, depending on what others do on fuel. Hopefully they'll retain the lead. They're back out in front of Greenheath, who have stopped, and they will. Well, we'll see how this all shakes out in a moment or so, shall we? But up the hill goes PLR, still battling away with 104. This again is not a battle for position at the moment because PLR Racing have not pitted, whereas 104 have made their latest pit stop. But within a couple of minutes' time, Richard, it'll all sort itself out.
It will, once we know everybody's been through for their second stops, which we are very much looking forward to getting into another 20 minutes or so of straight racing once we've settled down. The board for the closure of the pit window is being displayed now, so everyone will make their way around and see that, and those that haven't come in so far. So we've got the Uvio Hoffman car, which is now showing as the leader, so that will pick up the board. MJ Tech yet to go in as well. Team Olympian in third place yet to come in for the second stop, and also the Signature RV machine needs to come in too.
Does indeed. Oh, now look at this. This is for what was second place. At the moment, it's the race lead. MJ Tech have caught Uvio and are trying to get round the outside as we head towards the end of this pit window. So unfortunately, just as the battle is joined, it's probably going to be separated again in the pit lane. But we might get a lap of it as they head towards Peel, because the pit window board is now out, but they, I don't think, have seen it yet. So they should be able to do another lap after this if they wish to. Scott Jeffs closing in then on Fabulous Randaccio. Will he make a move before the cars dive for the pit lane? Well, I suppose it depends a bit on whether either of them come in this time. Down the corkscrew they go, and they are both coming in. So a battle on track becomes, not for the first time today between these two, a battle in the pit lane. Now, MJ Tech have a churn of fuel waiting. Do Uvio? Yes, they do. So it's a straight fight, this, Richard. They're both doing the same thing. It's a case of who can do it the fastest.
Scott Jeffs manhandled out of his car and away. Fuel still going in, lot of fuel going in. The 249 car, by the look of it.
Uvio are done with fuel first, though, Richard.
They have, but I don't think they've put as much in.
No, well, possibly not.
Still going on 249.
Wow, that is a lot more fuel, so that is interesting. Now, the fuel system should come out at the same speed for everybody, so I think that was a choice, a strategic choice, to take on more fuel for MJ Tech GT.
Yeah, they've lost a lot of time, haven't they? But will have gained more fuel as they follow the JPR team ACR 99 car coming into pit lane, not hindering them at all, but they're back out. So they're back out. Out goes the Golf livery RV, Signature RV car, back onto track as well.
So I think Greenheath are going to be leading this race, Richard, because they are just ahead of Morpheus Racing heading up towards Rocket Corner now. Morpheus, I think, will be second, Uvio third, fourth will be Olympian GRD, and only fifth for MJ Tech, but they clearly took more fuel in that pit stop than the others that were taking fuel at the same time. So I do think that that's going to work out a net loss for them now, but of course the whole plan is they will gain that time back later in the race, and right now a safety car would play brilliantly into their hands, because all of that time that they've lost would evaporate. But even without it, I think MJ Tech playing the long game here.
It looks that way, doesn't it? That's not a bad thing to be doing. Everybody been in now? It looks like it. So everybody showing us twos on the pit stop, so we'll wait till they come round and complete the next lap just to see where everybody is in relation to everybody else. You're right, Greenheath take the lead. Morpheus second, Uvio Hoffman third. Spot on.
And of course it's Gary Bate back in this car now, who we saw was rapid in the first stint.
How many times have you been right today now?
I've lost count, Richard, and I can't remember the last time I said that. This
Sheer brilliance from Andy McEwen.
It's been a good day to be Andy. They don't come around often. I enjoy them when they do.
Yeah, we do too.
Yeah, that is, wow, that's impressive. So, I mean, they're genuine contenders if they can keep this up, aren't they? Because we saw what Bate did from 11th on the grid in his first stint. He's taken over the car here in the lead, although ironically, immediately under threat from Neil Burrows, who seems revitalised in this stint.
Yeah, we're back to stint one. Look how close they get. That was not an inch away, but that was so close. You try going out there and doing what Neil Burrows just did, getting that close to the car in front without giving it a tap, going into the left-right sequence, and big sideways moment there for Burrows. Just lost. Sorry, Andy, giving Andy McEwen a heart attack there. Had grabbed some curb, big sideways moment, collected it up, lost a wee bit of momentum and time on that lead battle.
Yeah, now if they start battling, I think Uvio could catch them, because that's now Barkini again, isn't it? And as he comes across the line, he's gaining. He's really gaining. He is 3.6 seconds back. He was half a second quicker than the leader that time. So this could be an interesting stint, couldn't it then? So you've got Greenheath, number 14, leading the way. That is the Gary Bates-driven car leading the way. Morpheus Racing in second position then, only 0.6 of a second back with Neil Burrows. Third place for Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus. That is Farkini Diot, who is 3.6 seconds off the lead, about 2 seconds therefore behind Morpheus Racing. And Olympian GRD, that is now Chris Devell back at the wheel for his second and final stint of the race. He is 20.7 seconds, sorry, he's 8 seconds off the lead with MJ Tech 20.7, so they lost about 20 seconds with that lengthy fuel stop, but that could well play back into their hands later on. Right, we had many questions about Morpheus Racing's second stint of the race. The man behind the wheel for that second stint was Ted Bradbury, and I'm hoping that along with Jamie Peters-Ennis, he can provide us now with a few answers.
Yeah, I'm down with Ted now. It was a tricky stint for you, and you were saying it was more you rather than the car.
Yeah, I'm just overdriving it a bit, but I calmed down towards the end and the car come back to us. But yeah, just me trying too hard. I think after the first one, I'm raring to go, wanting to win. But I've calmed down now, and I'm ready for the last stint.
And you got Sparky out there now. He's working those tyres, isn't he?
Yeah. We both work the tyres to the max. We're both kind of rough on the wheel, but yeah, I think we're just so charged up for this race. But we're both calming down now, and we're both going. So yeah.
Oh well, still 2 hours to go, mate. Have a good one.
Thank you, Jamie.
Cheers. Back to Andy and Rich.
So, Rich, was the gist of that just that they're not going as quickly because they're calming down a bit and playing a longer game? He didn't mention any issues, did he?
No, he was saying he was getting a bit carried away with it. I think that's the way I read it. He was getting a little bit ragged, and he said he's calming down for the last stint.
That's Neil Burrows off the road.
Who needs to calm down a bit as well.
You could hear the chatter of the tyre there, couldn't you, as he was locking up from a long way back. So Neil Burrows, I was oohing and ahhing at Greenheath going around the outside of the Morpheus car, and then behind Neil Burrows came in like a steam train and went straight off the road. He doesn't lose a place, but look, that nice little 3.5 second cushion that he had over Uvio, that is gone.
It is, isn't it? So what was a battle for the lead means that we've got the change of focus now to look at what's going to be going on potentially for second place. And once Farkini gets up there, he's going to try and close down on the race leader as we head toward. This is the stint that brings us into the second half of the round. I think Ted was talking about the second half of the race rather than the final stint.
Right.
Because he's got another 2 stints to go, isn't he? Unless he's going to have a wild stint next time and have a calm final one. But I think he meant second half.
I think so, yes, because they're going to have Neil Burrows in now for a double stint and Ted Bradbury in at the end for a double stint. So 60-minute stints are the order of the day now. For the Morpheus Racing pair, and Neil Burrows is off the road again, and this time he's gone off properly at Church, and that will definitely have done some damage to the front splitter. So Neil Burrows, 2 mistakes in less than a lap. It costs him second place, but I fear that is going to keep on costing him time. We'll get a look at the state of the front of his car in a moment or two, but I'm pretty sure it is not going to be as it was designed and as it rolled out of the factory. We'll see the damage in a moment maybe, but that was a wild ride down the grass.
Farkini about 0.8 of a second quicker than the race leader at the moment, so beginning to close in. You know, the gap was much bigger, wasn't it, on the second stint, but now with 2.8, every time he gets a half a second up to 0.8 of a second, he's going to chip away over the remaining laps of this third stint, the final half hour of the first half of our second race of the day. He's going to get that gap down now, showing on the top. The timing screen catches up with us. There is damage on it, isn't there?
Not as bad as I expected, though, actually. It's just the middle bit that's gone. The wing is flapping.
Away, yeah.
They'll tank tape that up at the next pit stop, I'm sure. And the main thing is he's not got a grill full of grass, which I don't think he has. So got away with that, did Neil Burrows. But it's funny, Ted Bradbury saying that they're going to calm it down and not be quite so wild at the moment, as Neil Burrows has a couple of potentially costly mistakes, but that car actually looks more or less okay. I think it's the end bits of that front splitter that do most of the hard work, and they're still pretty much intact.
So is this for the lead? That's the Greenheath car, isn't it?
No, that's Morpheus.
No,
the other Morpheus car. Yeah, Greenheath are 3.2 seconds up the road there in the distance.
Oh, yes.
But Farkini getting past the traffic and now has a clear road to chase down the leader.
scared me when I looked at that for a moment, because I was thinking about what Olympian are doing at the moment with Christo Velt in the car in 4th place, and they are 9 seconds clear of MJ Tech Racing with Chris in the car, with the 2 fastest drivers, with all respect, yet to come in the remaining stint, so very handily placed.
Indeed. So here is the moment for Burrows. Had a bit of oversteer, didn't he, just as he was getting on the power. And both myself and Scott Woodwards, having never raced a car before, both doing exactly the same movement to describe oversteer going through Church Corner. But yeah, that was exactly what that was. It's such an on-the-limit corner. I think it's flat out in a Fun Cup car, but it's only just flat out. And if your tyres are a bit hot, or if you find yourself slightly off the racing line, that can very easily happen. But yeah, that was a bit of a moment there for Burrows. And actually, that's something else interesting that Scott Jeffs said. He often comes out with some interesting little bits, does Scott. And he said after race 1 that you can push hard for a couple of laps and you'll be fine. But then the next 5 laps, you'll have no grip at all, because the tyres, the pressures spike so quickly, and then you've got to calm it down. So having had one moment up at Rocket, Burrows probably then didn't really have the grip underneath him that he was hoping for, and off he went again with that bit of oversteer at Church Corner. So that's why you've got to be patient. To Ted Bradbury's point, you've got to manage the tyres, manage the car, because if you push, you might go quick for a few laps, but it won't last.
I was chatting to Scott's dad actually for the first time today, and an interesting guy to talk to, and he was telling me about the very impressive company that Scott raced in karts with. And many of the drivers have, and Mark, his dad, was saying that the drivers that get the breaks.
Yes, indeed.
It's sometimes the sport can be cruel, but you know, we get to see a lot of these decent drivers coming out and doing the stuff here. The other point I wanted to come back to was the little moment we saw, or the big little moment. Paul O'Neill always tells me often to say the little moment, but it was a big moment, wasn't it? And Neil Barrows did when he went off. If you think about how few offs we see and how easy it is to make a mistake in the car, that tells you how good the drivers are that we've got here. Over 3 hours, you don't see very many.
No, exactly. And it's not like they're tootling around at 90% either.
No,
they
exactly.
are pushing at all times. The quick drivers are anyway. So no, you're right. That's a very good point, actually. And, you know, you spend a long time in the car. Like I said, these tyres do a lot of work. You don't always have ideal track conditions, ideal grip levels, and yet very, very few mistakes are made. And that's why it's so noteworthy when it does happen, especially to a driver of Neil Burrows' experience, but it can just catch you out. And more so here, I think, than at many other tracks that we race at. It's just one of those quirky little racetracks that do catch drivers out perhaps a little bit more readily than a few others. But as you can see from the state of a few cars out on track, there have been a few others that have been wandering beyond track limits, I think, a few times. Those front splitters starting to take a little bit of a battering. I think that is a sign, though, also, Richard, of the improved driving standards in this championship over the last, well, certainly in the 11, 12 years that I've been covering. And I remember back when I first, myself and Jamie particularly first started covering Fun Cup, we used to take bets, actually, on how many new front splitters Paul Rose would sell over a weekend. And we were regularly into double figures. Rarely now does that happen, and I know that I'm making a joke out of that. Hang on, I'll interrupt myself because there's a car slowing at the last corner, and is that it's not the Greenheath car, is it? I think it's Morpheus.
That's the one I mistook for the...
Yeah, I think you're right, yes, because Greenheath have gone through, but that's Morpheus right on the apex at the final corner with 0 power. And you know what that probably means. Luckily, we've got 7.25 minutes before the pit window opens, but they're going to have to act fast because that is not a nice place for a car to be stationary. So I suspect we're going to go safety car here for too much longer, but the 109 car, that is a shame. It's in the hand. There it is, look. The 109 car in the hands at the moment of Steve Walton has coasted to a halt at the final corner. Well, whilst it's decided what's going to go on with this, although I think there is realistically only one option, let's head down to the pit lane then. Aaron Cook is ready and waiting. We're about to go safety car on track. Let's catch up once more with Jamie.
Yeah, I'm down with Aaron Cook, who had a fairly busy stint in the 99 car, but you're nursing a bit of a problem on the right front, Aaron.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a problem in this one, unfortunately. I think it's either a suspension issue, tyre issue. I'm not too sure. We didn't have new tyres put on for this race, so we opted with the olds, and we just found out that everyone else has got new. So we would have gone for some new ones if we'd have known. But there's also a real loud clonk coming from the front right, and I just cannot get anywhere near the pace of earlier. So yeah, it's going to take too long to try and fix it. So we're just going to have to deal with it, and hopefully this safety car will help. We'll bunch us back up. When Rob comes in, I can get back out there and we'll try and push forwards, but just manage the problem. That's all we can do.
And as we know, you drive a variety of cars. I mean, but this is only your second time in a Fun Cup car. Did it take a couple of laps just to get your head back around it again?
Not massively. I mean, we could jump on the pace pretty quick. I think it was our fourth lap. We've done a 20.5 or something. So that was, I think, third or fourth quickest last race. So yeah, the pace is definitely there straight away. I'd love to be back, but it's just down to budgets and funding and sponsors and stuff like that, really. So we'll see where we can go. I'd like to be back again. I was keeping contact with JPR, so they're a good bunch, and yeah, we'll see if we can come back.
Excellent. Have a good one, mate. Thanks a lot. That's Aaron Cook from the JPR ARC. As we're going safety car, so let's see who else I can find. We actually haven't spoken to the boss today, so we'll have a quick chat with Mr. Rose, if that's okay. He's just speaking with Ian from PLR now. First race was fairly busy. First half of the second race was all as if it was the last round of the championship.
That's usual here. I didn't think we were going to have a safety car for this race, but anyway, it's just gone out, so that'll keep everybody together, and it should make an interesting restart.
And it's been, I mean, the weather has been sensational. I mean, we've all been shocked by it. I've probably cursed it now. But we've had a great couple of races. There's always great races here at Anglesey, isn't it?
Do you know, there's no better place to be. It's best circuit when the weather's nice, but when it's not, it's the worst place to be. But no, it's everybody's having a great time. Weather's been on our side, and everybody's enjoying themselves.
And championship point of view, we've had a great start, haven't we? Numbers are looking really good. More for Snetterton, more for Brands. It's just going from strength to strength, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got two new teams coming in, so the grid's slowly growing, and that's what we like to see. We'll just have to wait and see. Snetterton, we should, I say, 2 more teams out, and yeah, long may it continue.
And we've dragged some of the old boys back, Chris and Steve. Nice to have them back, isn't it?
It's great to have those guys back, although they have broken down just at the start of the pit lane. But no, they're great characters. They're good to have in the paddock, really are.
And you're a bit worried about the gauntlet Chris has laid down for the final round, bringing his son and his teammate out?
Yes, they want to win the £10,000 prize. I'm sure they'll have a good go, but we'll see what happens. A lot of competition.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Paul. That's Paul Rose, Championship boss. As the 109 car gets pushed in from the pit lane, fabulous work from our marshals. Yeah, Andy and Rich. We've got to give kudos to the marshals. They've been on post since 9 o'clock this morning, and as I say, it'll be near enough 15 hours on post. So huge round of applause to them. And yeah, let's see what happens in the second half of the race.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. I echo those sentiments. Some commentators, Richard, have the audacity to complain about having a long day on mic. Not myself, obviously, but it is nothing compared to what the marshals have to do out there. They have been out in all weathers today, and for an awfully long time. They've had a handful of incidents to deal with throughout the day, and they do so as professionally as always, regardless of how long a day it's been. And the great thing is, they don't complain. They're just happy to be here. They enjoy the sport so much. That is the very reason that they found themselves at Anglesey this weekend, and it's great to see that enthusiasm.
It is. Brscc were advertising for marshals for the next Donington and the G-Fest here on Anglesey. So if you can hear us and you're enjoying your weekend and you fancy marrying up the orange that you wear with the orange logo of Ginetta, come back with us in a couple of weeks' time. We'd love to see you, and I know that the club are sorting out lunch boxes and all that kind of thing to try and encourage you to come along, and as a little thank you.
Good. Yeah, no, that's as they should. That's nice to hear. And should be a good event, that. Looking forward to G-Fest. First time I think we'll have ever had the Ginetta Championships racing here at Anglesey, and they should provide some good racing, as they tend to do. Right, I think, speaking of good racing, we're going to get some more of that in the near future, because the track has been cleared. The 109 car has been brought back into the pit lane, and I reckon those lights are going to extinguish on the Jaguar safety car before much longer. Right on cue they do, and look at this, Richard. We've got first, second, third, and maybe fourth positions, nose to tail in the queue, and a 1.5 minute sprint now until the pit lane window opens. But look there, you've got Greenheath leading, Uvio second, Morpheus third, Olympian GRD fourth, and MJ Tech fifth, all in a line with no back markers interfering. This should be good.
Yeah, this is going to make the pit stops even more fascinating, isn't it? Now it's closed them all up. as Paul Rose said, and he echoed what I thought. I thought we were going to get away without a safety car. And how close was that car to pit lane?
Yeah, exactly.
And keeping our prediction intact. It didn't happen. I got it wrong again. It's the day for Andy getting it right, me getting it wrong. But anyway, we're racing again here on Anglesey. And it's all closed up. Chris Stovell coming under a little bit of pressure from that 249. Will Abraham at the wheel, ready to hand over for his stint, makes up the position, so a good move from him.
Yeah, that was
Good
nice
start from Greenheath though out front.
Yeah, they're looking strong, aren't they? The pit window open board has just been held over the pit wall. Now, no one's seen it yet, so next time by, anyway, is when the pit window opens properly. But big winners out of this, Richard. We were discussing off mic during that safety car period. Olympian GRD and MJ Tech. Olympian GRD because they regained a lot of the time that they'd lost through the first part of this stint, although Christovel's got a bit of a fight on his hands now with Ben Pitch going around the outside of him in the PLR racing car. But MJ Tech, who had that long pit stop, they filled the car with fuel pretty much, and they certainly took more fuel on board than everybody else did. Well, they did that for free, basically. They've lost no time out of that net, and now this pit stop should be a little bit quicker. I would not be surprised to see Scott Jeffs in the lead when he takes over the car in 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's a really good shout, isn't it? Christovel, do you think he'll come in the first lap and hand over?
I suspect.
He lost out a little bit there because he did have that, was it 10 seconds or so, lead over the car that was immediately behind him before the safety car. Still doing a good job, still in a very, very handy place. Quick look at the inset as we expect the cars to come in very shortly, so they're all seeing the pit lane window. Yeah, it's got to be the Olympian car coming in first, isn't it?
I think so. Ironically, you're right. They've lost track position because of the safety car, because they've lost a few places, but they're closer to the leader than they were.
That's a good point.
I think that's the big win that they've had, isn't it?
I'd forgotten that.
They were, 10 seconds, 10.5 seconds, I think,
Yeah.
off the lead at that time. So they have gained, even though they've lost some track position. Now trying to gain some track position is Will Abraham, my word. And he gets squeezed right to the edge of the road by Neil Burrows. That was feisty from Neil. The car is a bit wider than all the others now, with the wings flapping in the breeze. Perhaps that was just enough to deter Will Abraham from committing to the move. But Ben Pitch looks pretty racy as well. He's closing in on both of them.
Yeah, Ben's trying to put him under pressure, and that will just maybe relieve the pressure on Neil Burrows out front. Going to be some cable ties and tank tape hanging all that back together after the next stop. Wonder how quickly they'll get Ted Bradbury back into that car. Both quick drivers, of course. Race leaders down through the corkscrew again.
Leader in, Richard. Greenheath are in,
Wow.
and MJ Tech, interestingly, coming in early too. So let's see what they've got more fuel ready. MJ Tech goes spin almost into the pit box. That was wild on the win. I hope he got that slowed down to pit lane speed. Double fuel up for Greenheath, so the race leader's taking on plenty of fuel. And who were the other ones that came in just then? That was Olympian GRD, and they're double fueling as well, Richard. So we're getting double fuel from Greenheath and Olympian GRD. A single fuel, I think, for MJ Tech. Yes,
Yeah.
it was, but a very wild entry into their pit box.
There were a couple of cars actually before they got into the pit lane, and it doubles round on itself. It's not a smooth entry, is it? So you come round, you're going around the left-hander, and then you've got to go a left and a right. And some of those cars were, I was going to say on the limit, actually over the limit coming in.
I mean, you shouldn't be losing control if you're at pit lane speed limit, I would suspect. So I would not be, I hope this isn't true, but I would not be surprised to see a pit lane speeding penalty for MJ Tech, because that was a wild entry. We didn't see it on camera. They were sideways into their pit box. They were so late jinking into the box. Hopefully, Will Abraham got it slowed down to pit lane speed limit. Anyway, he's got out of the pit lane ahead of Greenheath, Olympian GRD and the rest, so they're leading the race of those that are pitted. But out on track, Richard, there are plenty of other battles still raging on.
Harry Mailer looking to try and make up some ground here as well, coming under attack as well as putting a little bit of pressure on the car in front as well. The 214 car, Seed Data car, with, that was Mike Devlin, wasn't it, stint 3 as we head into stint 4.
The pit lane was coming, that's Skull Club, I think, wasn't it? Coming back out into the fray after a pit stop. This is a very lively battle. It's all over, I think, fifth place really, isn't it now? A Signature RV in 5th position. I think it's now Steve Ruston, isn't it, who took over from Harry Mailer. He'll be handing back over to John Whitehouse for the next stint. But interestingly, Ruston will do the final stint, not Harry Mailer. Team Summers and EDF 104 are in, and who was that getting dragged out of the 158 car? That was Gary Summers, wasn't it? Being peeked out of the car as Wave 9 make a big move up the inside of Signature RV. Axiometrics in this group as well, and they're still trapped that lap down, aren't they? What a shame they had that early unscheduled visit to the pit lane, because we saw in race 1 they were top 5 all race, weren't they?
They were. It is a pity, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, isn't it, I guess?
PLR have stopped, Richard. PLR Racing have stopped on the cut-through.
Wow.
On the between the final corner of the bus stop. There they are, look, on screen. That is on the area of track. There's a little link road from the bus stop onto the back straight, and PLR Racing's Ben Pitch, I'm afraid, has coasted to a halt. Now, he's well off the track. They won't bother recovering him yet, but they will eventually, if he can't get moving, recover that car in the safety car. That is always the way things work in Fun Cup. If you're stranded out on the track, you will be brought back into the pit lane, and the only way to do that is by throwing another safety car.
Now the question is, when will that happen? When is that going to happen? So are we going to? Is that going to be pit window? Marshall's going over to have a chat with the PLR car and see what can be done, if anything. Again, it's not that far away from the pit lane, so it's kind of a push.
Speaking of push, that was the race leader being unlapped, I think, by the 104 EDF car and not really appreciating it. And so Farkini getting his elbows out. Sorry, it's fabulous, isn't it, actually, in that car now. No, it is Farkini, right the first time. And then he sort of nuzzled up into the back of the 104 car and worked his way back through. To your point, Richard, speaking from experience, they'll wait till the... Oh, no, they won't. No, they won't wait. The safety car is out.
Coming out.
Now, that surprises me. It is very unlike Julian Floyd to throw a safety car during a pit window. Now, in has come the Uvio car, unsurprisingly, anticipating that maybe, and this could be a big, big moment in the race, couldn't it? Because they have, and they're not going to take fuel. I don't think they're taking, yes they are, they just weren't ready. They weren't ready, so Farkini gets out of the car. It'll be a slow stop, but Richard, they had to pit then. They had to anticipate the safety car. So, Uvio, fuel and get going. Where is MJ Tech? They're coming around the final corner, so MJ Tech are going to take over what will become the lead here, I think. I'm very surprised they threw that safety car when they did. Normally, I was about to make the point, they wait until the pit window's closed and then they throw it if it's not urgent, which this clearly wasn't. But anyway, they've decided to do that. Here's a replay of that pit stop. Now watch as they put the fuel in. Now, Farkini is touching the car as the fuel is loaded, because I think he was still attached. The radio might have still been attached. And if we've spotted it, then Julian Floyd will have spotted it up in race control. And that is also something that traditionally would be worthy of a penalty.
Is that another one of the 9 lives gone?
Well, we're all about 5 now, I think, aren't we? So we'll see. We're not trying to catch them out. I feel like I should stress that. It just so happens that we've sort of caught a few things that were touch and go, but that is the rule with almost any championship I can think of that has refueled.
Live streaming has become like VAR, isn't it?
Yes. They're going to be the one team campaigning for no live streams in the future for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, our Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. Right.
Edited coverage only, and they want right of veto over the edit.
Exactly so. We will see what happens with that, but there's a reason we were shown that replay, and it's because it's a fairly commonly known rule, isn't it? You must not touch the car when the car is being refueled, and it's a safety thing, because if the car goes up in flames, you need to be away from the car, and that is a safety issue most definitely. Right, refueling going on for the JPR Team GT Tyres car. So that is Jack Noller about to get back in for his second stint of the evening, I should say. Who's not stopped yet? Well, no one. Everyone stopped for a third time. They've either made their stop or they're in now, which is what we would expect. The safety car, of course, hasn't picked up the race leader because it probably didn't know who the race leader was. And I can tell you it's MJ Tech who have got the lead. Uvio right on their tail. Morpheus Racing benefiting from that as well, as a second safety car in relatively quick succession comes back out on what is a very dirty looking track, Richard.
A lot of marbles out there. A lot of marbles out there. Does that get swept up overnight, or?
Good question. It does at some tracks. I don't know about Anglesey, but I think the wind coming off the sea deals with that overnight and blows it clear pretty quickly.
But yeah,
good excuse for a track walk early morning.
Yes.
Michael Blackburn will be out doing a run like he did at Croft early morning.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Rather him than me. Yeah, would not want to be going around the outside at church right now, would you? But that shows, doesn't it, the punishment that the tyres take. We talk about tyres wearing, and you know, it's often not something you can visualise really. Well, that's a great visualisation of the amount of punishment that the GT tyres take. There's Ben Pitch then. Nothing obviously wrong with the car, so something electrical perhaps, drive shaft related maybe. Like I said, this is a difficult track for drive shafts. I wonder whether that was the issue. Maybe we can catch up with Neil Plymouth and find out in the near future.
Just waiting for the pit window board to fling around to go red. Have we had everybody in now? Let's have a quick look.
I think so, yeah.
At the timing screen. So that was the third. Yeah, I think we have, haven't we?
Now information from Christian Rose, who has been glued to our coverage all day. You are allowed to touch the car during the pit stop, but not work on it. So, okay, I stand corrected. Most championships with refuelling, you have to have hands off the car completely, but you are permitted to be touching the car. I think a lot of them still don't tend to touch it just for safety reasons, but that's not actually the rules. So that should be okay for Farghini. So he dodges another bullet then, and that's a team that's read the rules, isn't it? Because he knew exactly what he was doing there.
Yeah, the key thing is you're not in the car if anything goes up. I saw a scary moment earlier on in the season in a championship where the 3 cars came into Parc Fermé, and one of the drivers thought it would be a hoot to park right up close to the guy that had won to stop him getting out. All very funny, but if there'd been a fire in that car, the consequences don't bear thinking about.
Good point. Very good point. Right then, we are behind safety car for the second time in round number 5 of the FunCup Endurance Championship. MJ Tech Racing, as we've seen so often this season, have found their way to the front of the field. They've led more laps than anybody else in 2 of the 4 races so far this year. Interestingly, one of them they won, one of them they didn't win. That one that they didn't win being at Croft last time out, the 3-hour endurance race. But they have been doing an awful lot of leading, and they led an awful lot of laps in the race earlier on today as well, but ultimately didn't come through a race winner. So, yeah, MJ Tech back out in front then with now, who's at the wheel now? It's Scott Jeffs back in again, I think, for this stint, isn't it? Yes, it is Scott Jeffs in the car, and when we go racing again, this could be a battle royale between those leading cars. Right, back down to Jamie in the pit lane then. We will be able to catch up with someone in the Anglesey Sunshine.
Yeah, I'm down with Mike Devlin, who's still reeling from the best ever result in race 1, and it's going quite nicely in race 2, isn't it?
We seem to be going quite nicely. Yeah, we're just on a pit stop now. I think we're down to P11 now, so we should have come in just as the safety car got called out, but they weren't quite ready in the paddock. So I think we're 11th at the minute, but we have good pace and we seem to be doing well.
And this season so far, it's really gelling with you and Matt, isn't it? And I know the aim and the plans eventually will be to have Matt with you sort of long term.
Ideally, yeah. I mean, I'm signed in for 3 years, so hopefully, fingers crossed, Matt can join us next year as well. So we seem to be a great team together, get on well, and we're driving pretty well together. So happy days.
And what's track conditions like? It's starting to get a little bit cooler now. There's a lot of marbles out there because we've had a lot of track activity. You've obviously got maybe the wind as well. There's lots of things going on, isn't there?
Yeah, the race line's okay. If you're offline on Church, it's a bit naughty. There's quite a lot of marbles out there. The sun's coming down, which is getting in everybody's eyes, I think. So the visor's down because there's no ventilation coming through. You just steam up. So it's a question of just keeping out of that sunlight. It is going down now, but no, the track conditions are really good. All our car seems to be keeping up well. Tyre pressure seems to be all right. Seems to be running well.
And the visibility going into Rocket is going to be the pinch point, isn't it? Because the sun is right in your eyes.
That's exactly where it is. But it seems to be going down now, and it's moving around. So fingers crossed, it won't cause too many issues.
Fantastic, thanks a lot, Mike. That's Mike Devlin from C Data. As we've got the 146 car in as well. They are putting, looks like double fuel in. From what I understand, it literally just cut out. Don't know why, and I will try and find out what's going on. But hopefully, Andy and Rich, the safety car, may be coming in this lap.
You're normally very, very good on the timing, aren't you, Jamie? So I think you might be right. I'm just having a quick look around and see whether our lights are still flashing at the moment. So, unless they go off very sharpish, we might be seeing another tour. It's coming down through the corkscrew. Another lap. Anyone fancy another lap? Oh, we've got some cars on the far side of the circuit that are looking to get into the line. Interesting looking at the top 5 after the last half hour and before the stop were the same 5 cars in the top 5, but slightly different order. The 14 car was first at the end of 1 hour after 1:30, now down in 5th. MJ Tech, that extra fuel really worked, didn't it? Superb stuff. They were 5th after that longer fuel stop, and that's worked out well for them coming out in the lead. The constant seems to be Uwe Hoffmann, still in P2, so it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Well, interestingly, they all took fuel again that time, including MJ Tech, who took more the previous time. So I think they've still got more fuel in their car than other people, but they've just gained back all of the time that they lost from the lengthy fuel stop. So I think they are going to be... they're still going to gain time, I think, at a later stop where they will have to take on less fuel. But of course, all of this safety car running, you can save some fuel, and so this maybe brings other people now into the realms where they also have to take less fuel at later pit stops. But yeah, we'll see. I do think they're sitting pretty here, MJ Tech. They've got good pace. They've got the strategy right for this race, and I think they're in a pretty good position. But we've got all of the heavy hitters at the front, haven't we? Got MJ Tech, Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus, Morpheus Racing, Olympian GRD, the top 4 teams really in the championship, and they're filling out those top 4 positions. And we were saying only an hour and a half ago how, well, you know, the great thing about these random grids, you get people at the front you don't normally see, but we did make the point that eventually you get the same people appearing at the front, and that's not makes it sound less exciting than it is. It's always exciting, but the talent rises to the top, and that's what we've seen now with an hour and a quarter to go.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. Hour and a quarter, halfway to the next driver change, aren't we?
Yes.
Already. Behind the safety car. So lights are off, safety car's disappearing into the distance, and it's down to Scott Jeffs. This is familiar territory for him. Is he going to come under attack from fabulous Randaccio? There goes the safety car well into the distance, and nothing wrong with that. Everything cleared off track, lights are off, so that's all good. And they make a great sight as they come down through the corkscrew and ready to restart their racing. Top 5 all line astern. This has been a fascinating race so far. And we're back racing here on Anglesey, heading towards our 5th segment now, so we're halfway through the 4th segment at the minute as they go up towards the banking for the first time. And Riley Phillips is going to have a little nibble here, looking for that 3rd place.
Yes, he is. Yes, I was about to doubt you. It is Riley Phillips, isn't it? Not Simon Rudd. Yeah, Phillips, then Rudd, then Phillips, as it was in race 1. So Riley Phillips then going for 3rd position. Well, we've got the quick drivers in the cars, but look at the understeer on the Morpheus car, that damage from Splitter, which interestingly they didn't choose to fix, even on the safety car there, is just causing them a little bit of trouble. And so through will go the Olympian GRD car, and bringing with them Team Greenheath, who refuse to go away in this battle. Are they going to make that move, stick around the outside as well? That gives them the inside for the second part of Rocket, but they bail out of it. And so in the end, Paul Turner stays in 5th position, but Olympian GRD into 3rd spot. And it does just look like that Morpheus car is struggling a little bit with understeer.
Yeah, it does, wouldn't it? And that was kind of... it's affecting the car at the place where the damage was sustained earlier on, isn't it? Coming out of church.
Indeed so. Green flags waving then as they descend upon the corkscrew. And absolutely bumper to bumper for the race lead now. So Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus on the tail of MJ Tech. Scott Jeffs definitely not getting away here, is he? Look at this, 1, 2, 3. They flash across the line. Top 3 covered by less than half a second as they head for target corner once again. This the 76th lap of the race, and Uwe, I think, shaping up for a move. Right round the outside.
Riley Phillips.
What was that all about for Riley Phillips? Did he get the car stopped at all? Yes, he did. He is still there. He didn't gain a place, but that was supremely late on the brakes. Uwe go through into the lead, but Riley Phillips, I don't think that was intentional. I think he possibly outbraked himself a touch there.
I think he was treating the banking as the wall of death there.
Yes.
Goodness me.
Wow. And look at the push he's giving back to Scott Jeffs now. So he's given Scott Jeffs a bump tap, and Jeffs and Riley Phillips both get back ahead of Uwe. So that's 2 lead changes in 3 corners, and now Scott Jeffs back to the front of the field with Riley Phillips hunting around on the outside. Riley Phillips was the fastest driver in race number 1, and we saw him go from 7th to the lead in this equivalent stint of that race after a safety car. This time he only had to come from 4th, and he's already on the tail of the race leader.
This is what we were saying, you know, the driver changes. We've got a cracking lineup, but now with the safety car having been affected twice in the last couple of stints, we've now got quality drivers up the front, all brought together. Riley Phillips, goodness me. Thinking of a joke there is the Riley Phillips screwdriver, cork screwdriver coming through there. He's really having a go, isn't he? Tooled up, certainly, to have a stab for the lead, but now comes under pressure once again from the 225 car, and Randaccio will put the pressure on him. All of these guys perfectly go. Here comes fabulous Randaccio down the inside and tags the leader. They're both off.
All 3 of them are off. All 3 of them off, and that is what we didn't want to see. Scott Jeffs pointing the wrong way on the exit of the banking. Possible damage to the Uvio car as well. Is the Uvio car wounded? I think it might be all right. Away goes Scott Jeffs, but that car, I don't think it's tracking quite straight. He might be all right. It was only a tiny little touch, and they've been given a 15-second stop-go penalty for a pit stop infringement. Now, that might have been that pit entry that I mentioned for Will Abraham. Greenheath lead the race. Team Greenheath are back out in front. Neil Burrows was briefly second, and that is Raptors Racing for position, joining in the battle as well. What crazy restart, and it's Greenheath from Morpheus at the front.
Goodness me, what does it say in America? Yellows breed yellows. We haven't got another yellow yet, but could it happen? Could it happen?
Wow.
Riley Phillips is still there, I think, in 5th place.
Yes, I think he is. Uvio's car actually looks all right. I thought for a moment it was going slowly, but it has sped back up again now.
Such
Riley
a shame
Phillips
for
is
Scott
there
Jeffs,
too.
though. That's such a pit. I thought we were going to have a 3-car train right the way, maybe to the next pit window, and maybe onwards as well. Who's to say we won't have the same thing going on a little bit later on?
We've still got a battle for the lead, Richard. It's a 3-way fight between Greenheath, Morpheus and Ratters Racing. We've still got, we've got 2 Morpheus cars in this group actually, but the 109 car is a lap down. But that has flipped the race upside down because the 3 favourites all tangled up in that incident. They're not out of it, but any advantage they may or may not have had through strategy has now absolutely gone out of the window. We're going to take another look at what happened here. And we saw some late braking from Riley Phillips into the banking a lap earlier, and he was maybe a bit too late on the brakes this time around. Let's see what happened. So, well, actually, it was the Uvio car, wasn't it, going up the inside? A wide line taken by the leaders, but the Uvio car goes for a gap that ultimately is always likely to close. There's the collision. Scott Jeffs goes around, and Riley Phillips innocent in that as well, really.
He was, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Uvio
it's a
had
late
lock
finish, so what's the latest that a clerk of the course can stay at the track to sort out any incidents that are going on?
If there's one thing I know about Julian Floyd, he's dedicated to his job. He'll stay here till 2 in the morning.
They all are, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'd take my hat off to him. Not a job I could even think about doing as brilliantly as our wonderful clerks up and down the country do.
Yeah.
Even the ones that get stick. Do you know what? You put your reputation on, and they're about the sport. They're about trying to be as fair as possible. All of them, every single one.
Exactly, it's a thankless job, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because you're always going to upset somebody. Now, that is a change for the lead. That's Neil Burrows up the inside into the banking, gets himself ahead of Team Greenheath. It is Burrows in that car, isn't it?
It
yes,
was,
it
yeah, 2
is.
stints, yeah.
Double stinting, and Neil Burrows back out in front then. So now Morpheus Racing lead the way. Greenheath second. Ratters Racing on the podium again, having a standout day. But here comes Riley Phillips. He came out of that the best of the worst, if you like. He was an innocent victim, ended up off the road, but he has at least managed to carry on. That's the stop-go penalty for MJ Tech, and that was the move, I think, for 3rd place by Riley Phillips. He is not out of this one at all.
No, he's not. He's having a go. We've got a great battle on for the lead, and Riley wants to get up there. With this battle, was there contact again? I thought the 14 car was going to go sideways there. Again, lesser drivers would have kept their foot in, but the 195 car, Neil Burrows, just took his foot out of that. And as a result, you can see Riley Phillips now through. He's got a clear run at them.
If ever there was a suggestion that race 1 was a bit on the quiet side, we will not be saying the same thing here about race 2. This is going to go down in the history books, this one, isn't it? What an absolutely sensationally bonkers race we've had, and we still have over an hour of it to go. Neil Burrows leads for Morpheus Racing. Greenheath a second then. 3rd place Olympian GRD, 4th for Ratters Racing, and 5th position for JPR Team ACR. The top 5 cars covered by 2 seconds as they head to the banking once again, and Riley Phillips, not for the first time, hunting around on that outside line.
Riley's definitely going for it, isn't he? And He's the man on the move at the moment. Look at this, the three of them very close together. Massive pressure on Neil Burrows out front at the moment. He's not got 100% pristine car running wide. Let's see if Burrows is going to... Now it's 3 wide. And on the grass. Is he going to lose control or keep it? He kept it pointing in the right direction. How did he do that?
That was outrageous. Riley Phillips has just taken the lead with a pass in the grass that Dale Earnhardt would have been proud of. That was sensational. Into the lead of the race goes Riley Phillips. He never lifted his foot off the throttle once, and he's rewarded with the lead. Yes, he's got some damage to the front splitter. He won't mind that. That was the greatest overtake I have ever seen in Fun Cup, and believe me, that is a high standard.
You've seen a fair few of them. Goodness me.
I'm lost for words. They've done it. They've finally done it. I am lost for words, Richard.
No, we've got tyre smoke now as well.
Yes, can we have a replay, please, Director?
I think we're going to.
I'd like to see that. Words fail me, Richard.
Look at this. Is there room? So we look on the outside. There's room here. If that had ended in tears, then Neil Burrows would have been accused of squeezing him over, but it didn't. He got on the grass, didn't he, Riley Phillips, and kept it in a straight line, kept his nerve.
Ridiculous. That was absolutely ridiculous. He had no right to pull that off, and yet he managed it. Riley Phillips, doff my cap to you. That was sensational, and his reward is the lead that is growing. He's got the pace in clean air now to escape this madness that's been unfolding behind him. It's still continuing now as Neil Burrows has another go at the Greenheath car, goes storming up the inside. He's never going to make the corner, surely. Well, he sort of does. It's not the ideal racing line, but he's into second place and moves back ahead of Paul Turner, who is in the number 14 car. They've got the other Morpheus car closing in as well. Remember, that car is a lap or so down after 8 laps down, actually, after its early dramas. But I don't know what's come over them, Richard, but they have taken leave of all of their senses in this race, and I'm very much enjoying it.
Absolutely brilliant stuff, isn't it? And we've got is it Aaron Cook coming up as well,
yep,
who Jamie spoke to just before the session came out. So, goodness me, what? Sorry, so Team Olympian out front, and then the second place car, flapping more than the Scotland goalkeeper last night, I've got to say, in P2. Greenheath in third place. JPR Team ACR fourth. And we've still got 2 more stints to go.
I don't know if I can take it. I mean, this is just fantastic.
We should carry on to 11.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Someone hide the checkered flag. This has been an incredible middle hour of this Fun Cup endurance race. Here we go. Another second place change. This is Greenheath coming back now at the ever increasingly damaged number 195 car. Every time we see it, there seems to be a new body panel that's hanging loose, but through goes Paul Turner. Are we going to see a fight back from Neil Burrows on the outside? Of course we are. Sails around the outside. Climbing the curve is the Greenheath machine. And look at 99 at the outside as well. They're going to be 3 wide before too much longer. Burrows squeezes his way back through, and here comes the 99 car into third place. A car that, remember, Aaron Cook told Jerry to go for second. On the inside of Burrows, there's contact sideways for both of them, and Greenheath may yet benefit out of this. No, there's not quite room, but Aaron Cook reckoned that car had a bit of an issue, didn't he, earlier on? But it is not showing any signs of that now. 99 is a genuine contender.
It is. You know, the black VW and going sideways just reminded me of when Jensen Button's dad John used to race a black VW sideways at Chesham's Drift. I tell you what, he wasn't getting that sideways and carrying on, was he, back in the day? Oh, incredible stuff. Burrows, though, you know, he's got a damaged car and still going on for it. Is that tyre going to go pop, though?
Well, yeah, that's
that
the
tyre rubbing. That's the...
Yeah, Morpheus, isn't it? The 109. Right, more replays. That replay button's getting some good use today, isn't it? And rightly so. Here we go. What are we seeing now? Another outrageous bit of overtaking, this time from Neil Burrows. At this point, most drivers would say, OK, second place is yours. I'll get you next lap. But not Neil Burrows. He goes steaming round the outside, carries way too much speed into the corner, and yet somehow makes it stick. Then he's got the inside line going into the second part of Rocket, nuzzles up alongside Greenheath, and through he goes again. And then Aaron Cook thinks, hey, that looks like fun. I'll try and get 2 places in one. That doesn't quite work out as well, but he ended up at least getting ahead of the Greenheath car at that moment. Right, whilst this has been happening, Richard, I think they've all been kicking off again for second place through the same part of the racetrack, and I think they're in a different order once again.
They are. Cook has managed to make it through into P2, but Neil Burrows will continue to hunt him down. It's form an orderly queue, or is it orderly or disorderly? Form a queue. Anyway, we won't get into the descriptive because it will probably be wrong. Down through the corkscrew we go again. Throwing it down there they are now, and still an hour to go. You think that being this late in the day, with how much track time that they've had, I was going to say that it would be more ragged, but it's ragged enough, isn't it?
I failed to see how it can get much more ragged than this, but mighty entertaining, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, Neil Burrows, so well. He's into the side of 99, and around he goes. Burrows has got around, and that was just a move too far, I think, really. He was so far back, carried a bit too much speed into the banking, and ended up getting into a half spin. Through goes Uvio significantly, so that has championship ramifications, really. Neil Burrows cannot afford a bad result here, but he seems to be of the opinion, Neil, that car is so badly damaged already, it doesn't really matter if he does any more damage to it. He's bouncing off everyone and everything, and that time it bit him.
Yeah, I wonder if Ted saw that on the live stream. He's going to give him more work to do in his final stint. No. The double stint, more contact.
Ratters into Morpheus now. What is going on? Morpheus pointing the wrong way in the worst possible part of the track. The field are bearing down on them in a cloud of smoke. EDF almost make contact, and thankfully, mercifully, the Morpheus car gets going again. That was Chris Hart getting tapped into that particular spin. Oh, right.
Chris timed that recovery
yes, he did.
Superbly, I've got to say. He moved that car just at the right time. Judged it very well indeed.
He did. It's about the only well-judged thing I've seen in the last 20-odd minutes, but Chris did indeed judge that recovery very well. I'll give him that. Right. Thank goodness, he says, for the first time ever, we've got pit stops coming up. I think we can all do with a breather here and an opportunity to spread ourselves out, because it's getting a bit silly now. Pit stops beckoning them. We're into our penultimate pit window of the race. And, well, all of this, of course, happening some 7 seconds now adrift of Olympian GRD, who do once more have a very comfortable lead. What, 12 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago tops, that car was on the grass at the banking and dropping down the order, and now it's got a 7-second advantage.
Amazing.
Oh my word. Right, Greenheat for second place, round the outside of Aaron Cook, who probably isn't going to give this up without a fight, I would imagine. Well, in the end, Greenheat car, which is pristine still somehow, is later on the brakes, but it's too late on the brakes. And here we go again, side by side through Rocket, which has been such an action hotspot in this race, Richard.
It really has been, hasn't it? We've seen so many passes up there, so much action going in, and we're still seeing it with just under an hour to go. Pit window is now open, the penultimate pit window of the day. So, yeah. Predictions. Go on, Andy. We haven't had predictions, have we, so far? How's this going to pan?
If you look up the word unpredictable in a dictionary, I think you find an image of a FunCup racing car next to it. This race has been the definition of unpredictable. I do think Olympian GRD are in a good position, though, right? Because, I mean, they've somehow looked their way into the race lead through all of that, and we know they're quick, and we know they've probably got a good strategy. And the other car that did have a good strategy, MJ Tech, down in 11th, and I don't think are going particularly quickly. MJ Tech, 21.4s. They're half a second, 0.6 of a second off the ultimate pace, I think, MJ Tech. So I know it's low-hanging fruit, but I'm going to pick Olympian GRD at this stage, because I think they've just come out of the madness in the best possible position, and they are now looking good, I suspect, for a race victory. But the way that this middle hour has gone, I really would not bet against anything strange and odd and bizarre happening in the final hour, because all it takes, after all, Richard, is another safety car, and it all bursts back into life again.
Yeah, you're right, and Fabulous there in the middle. He's in the 120s as well, the same as Riley Phillips out front. So those two cars maybe looking at, hang on, where is Uvio? Back in 6th place. Are we going to see them claw their way back up into a podium position by the end? That's a possibility with an hour to go. As I say, putting in 120s. So good lap times. Obviously, strong driver line up through, which will carry on. And we think they've probably refueled to the end now. I think most of the cars have probably refueled to the end. Difficult to say. I'm just wondering, what's the point on the track now where the drivers have the difficulty? Into that area, into Rocket, that's where they're getting the sun in their eyes, isn't it, late in the day?
Yeah, and which page of the Racing Drivers Excuse book did you put that one from, Richard?
It was the Legends Cars chapter
really?
from a couple of years ago when they were here.
It's a valid point, though. Visibility, I mean, if you look at that part of the circuit, it's hard to pick one car out from the next. So maybe that's what's been going on. Into the pits comes number 98. Oh, that's PLR on the dirt, I think, coming out of Church. That might now open the door of opportunity for Uvio Hoffman's Lotus. to gain a... no, not to gain a position, actually.
No, it's not a position, is it? Because that one had problems in the earlier on safety car.
Of course it did. Forgive me, I forgot.
No, well, there's been plenty going on to...
Indeed so. So that's not the position. Uvio then go through, but they are still in 5th position. 14.2 seconds off the lead, but crucially, Richard, to your point, they're running competitive lap times. I think they've got away with that damage-free, which is a bit of a miracle, really.
Yep, and the quick stoppers.
Yes.
We've got 2 more stops to go, so that will be perhaps to their advantage, but yeah, we've still got the ending that we were kind of hoping for. Such a shame that we had that tangle when the 3 fast guys were all up the front.
And how significant...
But that's part of it.
It is, absolutely. It can happen, especially if they're going to race like that. Safety car! Safety car! Why have we got a safety car?
Because we can.
Because it was all getting a bit too boring, wasn't it, for the last 5 minutes? No one had driven into each other for about 3 laps. Why do we have... I can't see anything out of the window. There are probably enough parts of cars scattered around the circuit to build a whole new Fun Cup car, so maybe they need to recover all of the debris that's been discarded around the track. But right in the middle of a pit window, once again, Julian Floyd has thrown a safety car, and this is going to cause absolute... now, drama for Morpheus. They're coming into the pit lane with big damage to the left front corner. The steering is broken, and there is a lot of bodywork missing, so that car has had some contact with someone or something out on track. There's a surface flag up at Rocket, so I think something's happened up here, Richard, and that has taken Morpheus out of contention for the race, and I fear, Richard, out of contention for the championship. They could not afford another bad result.
So do we think this is a safety car for slippery surface?
Or just bodywork on
But
the
what's
track,
caused
really?
that? Who did they hit or collide with to cause that? So pit windows open. Safety car out. Jamie's looking up in a puzzled way towards
I think he sums up how we're all feeling, I think.
We're with you, Jamie. We're with you.
Yeah. So, right, what's happened? Well, I don't know what's happened, but Olympian have pitted. That I do know. Olympian GRD have pitted. They're back out on track, just ahead of Green Heath are in. Are they refuelling? I don't think they did refuel Green Heath. 99 don't appear to be refueling either. But what this means for the order, I don't really know. What it does mean, Richard, I can say for sure, is that Olympian GRD will lose that big lead that Riley Phillips had worked so hard to build up over the last portion of the race. Now, they are going to have Simon Rudd in for this stint, then Riley for the last stint, but that, what was it, 10, 11 second lead that they had, that's no more.
And that's your safety car for you, isn't it?
And
that's
that is
Fun
a
Cup racing.
Fourth safety car? Third?
Yeah, this is the third, isn't it, I think?
I think so. Yes, it is. Third safety car.
So matches race 1.
Yes. It rather feels like we've had more, doesn't it? Fuel going into axiometric. They're laps down, aren't they? So, yeah, we have...
So we'll grab a count as to how many cars have come into the pit stop, making the most of the safety car. So we're looking at the cars, yeah, pretty much most of them have done that, and we'll get out behind the safety car. So we should have a picture of what is going on, with Olympian still showing in lead position. Greenheath in second in the 14 car. The 99 machine, which has had a stunning race, up into third position. Now, it's all updating now as we go through, because we've got the Uvio Hoffman car coming back up on the timing screen into third position. And as you can see, the safety car didn't come in last time because there were some stragglers, so they'll wait for the field all to be together as we look down in pit lane at the Morpheus Motorsport car receiving some work. That is, I think, maybe out of hope rather than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, their day is done, really, isn't it? They're 3 laps down now, and as I said, really championship over, I fear, and that's such a shame, because Neil and Ted deserve to be fighting for a championship, but this is now their third bad result in 5 races, and I just don't see them bouncing back from that, unfortunately. But
they've bounced through the rest of the day, literally.
I wonder if something just broke maybe on the front of that car. It's the left front.
It's been put through the mill, isn't it?
It has, hasn't it? And we've seen that car getting more and more understeer as well through right-handers. That would suggest an issue with the steering maybe in the left front corner. Perhaps the steering's just broken, and that could explain it. We'll try when they've calmed down and have a word with them. Right, the safety car's going on to another lap, which means we've got at least a couple of minutes before we go racing. Let's remind ourselves, shall we, of some of the highlights, not of the race, but of the last half an hour. Because in the last half an hour, I think we can make a documentary series about this. There has been so much going on. And let's take a look back, shall we, at some of the madness as it unfolded. So if you bear in mind, we had a safety car restart, and immediately after that restart, Riley Phillips was on his toes. He got at the inside of Neil Burrows, or tried to anyway, but Neil, not for the last time, was very late on the brakes into the banking. Greenheath were joining in the fun as well, and they were trying to get past Neil Burrows, who, once again, was the last of the late breakers, this time up towards Rocket, and the Greenheath car of Paul Turner bailed out of that situation. Then at the banking, it all went wrong as Uvio went up the inside of Olympian GRD and tangled with the race-leading MJ Tech car, who also have benefited from this latest safety car to get somewhat back into contention. Neil Burrows' car was continuing to undress itself, but that wasn't deterring him. He launched up the inside of Greenheath to take the lead, whilst Riley Phillips, who of course had been caught up in that tangle at the banking, was picking his way back through the field as well. It wasn't long before he was up there battling for the lead, before he made the most outrageous overtake I've seen in 12 years covering the FunCup Endurance Championship. 3 wide on the grass, right foot flat to the floor, and he took the lead up the back straight in a remarkable turn of events. From there, he started to pull away from an ever-increasingly aggressive battle for second position between, amongst others, Neil Burrows and Paul Turner. On a couple of occasions, Turner thought he'd got past Neil Burrows, only for Neil to come sailing back through again on the outside line up at Rocket. This was where they got a little bit too close for comfort on the second element of Rocket, and that opened the door for Aaron Cook, who got up the inside of Greenheath and then set about getting up the inside of the Morpheus car as well. Neil Burrows turned in, there was a bit of contact. They survived that particular skirmish all right though, and Aaron Cook settled in line in third place. Then more contact with Neil Burrows, got into the side of Aaron Cook up at the banking, and a half spin dropped him down the order, and then the Morpheus 109 car completed what hadn't been a great half a lap for the Morpheus team by getting tapped into a spin at Rocket. Then 99 were overtaken by Paul Turner, thankfully a clean pass, although Paul did make a bit of a mess of the braking zone into Rocket and slid wide, but was able to make that move stick. PLR having stopped to bring out the previous safety car. Meanwhile, we're now starting to run laps at speed, with Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport also trying to get themselves into contention after their part to play in the drama at the banking. I think that's just about everything. I hope you're taking notes. There will be a quiz at the end because it's just been one of those races, hasn't it, where there's a lot to reflect on. I think we'll get to the end of this race, Richard, and we'll still all be a little bit bemused as to how we got there.
We will, especially as it's past my bedtime.
Yeah,
always bemused at that time of the evening. Yeah, top 5. There was me on the going into the last segment saying, "Oh yes, it's the same cars in the top," but not anymore.
No,
all change.
Really. Well, I mean, 2 that particularly stand out are JPR Team ACR and Ratters Racing, who both are having a standout day, aren't they, really? Both inside the top 5, and not entirely through good fortune. They've had strong pace across both races this afternoon, and running 4th and 5th places at the moment. So the situation then, as I see it, is that we have, well, at the moment, 7 cars on the lead lap, and concerningly, none of them are MJ Tech. MJ Tech are down in 10th position, and they're trapped a lap down somehow, so I can only imagine that was because of timing of the pit stops. Perhaps they pitted after everybody else, and they've ended up being stuck behind the safety car. So it's Olympian GRD who lead the race. That is now Simon Rudd back in the car. Greenheath are second. That car driven once again by the very rapid Gary Bate. Uvio Hoffman's Lotus are third. That is Farkini at the wheel once again. JPR Team ACR are in 4th position. That car now being driven by Rob Croydon. And the top 5 completed by Team Ratters Racing number 155 of Peter Ratcliffe. There's a wave around going on, which is, just to let you know, letting MJ Tech back through onto the lead lap. So that's good news for the neutrals anyway. 6th position Seed Data, number 214. That car driven now by Mike Devlin. 7th, number 257. JPR Team GT Tyres, Martin Gibson. Then it is EDF Motorsport, 246 in 8th position, that being Simon Coles. 9th place Signature RV, these are all lead lap cars, I believe. That car now pedalled by the very rapid Harry Mailer. This is good news for them, isn't it? Because they're still on the lead lap and the safety car bunches everybody together. MJ Tech Racing are in 10th position. That car now being driven for the final time today by Will Abraham, and I think that's it for lead lap cars. So we've got 10 on the lead lap, and crucially, Richard, all of our championship contenders, with the exception of Morpheus Racing's 195, although I'd argue they're out of championship contention now, all on the lead lap, all in the top 10, and we've got 45 minutes left to settle in.
Yeah, we're halfway to the next driver change already.
Yeah, you've seen how much action we can cram into 15 minutes of racing, Richard. I'm not that concerned.
It's all you need, isn't it? There was us saying we weren't going to have, well, me saying we weren't going to have any safety cars, but hey-ho, it is what it is. Simon Rudd from Gary Bate. Again, another interesting combination. I don't think we've seen vying for track position.
Yeah.
So an interesting one to watch. Again, did we sort of get a handle on where they were sweeping up and clearing things?
Not got a clue. I think Rockets, vaguely, is the area. I'm not aware of a car that's stationary. I'm not aware of too much bodywork that's been left on the track. I haven't really seen marshals scampering from their marshals points to clear the way. So I think it's just a general clean-up of the track. I think it probably needed it. And maybe, and I wouldn't put it past Julian to do this, maybe just a sort of general, let's just calm down, everybody, because that was all getting a little bit silly. Remember, he can talk on the radio to the drivers one way. They can't answer back, as we said earlier on. I really wonder whether that's what's going on here.
Jamie's gesticulating at his phone, which means we've got some information coming through. Thank you, Jamie.
Well, I've got a message from Christian Rose asking what on earth is happening. Reason for safety car 195 went off at the corkscrew and hit the rector cell.
Okay.
Okay, which needs to be put back in place. Mystery solved. That is good news. So we couldn't see it because we weren't looking. I was going to try and think of a reason, but that is what it was. The rector cell's been fixed, and we should be good to go before too much longer.
I think the window's in the way. The glass.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, we should be getting going very soon. Safety car lights still very much on as we wait for the field to close up. Last group of car. Everything's safe now by the look of it on track, so the drivers have had plenty of time just to understand where the safety work carries on, and the last group just making their way down through the final turn to catch up with the lead group you can see on your screens, led by the safety car. Maybe we will go green this time and head towards our final segment. We've got another 15 minutes before we head into the final section of the race, the final driver change of the day. And as I said, seems like yesterday, as I said earlier on, summer solstice was this week, so it ain't going to get any lighter in the evenings now. This is, and do you know what, we'll remember this.
We will.
In the depth of winter, when we get the shortest day in December. I remember where I was on the...
I'd say this has felt like the longest day of the year, to be honest, at certain times, but mightily enjoyable. I have news about Ted Bradbury, by the way. His throttle stuck open through the corkscrew, apparently, and that's why he went off the road. So they were having power issues in the first race, and now a throttle issue, which put him off the road in race number 2. So he's just been checked over to make sure he's absolutely okay. Says he's fine, but that is what happened. So down through the corkscrew, the throttle hung, and off into the barriers he went. So that is why they're trying to fix the car, but obviously a lot of damage done to that particular 195 car. So that is a shame that he and Neil Burrows are probably going to take no further part in this race. And a big thanks to Danny and Tilly from AB Motorsport for the information on that one. Right then, should we do it all again, Richard? The safety car's heading in. What do you think's going to happen now? You asked me for a prediction before the last safety car restart. I could never have predicted that.
I don't think we'll get any more.
Really? I hope you're right, I really do. 42.5 minutes on the clock, and Simon Rudd leads the field to the green flag as they drop down through the corkscrew and begin again. And that was a brilliant restart from Simon Rudd. Look, he's gapped the Axiometrics car, which is second in the queue, but not second in the race. In fact, the next two cars, 103 and 109, both are lapped down. So actually the 14 car of Gary Bate is in second place, but we've seen, haven't we, Gary Bate every bit as quick as the others, and he's already trying to set off after the race leader.
Yeah, he is having to go. Farkini, a couple of cars, obviously lapped cars between himself and the top three. And remember, that car with Fabulous at the wheel was the only one with the number one car lapping in the 120s before we had that safety car. So potentially still got the overall battle on to go here. So it'll be Farkini going in. That's Farkini now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's Fabulous for the final stint, and Riley Phillips in the number 1 car. But look at this, there's straight back on it. And Farkini looking to try and get on terms. He'll want a clear run at the number 1 car.
He will indeed. Gary Bate was not helped exactly there by the 109 Morpheus car, was he? That's definitely cost him some time, and he's way wide through Peel, out on the dirty side of the road. Does that give Farkini the opportunity? Not quite, dropping down into the corkscrew, but yeah, you're right. He wants to get on with this before Simon Rudd gets away, especially because they all know the pace that Riley Phillips has in that car. If they let Riley Phillips jump into that car in the lead, he's likely to disappear into the distance like he did in race number 1. So, oh, way wide. Axiometrics over the curb. But yeah, that's why there is a real sense of urgency, I think, to get after the Olympian GRD car before Riley Phillips and indeed Simon Rudd in this stint get into their stride.
It's the great thing, isn't it, about this? If you've got to have a 3-driver team winning a race outright, it is a team effort. You know, one driver might be a little bit slower on some of the stints, but at the end of the day, still good enough, that team, to get the win and to lead this one. They've all played their part.
100%. And again, I often make the point that Simon and Riley are the quick ones, but that's not to mean that Chris isn't quick, and he has really impressed me today.
Yeah,
his racecraft has been fantastic, and his pace has been much stronger than we've seen in the past. This is Farkini at the inside of Greenheath, and that's sideways, and he just avoids clattering into the side of Gary Bate. And that was another close call into Rocket. They really are struggling in that braking zone, aren't they?
They are just a little bit, but Farkini, you could see the determination to get up into that second place and also clear the 103 car, the Axiometrics 103 car, which presently has Jonathan Railton at the controls. He's not doing a bad job speed-wise either, isn't he, as they come down through the corkscrew. He's the race leader, Simon Rudd, using this opportunity with the lapped car, not holding them up because they're quite capable of getting past when they pick their moment, but not really help at the back. They're squabbling for places as well. Probably do a much better job getting past and then sorting it out, but we mentioned that we've got pit lane to car radio, but the car to car isn't the thing, is it? Particularly when it's not your teammate.
Can you imagine the conversations that would be going on out there? But yeah, you're absolutely right. The sooner they get past this Axiometrics car, the better, really. They might have an opportunity now. Gary Bates got the slipstream on the Axiometrics machine heading up the hill, and I think the inside line's not being left open. So he goes to the outside, which also isn't left open. So back to the inside goes Gary Bates, and all of this is probably going to cost him second place because Farkini goes around the outside and then follows the braking point of the Axiometrics car. They both outbrake themselves, and Gary Bates lives to fight another day. He's got past the back marker, he's still in second place, and now he's got a bit of a cushion back to Farkini as well.
Is that Ratters coming up as well?
No, PLR.
PLR, right.
Ratters might be behind them, yeah. No, not sure where Ratters have gone actually. There they Ratters
are. Okay, a little way back.
Yeah. Is that Harry Mailer? It is Harry Mailer in the signature RV car. 8th place at the start of the lap, but I reckon he's picked a place or two up on this lap.
And one of those 10 cars that you said is on the lead lap, so definitely one to watch as we head down. How long have we got now? 38. So yeah, we've still got a bit of time before the final group of stops, which is good. Simon Rudd, 4.5 seconds clear. Sorry, 4.9.
Ratters out wide. Harry Mailer gains another place. That's 7th now for Harry. And keep an eye on that MJ Tech car as well at the back of the group. It hasn't looked all that rapid, has it, after that contact? And yet it didn't seem very heavy contact. But it is now about to start gaining places. At the inside of EDF's number 246 car goes Will Abraham. And they're going to go 3 abreast, actually, with the Skull Club car. 98 have just been on the grass behind them as well, I can tell you. But that, I think, will still be a place gained by Will Abraham. And he needs to gain a few more. As, again, a whole host of cars missed the braking point by a mile into Rocket. Will Abraham, hopefully not one of them. Can he go right round the outside? Yes, he can. And he's got the inside into the second part of Rocket. So 1 place just about gained for MJ Tech. But there's plenty more work to be done.
There is. I'm just trying to work out if they get a decent stop, how much closer to a podium are they going to get by the end?
It's their only hope, isn't it, really, is that we, in the back of our minds, let's remember that long stop they had earlier on. I'm not sure whether that's carried through to this point, but if they do have less fuel or no fuel to put in at the final stop, that could benefit them. But like you quite rightly said, with these safety car pit stops, there's a good chance that others are now fueled to the end as well. So that advantage may have gone, but we'll find out, I suppose, in 10 minutes or so.
We know it's a quick car, so yeah, could be progress to be made as Harry Mailer dances around the outside line looking to make up a few more places.
They're not lacking in commitment, are they, some of these drivers? Very late on the break. Didn't really work for Harry, but it might now benefit him as they head out of church. He's got a bit of a run. The 99 and 257 car, both of whom he's fighting for position. So this is the fight for 5th place. He's not going to do a Riley Phillips. He gives the bumper to the 257 car that's now being driven by Martin Gibson, and they both get past the 99, and then he launches to the inside very late on the brakes. There's a bit of a squeeze into Rocket, and Harry Mailer, I think, is going to go through. Is he? Martin Gibson has to give way, and 2 places gained in 1, but that was... If it hadn't been for Riley Phillips, I'd be saying that was the best move of the day. It was pretty close, wasn't it? As now, look at this, MJ Tech getting past about 4 cars in 1.
What did we say about MJ Tech?
Yeah. My word, they're not out of it yet, are they? Oh, Ratters might have a problem. I think Ratters Racing might have a problem. And if they do, Richard, that's a crying shame because they've driven really well today. They don't deserve that.
I agree, Andy, 100%. Yeah, big shame. Really good, strong performance. And let's just have a little look back. Yeah, looking a little bit not happy coming down from the corkscrew into pit lane.
Left rear, maybe? The car seemed to be sliding on
it is,
the left rear.
Oh, what a shame.
That is a shame. They pull in, frustratingly for us, directly underneath our commentary position, so we can't see what's happening. Jamie perhaps can report. There we go. And what are they looking at? Is it the right rear, left front they're looking at. That's interesting. I couldn't see anything wrong with the left front, but...
Peter Shearer's on hand to get the notes. I'm scribbling away there, please, Peter.
Yeah, well, if Peter knows what's happening, we're all guaranteed to find out what's happening, aren't we, at some point? I think it is the left rear that they're worried about. But what a shame. There is a Team of the Day award in Fun Cup, and it gets awarded to a different team at every round. And I think they're definite contenders for Team of the Day this weekend, especially, really, if they don't get the result they deserve, because this is the best I've seen from Ratters Racing. And, yeah, such a shame that, unfortunately, their second race has become derailed with, perhaps a loose wheel or damaged rear suspension. I'm not sure, but it's something in that left rear corner.
Yeah, good. A good argument for them to get Team of the Day. Out they go. Swiftly done, back out, and ready to rejoin the race.
Jamie tells us it was a left rear puncture, but I'm not convinced I saw them change the tyre, did you? I don't think they did. I think they were tightening a wheel, weren't they? Maybe they did. Jamie had a better view of it than us, so I don't know why I'm doubting him, but anyway, whatever it was, they've lost a lap, I think, as they may have changed the tyre before the camera got to me, I suppose. Yeah, that was a fair point, well made. Right then, Olympian GRD lead by 6.5 seconds. Greenheath in second place, a 2.5 clear of Uvio, who haven't ever been able to regain the time they lost up at Rocket a couple of laps ago, have they?
No, they haven't got that back, and this is, dare I say it, whisper it, it's been a little bit more calm this half hour.
Now you've done it. It's time, yeah. Oh, that is, well, surely not Ted Bradbury, it's probably Neil Burrows. How have they got that Morpheus car fixed? I mean, I use the word fixed loosely, but it's better than it was 20 minutes ago. That's
race worthy.
Just about, yes. Watch him set the fastest lap now, which is worth a bonus point, remember, but that car doesn't really look like a Fun Cup car anymore. It's got a big bandage over the side of it. It's just above where the front wing should be, but isn't. And yeah, that car, whoever's in it, is going to have a bit of a handful, I think. But they are 20th place. They're 3 laps behind the 109 Morpheus car. But if other people drop out of the race, they could still gain a few positions.
Yeah, still places to be made. Just around about 3 minutes to the last pit window opening up. 7 seconds now, Simon Rudd. So Simon doing his job out front and getting away from the Greenheath car in P2, the 225 car, Uvio Hoffman machine in third position still, not able to close in. We're getting a look of them going down towards Church. And Simon Rudd, huge lead as he goes up towards Rocket, and this is exactly what he likes. The other thing, of course, that the safety car gives us is the chance for the leader to get in some clear laps, get in clear air, not have to worry about lapping drivers.
Yeah, absolutely right. There goes Harry Mailer, meanwhile, just nipping up the inside of Morpheus. Even that's not an easy overtake. In fact, he's not going to get the overtake done at all.
You're not having that, mate.
12 laps down, half a car left, defending like it's for the race victory, which won't go down particularly well with Harry Mailer, who is the fastest man on track. He is the only man in the 1 minute 20s The next closest is Simon Rudd with a 21.0. So those two very quick indeed, and that is why Simon Rudd is pulling away and why Harry Mailer continues to at least try and dig his way further up the order. 4th place at the moment for Signature RV. I think that's the best we've seen from him so far today. Okay, interesting information from Jamie then. It was a valve that got ripped out of the wheel, so it was a flat tyre rather than a puncture, perhaps, strictly speaking. But that is what it was. So that would have been a little bit of tiny side-to-side contact, wouldn't it? Pop the valve out. And now here they are getting involved in more side-to-side contact.
They are, so we do think that's Neil Burrows in the car, do we? Wouldn't have let Ted get back in the...
Well, the last I heard, Ted was going to be checked over just as a precaution. As off goes Harry Mailer now at Church Corner. I think he followed the Ratters racing car off. And is that going to cost him a position? No, because none of these cars behind him, I don't think, are on the lead lap. But this could be a big sort out, Richard, into Rocket.
It is a massive one. Drivers can get back in. We had the issue at Thruxton last weekend where Jack Sherwood actually went to the local hospital to get leg pain checked out.
Oh, really?
His car then turned up in the holding area with him in it for the next race. We weren't expecting him to do it, but they cleared him and said, yeah, OK, but worrying for me if a driver's talking about leg pain and then goes to hospital and comes back and race. But yeah, I don't know who's in there, but they're entertaining us anyway.
Well, indeed. So, I mean, I do quite a bit of motorbike racing commentary, and I've seen riders turn up with broken collarbones and complete a race, so nothing would surprise me, quite frankly. It's a different mindset you need to go racing of any kind, isn't it? Down through the corkscrew they come. The pit window is open, so final round of pit stops of the evening are almost upon us, and I wonder who's going to head in first, and this could be the key stop. Who needs fuel? How much fuel do they need? And who can execute in the pit lane perfectly to put themselves perhaps in the race-winning position. At the moment, things look good for Olympian GRD, but are they going to come out on top in 30 minutes' time? Oh my word, that is not for position, by the way, Richard, but that was...
no, indeed.
You'd think it was, wouldn't you? Wow. Oh no, the car behind them went off as well, and that was seed data. So every time I look, there is a cloud of dust from somewhere around the track. That time exiting Church Corner. This for second place though, Richard, so this has been an ongoing battle, and now finally they're back together again. It took Uvio longer than I thought it would to catch up, although Gary Bates, we made the point, has been very quick all day, and is now having to defend once again from a very rapid Farchini.
Been a good match, these two, haven't they? It's been interesting to see the stint. Farchini will probably stay out as long as possible, unless they fancy a quick stop, to make the jump into P2 and maybe have a go at Riley Phillips in the last stage, but we'll see how it pans out. First of the cars comes in, and it's the 14 in.
I think that's early. I'm not convinced they'd seen that board. I'm not even going to go there. I've been wrong a few times about that today, but I feel like that was a little bit early.
I reckon they did.
You reckon they did?
Yeah,
okay.
you said it a good couple of minutes ago about the board going out.
Lost all sense of time, I think,
indeed.
at this point. Right, okay, they're fine, they're off the hook. That was a pretty swift driver change, I would say, and
no
a dry
fuel.
stop. Yeah, no fuel taken. And that looked pretty good. Podium for Greenheath, I'd say, is still very much on the cards here today.
It does look that way, doesn't it? So Gary Bates can be very pleased with his day.
Okay, that was ambitious round the outside for whoever is in the 195 car. The way we've seen Neil Burrows driving, I'm beginning to think that is Neil in the car again. Yes, it is, actually. I can see from the helmet that is Neil Burrows. So that was, again, an adventurous... There's plenty of grip on the grass. That's what we're learning, isn't it? Because it doesn't appear that you have to really lift off if you find yourself out there.
You're right. We've seen so much of that. If Richard Peacock's watching, he's going to be thinking, oh, we'll maybe bring Rallycross. There's an earner, isn't there, in bringing Rallycross to Wales.
Well, you wouldn't need to modify the track, really, would you? Just
do what the Fun Cup do.
Exactly
so we've got the school circuit, the coastal circuit, the international circuit, and the Fun Cup circuit.
Yes. They're inventing their own layout here at Anglesey, and I've had an awful lot of fun watching them. I really have. It's been a truly remarkable race. This one of the strangest I've seen. I've got the School Club car going slowly. I'm seeing out of the window, Richard. Hopefully they can make it to a place of safety before the car conks out completely. MJ Tech are in for their final driver change. No fuel going into that car. There is the School Club car, look, going very slowly up the hill. So it seems to have some power. I don't think it's coasting to a halt. but it is providing a bit of an extra obstacle for the race leader there, Simon Rudd, who nips up the inside. Simon 10 seconds now up the road, Richard.
Done his job, hasn't he, for the stint? Yeah, just chipped away. I hope the guests are all still here and enjoying it. I'm sure they are. And what a day they've seen. This car, remember, won race one at the first race of the day, so had to start at the back. The team have got their strategy, their driving, their tactics well sorted. Yes, we've still got half an hour to go, but that car has come through from the back over the course of the race, got into the lead at the start of the previous stint, and has stayed there, and Simon's built it up. Incredible stuff from him. He is going to, I think, stay out for another lap.
He is.
Skull Club have come in. They've made it around. That's good news.
Good. Okay, so they coasted in with whatever issue it was that they've had. I'm a bit nervous about saying this because I don't want to put the curse on them, but I don't believe Team Olympian have ever won back-to-back races. I'm not even convinced Riley Phillips, who's driven for a couple of teams in FunCup, I don't think he's ever managed it either.
Right, we know Simon hasn't, because that was his first win. So.
Exactly so, yeah. So this could be, we're 26 minutes away from that yet, but it's been a bit of a run of double winners, though, hasn't it, of late? MJ Tech obviously did it at the start of the season. Oh, tell a lie, sorry, Olympian did do it the first two races last year. I missed that line on my spreadsheet. So two separate tracks, Brands Hatch and Snetterton, so they've never done the double on the same day, but they did win back-to-back races.
And of course that's valid, because if you win the previous race, you're starting at the back for the next one. So it's no mean feat. Oh, Scott's down there in pit lane. Just saw him sneak out of camera shot there.
Sneaking out of camera shot for once, rather than finding his way into it. Scott we see in front of the camera quite a lot when Richard can't be here to do our post-race interviews, but Scott, worthy stand-in, and has been keeping us in the loop as well up here in the commentary box, in fairness, because unlike us, unlike me anyway, he gets to leave the commentary box occasionally and go and dig out some information from drivers around the paddock. So I do appreciate that, Scott. Into the pits comes Uvio, so this is a significant stop to watch. Are they going to take any fuel? The answer is no. So out gets Farks, in gets Fabs, and Fabulous Rantaccio. He's been called sillier names, I'm not unfairly sure.
Not only first name terms, but little pet names as well going on here.
The kind of relationship you get with a guy like Farkini after a few years, I suppose. Out he gets, and a bit of a shake of the head. Not super happy with something. Probably the fact that they're not leading, but they are at least were in second position.
In the points.
In
the points.
Yeah, exactly. On a day where they could very easily have ended up with no points, or very few points anyway, they are still on course for a podium. And look, they've got out ahead of Greenheath. Remember, these two cars have both pitted, and they have come out absolutely together, but with Uvio crucially ahead. And we saw how hard they were finding it to pass Greenheath on the track. They've done it in the pit lane.
But only just ahead. That is how nip and tuck that was.
Yeah.
In the pit stops, and why they are so crucial. The Greenheath car is going to have a go, though.
And in the pit lane, Riley Phillips is waiting because Simon Rudd is heading in. So whilst this battle is continuing to rage on the track, around the outside goes the Greenheath car, but not able to make the move stick at Rocket. In have come Team Olympian GRD to pit for the final time. There is no fuel going into that car. So there, out gets Simon Rudd. Riley Phillips will get in, no fuel. And as far as I can tell, Richard, no reason why they wouldn't still enjoy a 10-second lead or so after this pit stop, because that was a very rapid driver change.
Yeah, might have even extended, well, I don't know. Here comes the battle for second position.
I think you're right.
So, Fabulous at the controls of the car in P2. The Team Greenheath machine certainly not lost at the moment. We'll see at the end of the next lap how it's panned out between those. But significantly, the podium positions... No, they haven't stayed the same because we had the swap, but the three cars on the podium positions have remained the same.
Indeed so, and just as in race one, Farkini, or Fabulous as it is this time, but Uvio anyway, are embroiled in a battle for second place, which I suspect is going to take centre stage now in the final 22.5 minutes of the race, because I don't think there's any catching Riley Phillips. He's got, I do agree, Richard, I think an extended race leader, though on his outlap he's nearly collided with PLR, I think, up at Rocket. That was all very close. Here come Greenheath back up alongside Uvio though for second place as they head towards Rocket, but Fabulous just closes the door gently in the face of the Greenheath car. Interesting head-on shot there of the two cars heading towards us. Greenheath's who's in that car now? That is
Paul Turner.
Paul Turner. He seems to be sat more to the left of his car, whereas if anything, Fabulous is slightly more to the right. They're generally centrally seated, but I think you can move them ever so slightly. We'll see it here as they come towards us. Might have just been a trick of the light, maybe, but it just seemed to be a little bit more to the left. Maybe it was just the light shining on the car as it came towards us, towards Rocket. But anyway, wherever he sat right in the wheel tracks of the Uvio car. And look who's behind them, MJ Tech. MJ Tech, I think, Richard, are in 4th place. So they have gained through that round of pit stops. Wait in the background, there they are, look, just at the top of the shot. So
We were saying they wouldn't be far away from that podium.
yeah, well, they could still get there if they've got the pace and clean air. They're not showing as 4th because we're still waiting for a few others to stop. We've got Signature RV leading, understandably leaving Harry Mailer in for as long as possible. Seed Data, 257, all yet to stop. But yeah, MJ Tech, I think, are a net 4th position. EDF as well, 246 haven't made their final pit stop either, but I think they're in a net 4th position. What sort of pace has Scott Jeffs got? He just did a 121.2, which is half a second quicker than Green ahead. So he is, interestingly, Richard, starting to close the gap to these two.
Fascinating stuff. Still 20 minutes to go. Fingers crossed, no more safety cars. No more driver changes to do. Hopefully, straight fight to the end of our race.
There's a little part of me that wouldn't mind a cheeky little safety car just to watch them all back together, but I shouldn't really complain.
Simon Rodd's going to come up and thump you in a minute.
He's had one win today already. Surely he can let someone else have a go. Even if they still win, I mean, it would be an entertaining scrap, wouldn't it? But yeah, they deserve this, really. They've come through this relatively unscathed when they could very easily have ended up out of the race altogether, and they have maximised that opportunity because they got back into the lead relatively quickly actually after that moment at the Nankang and haven't really looked back since. And their lead now over Uvio is something like 14 seconds. So you were absolutely right, Richard. It did increase by about 4 seconds.
Just reflecting on what we've seen today, we've seen all the elements that make Fun Cup great, haven't we?
We have fantastic racing, interesting strategy, bit of drama,
yeah,
and what a setting for it as well. And the weather has played ball as well today. To be fair, there were a lot of people saying it would be a bit mixed, raining on and off through the day, but I think that would probably have. We didn't really need it, did we? I think it's been exciting enough without, and relatively calm first race. Second race has been anything but. I won't forget this one in a hurry, that's for sure.
We've had established drivers coming back. We've had established drivers doing well. We've had new drivers coming in. Plenty to take away.
Another great advert for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. It really, really has been. And I'm not going to go on my rant again about how people don't take this championship seriously because you've all heard it before. But I think once again, we've seen a great example of why I'm right about that and why more people should get involved in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Right, through goes Riley Phillips. He is still not the leader because Harry Mailer still hasn't stopped. Harry Mailer is still pumping out 1:20, so don't be surprised, Richard, to see the Signature RV car insert itself somewhere into this battle when it does make its pit stop at the end of this lap, as it will have to be. Whether it stays there or not is another matter, but they are likely going to be somewhere inside the top 5, I think, after what's been a very impressive stint from the young Harry Mailer.
Board's gone in now, so we are done on that part. The next thing will be the last lap Gordon checkered flag, but that's still 20 minutes away.
See, this is where there's still peril in this for Olympian GRD, isn't there? Because they've still got to negotiate the back markers, who, as we've seen, don't always make life easy for the race leaders. There's no blue flag rule in Fun Cup. I think we've covered this before, but you don't have to get out of the way unless you are obviously slower than the other car. But if you're more or less capable of running at their pace, you don't have to move out of the way, and you don't have to stay behind the leader either if you think you're quicker. So not many people will be quicker than Riley Phillips, but it means that every car that he laps has to be a genuine overtake. They're not going to pull out of his way.
That's a really interesting point, and it's not something I've imparted to people that I've been selling this to, but I have been encouraging people to have a good look at it and come and have a go, as you know, and I've said that the last couple of rounds that I've worked on. But yeah, it's another really good feature, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, because, you know, they've all paid the same amount of money to be out there. And,
exactly.
You know, they might not be on the lead lap, but it's such a long race that actually fighting for your place on the lead lap is a valid thing to be doing. If you're an hour into the race, I take slight issue with it when it's in the last 20 minutes and you're 6 laps down, but if it's early in the race, then yeah, absolutely, why not? Have at it. And again, as a real NASCAR fan, that is something that is also the case over there stateside, and I absolutely love it because the amount of times I've seen people, you know, laps down and then fighting their way back into contention and even winning the race, it is remarkable. This is going to bore everyone, so if you want to tune out for a few minutes, I don't blame you. There's a bit of an argument going on in the snooker world at the moment, bear with me, about if you require snookers to win a frame, you should have to give up the frame and not try and play for snookers to get yourself back into contention.
That's the name of the game.
Of course it is, but I see real parallels between that and being told that because you're a lap down, your day is done. You know, why not try and get back on the lead lap? It's endurance racing, it's about the long game, and if you can get yourself back into contention, then why not? And honestly, it makes it all the more rewarding if a team is able to do that.
A good sports person will know when it's time to A, quit the frame in snooker, or to let a faster driver past.
Indeed so.
In racing.
Indeed so. I'm glad you went with me on that snooker reference. There was a point in there somewhere, I think. But yeah, no, I'm all for it. Let them race. Like I said, if you're 20 odd laps down and the leaders are coming up behind you battling, then get out of the way. But yeah, generally speaking, you're out there to get the best result that you can. Now, the best result that Uvio Hoffman's Lotus can likely get from this race will be second place, and they're increasing their chances of achieving that because they're now starting to get away from Greenheath ever so slightly. That gap was 1.3 seconds at the start of the lap, 2 seconds, and I think it's starting to creep back out again. Harry Mailer, by the way, has finally brought the signature RV car into the pit lane and has rejoined in, the car has rejoined in 5th place, but within a second of MJ Tech. So watch that gap with interest. I can see it out of the window. It's about a second and a half, so I think it's starting to creep out again. The signature RV car taken over by Steve Ruston for the final stint. So as they head out of sight, is it going to be a slightly calmer run to the checkered flag this time? Maybe. It does look as though Fabulous Randaccio has got the edge, has he, over Greenheath? Having said that, Richard, I think the gap's coming down now on this lap.
It's not getting substantially bigger, is it? So I think the race is still there, and Paul Turner will try and close him down for sure. He's still working really hard. He's not being left, is he?
No.
In the 4th place. Oh, he might be now though. That was the curse of the commentator, wasn't it?
Good timing, Richard. That was exciting, wasn't it? Not the first driver we've seen getting caught out by that curb, and now you can see he's aggravated the rear tyres, so he's sideways again now through the first corner. Paul Turner, of course, a former race winner in FunCup, and in fact, I think a former champion back in the 2-class days in a diesel eco racing car. Jamie will know. I'm confident Jamie will know, or he'll know someone that does, but I'm sure Paul Turner used to race for eco racing, and I'm sure he was on their driver lineup when they won in 2012, which was the very first FunCup race I ever worked on. In fact, my very first race of any kind that I ever worked on at Alton Park, and I'm pretty sure Paul was on their driver lineup when he won the championship that year. In fact, when we had a diesel class and a petrol class, the diesel cars these days race exclusively overseas, but they did, up until about 7 or 8 years ago, maybe, have a class of their own in FunCup UK. Beautiful car control from Fabulous. That was fabulous as he came through Peel Corner, and he's putting on a show, as always that team do.
Again, going back to the idea of night racing, there was talk a couple of years ago about racing at Snet, you know, midweek in the evenings, and nobody's really sort of grasped that idea of being able to just open up entertainment in the evenings. And if you couldn't get punters along from work, it'd be a great thing to live stream. Just give people the option in the week where you're able to have some evening racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's magical, isn't it? There's something magic about this time of day. Not just endurance racing, but particularly when it is a long-distance race. It's really, really special, especially an event like this, which has a real party atmosphere about it. Jamie's answering my question about Paul Turner, by the way, very quickly. No. So he wasn't. He joined the team later. It was Paul Abraham, I think that's where I'm getting confused, and Tom Mills who won the championship. Paul Turner has won races, but not won the championships. Thank you, Jay. I told you he'd know. He's a fountain of knowledge, and he doesn't have to rely on a spreadsheet in front of him to relay these facts either, unlike some. You can correct me anytime you like, Richard. Thank you.
I was still thinking about evening racing, actually, to be perfectly honest. And we did it at Silverstone. We had power nights at Silverstone.
Yes, of course.
After Power Tour.
Yeah.
We had MR2s and Mazda MX-5s back in the day. They were really good evenings, but they judged it on the people coming through the gate. They weren't enough. But now with live streaming, I think it would be a different thing.
Potentially, yeah. You're reaching a far bigger audience, aren't you, than just the people who pay for a ticket. There is always a great call for night racing to make a return to some of the bigger championships in this country. Of course, the big problem we have is noise curfews, and there are not very many racetracks which will allow it. Anglesey is one, because there aren't that many locals that you're going to keep awake, apart from the sheep in the field next door, but I don't think they're all that bothered.
It's a very sheepish comment, that was, actually.
I suppose I haven't asked their opinion. I will on the way out, double check, and I'll get my facts straight. But as far as I'm aware, I don't think they're going to be writing any letters of complaint this evening. I think they've enjoyed the show, probably just as much as we have. But yeah, apart from Anglesey, Donington and Silverstone spring to mind, but beyond that, and maybe Snetterton, I don't know what their licence is these days, not many places that you could do it, but I think there's definitely an argument to say we need a bit more of it. Right, see data here, moving back ahead of Signature RV, that's the 5th position. So we sort of expected Signature RV not quite able to hang on to that position within the top 5, and they do now slip backwards once again. The other question I want to get an answer for is whether or not Scott Jeffs is catching Paul Turner. Answer, yes, but probably not
enough.
Quickly
it was a
enough.
big gap, wasn't it? Yeah.
I think so. 2 or 3 tenths a lap, but he's still some way behind. We'll get another look at that as they come through this time. And across the line goes Paul Turner. Across the line goes Scott Jeffs, and the gap is 5.6 seconds, and came down by 3 tenths that time. But yeah, he's just going to run out of time, I think, unless Paul Turner runs into any kind of difficulties in traffic.
MJ Tech Racing won't like the trajectory of their results, will they? 1-1, 2-3, 4.
Yes.
But then that says that they'll bounce back next. Where's the next round? Snetterton next up.
Yes, I believe so. There's some discussion over which layout at Snetterton we're going to use. It was down to be the 300 circuit, but there's an argument now, I think, to run the 200 instead. As
is it?
257 on the grass. Yeah, I believe so. We've run the 200 before. I think the argument is that the field gets a bit too spread out over the 300. I can sort of see the point, but in endurance racing, I'm not convinced that matters really. But anyway, the drivers will lobby for whichever layout it is they want, and as we've seen today, it can be done using 2 different layouts in the same day, so no reason why the same can't be true at Snet.
Can't remember if I'm down for that one or not, but fingers crossed. I know I've got a couple more Snets to go this year, so it'll be great to see that. Jack Noller completing his day there in the GT car. As we say, when was it the call this morning he had? So very late in the day, and he's had a terrific day, isn't he? Coming back, winning in the Mazdas. He's got another 2 wins to go for tomorrow as well.
Dominant in the Mazdas, wasn't he, really, in the end? It made it look very easy indeed, and he's not making that look very easy. A huge slide as he nips up the inside of the 99 car. That was for position. He's actually defending that 8th place from the 99, which I'm going to guess has Aaron Cook at the wheel. Yes, it does. That car's been rapid every time Aaron's been in it, and he's trying to gain another spot here as they drop down through the corkscrew. 8th position they're battling over. And the last 2 cars still on the lead lap. Across the line they go. Ratters Racing are behind them. And they are actually behind them in the results as well, but they are a full lap behind this group, which makes its way now around target, up towards the banking once again, on the 119th lap of the race. We've got 123 laps in earlier on this afternoon. We have the same number of safety cars this time, so it should be about a similar distance, I reckon, in the second race of the day.
Should be. That was a lovely catch by Jack Noller, I've got to say there. Sort of effortless. Still there. So Olympian still out front. Javier Hoffman's in P2, so the championship front runners still very much making their mark on the championship standings as we head into the next round. 257 car's been a very welcome addition to the grid. Down in 8th place and not really taking championship points off of any of the front runners in the competition at the moment, but I think they both enjoyed themselves and look forward to seeing Christian out in it again.
We do, yes. That's the only thing today has had missing for me really is Christian Rose, who is such a big part of the Fun Club family these days, taking on a lot of the organisational role and the running of the championship from his dad Paul. And Paul's still here, always, but I think enjoys the social aspect. He's had to step back into his old job today a little bit with Christian feeling under the weather, which is putting it mildly, I think it's fair to say. Axiometrics go diving on the inside of JPR Team ACR. Again, not the position, Axiometrics down in 14th place. But yeah, we wish Christian the best. We hope he's starting to get back on his feet now. I know he's been watching along and keeping me in check throughout the day, so thank him for that. And hopefully he'll be here to take the mickey out of me in person again next time.
Just under 7 minutes remaining, and yeah, everyone will go home. I'm going to say this one at the risk of getting it all wrong, but I think everyone's going to go home after a calmer last half hour of this one. Fingers crossed we don't get another safety car. I know Andy might want to, as he said earlier on, have a cheeky safety car towards the end, but what's the gap now? The lead gap, 19 seconds. Riley Phillips has pulled out, so he's doubled the lead effectively that Simon Rudd had at the end of the penultimate half hour.
Yeah, as he did, really, well, more than double in his stint in the race earlier on today. So Riley Phillips, when he's on this sort of form, you can't beat him. You really can't. He is so quick. Had some bad luck earlier on this season, but they are very much clawing their way back into this championship, that is, and a double race victory here could beckon at Anglesey.
So for you or Jamie, to put you on the spot, championship points after this one? I didn't do them after race one. I didn't get time, and probably you didn't either.
I didn't, but I can probably work it out reasonably quickly for you. So MJ Tech have had, what, a third and a fourth to be on course for now?
Yep.
Third race one?
Yes, it was, wasn't it? 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4.
So I think, and how far back were Olympian? They were 10 points back coming into the day. Yeah, they're going to do it, aren't they? Before drop scores, they're going to do it. They're going to move ahead of MJ Tech, but drop scores are going to save MJ Tech because Olympian GRD's worst finish to this point had been a fourth.
They both drop a fourth, don't they?
And they both dropped a fourth. That's true, actually. Yeah. So maybe Olympian GRD will be ahead then. If they're both dropping the same number of points, I think Olympian GRD will be fractionally ahead.
Not a bad place to. Because you look at both, you want to go into the next event ahead on gross points and net after drops, if that's the case. But
indeed so.
For us, it just sets up the next competition, doesn't it? The next round. And if I'm not there, I guarantee I'll be looking at TSL. I got told off last week because Legends had a meeting, and it's the first time since I've been involved in Legends I couldn't even tell you who won. I didn't even get a chance to look. And I was so embarrassed in the week because one of the drivers rang me up. Did you see? I'm really sorry I didn't. But you can't keep on top of everything, can you?
No, quite literally impossible. Now, is there some drama late in the going for Fabulous? Because I think that front splitter is rubbing on the right front tyre, I noticed, going up the back straight. And look, Paul Turner can sense blood in the water, can't he? Because he's closing in again as we move into the final 4.25 minutes. So Uvia Hoffman's Lotus might be embroiled in another down-to-the-wire battle for second place.
Yeah, this could be our grandstand finish coming up, couldn't it? Certainly a little bit of tyre smoke from that one.
Downhill come some of the stragglers, so to speak, but Greenheath, well, they're still 1.2 seconds back, and on that lap they were 4 tenths quicker, quicker than Uvio that time. So I don't know whether maybe Fabulous has just been on the grass somewhere and took that bodywork onto the bit. It's not rubbing now though, so I don't think it's a major drama. But of course we see from the outside the smoke coming off the tyre. The driver won't necessarily see that, but they'll smell it. They might hear a vibration, feel a vibration as it's rubbing it just for a lap or so. No, there it is again, look, just at high speed, just a wisp of white smoke. And that will be a distraction if nothing else for Fabulous.
Is that front and back, or is it all coming from the front down underneath the car?
I think it's just the right front, but yeah, Turner's definitely closed in, hasn't he?
Yeah, 3 minutes to go, could get another bit of last-minute drama here.
We are going to do more laps in this race. This is lap 123. We've got time for at least a couple more, as Riley Phillips has just gone through onto his latest lap, 124th lap of the race. Once again, looking like a pretty healthy victory for Team Olympian GRD. second consecutive win of the season to match what MJ Tech did at the start of the season across the first 2 races, and appropriately enough they're going to be pretty much matched, I think, in the points as we leave Anglesey and head to the second half of the season. Paul Turner arrives in shot and then disappears from shot completely sideways. I hope he got through target corner. Yes, he did. And on that lap, another 10th or so quicker than Uvio, so 3 tenths quicker again. So that's the last 2 laps, Richard, that he's taken 3 or 4 tenths out of Farkini. Out of Fabulous. Uvio do not have this second place just yet, do they?
They don't, but the clock is ticking down, and we know how difficult that car is to get past. We've seen that all the way through the day today.
Yes. There might be an argument to say that Fabulous Randaccio is slightly less elbows out, slightly, than Farkini. They're both more or less the same, but Farkini, I think, will go to further lengths to defend the position, but Fabulous might well prove me wrong, and I think he's going to have to, because there's no doubt about it. Paul Turner is almost with him, and look at the way that the Uvio car is sliding through Peel Corner. Quite clearly, the handling is starting to slip away from the second place car.
Yeah, he's having to work that car real hard now, isn't he? But he's only got a couple of minutes, just less than, well, a minute and a half now.
2 laps, I think.
Yep. Plus the completion of the final lap. Love the way all the high vises are lined up on the pit wall. Makes a great sight, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely superb. Every one of these teams has performed superbly over the course of the day. Just less than a minute to go. It's still closing down. Not enough, I think this is going to stay the way it is, but it is getting close. Another little rumble on the grass there from the 225 car.
The deciding factor, Richard, could be traffic. They've got the Team Summers car to put a lap down, and the 109 Morpheus car, and the Skull Club car. Now, who's in Skull Club? That is Jack Constable. He won't be easy to overtake, that could be the deciding factor. Whoever gets the best rub of the green in traffic should come out of this with second position, as Farkini goes very wide, but they both go wide up at the Rocket Complex once again.
Yeah, Farkini had a little bit of sideways movement there as well, didn't he? Which would have scrubbed off a little bit of speed and momentum from the car. So we will see Paul Turner trying to close in. Yeah, Fabulous is working real hard to keep that car in P2.
Yeah, sideways again, and look, now that's good driving again from the Team Summers car, staying well out of the way of both of them, but that gap's definitely come down. It's not a second anymore. They begin the final lap of racing then, and the gap is down to, what's that, about 7 tenths or so, well within slipstreaming range though, as they head for the back straight in a few moments' time. Paul Turner will have one crack at this, I think, to try and get second place away from Farkini, whose car again is all out of shape heading through the banking, and that is music to the ears of Paul Turner, but then he was wide as well, so they're sort of matching each other for pace and matching each other for mistakes at the moment, aren't they?
This could be about trying to get the most of the tow. If you're right behind the car, you'll pick up the slipstream and do that, but we go back to our race leader.
What can you say about Olympian GRD? A perfect day this has been, well, nearly, apart from the off that they had at the banking earlier on. Here comes Turner. Is he close enough? The answer is not quite, by less than a car length, I think. He wasn't really close enough to make that move, and I think that Fabulous should have this one in the bag now, but I'll talk about in the bag. Olympian GRD, double race winners here at Anglesey. Simon Rudd, Riley Phillips and Chris Bell win again in the FunCup Endurance Championship. Round 5 goes the way of Team Olympian GRD, and the team celebrating on pit wall there as Simon and Chris, they hug each other in celebration, and as they do so, they're going to miss this finish between Uvio and Greenheath, but I think it is going to go the way of Uvio. Here they come out of the final corner, and it will be another podium finish for Uvio Hoffman's Lotus. Fabulous and Farkini coming home in second. Third for Greenheath, and solid points scored again for MJ Tech, although they will be disappointed definitely, because for a while there, Richard, it really looked like they were in the hot seat for a race win.
Yep, they did. Looks as if they might get on the podium. 4th position, ultimately, of course, in the year, might not be the one they drop, so that could be a good change for 7th place as well coming up.
Yes, that must be the 257 ahead of the 246. Yes, it is. So good final stint there from Jack Noller to gain a place on the final lap, and he moves into 7th place. Then EDF 8 and 99 managed to hang on to that down to ninth place in the closing stages of that race. But for Olympian GRD, celebrations aplenty on the pit wall. Their celebrations, I suspect, will go well into the evening here at Anglesey. Most of the Fun Cup teams and the organisational team as well will stay here tonight and set off home in the morning. And so there's a party to be had in the Fun Cup awning, I think, this evening. And everyone will be invited and will all be to celebrate a fantastic day's work for Olympian GRD. If they do end up winning the championship for a second year in a row, then we will look back at Anglesey almost as the day that they won it. I know they've got a lot more work to do. It's going to be all over the factory. They are in a fantastic position now as we head for the closing stages. So the sun has set already, just about here at Anglesey. The moon shining on what has been a fantastically entertaining, at times remarkably absurd, fifth round on the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and it's a race that is won, as happened earlier on this afternoon, by Team Olympian GRD. Team Udia Hoffman's Lotus come home in second, Green Heath are third, with MJ Tech Racing in fourth place, Seed Data fifth, Signature RB seventh, ahead of the 257 JPR Team GT Tyres car, EDF Motorsports 8, JPR Team ACR 9th, and Team Ratters Racing. What a shame they ended up a lap down and only 10th, when they could easily have ended up inside the top 5. Wave 9 were 11th, ahead of Team E Motorsport 12, EDF Motorsports in 13th, with Axiometrics in 14th place. 15th spot for the 97 JPR car, then PLR Racing only 16th after their stoppage on track. Skull Club Racing 17th, ahead of Team Summers, Morpheus Motorsport and Morpheus Racing. Not a good day to be a part of the Morpheus squad here at Anglesey. So, the racing done with. We'll hear from our winners, hopefully, and podium finishers from Jamie in a moment or two. And we'll have a bit of time maybe to reflect further on what has been a cracking day's racing, and also to remind you we've got another day of racing tomorrow with the Brscc Sprint Racing Championships very much taking centre stage. Our first racing action will be at about 10:30 tomorrow with the GazShock's Mazda MX-5 Championship. We've got the MX-5 SuperCup out for 2 races, Compact Cup, MX-5 Clubman Championship, and the final detail, Fiesta ST150 Challenge. Right then, let's head down to the pit lane, shall we, and hear from Jamie Peters-Ennis, who is with one of the team representatives of the winning team, Team Olympian GRD.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I'm down with Phil Rudd, Simon's dad. That's a perfect day, isn't it?
Absolutely wonderful. Yeah, well worth the trip to Anglesey, and they've looked after us. It's been a great day, no rain. Strategy from the team was fantastic. What could we more ask for?
Yeah, it was getting a little bit hairy out there at one point, wasn't there? Where it was, you know, Riley overtaking on the grass and all sorts going on, and it's just one of those crazy races. But we think you've jumped into the points lead now.
Well, we hope so. It's down to the boys, a whole team effort. You know, the mechanic, absolutely everything has given us a great car. And the drivers have managed to get that great car to the finishing line with the help of the sponsors, of course. Got to mention GRD.
Absolutely, yeah. It's great to have them on there. And I suppose for Simon, it was just like the track was like bubble gum, as he keeps telling me to say. So yeah, the tyres were sticky like bubble gum, Mr. Rudd. So there you go. You've had your little code word for today. But Phil, well done. And we'll catch up at the podium.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Thanks. There was Phil Rudd, Simon's father, from Olympian GRD. So that concludes the racing action for round 5 of the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. But what we're going to do is we're going to have a little bit of a break, and then we'll be live streaming our podium in around about 15-20 minutes time, and we'll be back then. So for now, it's back to Andy McKeown and Richard John Neal.
Thank you, Jamie. And a chance then before we get our podium ceremony underway, Richard, to reflect. I'll let you begin.
Yeah, I think I summed it up, didn't I? Sort of towards the end of that race that we had. So we've had a bit of everything from Fun Cup that you expect from Fun Cup. Great racing, drama, new drivers coming in and enjoying themselves, returning drivers and established performers doing well. And yeah, we just didn't know what was going to happen right to the end, and even the chase to second position went right the way to the flag.
Exactly, yeah. The only thing we missed, I suppose, was a really close finish for the win, which we've had plenty of already this season, so I'm not complaining. And honestly, you can't take it away from Olympian GRD, can you? They deserve to win, and they deserve to win in such commanding fashion. They played the strategy perfectly in both races. We didn't really talk about them a lot in the first half, and then boom, there they were at the front. Always on the right fuel strategy, always with the right driver in the car at the right time. And even when it looked like it had all gone wrong for them, they bounced back from it perfectly. So deserving double winners and championship favourites, do you think, moving forward?
I don't know. You wouldn't bet against them, would you? I mean, what were they 13th at the end of the first half hour?
Yeah.
When the others had torn their way through the field to get up into the top 5. And I remember thinking, yeah, I'd be quite pleased, if I'd got into the top 10 in the second half hour, as they did. Thought that was great progress, and that worked for them. That strategy worked. They kept coming through.
Exactly so, and they did a fantastic job of digging their way back into the race lead, and then never looked back. Riley Phillips in top form as well. Some other standout performances, though, throughout not only that race, but across the race earlier on today. We mentioned a couple of them earlier on. A really good day for Ratters Racing, for JPR Team ACR, and Seed Data. I think this went under the radar in that race, but they ended up in 5th position. Yes, they gained a bit out of that middle hour when all hell broke loose, but they have had a really solid day. I forget where they were in race 1, but Seed Data in the top 5. Really good driving that from Matt Hogg and Mike Devlin, who I seem to recall in the opening half hour of race 1 I was saying looked really strong, and it's nice to see them get a result that they deserve.
Yeah, a good consistent day, and they might be up for the team award.
Possibly.
Who makes the decision?
Generally, it is Paul, because he's in charge. But I think maybe a jury. He might wander up and down the pit lane and get a few ideas from the other teams. I think other teams do have a say. I think they can nominate drivers. Fairly loose judging system, but yeah, they would definitely be deserving recipients, as I think would Team Ratters Racing and a couple of others as well that had a good day. A couple that unfortunately are left during a bad day, but the good news is they've got plenty more racing to do throughout the rest of the season, even if they don't end up contending for a championship. Thinking of Morpheus in particular, there's still an opportunity to get some race victories before the season is done with. Right, we will have podium presentations coming up within hopefully the next few minutes. What we're going to do is take a very short ad break here from Anglesey. It's probably the last you'll hear from myself and Richard John Neal today. Richard, thank you so much for your company, as always. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for having me up, and thanks to Alpha for doing a great job, and to Jamie in pit lane.
Indeed. Everyone's done quite a good job today, haven't they? I think everyone's quite happy at the end of the day, and we will be back again to put on the show for you tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. Podium celebrations coming up for Fun Cup on the other side of this break.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Brscc coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Brscc down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done, but also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well, so yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Brscc coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Brscc down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Brscc coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Brscc down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Well, welcome back to Anglesey for our live presentation of round 5 of the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And firstly, we're going to be giving all of our marshals and medics a huge round of applause because they've been on post for over 13 hours. Let's hear it for all the marshals. Okay, so starting off with our Masters podium, and in 3rd place, despite a late tyre change, was Team Ratters Racing. That was Peter, David and John Ratcliffe. Well done, guys. Nice trophy, caps and bubbles from Liz. If you'd like to make your way to the backdrop, that would be fantastic. Okay, congratulations to Team Ratters on their 3rd place. In 2nd place in the Masters class was JPR Team ARC. That was Aaron Cook and Rob Croydon. Congratulations, guys. That's Rob Croydon, Aaron Cook, 2nd place in the Masters podium. And your winners of the Masters class was Signature RV. That's Harry Mailer, John Whitehouse and Steve Ruston. Well done, guys. Make your way over to the backdrop for me for photos. Right, guys, you know what to do with the fizzy. It's time to pop some corks. Give it up for your Masters podium. Okay, it's going out on this. Okay. Congratulations, that was yours. There's the Masters podium. Right, we're now going to move on to our team of the day, which is sponsored by Joyce Designs. And this team have had their best ever Fun Cup weekend since they joined last year. A 4th and a 5th place. It goes to Seed Data. That's Matt Hogg and Mike Devlin. Huge cheer for Matt Hogg and Mike Devlin. Obviously, as we know, Mike joined Fun Cup last year as a novice. Big hugs all round, and make your way over to the backdrop for some pictures. Right, put your hands together for our team of the day. Right, moving on to our overall podium, and in third place, they fought to the very end, and it's a welcome back to the overall podium to Gary Bate and Paul Turner for Team Greenheath. Congratulations, guys. Make your way over to the backdrop for photos. And in second place, making it 2 seconds in the weekend, it's Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport. That's Farkini and Fabulous. Congratulations, guys. Big hugs all round. And your winners, making it 2 wins out of 2 for this weekend, it's Olympian GRD Racing, Chris Devell, Riley Phillips and Simon Rhodes. Huge congratulations to our overall top 3. Big hugs all round. Right, guys, get those bottles ready. It's time for the champagne. There we go. Put your hands together for our overall top 3. And also give yourselves a huge round of applause. We've had 2 fantastic races here at Anglesey for rounds 4 and 5 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Our next round is at Snetterton on the 20th of July. But from down here, I've been Jamie Peters-Ennis. These have been all the team and drivers. Give yourself a huge cheer, and we'll see you in 4 weeks' time. And from down here in the paddock, it's good night from me.